Chapter 1: Rebirth and the Selection of Genes. It is often said that one cannot afford to lose at the starting line of life. While this sentiment may have eluded our understanding in childhood, maturity reveals the truth. The competition had already begun in those formative years. It is a well-acknowledged fact that the resources one acquires during the journey of growth are not distributed equitably. Take, for instance, the young master of Yida, Sikong, who is spared the burden of effort, as a starting point is already positioned far beyond the dreams of the average individual. Most ordinary people commence their race in life during elementary school, dedicating themselves to diligent study and hard work, only to achieve a life that is, at best, unremarkable. Much like Qing, while some families prioritize their children's education from an early age, enrolling them in tutoring classes and nurturing their interests to uncover their talents. Yet, do those of you watching believe this is the pinnacle? You are gravely mistaken. For Qing, the competition began in the womb. This is not the common understanding of prenatal education, but rather the hereditary selection capabilities brought forth by the system. Thus, Qing humorously declares that his struggle with competition commenced from the very stage of being a fertilized egg. What, then, is hereditary selection? Children are the amalgamation of their parents' attributes. Some may inherit the virtues of their progenitors, drawing forth an SSR-level talent template, while others, in the act of procreation, may inadvertently pass on their shortcomings to their offspring. Qing from his past life was such an unfortunate soul. Despite his mother's beauty and his father's height, he was cursed with being both short and lacking. Each year during family gatherings, relatives would only manage to compliment him with a perfunctory, "This child certainly looks honest." It is a truth understood only by those who have experienced similar fates. This left a profound scar on the young Qing. "In this life, I shall reclaim all that I have lost," he vowed, clenching his fists in a fervent promise. Even now, he vividly recalls the tragic life he led in his previous existence. After a year of repeating his studies in a prominent province, he finally gained admission to a second-tier university in the South, subsequently entering the realm of the internet industry. Initially, he believed his life would follow a straightforward trajectory. However, the following year, the company announced cost-cutting measures, and he was among those deemed costs. Thus, even the prospect of a 996-work schedule became an unattainable luxury. Could it be that the 996-work culture is indeed a form of blessing? Contemplating this, Qing found himself laughing, only to be overwhelmed by tears. Suddenly, a call from his father back home left him in turmoil, uncertain whether to answer or feign ignorance, fearful that his current emotional turmoil might be detected by his family on the other end. As he wrestled with this inner conflict, the ringing ceased, but the phone screen illuminated once again. "Old Sue. Son, our house in the village is being demolished. I hear they are building an airport. We are wealthy now." A buzzing sensation enveloped Qing, akin to a ringing in the ears, as he was struck senseless by the overwhelming surprise, his steps becoming unsteady as he made his way back to his rented apartment. Much like Fan Jin upon achieving success in the imperial examination, in this fleeting moment, he even envisioned how many wives he would take. Yet, joy and sorrow often coexist in a delicate balance. As he crossed an intersection, a red delivery truck barreled directly towards him. Yet Qing was faithfully adhering to traffic regulations, traversing the crosswalk beneath a green light. His phone was flung through the air, tracing a perfect arc before plummeting into a patch of inconspicuous foxtail grass, shattering its screen upon impact. In the moments preceding his consciousness fading, Qing faintly discerned the voice of the truck driver exclaiming, "Damn, who on earth places speed bumps on a crosswalk?" If fate truly bestows each person their own destiny, Qing mused that perhaps he was destined to lead a life devoid of fortune. Fortunately, the start-over system he had bound himself to granted him a chance at rebirth. At present, Qing's physical form remained within his mother's womb, yet his spirit and soul were fervently preparing for this new beginning. Before him hovered a technologically advanced transparent panel, with data pertaining to both of his parents displayed on either side. In the center was a somewhat hastily drawn outline of an embryo, yet its imperfections did not detract from its significance. The process of selecting genetic traits resembled the enjoyable task of character creation in a video game, allowing for a straightforward understanding of the data's implications. "I will undoubtedly inherit my father's intellect after all," He graduated university in the 90s, so his IQ must be commendable to AS for appearance. I will certainly choose my mother's, though I wonder if that might render me too effeminate. However, Su Qing reconsidered his father's looks. Perhaps a touch of femininity would not be too detrimental, especially since many post-2000 girls seem to prefer that aesthetic. Hosts need not worry. Appearance style will be influenced by gender. Even if one chooses features entirely from the mother, hormonal changes during development will naturally lead to a more masculine appearance. Reassured by the system's explanation, Su Qing felt at ease. He had no particular interest in appearing overly feminine. Height must definitely come from my father. Just over 1.8 meters is perfect weight. How did he possess such remarkable athletic talent and physique? Could it be that my father is an athlete whose potential was squandered by academics? Reflecting on his own previous life, where he was labeled as second-class crippled due to his height, Su Qing internally lamented that his father had left him with none of the good attributes. For artistic talent and manual dexterity, I shall choose my mother. Not only does she play the pipe and flute, but she is also skilled in crafts, knitting, and sewing. This realm is certainly her forte. After some deliberation, Su Qing managed to concoct a configuration that appeared rather splendid at last. He was no longer the unfortunate soul of his previous life, but rather a character endowed with a perfect blend of talents in both academics and athletics. Truly a remarkable individual. Much like activating cheats in a game, Su Qing continued to refine and adjust his parameters with great enthusiasm. This matter directly influenced his future happiness, and thus, no detail could be overlooked. Once he reached a point where no further options remained, he clicked to the next selection interface, revealing a list of hereditary diseases that owe his relief. The list displayed nearly all gray symbols, signifying none, with the sole exception of a minor debuff. Seafood allergy mild. Eliminate this debuff. One must return to the previous attribute selection interface and make a choice. As the two are intrinsically linked, point one should not be overly greedy. Su Qing nodded in satisfaction and chose to skip ahead. Upon reaching the final page, he was met with a plethora of talents displayed on the screen, reminiscent of a mobile game he had once played called Life Restart Simulator. He had ample reason to suspect that the system had cut corners in this regard. This system's borrowing is well within reasonable limits, to put plainly. Do you understand the system, or do I? Among the talents, the colors representing their levels varied. Some emanated a golden radiance, clearly exceptional, while others were shrouded in ominous black mist. Examining the text revealed options such as holy, cross-dressing, homosexuality, and permanent sage state, which caused Su Qing to recoil in distaste, fearful that selecting one of the black options would render his previous efforts futile. There were a total of 10 options, from which Su Qing could choose 3 to install upon himself. After much contemplation, he finally resolved to select 2 golden and 1 blue talent. System Bank Gold. Have you ever experienced the heartache of being deceived out of your New Year's money by your parents? Are you troubled by lost pocket money? Then choose this. The System Bank is a treasure you deserve. Ability. Legally and conveniently deposit and withdraw money with an annual interest rate of 10. Hidden from sight, the money transferred in and out of the bank leaves no traces, and outsiders cannot uncover any information. Attribute Enhancement Gold. Are you dissatisfied with the talents bestowed by your parents? Choose this. Upon selection, all attributes will receive a 10 boost, with a maximum limit of 100. Physical Enhancement Blue. Your unique physique will be fortified, ensuring your needs for slowness, height, strength, and robustness are met. Emulating the Lao AI wheel is no longer a dream. Su Qing acknowledged that his choice of physical enhancement stemmed from a hint of personal desire. After all, which man could resist such temptation? The selection of talents was the final step before his rebirth. Following a brief silence from the system, Su Qing felt his soul merging with his body, the singular sensation being one of heaviness and an overwhelming urge to sleep. Oh no, why does it feel so similar to the moment of death? He found himself somewhat fearful that everything unfolding was merely an illusion before his demise. Wasn't there a saying about a moment of clarity before death? What awaited him was not rebirth, but true oblivion. The end of the story. Just kidding. Suddenly, his body felt tangible, a chill enveloping him as if he had returned to a primal state, exposed to the air. Before he could bask in joy, he inexplicably felt an assault on his tiny backside, leaving Su Qing bewildered. Who dares to harm me? The nurse in the delivery room was taken aback, having worked in obstetrics for so long. She had never encountered such an unconventional child. Despite being lively and kicking, the baby was inexplicably silent. Wrapped in swaddling, Qing attempted to move his arms and wished to open his eyes for a glimpse of his surroundings, only to perceive a faint light, rendering everything else obscured. Grandfather truly resurrected, just as the system foretold, transformed into a child. A newborn must cry to establish its respiratory system and ensure the lungs function properly. If Qing remains silent, danger looms. Although Qing did not appear to be in distress, the nurse proceeded with her protocol. I apologize. Little brother, this is for your own good, she said, raising her hand to administer a series of gentle slaps. Smack, smack, smack. Even Sue's father found it hard to watch. Sue's mother, wearied, displayed a pained expression. After all, this was flesh from her own body. At last, the stubborn Qing recalled something, pouting in silence before letting out a resounding wail. I yield, I concede, but why not ask instead of just striking? Upon hearing Qing finally cry, the nurse revealed a relieved smile. She felt a sense of accomplishment for her swift actions, having just saved this fragile new life. Greatness requires no elaboration. Congratulations. Your child weighs 6 pounds and 9 ounces and is in excellent health. With this blessing from the nurse, Sue's father exhaled a sigh of relief. Having observed Qing being spanked, he had worried that something might have gone amiss. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, the young man hurried forward to inquire. As long as he is healthy, that is all that matters. May I hold him? Of course, just remember to support his bottom with one arm and let his head rest on your other arm. With the nurse's guidance, Sue's father clumsily cradled the infant Qing, his face blooming with joy like a blossoming chrysanthemum, his rough hands gently caressing the delicate fingers of the newborn. I have become someone's father. I'm a dad now. Look, little Qing, this is your mother. Sue's father brought the infant to where Sue's mother lay, her once radiant face now pale. She mustered her strength to glimpse her child. Though Qing could not open his eyes to see his mother, he waved his arms and kicked his little legs, expressing his vitality. This was the only way he could respond to his parents at that moment. Wow, this is the child I birthed. So wrinkled and unattractive, no wonder I felt nauseous during my pregnancy. Silence enveloped the operating room following Sue's mother's remark, only to be shattered a moment later by uproarious laughter, filling the small room with a joyful atmosphere. System, what is happening in the outside world? The system relayed Sue's mother's words to him. Though this was not customary, the system couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Qing's reaction upon learning this. As anticipated, amusement ensued. In the next moment, cradled in arms, Qing's mind ceased to function, and he began to cry in earnest, this time truly weeping. Chapter 2. The Greatest Crisis of Infancy. Benefiting from rebirth and the system, Qing, even in his infantile state, possesses a clear mind, albeit with some fragmented and disordered memories. The moment this thought crossed his mind, the system's interface intelligently manifested in his consciousness, providing an explanation. If we were to liken the adult brain of the previous host to a supercomputer, then the currently underdeveloped brain of the host resembles a little tyrant learning machine. If we were to indiscriminately cram memories into it, the host would be overwhelmed. Consequently, the host's mental faculties would undergo regression, temporarily resulting in a fragmented integration. The first principle was straightforward, and Qing readily accepted it. However, the system's description felt somewhat peculiar, as if a large freight truck had just rolled over his face. Qing harbored doubts about the system's clarity, yet he lacked evidence. The second segment raised some questions for him, leading him to speculate that mental faculties are shaped by intelligence, memory, and experience. The term fragmented integration likely implies a regression to childishness. Yet, this was also easy to comprehend. Perhaps living with an adult's thoughts amidst a crowd of children could indeed be quite burdensome. Pondering over such matters proved futile, as his daily existence revolved solely around eating, crying, defecating, and sleeping. He couldn't help but wonder how long these arduous days would persist. Congratulations, host. The system has officially loaded a reincarnator. The significance of life naturally transcends mere materialism. Experiencing a vibrant life is the aspiration of this system. Thus, We shall now initiate the achievement task feature. Achievements are divided into three main categories: life achievements, emotional life, and self-transcendence. Each time an event is triggered, the system will automatically issue a task, hoping the host will actively complete it and revel in a fulfilling life. Goodness, the system seems unusually verbose today, spouting so many words. Suddenly, a whimsical idea sparked in his mind. The days of being reborn as an infant were so monotonous. With not a single interlocutor, perhaps conversing with the system could alleviate his boredom. However, after several attempts yielded no response, Qing realized the system had once again gone silent, leaving him exasperated by its disregard. Aside from the occasional eccentricities of the system, the only intriguing aspect of this period was that he could distinctly sense his physical growth each day. It was a form of solace for Qing, a unique experience that likely no one else had ever encountered. As the first month of his rebirth passed, his body experienced a remarkable growth spurt, most notably in his eyes and ears. Upon awakening one morning, he was elated to discover he could see nearby objects with clarity, akin to a person with severe myopia. His hearing had also improved, though it was still muffled, reminiscent of wearing earplugs. Nonetheless, he could perceive and listen, marking an enormous leap from nothing to something. Qing applauded himself in celebration, a gesture that naturally drew the attention of his parents. Wow, the baby can clap at such a young age. How adorable. It's probably just a coincidence. Maybe little Qing is hungry considering the time. It's about time for a feeding tea that moment. The father's large face suddenly loomed close to Qing, startling him and causing his hands to instinctively halt, nearly bringing him to the brink of tears. This fragile young body was such that even the slightest provocation could elicit overwhelming emotions and a cascade of reactions. In an effort to stave off tears, Qing had no choice but to divert his attention. Truly, having a child as well-behaved as him was a blessing that Sue's father and mother must have earned in their past lives. Hey, do not arbitrarily assign me a nickname. If you must, at least do so with a bit more thought. The mention of Qing immediately conjured images of the character from the legend of the White Snake in Qing's mind. However, it was apparent that regardless of his reluctance, he had no choice but to accept this affectionate moniker. Sue's mother began to feed him, while his father entertained him with silly faces. The scene of the three of them huddled together radiated warmth and joy, the sense of happiness nearly spilling off the screen. In that moment, Qing seized the opportunity to closely examine the faces of his father and mother. The couple had never been fond of taking photographs, leaving Qing with no means to comprehend their appearances at this age in his previous life. At first glance, he was quite taken aback. The contrast between their current visages and the memories he harbored from his later life was staggering. His father, at this moment, could be aptly described as a handsome young man in his prime, with a hairstyle that featured bangs sweeping across his forehead. It was hard to imagine that this youthful figure would eventually evolve into a middle-aged man with a balding, greasy appearance. His mother, on the other hand, remained as beautiful as ever, but her skin appeared significantly improved, with the unsightly crow's feet that had once marred her visage now vanished. In this lifetime, he must prioritize earning money to purchase skincare products for his mother and encourage her to frequent beauty salons for maintenance. If those glamorous actresses could freeze their age, there was no reason his mother could not do the same. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed from the iron door of the living room. Sue's mother, while tidying her clothes, instructed Sue's father to answer it. This day marked Qing's full moon celebration, and according to custom, his parents were naturally obliged to host a grand feast, inviting family and friends to dine. As the undeniable star of this gathering, Qing received the lion's share of attention. What was the first thing every relative did upon entering? Undoubtedly, they approached him, King Qing, to present him with red envelopes. Later, during a brief lull, while the adults engaged in idle chatter and Sue's parents busied themselves with welcoming guests, Qing, lying amidst a mountain of red envelopes, began to surreptitiously engage in mischief that he quietly deposited cash from several envelopes into the system bank, amassing a substantial sum of 170 yuan. As the saying goes, with money, one can traverse the world. Without it, one cannot even take a step. Whether for the purpose of fulfilling tasks set forth by the system or for the benefit of his parents' family in this life, money was an indispensable prerequisite. This could be considered as accumulating seed capital for future entrepreneurial endeavors. After all, the money collected at his own full moon banquet was rightfully his, leaving Su Qing with no sense of guilt about pocketing it. After a while, a second wave of relatives arrived, and Su Qing was whisked away from the scene of his misdeeds, in the arms of a relative. He had no choice but to once again don a cheerful smile to greet the friends and family, completely feigning innocence as if nothing had just transpired. Despite the arrival of numerous strangers in the household, Su Qing remained remarkably calm, garnering unexpected admiration from a multitude of relatives. One gentleman even commended Su Qing for his honesty. Upon hearing this key phrase, Su Qing's demeanor shifted abruptly. He tilted his head, furrowing his brow as he fixated on the vague silhouette of the man. To his astonishment, the expression of disdain he wore was misinterpreted by the man as a sign of affection, suggesting that Su Qing wished to be closer to him. Without uttering a word, the man reached out to embrace Su Qing. As he drew near, Su Qing finally discerned the man's features, triggering a flood of memories from his previous life memories of the man's past sarcastic remarks about him. Without hesitation, Su Qing unleashed a torrent of urine upon the man, embodying the adage that a gentleman's revenge is best served after a lifetime. Naturally, the man was infuriated to find his new attire soiled by Su Qing's act. Yet, as an adult, he could hardly stoop to the level of a child. In a fit of frustration, he placed Su Qing back onto the bed and silently exited the room. Su Qing held his head high. Proud of his actions, this was the true essence of version T0 prowess. As long as one is not born in a vocational high school's restroom, the identity of an infant grants one certain liberties. Witnessing this scene, Su Qing's mother was somewhat taken aback, for her son was usually quite well-behaved. He would cry to attract his parents' attention whenever he needed to use the bathroom, requiring little worry on their part. This was the first instance of him urinating on someone else. Little Qing is quite naughty. Next time you need to use the bathroom, remember to cry that way. Mama will take you, especially since that uncle brought you some delicious formula, she said, as she carried Su Qing to the gifts presented by guests, pointing to a brightly colored canister for him to see. Her intention was to expose Su Qing to new experiences, encouraging interaction with strangers and listening to conversations. Experts in newspapers claimed this was beneficial for a child's development and aided in speech acquisition, though the truth of such claims was uncertain. Su Qing squinted yet could not clearly see, babbling and gesturing towards the canister, signaling his mother to bring him closer. In a moment of mutual understanding, Su Qing's mother moved him nearer to the formula, allowing him to discern the words on the label. To his dismay, it was none other than the infamous Sanlu milk powder. At that moment, Su Qing's composure shattered. He began to wail and frantically burrow into his mother's embrace, desperately seeking distance from the formula. One might have thought he had encountered something truly horrifying. Now, Su Qing regretted that he had only urinated a small amount. He wished he had unleashed a more substantial torrent to fully express his indignation. Su Qing's mother was taken aback as well, bewildered by her son's sudden outburst, and she had no choice but to remove him from the vicinity. Later, as Su Qing reflected on the incident, he recalled that the Sanlu scandal erupted in 2008. Being in 1996, he believed he would be safe from such a fate. However, he understood that the unexpected could occur, and thus resolved to utilize his wits to navigate this crisis. In an orchestrated effort, each time his parents opened a can of formula, it would coincidentally be met with a deluge of urine. Eventually, Su Qing's parents abandoned their intentions of feeding him formula, opting instead for the wholesome choice of breastfeeding. It must be said that natural milk is far superior to industrial products at the very least. Su Qing, who is nourished by breast milk, need not worry about becoming a big-head child, right? After indulging in a hearty meal, relatives and friends departed, marking the end of a bustling day. Once the young couple closed the door, they revealed mischievous grins that were quicker to change than the faces of avid Naruto players. Eagerly, they sat facing each other on the bed, embarking on an exhilarating and delightful activity in wrapping red envelopes. What else could it possibly be? After all, the numerous red envelopes they had once given out now turned the tables in their favor. Indeed, organizing a full-month celebration for Su Qing was secondary. The true purpose for the couple was to collect their share of monetary gifts. Dear son, we shall keep these red envelopes safe for you until you grow up and marry. Mr. Su chuckled while counting the money, not forgetting to explain to Qing with utmost righteousness, "I must thank you for this." Qing thought to himself with a wry smile, "Indeed, if you remain silent, your parents will take it as your silent consent. You certainly are not a family if you do not share the same door." The couple was clearly taking advantage of Qing's inability to speak. Such scenes have become commonplace among Chinese parents, as most children have likely experienced similar situations. Consequently, Qing felt no ripples of emotion within and even harbored a slight urge to laugh. In just about 10 minutes, the couple had unwrapped all the red envelopes. Yet after counting for a long while, they found the sums did not tally. To their astonishment, they discovered 3 empty envelopes among them. Mr. Su exclaimed, "Who could be so heartless? If you cannot afford to give, then simply do not. Stuffing 3 empty envelopes is just cruel." Lying beside them, Qing averted his gaze, silently pleading, "Surely, you cannot suspect your beloved son?" The monetary thief had committed his first successful heist. As time passed swiftly, Qing thrived and grew, until a transformative shift occurred in the 8th month. "My head itches, as if I am about to gain some intellect." It felt as though the long-accumulated experience points had finally broken through a barrier as Qing successfully advanced to the 3rd level of infant prowess. Not only did his intellect upgrade, but his vision and hearing were also further enhanced, and even his limbs grew stronger. After attempting a roll, he exerted his limbs with newfound vigor, and for the first time since his rebirth, Qing began to move independently. Chapter 3. The differences among infants. After the novelty of just a few days had worn off, Qing seemed to slip into a sage-like state, finding the act of crawling rather mundane. Nevertheless, to maintain his limb strength, he persevered with a daily routine of 2 hours of exercise at home with his father. Had there been a step counter on WeChat, there would be no doubt that Su's father's daily steps would exceed 10,000. Concerned that Qing might become so engrossed in crawling that he could inadvertently collide with table legs or walls, Su's father diligently monitored him, a task that proved both mentally and physically taxing. In contrast, Qing was free from such worries. Whenever he grew weary of crawling, he would seek out his mother for a comforting embrace, nestling in her arms to drink milk and drift off to sleep, allowing a simple day to pass. A couple of days later, observing Qing, who seemed to have an abundance of energy, Su's mother found herself momentarily lost in thought. Realizing he had grown a bit, and perhaps it was time to take him out for a stroll. As fate would have it, Su's father was finally relieved of his duties. It was now Su's mother's turn to take Qing out. The couple, ever spontaneous, promptly rummaged through the wardrobe for suitable attire. Qing's gaze fell upon a pink t-shirt adorned with an elephant and a pair of open-crotch pants. Indeed, open-crotch pants. Thus began a fierce battle. No matter how the adults coaxed and pleaded, Qing adamantly refused to don the pants, evading his father's large hands with agile movements across the bed. His actions clearly conveyed his strong resistance. He thought that wearing such an item would utterly tarnish the illustrious reputation he had as a reborn individual. The idea of being paraded in public was far too audacious for his conservative nature. Ultimately, in a moment of compromise, Su's father dressed Qing in a diaper to cover the essential areas, allowing him to reluctantly accept the open-crotch pants and cease his struggles. Off they went for a stroll. Once the mother and child departed, Su's father finally experienced a rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, he wondered if having children was truly a blessing, as the demands of parenting were exhausting, and the precious moments he could spend with his wife had dwindled to a mere whisper. Life was not easy, he sighed. Meanwhile, the mother and son downstairs were in stark contrast to his sentiments, especially Qing. This was, after all, his first conscious experience of the world since his rebirth. The radiant sunshine, lush greenery, and the chirping of cicadas and birds. While these stimuli were not entirely new to him, they evoked a sense of nostalgia. At that time, society had not yet glorified the idea of remaining unmarried and childless. Rather, early marriage and parenthood were the norm. Thus, as soon as Su's mother entered the park with Qing, they encountered numerous newlywed couples holding their children, or grandparents playing with their grandchildren. Although the economy had yet to soar, the faces of the people were brimming with vitality. Who could say what was superior or inferior? It was difficult to judge. Su's mother, being quite the conversationalist, quickly integrated into a circle of young mothers, discussing topics that ranged from parenting experiences to household matters and local vegetable prices. Meanwhile, Qing found himself drifting into a drowsy stupor. Rather than taking Qing out, it would be preferable to leave him at home to watch television. Recently, Su Qing has developed a new pastime. He diligently tunes into local news and the national news broadcast each day. To his astonishment, he has discovered a striking correlation between various policy events and the rise and fall of certain industries in the future. The trends of the times and opportunities for commerce seem to be concealed within the unadorned simplicity of the news. In his plans, he intends to persuade his father to start an internet CAF around the year 2000. Seizing the moment to watch the news alongside his parents could broaden their horizons and knowledge, potentially serving an unforeseen purpose in the future. However, it is evident that Su's parents do not share this perspective. They merely find it amusing to see little Su Qing so intently watching television. In their eyes, he is just a small child who cannot even speak. How could he possibly understand what the news anchor is saying? They simply assume he enjoys watching television. And as novice parents, they accompany Su Qing in watching the news, showing no concern for the potential strain on his eyes. Perhaps they have merely forgotten about that matter. Suddenly, an incomprehensible babbling noise jolts Su Qing from his reverie. Indifferent, he chooses to remain in his state of semi-slumber. A light slap lands on Su Qing's cheek, prompting a reaction that even an uncle could tolerate but an aunt could not. He opens his eyes in anger, only to find a bald infant staring at him with wide, gleaming eyes. Ga. The child babbles while gesticulating animatedly. Yet Su Qing does not comprehend the language of infants. The other party dismisses his attempt at conversation with a disdainful glance. Offended by Su Qing's apparent disdain, the little bald child seems to grow irate. She retaliates by spitting in his direction, yet it has no effect on him, remembering that she had just slapped him. Su Qing, with a desire for retribution, contemplates how to respond. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. He lifts one arm, struggling to raise his middle finger. Success! Beneath the midday sun, this little finger stands out peculiarly, embodying Su Qing's resolute spirit at that moment. Su's mother, initially curious about her son's actions, bursts into laughter. And even the beautiful lady holding the bald child cannot suppress a smile. Neither adult suspects that Su Qing is being intentional. After all, he is just a small child. How could he harbor any ill will? In truth, Su Qing is entirely deliberate, his lips curving into a mischievous grin. While they view it as a humorous accident, Su's mother quickly retracts his arm, deeming the gesture inappropriate. His little middle finger is forcibly pressed down, and he is compelled to reform it into a tiny fist. Finally, she gently pats Su Qing's bottom as a form of reprimand, admonishing him that such uncivilized gestures are not to be repeated. However, it was evident that Su Qing had not taken the matter to heart. He cast a provocative glance at the nearby little bald girl. Yet, she paid him no mind. Her small fists opened and closed, seemingly attempting to mimic Su Qing's gesture of raising his middle finger. Unfortunately, there exists a disparity even among infants. No matter how hard she tried, she could not manage to raise her middle finger independently. Each attempt resulted in her index or other fingers inadvertently rising alongside it. Ha ha ha. Su Qing let out a wild laugh, prompting the frustrated little bald girl to retreat into her mother's embrace, suddenly bursting into tears. Having experienced such an absurd situation, both the adults and the children had made a preliminary acquaintance. Naturally, the two parents began to introduce their children to one another. Su Qing, who was eavesdropping openly, learned that the little bald girl was, in fact, named Shui Miao Miao, a rather pleasant name. However, each character of her name was quite intricate, and he hoped she wouldn't end up crying in kindergarten simply because she couldn't write it. Shui Miao Miao eventually ceased her crying but still refused to acknowledge Su Qing. She remained nestled in her mother's arms, fiddling with her fingers, perhaps feeling a sense of inferiority for her inability to raise her middle finger. Su's mother suspected that Shui Miao Miao might be somewhat introverted and, wishing for Su Qing to attempt making friends, gently patted his back. When Su Qing turned back, bewildered, she pointed toward Shui Miao Miao with her slender fingers and leaned in to whisper beside him, "Look at that lady. Her gold bracelet is so dazzling." Su Qing was puzzled as to why his mother had diverted the topic to Shui Miao Miao's mother. The next remark left him speechless. Shui Miao Miao's mother is so beautiful. She will surely be stunning as well. If we arrange a betrothal now, your mother and I can live a life of luxury in the future. All right. All right. As long as the child is too young to comprehend, one can spout nonsense earnestly in his ear, right? For a moment, Su Qing was nearly exasperated enough to speak. If it weren't for his rebirth, he would have been utterly unaware of how capricious his young mother's thoughts could be. Despite his great reluctance, how could Su Qing's small frame defy his mother's authority? He had no choice but to crawl slowly along the bench until he reached Shui Miao Miao's side, where he plopped down. The little bald girl remained silent, solely engrossed in fiddling with her fingers, lost in her own little world. Though he mocked her clumsiness in his heart, Qing resolved to lend her a hand. Skillfully, he extended his thumb and index finger to grasp Shui Miao Miao's tiny middle finger, gently attempting to pry it open. Surprisingly, aiding her in raising her middle finger proved to be more challenging than anticipated. Countless attempts ended in failure. Either Shui Miao Miao was too preoccupied and unintentionally raised her other fingers, or just as success seemed within reach, she would retract her finger. Fortunately, Qing had cultivated patience and made considerable progress over the past few months. In the face of such mundane and seemingly meaningless occurrences, one can still maintain a sense of composure. It must be said that the period of lethargy has indeed served as a crucible for his character. Seemingly growing impatient, Shui Miao Miao began to abandon her efforts, but for Qing, it was a relief that she finally ceased to complicate matters. After resolutely adopting a mindset of relinquishing her intellect, relying solely on Qing's assistance, she promptly succeeded in her next endeavor. Oh my! Shui Miao Miao, like a pilgrim, raised her little hand with a proudly extended middle finger, her mouth agape in sheer disbelief at the turn of events. Meanwhile, Qing, embodying the role of a dependable older brother, gently patted her bald little head in encouragement, tears of excitement glistening in his eyes, as if to say, "My silly sister has finally accomplished something." Immersed in his own reverie, Qing was utterly unprepared for the next moment when the little girl joyfully brandished her middle finger towards him, nearly thrusting it into his face. It was as if she were playfully invading his personal space. Hey, are you repaying kindness with malice? The two parents exchanged astonished glances, witnessing this bizarre scene unfold. Was it truly appropriate? They shared a knowing look and stifled their laughter behind their hands. In this peculiar turn of events, Qing and Shui Miao Miao oddly became friends, with the raised middle finger serving as an unusual bridge of camaraderie between them. The two parents exchanged contact information, agreeing to arrange future playdates for their children. It was my first time witnessing our Miao Miao grow so close to a peer. It seemed Shui Miao Miao had acclimated to the park's environment, bravely distancing herself from her mother's embrace to climb over to Qing. In an unexpected turn, she playfully bit his cheek and began to suck on it, leaving Qing's face drenched in saliva. "What on earth are you doing? Do you think my face is something to chew on? It's going to turn red." He cast a pitiable glance at Su's mother, who, amused by the spectacle, finally intervened to separate the two playful children. The moment her little mouth left Qing's cheek, it made a comical popping sound, reminiscent of a cork being pulled from a bottle, a testament to her formidable suction. As their lighthearted chatter came to an end, Qing's mother glanced at her watch, indicating that they would be leaving shortly. Su's mother expressed her understanding and began to prepare to take Qing home. Unfortunately, Shui Miao Miao and her mother were merely visiting relatives in the area and did not reside nearby, making future encounters unlikely. With a sigh, Qing's small frame, accompanied by this gesture, appeared somewhat comical. It seemed his brief experience of friendship would soon come to an end. "Oh, no. Shui Miao Miao, cradled in her mother's arms, extended her own towards Qing, clearly reluctant to part ways, despite having known him for only a few hours. From a distance, Qing smiled and waved goodbye, but Shui Miao Miao, puzzled by his gesture, looked at him with her large, watery eyes, as if she might shed tears at any moment. Glancing at her delicate little hands, she playfully returned his farewell with a middle finger, laughing heartily. Qing's resolve hardened. "Woman, you have successfully captured my attention." Qing firmly etched the name Shui Miao Miao in his memory, vowing that if fate were to grant them another encounter in this lifetime, he would undoubtedly deliver a resounding slap to her. Chapter 4. The Wealthy Matron. Initially, I believed that after this parting, the chance to meet again would be far off, perhaps in the distant future. However, to my surprise, merely 7 days later, the matron extended an invitation for Qing to visit her home. Su's parents had no objections. One sought a respite from parenting, while the other wished for Qing to mingle with children his age. Thus, the following day, Su's mother, having adorned herself for the occasion, accompanied Qing to the matron's residence. One cannot underestimate the observational prowess of a housewife. The matron indeed exuded affluence, and describing her as wealthy seemed entirely appropriate. Residing in the penthouse of a central urban high-rise, her duplex home epitomized luxury. Upon encountering Su's mother, who appeared somewhat astonished, the matron maintained a composed demeanor as she ushered her inside. Upon entering the living room, they found a beautifully arranged coffee table adorned with freshly washed fruits, prepared for their reception. "Oh dear, I've been quite busy lately, and I've had to rely on a hired nanny to care for Meow Meow. I was concerned about her feeling lonely, which is why I hastily invited you. I hope it hasn't interfered with your plans," the matron articulated with utmost politeness and decorum, gesturing for Sue's mother to enjoy the fruits. Both mother and son harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding what Meow Meow's father had been up to during this time. Yet, out of respect for privacy, they refrained from probing further. As Su Qing gazed at the strawberries, watermelon, and grapes, he swallowed hard. Having subsisted solely on milk and baby food, his palate craved variety. Perhaps we should let little Su Qing sample some fruit. An 8-month-old baby can indeed handle soft fruits, the matron suggested. "Is that so? At home, aside from nursing, I've only been feeding him porridge and similar fare," Sue's mother replied. In the ensuing conversation, Sue's mother lamented that Su Qing was growing too quickly, causing her arms to ache from carrying him. In line with the discussion, the matron expressed a desire to hold Su Qing, to which his mother readily acquiesced. Feeling the unfamiliar embrace and the novel scent enveloping him, Su Qing did not experience fear. Instead, as he savored the delightful warmth radiating from her, he broke into a blissful smile. Could this be one of the perks of rebirth? Simultaneously, a fresh strawberry was brought to his lips, a veritable divine indulgence. Instinctively, Su Qing opened his mouth to accept the tip of the strawberry, exerting all his strength to pierce its defenses and finally swallow the succulent flesh. While fruit puree would typically be more appropriate, this method served to enhance the baby's chewing skills. As the matron continued to feed him while imparting childcare tips, Sue's mother silently took notes, feeling rather inexperienced in the presence of such expertise. In this contest of maternal prowess, she found herself overwhelmed and at a loss. Boys certainly grow faster than girls. If Meow Meow were as hefty, I fear I would soon struggle to carry her, the matron observed with a chuckle. Actually, we had hoped for a little girl ourselves, she added wistfully. In the midst of their conversation, the matron playfully leaned in, planting kisses and gently pinching Su Qing's cheeks, leaving him feeling a bit bashful. "Oh dear, that's quite enough. Just a hug will suffice. Please refrain from such indulgences." Perhaps she was genuinely infatuated with Su Qing, for after gazing into his sparkling eyes for an extended moment, she finally spoke. "How about I become Su Qing's godmother, and you could be the god?" Wow. Well. Just as if the heavens themselves were conspiring to intervene, her words were abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of cries emanating from the partially opened door nearby. Thus, the matter was set aside, and Su Qing nearly gained an additional godsister. Reluctantly, the lady returned Su Qing to his mother's embrace, and the trio made their way toward the room designated solely for the infant. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted them was an array of toys and a luxuriously soft carpet laid out without a single corner neglected. The lady explained, "Initially, we purchased numerous toys without knowing whether the child would be a boy or a girl, so Su Qing can take some to play with when he leaves. This carpet had been laid temporarily after Meow Meow learned to crawl, thus creating a slight incongruity in the decor." On the surface, Sue's mother nodded in acknowledgement, but internally, she was astounded. Such meticulous care in raising a child surely cost enough to support 3 or 4 Su Qings. Such is the life of the affluent. Wah. Mama. Upon hearing Shui Meow Meow call for her mother, the lady's face lit up with joy as she hurried over to check Meow Meow's diaper. Indeed, it was time for a change, and she commenced the task in front of everyone. It had become part of her daily routine, and after some habituation, it no longer seemed particularly repulsive. Su Qing, ever the gentleman, turned away to avoid witnessing the scene, knowing when to act like a child and when to exhibit decorum. His heart held its own balance. "Your Meow Meow can already speak. How clever," the lady remarked. "Ah?" The lady paused her actions, glancing back at Sue's mother with a look of confusion. "Has your Su Qing never called out for his mommy or daddy?" Typically, by 4 to 6 months, infants begin to make sounds unconsciously, and by 7 to 12 months, they start to mimic adult speech, clearly articulating sounds like mum or baba. If this is the case, I would strongly recommend an early visit to the hospital for a checkup, just to rule out any issues. Early detection is key to treatment. The lady seemed like a walking encyclopedia of child rearing, her insights flowing effortlessly, to the point that Sue's mother began to question whether there was something amiss with Su Qing. Even Su Qing appeared momentarily dazed, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Oh no, how could she possibly know when he should speak and when he should remain silent? Truthfully, without a template as a reference, Su Qing's infancy had been a series of stumbles and hiccups. Mommy with no alternative. Su Qing could only learn on the spot, simultaneously resolving that in similar situations in the future, It would be best to act swiftly. Being labeled as slow-witted would be too embarrassing. If the circumstances were reversed, a single word, genius, could explain everything. And he would surely bask in the spotlight. What could be more delightful than making his parents proud? Ah. It appears that our conversation has ignited Su Qing's interest in learning to speak. The lady clapped her hands with evident delight, pointing to her own face, and said, "Little Su Qing, I am your aunt. Call me Andy." Annie, how could one phrase make a woman's heart bloom with joy? Su Qing accomplished this effortlessly. She was so unconcerned about changing Shui Miao Miao's new diaper that she casually pulled 100 yuan from her pocket and stuffed it into Su Qing's arms. "Annie, hasn't he prepared any gifts? But shall we give money to your mother to buy toys?" Annie, from that moment on, every time Su Qing called out Annie, the lady would place another 100 yuan into his embrace. He had never felt that earning money could be so simple. Who could resist such a generous and charming aunt? Su's mother, holding him, felt her lips twitch in irritation, pinching Su Qing's little bottom to halt his incessant calls. The next step was to snatch the substantial amount of money from him and return it to the lady. Internally, she thought what a simpleton he was. Clearly only having called her mom once. It was evident she was feeling envious. The lady still left 100 yuan for Su Qing, repeatedly insisting that he need not repay or offer any gift in return. Su Qing's potential crisis of intellect quietly dissolved. Shui Miao Miao finally ceased her crying, her innocent eyes fixed on Su Qing, leaving him to ponder her thoughts. Oh, could Miao Miao still remember Su Qing? That would be splendid. The lady assisted Shui Miao Miao in sitting up from the crib, allowing Su's mother to place Su Qing at the opposite end. "Look, Miao Miao, this is your good friend you met in the park a couple of days ago." Su Qing, perplexed, wondered what the little girl was staring at him for. Could it be that her 3-second memory could genuinely recall him? It was only when Shui Miao Miao raised her arm to display a skillfully extended middle finger that Su Qing realized she must indeed remember him. She giggled with delight, appearing quite pleased. Although she did not fully grasp the meaning of the gesture, Su Qing's flustered expression was truly amusing. "Miao Miao, we've already discussed not making that gesture." Seeing Shui Miao Miao receive just punishment from the lady as she was pinned down in the crib brought Su Qing a sense of psychological balance. "You two must get along well. Absolutely no fighting. Miao Miao, please share your toys with Su Qing and play together." After uttering these words, the lady and Su's mother left the nursery with peace of mind and returned to the living room to chat. With the adults gone, Su Qing decided to drop the act, plopping down on the bed and crossing his legs. He stared vacantly at the mobile above the crib, where a spinning bell toy hung. A child's strongest instinct is to mimic those around them, which is why the saying that family is a child's best teacher holds much truth. Last time, Shui Miao Miao had picked up a bad habit from Su Qing, which troubled the lady. This time was no different. She wanted to learn how to cross her legs like Su Qing. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, her short left leg could not reach her right. Due to the last bout of ingratitude, Su Qing was too lazy to bother with the silly little girl any longer. Coincidentally, after a restless night, I found myself somewhat lethargic this morning and promptly decided to indulge in a brief afternoon slumber on Shui Miao Miao's bed. Upon seeing her playmate drifting into sleep, Shui Miao Miao's face puffed up in indignation, akin to a pufferfish. She gently shook his body, attempting to rouse the peacefully slumbering Su Qing, yet he remained unmoved. Realizing her efforts were in vain, the petite Shui Miao Miao appeared quite distressed, sitting cross-legged beside Su Qing, deep in contemplation. As her little mind worked fervently, an idea, potentially effective, finally emerged. Caught in a dream, Su Qing suddenly felt as if he were submerged in an endless deep sea, ensnared by an enormous octopus. The tender skin of his face felt as though it had been vacuumed by a powerful suction, rendering him momentarily helpless, and sleepiness was swiftly replaced by alarm. Startled awake, he sat up abruptly, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his back and forehead. At that very moment, the perpetrator of this egregious act, Shui Miao Miao, had already hastily fled the scene. Running his fingers across his numb little face and noticing the pool of saliva on his hand, Su Qing was genuinely enraged. While others were still learning to speak, Su Qing had long surpassed them, and even his outburst would go uncomprehended. Shui Miao Miao, innocently nibbling on her fingers, appeared utterly harmless, bearing no semblance of someone who had just committed a misdeed and was now evading responsibility. She is just a child. How could she harbor any ill intentions? Little did he know, the boomerang set in motion in the earlier chapters had swiftly struck Su Qing in the 4th chapter, leaving one to ponder if he regretted his initial naivete. Since I am already awake, I might as well play with her. Sigh. Indeed. Shui Miao Miao's previous life had been rather monotonous. When her mother was away, she was left with only toys and an unfamiliar aunt for company, a situation she did not cherish. Today, however, the prospect of playing with her dear friend Su Qing had stirred her excitement, rendering her unable to take a nap. She eagerly presented an airplane-shaped plush toy to Su Qing, her absolute favorite. There was no doubt that such an act represented the highest form of friendship for a child so innocent. Reflecting on this, Su Qing felt a surge of happiness within him. He had often envied the intimate bonds depicted in novels between childhood friends and sweethearts. In adulthood, even the closest colleagues seldom share every thought, and if given the chance, Su Qing yearned for a lifelong friend with whom to share his youth. Alas, these were merely thoughts. Unexpected events such as moving or schooling could easily shatter the fragile friendships of children. Such connections cannot be forced. Let everything unfold naturally, he thought, instinctively reaching out to ruffle Shui Miao Miao's smooth little head, relishing the delightful texture beneath his fingers. As a seasoned player of both the mobile game Naruto and Hearthstone, Su Qing possesses a peculiar obsession with head pats. It seems that a mere touch upon his head can elevate his spirits. Emotional life task: make friends. Triggering novice task: in your past life, you were alone in a bustling metropolis, akin to a small vessel navigating the vast ocean, yearning for a companion with whom you could freely express your thoughts. Childhood sweethearts must be nurtured from infancy. You are to befriend 2 peers before entering elementary school. Task progress: 1-2. Task reward: the list of the top 4 teams from the 2002 World Cup, beginner's cursive, elementary level. Could it be that the system is compelling him to engage in lottery activities? Su Qing steadfastly believes that gambling leads to familial disintegration and personal ruin, and he desires no association with such matters. As for Huang, let us instead discuss gambling and vice. The host need not worry. The official lottery for the 2002 World Cup includes a top 4 betting project, and all actions are lawful and legitimate. This system firmly adheres to the principles of prosperity, democracy, integrity, and kindness, resolutely discouraging the host from participating in any gray or illicit industries. It is evident that the system possesses a strong survival instinct, considering that the specter of censorship looms over every novelist like the sword of Damocles. A slight misstep could result in the demise of both the narrative and its creator. Speaking of which, this is the first time Su Qing has witnessed the system issuing a task since its activation. Could this little bald entity truly be his lucky star? On account of the system's involvement, Su Qing's enthusiasm for playing with Shui Miao Miao increased. What began as a mundane manipulation of plush toys gradually transformed into a vigorous toy-throwing battle, with even pillows being wielded as weapons, leading to a dismal conclusion as they tumbled out of the crib and onto the floor. After tiring of the toys, the two seemed to share an unspoken connection, simultaneously beginning to roll around in the crib. To be honest, it was quite enjoyable. After several rounds of rolling, the two, already low on energy, collided and came to a halt, opting instead to lie back-to-back and drift off to sleep. When the sun began to set, the parents returned to the nursery. Upon hearing no sound from within, they surmised the situation. Indeed, they had fallen asleep, with Miao Miao still smiling in her slumber, indicating they had a delightful time. Our Su Qing as well, haha. It appears children should indeed spend more time with their peers. When Su Qing next opened his eyes, the scene had transformed into the all-too-familiar bedroom, slightly disheveled, and he was no longer lying in a luxurious crib. My dear, I too wish to be your son. Just as Su Qing was indulging in nostalgia, a large face filled with anticipation suddenly appeared before him. Son, call me. I am your father. It turned out that Su's father had learned that his son had finally spoken and called for his mother, and he had excitedly waited beside the sleeping Su Qing for several hours, hoping that upon waking, Su Qing would call out for him. Sometimes, Su Qing truly felt at a loss. Who understands the burden of having to comfort one's father immediately upon waking? Family, indeed. Father, let him enjoy himself. Otherwise, he will persist in his entanglements for an indeterminate duration. At such a tender age, Su Qing bears burdens that one of his years ought not to endure. I shall silently mourn for him for 2 seconds. Chapter 5. Farewell. At the tender age of 1, Su Qing stumbled about, playfully accompanied by his little shadow, Shui Miao Miao. By the time he reached 18 months, he had already mastered the art of conversing with adults, effortlessly employing complex sentences and reciting tongue twisters with remarkable finesse. One day, in the midst of a spirited exchange, Su's father found himself bested by Su Qing. Though he was loath to admit it, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In an effort to uphold the grandiose image of a father, which, in truth, was non-existent, he unearthed a dusty volume of 300 Tang poems. Hoping to quell Su Qing's increasingly audacious demeanor with the wisdom of the ancients. Do you think that merely watching the news can diminish your father's prowess? Now, I shall test you. If you can decipher the meaning of what I am about to say, I shall call you father. This audacious proclamation was driven by Su's father's unwavering confidence. Even if Su Qing possesses the genius of Newton and the intellect of Gauss, he cannot grasp knowledge beyond his comprehension. Indeed, this must be the case. I am all in. This is a display of wisdom. This was a classic example of an error rooted in empiricism, a folly not to be emulated. Seated cross-legged in front of the television, Su Qing cast a bemused glance at his father, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle. What absurdity was his irreverent father up to now? Observing the 300 Tang poems in his father's hands, coupled with the self-satisfied grin that suggested he had Su Qing cornered, Su Qing could surmise his father's childish intentions. Does old Deng believe he is clever today? It appears that I, as the divine infant, must once again educate my arrogant father. Alas, old Deng, to challenge a deity is sheer folly. Humph. What? The genius youth dares not proceed. Is he afraid? Su's father continued to provoke him, blissfully ignorant of the grave error he was committing first and foremost, the sin of arrogance. Yet, he lost track of his thoughts. His mind scattered. In any case, let us place a pin in this discussion. This segment is not to be shared in forums for experience points. I fear the hierarchy may be disrupted, especially with the new year approaching. If I were to win, who would give whom a red envelope? Su's father conceded defeat in the realm of banter, utterly perplexed by the source of his son's peculiar knowledge. Could it be that there truly exists an elderly sage in novels, imparting wisdom to Su Qing in his dreams? He dismissed the notion that Su Qing might be a reincarnation. Chuckling to himself, I must have read too many novels. Thus, Su's father ruled out the only plausible explanation. After 2 years of Su Qing's careful groundwork, acquaintances merely regarded him as a naturally precocious talent. This perception was further reinforced by the countless interviews with child prodigies broadcasted on television, which served as a shield for Su Qing, the Reborn. Around the turn of the millennium, a fervor for prodigy swept through society. Numerous youth classes emerged, with elementary school students occasionally skipping grades to enter university. Consequently, a curious phenomenon arose. Su Qing's modest talents failed to attract any attention. It was, to put it mildly, rather absurd. I have a question. I am all ears. For reasons unbeknownst to me, Su Qing's words resonated with a powerful clarity, effectively overshadowing Su's father's imposing presence. Ahem, this poem is titled Accumulated Rain. Accumulated Rain Car, composed at the river village after accumulated rain. Authored by Wang Wei. As I typed out the question mark, it was not my intellect that faltered, but rather my conviction that something was amiss with you. Approaching Su's father, I seized the book from his grasp and pointed to the character Wang, urging him to read it once more. The more he spoke, the less assurance he exuded. Was it not said that when encountering unfamiliar characters, reading half of them would never lead one astray? This character is pronounced Wang, and the general essence of the verse conveys the desolation of sparse trees following consecutive days of rain. Su Qing, akin to a seasoned language instructor, managed to elucidate the poetic meaning with remarkable precision, despite lacking any prior preparation. The more Su's father listened, the more awkward his demeanor became, rendering the atmosphere palpably tense. As the most erudite member of the family and the first, as well as the only, university student of the Su lineage, Comrade Su Bashan found himself effortlessly silenced by Su Qing's assertions. Upon returning home, Su's mother gazed at Su's father, who appeared drained and bewildered, and wondered what transpired to so profoundly affect him. Drawing closer, she could discern his murmurs. Had it been during his school days, he would have undoubtedly answered correctly. Undoubtedly. I am a university student, indeed, a university student. This sentiment revealed Su's father's pride in his academic accomplishments. Su's mother chose not to intervene, relying on her past experiences, knowing that soon enough, Su's father would regain his composure. She knew him all too well. Sure enough, only a few minutes later, Su's father successfully employed the spirit of AQ's victorious mentality to buoy his spirits. In essence, he had managed to convince himself of his own prowess. I am Su Qing's father. The brilliance of my son is a testament to my esteemed lineage, thus my son's excellence equates to my own. Elated, he bounced about, rushing to the kitchen to embrace his wife while proclaiming the undeniable genius of their son. Our son is as prodigious as the child prodigies we see on television. Ah, indeed, indeed. Which university should our son apply to? Tsinghua or Peking University, perhaps. Ah, indeed, indeed. Oblivious to the disdain and indifference woven into Su's mother's words, he retreated to the bedroom, preparing to seek Su Qing's counsel. Son, Comrade Su Baoshan, have you forgotten your promise? Prompted by Su Qing's reminder. Su's father recalled his earlier boastful declaration. Alas, it was too late for regrets now. His expression soured. Had he the ability to traverse back to half an hour prior? He would have given himself a resounding slap. Why had he succumbed to a moment of verbal bravado, leading him to this uncomfortable predicament? However, circumstances dictated that he could not deceive his son nor deny his missteps. Doing so would impart a detrimental influence on his son's education. This truly vexed Su's father. Recalling his son's peculiar fixation on wealth, Su's father endeavored to entice Su Qing with soft currency. During the new year, the red envelope was increased by 200. Only 200? I recall, father, that you had concealed a stash behind the wedding photo. Woo-woo. Before he could finish his thought, Su's father activated the once-in-a-lifetime teleportation of the Su family, swiftly appearing beside Su Qing and firmly covering his small, unguarded mouth. 250? It cannot possibly be more. Su Qing suspected that his father was reprimanding him, yet he possessed no proof. Realizing that he had thoroughly drained his father's modest savings, the kind-hearted Su Qing relented and replied, "Deal." Much like the heroine in a film from the neon-soaked land. Su's father, caught in a bind, could only endure and concede to various demands from Su Qing, ultimately spiraling deeper into the abyss of coinage. No, please. Not this. Su's father knelt on the ground, his hands clasped over his eyes, unwilling to accept such a harsh reality. Farewell. I shall certainly visit you when the opportunity arises. The winter in Qing is particularly frigid, despite Su Qing being bundled up like a dumpling. The exposed skin of his face was still reddened by the biting wind. Perhaps colder than the weather was the sorrow of parting at that moment. In the year Su Qing turned 2.5, Xue Miao suddenly announced she would be moving to the directly governed city of Tianjin, purportedly for her mother's expanding business, which promised better prospects there. That same year, Su Qing and Xue Miao forged a deep bond. And he had certainly reaped considerable benefits from her system as well. He acquired extraordinary abilities like bullet time, albeit at the cost of significant mental exertion when used over extended periods. The thought of such a task-oriented companion vanishing was truly disheartening for Su Qing. I don't want it, goodbye. At that moment, Xue Miao spoke with a slight stammer, rushing over to embrace Su Qing and refusing to let go. Their mothers comforted the two children, assuring them that the two cities were quite close, and they would surely meet often. Although the parents spoke no falsehood, Su Qing understood that, despite the proximity on a map, the actual distance spanned approximately 150 kilometers. Furthermore, with transportation not being well developed at that time and the absence of the internet for video chats, it would indeed be challenging to see one another. It was then that Su Qing began to appreciate the convenience of the internet. It undeniably bridged distances, drawing people closer together. In the realm of children, farewells were the norm. Often, a seemingly mundane goodbye could herald a permanent separation, and Su Qing was uncertain when he might next encounter Xue Miao after this farewell. Yet, for Su Qing, goodbye was a promise. He hoped that when they met again, Xue Miao would still remember him. Chapter 6, Venturing into the Unknown in 1999. 2 years later, Su Qing advanced to the middle class of kindergarten. It was also in this year that, after much contemplation, Su's parents resolved to take a bold gamble, resigning from their jobs to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. What? I am to transfer schools. And our entire family is moving to Tianjin? Su Qing exclaimed. Indeed, had they not been discussing the establishment of an internet CAF for the past year? Su's father appeared quite excited, pausing to sip some water while he recounted the plan to Su Qing. This gesture piqued Su Qing's interest, as this matter directly pertained to the family's prosperity. It is no exaggeration to say that if the internet CAF were to be successfully launched at this juncture, Su Qing would have no worries regarding sustenance. With the assistance of his future foresight, living a carefree life as a wealthy heir would be effortlessly achievable. However, indulging in such fantasies was merely wishful thinking. It was imperative to first grasp the practical realities presented by his father. I heard from a director at the Tianjin Cultural Bureau that if one is determined to enter this industry, the time to act is now. Next year. To open an internet CAF, one will require an internet CAF license. Additionally, moving to Tianjin is advantageous due to your mother's strong network there, which can provide substantial support for our venture. The notion of entrepreneurship had long been on Su's father's mind, but it had faltered in the past due to various reasons. In this life, with Su Qing's encouragement, he had resolved to pursue this dream 2 years earlier than planned. In this brief span of 2 years, much could change. Ahem. Primarily, The educational resources there are superior, which will benefit your future, Sue's mother remarked. She held a rather indifferent view towards material wealth. Otherwise, she would not have been charmed into moving to Qing by Sue's father. Her greatest aspiration now was to nurture Su Qing into a promising individual, which is why she consented to return to Tianjin. Could it be that my mother is actually the daughter of a distinguished family? Thus concluded the impromptu family meeting, ending with a symbolic inquiry into Su Qing's opinions. He offered a few points of caution. I heard that internet CAFs can be quite chaotic. Could incidents of vandalism or theft occur? Sue's father reassured him. Fear not, we have connections at the police station. Well, what about the computers? What kind of configuration are we planning to set up? Sue's father replied. We have contacts at Tianjin Port who can procure some inexpensive foreign computers for us to use initially. After this exchange, Su Qing was left speechless. Indeed. The northern regions operated on a network of human connections. Without them, entrepreneurship would be an uphill battle. Yet conversely, many issues would become inconsequential with the right connections. When it came time to vote, Su Qing naturally supported the entrepreneurial endeavor wholeheartedly, firmly endorsing the Su family's principle of male-led external affairs and female-led domestic affairs. Moreover, relocating to Tianjin held a special significance for him. After a year apart, he deeply missed Xuemiao. Being in the same city and district would make meeting her a much simpler affair. What he initially thought would be a swift transition ended up with the moving arrangements scheduled for the latter half of the year. With Mr. Su embarking alone on a journey to Tianjin, he diligently undertook the myriad tasks of locating a suitable storefront, overseeing renovations, installing computers, and initiating trial operations. Meanwhile, Su Qing and his mother opted to remain in Hebei province until winter, when they would seamlessly transition to their newly adorned residence, allowing it to breathe freely. However, when Su Qing returned to the kindergarten playground the following morning, his spirit was notably diminished. Initially, upon entering kindergarten, he had eagerly forged superficial friendships with peers during restroom visits, hoping to leverage these connections for system task rewards. Alas, the stringent criteria for determining friendship within the system proved insurmountable, resulting in repeated failures. Consequently, Su Qing momentarily extinguished his aspirations for cunning advantage and resolved to patiently await a more suitable companion. As he endeavored to shed his adult perspective and immerse himself in the world of these young children, he was astonished to discover that one should not underestimate this group of little rascals. The ancient adage that human nature is inherently good was fundamentally misguided. These mischievous youngsters exhibited a repertoire of vices, including brawling, deceit, and factionalism. On one occasion, Su Qing observed a cluster of these juvenile beings encircling an ant. Utterly perplexed by their fascination, what could possibly be captivating about this? It was only when a kind-hearted girl, her cheeks flushed, elucidated the situation that he grasped the underlying intrigue. The steps were as follows. First, discarded remnants of snacks were strewn upon the ground, awaiting the passing ants to relay the news back to their colony. Second, just as the army of ants was poised to arrive, the food would be swiftly retrieved. Third, one merely needed to watch as the ants scurried about in confusion, searching for the vanished morsels. Ultimately, one would witness the once mighty ants, now bereft of their authority, facing isolation and exclusion from their colony. Su Qing was utterly astonished, left momentarily speechless by the antics of these children. To describe them as inherently malevolent would be an understatement. It would be more fitting to liken them to youthful tyrants. In light of their antics, Su Qing found himself increasingly nostalgic for his cherished memory of Xuemiao. Chapter 7. The judge of kindergarten in the second class of the senior group at Binhai Kindergarten. Su Qing, a new transfer student, stood on the podium to introduce himself. Hello everyone, my name is Su Qing, and I hope to spend this final year of kindergarten joyfully with all of you. His introduction sounded exceedingly ordinary. He had not prepared with any seriousness, for no one in the audience was paying attention. A mere stranger could hardly alleviate their sorrow of being separated from their parents. The classroom was filled with a cacophony of wails and cries, and Su Qing struggled to maintain his smile. It felt as if he had just emerged from hell only to find himself in a den of demons. After the homeroom teacher, who had escorted him into the classroom, assigned him a seat, she hurried off to comfort the students, paying little attention to him. Mom, you don't want me anymore. I don't want to go to kindergarten. Wah. Xiaoming, weren't you a good child? If you stop crying, the teacher will reward you with a little red flower. Okay? All right. Unfortunately, such attempts seemed futile, as the child who had just been comforted was soon back to wiping his eyes and shedding tears. Observing the beautiful teacher, Ms. Zhang, donning an expression of utter despair, Qing couldn't help but chuckle. How little can one earn in a month to toil so hard? His whispered sarcasm pierced through the crowd, striking deep into Ms. Zhang's fragile heart. Seated at her desk, she momentarily stared blankly before gradually regaining her composure, as if she had undergone a transformation in mere seconds. Qing felt as though he had witnessed the birth of a weary worker's spirit. He mourned the loss of yet another selfless and dedicated kindergarten teacher from this world. And man, with approximately half an hour remaining before class, Qing gazed in exasperation at the creaking ceiling fan, its noise echoing through the room. In his mind's eye, he envisioned it, overwhelmed by the relentless exploitation of humanity, breaking free from its chains and descending upon the chattering children below, painting the classroom in a horrific scene of ketchup splatter. If only such a thing would happen, perhaps we could have a break. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the bizarre thoughts that had begun to surface. Feeling increasingly deranged from his prolonged stay in kindergarten, as the first lesson approached, the children finally ceased their irritating cries. It seemed they had adapted to the kindergarten environment, regaining their composure. Unfortunately, Qing's nightmare was far from over. The cries had been replaced by a clamor of chatter, which, to him, was no improvement at all. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his sleeve and turned to see a girl with a bob haircut calling out to him. Hello, my name is Pei Sinung. I am pleased to be your deskmate. Hello, I am Qing. He flashed his signature smile, a tactic that had always garnered warmer responses from girls in his previous kindergarten, a lesson learned through experience. Do not underestimate young children. Their sensitivity to physical appearance often surpasses that of many adults, and they typically express it without reservation. Consequently, individuals with striking looks are more appealing to them, and they are inclined to gravitate towards those who possess such attributes. However, in this instance, it seems that this allure has faltered. The young girl named Pei Sinung has retreated even further in fear. Could it be that his smile is terrifying? That seems improbable. It should have been a surefire approach. Qing found himself engulfed in self-doubt, never anticipating that as a charming figure in kindergarten, he too could experience such a misstep. Lost in contemplation, he was oblivious to the numerous gazes observing the unfolding situation. Look, they are conversing. One voice exclaimed. Haha, even black coal has made a friend. Another chimed in. A boy is sitting with a girl. Do you think he might be effeminate? As the cacophony of chatter grew louder, Qing finally snapped back to reality, realizing he had become the subject of their discussion. His father had once proclaimed, boys should play with boys. Spending all day with girls will diminish their masculine vigor. Over time, they too will become like girls, fussy and sentimental. Qing found such notions utterly ridiculous. Why should friendships be dictated by gender? He hoped that when he reached his 20s or 30s without a girlfriend, his father would not regret having uttered such statements. Moreover, the prospect of remaining single paled in comparison to the potential embarrassment of bringing home a boyfriend. Haha, Qing refrained from commenting, as people's preferences are inherently their own. But we must not hastily render judgments. Surrounded by children, the chubby little leader of the group suddenly stood up, slamming his hands on the table to halt their baseless speculation. His choice of words was rather flamboyant, piquing Qing's interest in what he might articulate next. The seating arrangement was decided by Teacher Zhang, not chosen by him. I believe he deserves a chance. The other children gazed at him with admiration, clearly impressed by his fairness in addressing their concerns. Will you choose to continue sitting with black coal or join our axe gang? The little leader's brilliance shone through. Qing soon realized he had overestimated this group of children. They were no different from his previous classmates in kindergarten. The brash chubby boy approached Qing's table, startling Pei Sinung, who lowered her head in fear, unable to meet their gaze. The chubby boy appeared quite pleased with her fearful reaction, his smile growing increasingly audacious. Hey, what is your name? Want to join our axe gang? We'll protect you. Exactly. What is so great about hanging out with black coal? Come join us. As the derogatory term black coal was uttered, Pei Sinung's shoulders quivered slightly. Qing, sitting close to her, could distinctly hear her soft sobs, seemingly brought to tears by the cruel words. Is this school bullying? Somewhat incredulous. It was hard to believe that children of such tender age could commit such malicious acts. Although Qing had long dispelled the notion that children are inherently good, this incident transcended the limits of his understanding. While this group of children might not comprehend the harm that nicknames can inflict on others, does ignorance absolve them of guilt? They ought to face consequences. Emotional life task. Bullying initiates beginner task. Once, while attending school, you happened upon a scene of bullying, and as a powerless bystander, you could only remain silent. However, now as a reincarnated being endowed with extraordinary abilities. It is only natural for you to step forward and prevent such occurrences from unfolding before your eyes. Task progress. 0-1 task reward. Basic combat skills, basic badminton. Passive skill, battle frenzy. Battle frenzy. The more you fight, the stronger you become, granting you the ability to withstand a single lethal blow. In truth, even if the system had not issued a task, Qing would not have turned a blind eye to this matter. Rising to his feet, he circumnavigated Pei Xining's chair and positioned himself firmly before the quartet huddled together. Ha ha, I told you boys should. Smack just as he uttered those words. Qing delivered a resounding slap. This time, he exerted all his strength without holding back, leaving a distinct handprint on the pudgy boy's face, which flushed instantly. The sharp sound of the slap naturally drew the attention of the entire class, with everyone, whether involved or not, eagerly watching the unfolding drama. The pudgy boy, still in disbelief, found himself unaccustomed to encountering someone who dared to resist, momentarily rendered speechless. The next second, he sank to the ground, overwhelmed, and began to wail uncontrollably, abandoning all semblance of dignity. Chapter 8. The Clash. What thrills! Wow, how dare you strike me! You all avenge me! The chubby boy, cradling his face and weeping on the ground, pointed accusingly at Qing, urging his 3 sycophants to retaliate on his behalf. He was determined to make Qing pay. Some students had already dashed out of the classroom to report the incident to the homeroom teacher, while others, relishing the chaos, cheered for Qing. Go for it. I've long disdained them. Yet, not a single soul stepped forward to aid Qing. They were content to cheer from the sidelines, but to actually confront the conflict? They would never dare. Pei Xining, one of the parties involved, was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why her newly acquainted desk mate would stand up for her. Yet, an inexplicable courage surged within her, compelling her to rise and approach Qing. There was no time to mourn for the fallen chubby boy now. The contender was Pei Xining. The 3 sycophants dubbed themselves the Ultraman Trio, but Qing found them to be more akin to the inept trio from Jackie Chan Adventures. Given their lackluster skills, regrettably, this particular animation had yet to air, and even if he voiced his thoughts, none would grasp his humor, leaving Qing with a lump in his throat. Utilizing his bullet-time agility, Qing adeptly evaded their attacks. But the sudden appearance of Pei Xining demanded his attention to protect her. Several times, she rushed in front of him to block punches, leaving Qing both amused and exasperated as he pulled her aside, deciding to conclude the matter swiftly. After dodging one of the Ultraman's charges, he shoved the assailant down to the ground. As the boy struggled to rise, Qing delivered a precise elbow strike, incapacitating him entirely. Pathetically weak. They were hardly a challenge. With a sudden shift, the second sycophant attempted a surprise attack from behind, shouting, "This is the power of our bond." This successfully alerted Qing, who sidestepped what should have been a guaranteed ambush. With remarkable finesse, he followed up with a low kick, causing the boy to clutch his groin and stagger to the ground, his face paling visibly. Qing had held back his strength. Otherwise, the boy would have been left in a far worse state. When it came to fighting, Qing was adept at discerning the balance of force. A double strike, and he would gain notoriety. The watching boys collectively gasped in awe, contributing to the global warming crisis with their astonishment. They mused to themselves, "This transfer student is formidable. I hope Xiaoming's manhood remains intact." You fool. If it's a sneak attack, why shout so loudly? Even the chubby boy, hiding on the sidelines, grew frantic, attempting to direct his minions in battle strategy. Soen, shift 5 centimeters to the left and unleash your Ultraman laser here. Don't worry. We have the advantage. It's 3 against 2. However, the chubby boy failed to account for the 2 incapacitated fighters, making the actual confrontation a mere 1v2. Witnessing a dear comrade perish before his very eyes, the third individual clearly succumbed to fear before the battle even commenced. Qing advanced step by step, his hands trembling as he retreated, a disingenuous smile plastered across his face. "Brother, let us make one thing clear. No hitting. I am the only son in my family. I will return home and inform your mother that we have gained a daughter." A trio of astonished gasps reverberated through the air. "Ah, the restorative elixir, ha ha ha." The peculiar sounds of impact inexplicably reminded Qing of the roars of wild beasts. Goodness, how utterly revolting. Nevertheless, it was evident that Qing had subdued the third little brother. Now, the chubby boy found himself utterly isolated, a lone commander abandoned on the battlefield. Observing his fallen companions sprawled unconscious on the ground, he was gripped by terror, retreating on the ground with a pallid face. At that moment, standing merely a meter before the chubby boy, Su Qing, though not particularly tall, appeared to Pei Xining as though he were cloaked in a mystical aura. She had never possessed a vivid concept of the valiant knights from fairy tales, yet today it seemed a true knight had materialized before her very eyes. Due to her inherently introverted nature and slightly darker complexion since childhood, Pei Xining had never made a friend since entering kindergarten, existing as an outcast in her class. As she progressed to the next grade, her complexion rendered her the target of ridicule by small cliques within the classroom. Which girl could withstand such profound psychological torment? Especially as a child? Her silent suffering only exacerbated her plight, evolving from mere teasing into isolation and even physical bullying. Thus, Su Qing's divine intervention to vanquish the bullies deeply moved Pei Xining. As her nose tinged with warmth, she recalled the years of torment she endured. Feeling a swell of injustice, she rushed towards Su Qing and, in a moment of catharsis, delivered a resounding slap to the chubby boy's face. It was as if she had finally unshackled herself from the burdens of her past, crying both tears of sorrow and joy, her heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. After receiving another slap, the chubby boy, feeling equally wronged, began to weep unabashedly, disregarding his pride. Did you think this was the end? Hearing Su Qing's voice, the chubby boy opened his eyes to find Su Qing lifting his foot, aiming precisely at the most vulnerable spot of every man. No, please no. I was wrong. I was wrong. It was not that he had realized his error. He merely understood that punishment awaited him, and fear had taken hold. Suddenly, the chubby boy's pants grew damp, a consequence of his overwhelming fright. Wow, the chubby boy actually wet himself. The king of wet pants. Ha ha ha, how amusing. The bully, now being bullied, rightfully earned the title of the king of wet pants as his just punishment. It is hoped that through this experience, he might come to comprehend Pei Xining's feelings and rectify his past misdeeds. Task: bullying completed. Congratulations. You have earned rewards. Basic combat skill, basic badminton skill. Passive skill, combat excitement. Passive skill has been automatically equipped. Su Qing was indeed quite envious of the passive skill battle frenzy. After all, it grants invincibility. Who could resist such a lure? He was a person who valued his life. He could forego his prized sword, but not his existence. In the narrative, justice often arrives belatedly. As Mr. Zhang, with a stern expression, entered the classroom, he cast a sweeping glance over the students, who were devoid of their usual laughter and merriment. The weight of his authority as a teacher was palpable, silencing the children who had previously been caught up in the excitement. Even the victim, Pei Xining, timidly sought refuge behind Su Qing. This instinctive gesture revealed that Pei Xining had already begun to regard Su Qing, her newly acquainted deskmate, as a source of support. Su Qing, Pei Xining, and the four of you, come with me to the office. The rest of you, wait quietly for class to begin. No talking. Do you understand? Why, yes, we understand. Chapter 9. A lifetime to everyone's astonishment. Su Qing, who appeared to be a modest and honest child, managed to cause a considerable uproar on his very first day at school. At this moment, teacher Zhang felt an ominous premonition. This seemingly innocuous Su Qing might become the greatest challenge of her entire teaching career. Sighing, she sat in her chair, massaging her throbbing temples, feeling as if her blood pressure were transforming into Su Qing's shape. Why is it so difficult to just relax? She lamented, taking a deep breath and crossing her arms, her upper body revealing deep creases due to the pressure, showcasing her exaggerated proportions. Her lower body, enveloped in sensuous gray stockings, rested casually with her legs crossed. Silent and contemplative, the atmosphere in the office was unbearably oppressive, causing the few young children with fragile psychological endurance to tremble in fear. Finally, teacher Zhang broke the silence. Her voice icy. You children, speak up. What just happened, and why did you resort to violence? Though her heart brimmed with grievances, as a professionally trained preschool teacher, she adhered to a strict code of ethics. With a forced smile that barely masked her frustration, she inquired about the events that had transpired. Teacher, Su Qing hit me. Boo-hoo, he is a bad person. Yes. We didn't do anything. He just charged at us. They cried, transforming from bullies to victims in an instant. When it came to intimidating others, they were the most formidable. But now, confronted by the teacher, they adopted the guise of innocence with remarkable finesse. Keep pretending, and I might just let you fly. Su Qing's voice resonated, immediately silencing the room. The four children gazed at him with terror, retreating behind teacher Zhang for protection. Cough. Cough. Su Qing, please do not intimidate them. It is now your turn to speak. Please clarify the cause, process, and outcome of the events, Teacher Zhang asserted, maintaining order. As the head teacher of Class 2, she was well aware of the mischievous nature of these little tyrants, which is why she did not take their word at face value. She then turned her attention to Su Qing and Pei Senong, hoping to piece together the truth through their accounts. Frankly, teachers like Zhang are a rarity, and Su Qing chose to trust her, nodding as he began his narration. First, I must clarify that my actions were justified. I suspect they have been bullying my desk mate, Pei Senong, for 2 long years. The moment the word bullying escaped his lips, Teacher Zhang's demeanor shifted, her crossed legs dropped, and her expression became serious. This shift indicated her profound concern regarding the issue of bullying. In the absence of surveillance in the classroom, Su Qing employed a touch of rhetorical finesse as he recounted the events. He skillfully downplayed his own aggression while emphasizing the heinous behavior of the bullying group led by the rotund Li Peng, as well as the potentially dire consequences that could ensue from their actions. As Li Peng and his companions listened, cold sweat began to trickle down their backs. Realizing the extent of their misdeeds, "Teacher, he is deceiving us, he." Little Peng was eager to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. For upon reflection, every statement made by Su Qing rang true. Ironically, this collection of truths meticulously assembled served to exonerate Su Qing, the assailant, from any repercussions. A lie constructed from truths is indeed the most sophisticated form of deceit. Ultimately, a single statement, capable of ruining Pei Siling's life, shattered the last defenses of the 4. They fell to their knees, weeping profusely, acknowledging their wrongdoings and vowing never to repeat them. Teacher Xiao Zhang furrowed her brow. Su Qing's account was not only reasonable, but each detail was articulated with clarity, leaving no room for doubt about the veracity of the claims. She mused that if all the children in her class were as principled as Su Qing, the disparities between individuals would be stark, even more pronounced than those between humans and dogs. This matter necessitated the involvement of parents. There could be no negotiation. This marked the first time since becoming a kindergarten teacher that such a grave incident had occurred, serving as a crucial lesson. Having studied child psychology during her training, Teacher Xiao Zhang understood the gravity of such situations. Had it not been for Su Qing's intervention, Pei Siling might never have brought her plight to the teacher's attention, potentially allowing this incident to fester within her, a wound never to heal. Meanwhile, the quartet, upon hearing that parents would be contacted, wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Cold sweat beading on their brows, their bodies collapsing in despair. It was Teacher Xiao Zhang who first noticed that Li Peng's pants, soaked through with urine, had yet to be changed. After warning the group not to escape, she hurriedly took him to wash his pants. The other sycophants appeared pale, for to a child, the prospect of parents being informed was akin to the sky falling. None wished for their misdeeds at school to reach their families. They regarded Su Qing with a mix of awe and fear, seeing him not only as a formidable fighter, but also as someone unperturbed by the mention of parental involvement. What a tough character. It seems the tides are turning at Beihai Kindergarten. Unbeknownst to this group of naive youths, Pei Siling, the victim, was equally terrified of parental notification, prompting a gentle smile of reassurance from Su Qing. In the future, you must bravely inform your parents or teachers about such matters. Do not endure bullying silently any longer. He reached out to pinch her soft cheeks, which felt delightfully tender. Though the boys often teased her for her complexion, Su Qing found her healthy, sun-kissed skin quite appealing. At that moment, he beheld Pei Siling's true face for the first time, a delicate, pert nose, clear and glistening eyes, and long, thick eyelashes. Following a brief examination, he noted her exquisite complexion. Truly, she was a beauty in the making. It baffled him how these boys could dare to bully such a girl. In the future, they would surely regret their actions, wishing for a chance to admire her beauty that would never come. It seems that Pei Xining felt exceedingly bashful under Su Qing's prolonged gaze and, due to her timidity, dared not break free, resorting instead to closing her eyes like an ostrich. Realizing that her behavior was inappropriate, Su Qing promptly released his grip. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Qing, and I shall be your desk mate and friend in the coming year as we strive for mutual progress." The term friend carries immense weight for Pei Xining, imbued with a multitude of disappointments and painful memories. Confronted with Su Qing, who was willing to assist her, the somewhat timid Pei Xining mustered her courage for the first time to take the initiative. The words that escaped her lips were a true reflection of her inner feelings at that moment. "Will you be my friend for life?" she asked. For life? That seems rather heavy, doesn't it?" Noticing Su Qing's hesitation to respond immediately, disappointment flickered across Pei Xining's face, and her eyes appeared to lose their sparkle. The sense of déjà vu was palpable, as if she might flee at any moment. Su Qing quickly grasped Pei Xining's shoulders and earnestly replied, "Of course. It's no problem at all. We can be friends for life." Her eyes instantly sparkled with joy, and she began to cry, overwhelmed with emotion. Subsequently, she enveloped Su Qing in a hug, nestling into his embrace, repeatedly uttering apologies. "It's all because of me that you've encountered trouble, Su Qing. I'm truly sorry." Of course, Pei Xining's words were not articulated with clarity. Her speech was fragmented. Nevertheless, Su Qing listened attentively and patiently, gently stroking the little girl's forehead, attuned to her emotions. A tiny butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon rainforest could potentially trigger a tornado in Texas. Such is the essence of the butterfly effect. Perhaps, by stepping forward, he altered the course of Pei Xining's life forever. This embodies the significance of rebirth. Task: make friends progress. 2-2 completed. Reward: list of the 2002 FIFA World Cup semifinalists. Beginner's regular script. European style. The two were enveloped in joy, while the trio of sycophants awaiting the teacher's return wore expressions filled with disbelief, as if their mouths were stuffed with dog food. "Are we interrupting you? Shall we leave?" Just then, the plump Li Peng was led back to the office by Teacher Zhang, who promptly declared the outcome of the incident. Considering that parents are often quite busy on weekdays, Teacher Zhang thoughtfully scheduled the parent meetings for after school, allowing the parents to sit down and discuss the bullying incident. While this matter might be of little concern to Su Qing, it was indeed a calamity for the defendants, Li Peng and his companions. If summoning parents were likened to an immediate death sentence, then calling them after school was akin to prisoners awaiting execution in a cell, their hearts tormented by fear at every moment. "All right, you may return to class. I have matters to attend to." Released from the office, the group returned to the classroom, each bearing a distinct expression. The demeanor of Su Qing and Pei Xining was relaxed and natural, especially Pei Xining, who, having resolved a lingering concern, skipped joyfully as she walked, her rare smile illuminating her face when alone with Su Qing. In stark contrast, Li Peng and his companions were distracted even during class, ignoring familiar faces that attempted to engage them. Their minds were preoccupied with thoughts of how to manage the evening's stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat, seemingly bracing themselves for an unavoidable parental onslaught. During the break, Su Qing and Pei Xining found themselves surrounded by peers who hailed him as a hero for ridding them of the scourge of Li Peng. Many of these individuals often faced bullying from him, and for a moment, Su Qing appeared to be a valiant champion. It was akin to the ascension of a new monarch, as they rallied to elect him the new leader of Class 2. Even Pei Xining, his devoted follower, experienced a rise in her social standing, as no one dared to speak ill of her behind her back anymore. With the defeat of the former leader, Li Peng, it was only natural that Su Qing emerged as the new head of our class. Cheers of "Su Qing is the best" echoed around them, and a group relished the spectacle, clapping as they elevated Su Qing to a pedestal. Pei Xining felt uncomfortable under such scrutiny, shrinking behind Su Qing, wishing for a crevice in the ground to hide in. Su Qing, however, had no interest in this newfound title. Following a tragic incident involving a basketball player, he found it difficult to embrace the notion of leadership. "Leader, leader, leader," they chanted, but Su Qing's expression grew increasingly rigid as he firmly dismissed the moniker, dispersing the crowd. Once the throng had departed, the socially anxious Pei Xining gradually regained her composure, her utterances transforming from nonsensical babble to coherent speech. It took until the end of class for the two to resume their conversation, suggesting that her transition from anxiety to normalcy was rather lengthy. During class, as they whispered, Pei Xining leaned close to Su Qing and quietly asked, "Why do you not wish to be the class leader? Isn't it a rather impressive title?" Su Qing, twirling his mechanical pencil, replied, "It's too embarrassing. Only delinquents use such a term, don't you think?" However, the logic of children was evidently different, as she responded, "I think it's really cool. Su Qing, the leader. Please, do not call me that. I beg you," he implored. This was the first time Pei Xining had witnessed him blush and fluster, and she found this version of Su Qing rather endearing. Chapter 10. The mother-in-law observes her son-in-law at the tender age of 4 or 5. Children are often the source of exasperation. Upon learning that their child had been reprimanded, the parents in attendance exhibited unmistakable signs of impatience. However, one individual stood apart. Mr. Su maintained an air of calmness, even hinting at a suppressed amusement. Reflecting on the years since Su Qing's birth, he had consistently presented himself as remarkably mature for his age, leaving Mr. Su feeling somewhat detached from the experience of fatherhood. This summons for parents, in contrast, brought him a sense of relief, as it aligned with the expectations of a typical father-esque journey. Rather than the constant humiliation he felt at the hands of his young son, it appeared that, over time, Mr. Su had become somewhat withdrawn, overshadowed by his son's prowess. Upon entering the office, Mr. Su's gaze fell upon Su Qing, who was seated in the corner, sipping juice with an air of nonchalance. Mr. Su fell silent, taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be anxious and fearful for his misdeeds? "Ah, father, you've arrived. Come sit over here. I'm waiting for the spectacle to unfold." With a fluid motion, Su Qing gestured for his father to take a seat beside him, effectively disarming Mr. Su's intent to reprimand his son and assert his paternal authority. Instinctively, Mr. Su settled into the chair, tilting his head to quietly inquire about the situation. "Do you not appear to be the one in trouble? Be cautious, or I shall inform your mother about today's events." This was an overt threat. Mr. Su realized that his serious demeanor did not instill fear in Su Qing, prompting him to invoke the name of Su Qing's mother. Yet, Su Qing remained unfazed, retorting, "Isn't telling on someone a tactic reserved for children? Father, you might be misunderstanding the situation. It's wise to observe how things unfold before passing judgment." With that, a cryptic smile played upon Su Qing's lips, as if to say, "Don't move. I'm about to show off." Mr. Su felt a creeping discomfort, as though ants were crawling over him, the essence of paternal authority slipping further from his grasp. Just then, the final parent arrived. A robust man who entered the office with a straightforward demeanor. His words were laced with a strong local dialect as he immediately inquired of Teacher Zhang. "I am the father of Li Pangpang. What wrongdoing has he committed to warrant this meeting?" It was evident that Li Pangpang harbored a significant fear of his father. Upon hearing this, the boy's head lowered even further, his body trembling slightly. "Your son is quite impressive. Having already begun to conspire with classmates to bully young girls at such a tender age. As his father, you must be aware of this, no?" Su Qing, relishing the unfolding drama, interjected with a tone that dripped with sarcasm. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had imagined countless scenarios, yet never anticipated that his son would engage in such despicable behavior. His hand lifted menacingly, as if gathering strength. Directing his gaze toward Teacher Zhang in search of confirmation of Su Qing's claims. Teacher Xiao Zhang nodded, and a hint of relief appeared on the man's face. But in Li Pangpang's eyes, it resembled nothing more than a devil's smile. In the next moment, he pulled down the trousers of little Li Pangpang and began to strike him publicly, the sound resonating sharply and clearly. "Is it pleasant? If it is, then it's a fine backside. Daddy, I am your son. Please stop, please stop." He seemed to desperately attempt to awaken the last vestiges of paternal love within the man, but it was evidently in vain. The scene turned brutally cruel. Even Su Qing found it hard to bear. Surely, striking like this must hurt the hand. Scanning the office, he discovered a broom that could barely be deemed a suitable weapon, and he dashed over to retrieve it, presenting it to Li Pangpang's father. Uncle. The force exerted is mutual. If you use this to strike, your hand won't hurt." In an instant, the man's mind short-circuited for 2 seconds. Bewildered, he accepted the broom with a thank you, and then commenced a new round of this so-called education. Remarkably, his fervor only intensified. As a teacher, Teacher Xiao Zhang typically would not smile unless she could not contain herself. She discreetly gave Su Qing a thumbs up beneath the desk, candidly admitting that she had long harbored grievances against these troublemakers. However, due to her position, she had endured it all, to exaggerate. Su Qing's actions had truly liberated her spirit. Finally, feigning to intervene, she remarked, "Oh, but Pangpang's father, one cannot strike a child. Although Li Pangpang can be a bit mischievous and disobedient in class, he is still just a child." The two of them, teacher and student, played off each other, one igniting the flames while the other poured on the fuel, exchanging glances filled with mutual understanding. Li Pangpang, sprawled on the desk and subjected to punishment, resembled a fish out of water, bereft of dreams, contemplating that he might indeed be beaten to death. Turning his head, he caught sight of the grinning Su Qing, and despair filled his heart. To this day, he could not comprehend why Su Qing, who had struck all 4 of them, faced no repercussions but rather received praise from teachers and parents alike. Pei Sineng, hiding behind Su Qing, watched the scene unfold with an indescribable mix of emotions. Her small hand tightly gripped Su Qing's, and comparing their fists, she felt there was no significant difference in size. Yet, it was this seemingly small fist that shielded her from the bullies. A smile involuntarily graced her face as she silently resolved to stay behind Su Qing. to be his devoted shadow for life. The unfolding situation was indeed unexpected. Sue's father, through a few words, could roughly discern the events that transpired. He looked at his quirky son with a complex gaze. Following this, a long, contemplative sigh escaped him, as if his son's actions grew increasingly beyond his expectations. It was one thing to be precocious, but now he had staged a heroic rescue. What would the future hold? Sue's father dared not even imagine. All right. From this moment forth, I shall recount the origins and developments of the events that transpired, hoping that esteemed parents will take heed and educate their children at home, thereby preventing such occurrences in the future. The narrative is not lengthy, yet halfway through, Pei Siling's mother enveloped her daughter in an embrace, and upon hearing the full account, she was overwhelmed with grief, shedding tears. Previously, she had believed that Pei Siling's reluctance to attend kindergarten was merely a manifestation of stubbornness, unaware that her daughter had encountered the heinous act of bullying. Regretting her perceived failures as a mother, she repeatedly murmured apologies through her tears. In a surprising turn of events, the initially timid and introverted Pei Siling began to console her mother, expressing, "It's my fault for not informing the teacher." "It's not your fault, Mom. Moreover, Su Qing has helped me and become my friend, and I am truly happy now." "Siling, if you ever face such a situation again, you must tell me," her mother wept. Instantly, the office witnessed a scene of familial harmony, the bond between mother and daughter shining brightly. Conversely, another part of the room was engulfed in turmoil, with Li Pang's behind almost split in two from the impending punishment. The other accomplices were not faring any better, receiving stern reprimands from their parents, albeit discreetly to maintain appearances. From a few comments hinting at a reckoning awaiting them at home, it was evident that a severe retribution was in store. Sue's father gently patted Su Qing on the shoulder, saying, "Good lad, you are exemplary. There are no failures in the Su family." With a sniffle, Su Qing's eyes glistened with tears, as every boy yearns for their father's approval, and he was no exception. Pei's mother and daughter approached Su Qing, bowing deeply in gratitude. "We are truly thankful. Had it not been for young Su Qing, I cannot fathom the extent of bullying my daughter would have endured at kindergarten." At this point, Sue's father could no longer remain seated, hastily rising and waving his hands in refusal. No, this is what our Su Qing should do. I have always taught him to protect girls and to be a true gentleman." Upon hearing these words, the other parents present felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly complimented him on his parenting, expressing a desire to learn from his example. This flattered Sue's father immensely, fulfilling his sense of vanity. Through their conversation, he was surprised to discover that both families resided in the same community, marking a serendipitous connection. Meanwhile, Pei Siling, eavesdropping, seized upon the opportunity to inquire if she could play with Su Qing, to which Pei's mother readily consented. Thus, the matter came to a close, and it was time for everyone to return to their respective homes. However, Pei Siling clung to Su Qing's arm, reluctant to part ways. Pei's mother scrutinized Su Qing with a discerning gaze, making him feel quite uneasy. Having been a 29-year-old chef in a previous life, Su Qing was oblivious to the significance of a mother-in-law's scrutiny of her son-in-law. Now, at his tender age, he was experiencing it firsthand. After a brief observation, Pei's mother nodded in satisfaction, feeling that today's events had significantly enhanced her impression. Even without knowledge of Su Qing's family background, she found no fault in his education or moral values. Had Su Qing been able to overhear her thoughts, he would surely have broken into a cold sweat. Bemused by Pei's mother's avant-garde perspective, was it not too early for a mother-in-law to evaluate her prospective son-in-law? Ultimately, Pei Sinung could not resist her mother's wishes and reluctantly bid farewell to Su Qing. As she traversed the short distance from the office, she glanced back multiple times, casting a pitiful gaze in Su Qing's direction. However, it was evident that Su Qing was indifferent, merely standing in place and waving goodbye. Since they had already agreed to meet at the community sports facilities at 4 o'clock that afternoon, there was little reason for such reluctance. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhang, who was nearby, found the scene strikingly reminiscent of a recent idol drama, where a loving couple is thwarted by parental interference, resulting in a tearful parting. With a wry smile, Teacher Zhang realized he had succumbed to daydreaming, conjuring such a theatrical scenario. Idol dramas indeed have a profound impact. Sue's father playfully kicked him and teased Su Qing. "Look at you, on your first day at the new school, already playing the hero. Your charm with the ladies rivals that of your old man back in the day." Su Qing shot a disdainful glance at his boastful father, which only served to irritate him further. "Oh, you don't believe me, do you?" Perched on the back of his father's old bicycle, Su Qing jostled along the bumpy road, feeling as if even kidney stones would shatter under the turbulence. Recalling past memories, he knew that it was only years later, with his grandfather's assistance, that his father acquired his first car, followed by a series of bittersweet recollections. The 2002 World Cup had brought unexpected fortune. A mere lottery ticket transformed their family's fate. Although the national team's performance was dismal, inciting his father's frustration to the point of wanting to smash the television, they won the lottery for the World Cup's Final Four. Unfortunately, it was only one winning ticket, yet it amounted to a staggering sum of over 100,000 yuan. This encapsulated the ultimate essence of a fan who finds joy in both victory and defeat, a paradox of emotional conflict. However, this little lottery win also ignited the fuse for a business failure. Although Su's parents were not ostentatious, whispers of their good fortune reached relatives, soon drawing the unwelcome attention of their uncle. An overly hyped business venture and an illusory investment left Su's parents with nothing. Their once promising internet CAF dream was dashed, and their hard-earned savings evaporated. Reflecting on this, Su Qing silently vowed that if this uncle ever dared to return and swindle them again, he would not go unpunished. Yet, all of this remained in the realm of the unrealized. Su Qing only needed to prepare himself mentally. As he sat on the back of the bicycle, humming the famous Ode to Joy, Su Qing gradually relaxed, oblivious to the sharp intake of breath from his father. As Su Qing reminisced about the moment of anger, he unconsciously grasped the soft flesh around his father's waist, and it truly was pain beyond measure. No wonder those children feared his son so much. Could it be that Su Qing possessed innate strength? Thus, they playfully bickered their way home. During a casual conversation, Su's father proudly recounted the tale of his artistic endeavors, standing tall as if sharing in the glory. After he finished his embellished story, Su's mother, with a face full of affection, praised Su Qing for his understanding nature. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she quietly inquired of her husband, "Do you think, having transferred him to Shuimiao School, they have yet to meet?" Su's father replied, "Ah, my dear, you know that was a matter from their childhood. After all these years apart, little Qing has likely forgotten even her name." Taking a bite of a peeled apple, he continued with his musings. Moreover, children grow rapidly in these years. Their appearances change dramatically. How could one recognize them with just a glance? Su's mother suddenly sighed deeply. They had done all they could. Henceforth, the outcome was left to fate. Chapter 11. Father Su's first lesson. Forgetting one's roots, the new home bore little distinction from the previous one, save for the addition of several substantial pieces of furniture. Notably an antiquated computer with a rather hefty rear, sitting in the corner of the living room. This was a relic that Father Su had clandestinely appropriated from the internet CAF, furnishing Mother Su with a rather plausible justification. After all, as the proprietor and network administrator of a burgeoning internet CAF, how could he possibly be ignorant of the workings of a computer? In reality, the duties of a network administrator at that time were limited to bookkeeping and timekeeping. Repairing computers? Merely instruct customers on the art of rebooting. What? Rebooting fails? Then simply provide them with another machine. Father Su was leveraging the disparity in information to cloak his true intentions, while Mother Su remained blissfully unaware. Believing he was diligently working at the computer each day, curious, Su Qing began to explore the antiquated contraption before him, harboring a modicum of anticipation for the internet of the new millennium. In his previous life, he had only begun to engage with the internet regularly around the year 2001. A missed opportunity to witness its evolution firsthand, a source of regret for Su Qing, as he had completely forgotten the intricacies of dial-up internet access. He had no choice but to enlist his father's assistance. Observing his father's proud yet helpless expression, Su Qing felt a twinge of discomfort. As time ticked away, he found himself puzzled by the sluggish connection speed. While Father Su had quietly commandeered the computer, launching into a game of Counter-Strike, albeit the single-player version. The first lesson of society, forgetting one's roots. He had anticipated this to be a tale from the future of the internet, yet today, Su Qing found himself unwittingly enrolled in a lesson from his beloved father. Father Su, now indifferent to his son's antics, remained as unyielding as a machine, fixated on his digital adversaries with a stoic demeanor. Su Qing could not fathom what was so entertaining about this, yet his father appeared to revel in it. Clearly, he had succumbed to the allure of gaming. Recently, having only just been introduced to computer games, his father had become somewhat enraptured. Just days prior, while delivering lunch to him at the internet CAF, Su Qing had witnessed his father mingling with customers, engaged in local area network battles of Counter-Strike. With no other recourse, Su Qing resigned himself to watching his father maneuver the character around the screen, occasionally meeting his demise at the hands of a computer-controlled opponent, a display of abysmal skill. As mealtime approached, Mother Sue emerged from the kitchen, bearing a platter of fruit, intending to satisfy the appetites of both father and son. However, upon entering the room, she beheld Father Sue engrossed in the computer, this time accompanied by Su Qing. An immediate surge of frustration welled within her. In hindsight, she mused, agreeing to open an internet CAF had been a grave mistake. Selling clothes and engaging in small-scale business would have sufficed. Just look at him now. It might be time to contact a school for internet addiction. Su Qing envisioned his father undergoing a shocking therapy session, stifling a laugh at the unkind thought. Feeling bolstered by the prospect of support, and recalling his own experiences of being let down, Su Qing joined forces with his mother, ready to voice his grievances. Dad wants to lead me astray, teaching me to play games. Like a rusty robot in need of lubrication, Father Sue turned his head awkwardly, a sheepish grin adorning his face, as he attempted to explain himself to Mother Sue. During this period, he secretly cast a reproachful glance at Su Qing, expressing his strong condemnation of his deceitful behavior. Mother, the game is so enjoyable. I no longer wish to attend school. I simply desire to play games for a lifetime, even if it means straining my eyes. Upon hearing this, Sue's mother's expression grew increasingly rigid, while Sue's father appeared on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. Ultimately, there was no room for negotiation. Both Sue's father and Su Qing were forcibly compelled to descend the stairs and engage in physical activity, forbidden from returning home before sunset. Su Qing's initial intention was to trick his father, but unexpectedly, he had overreached and ensnared himself in the process. In the stairwell, the father and son exchanged an awkward glance, after which Su Qing kicked his father sharply in the calf. This is all your fault. You made Mother angry, and now I'm suffering the consequences. The father scratched his face and crouched down to pinch Su Qing's cheek, causing him to yelp in pain. How can you still speak? It's all due to your lies to your mother. You're the real deceiver. Ultimately, it's because you stole my computer. The two argued like children, their faces flushed with indignation. With no other options available, Su Qing decided to simply wait until 4 o'clock to play with Pei Sinning. At that moment, the sports facility downstairs was filled with children at play, most of whom were being supervised by their grandparents, making Sue's father appear somewhat out of place. The wait was tedious, and with nothing to do, Su Qing stood on the spacewalking machine, swinging his legs. Occasionally, children would pass by him, and he would fearfully step aside to avoid colliding with them, eventually losing interest and simply standing there in a daze. Sue's father, not far away on the waist-twisting machine, was diligently exercising. Although it remained uncertain whether this contraption could indeed strengthen his waist muscles, it was still a positive endeavor. A strong waist would contribute to a harmonious family environment. Before long, he spotted a familiar little figure running toward him. It was Pei Sinning. Upon reaching Su Qing, she clung to his arm, panting heavily. Behind her was an unfamiliar man, presumably Pei Sinning's father, who politely smiled and nodded at Su Qing. Yet, Su Qing could subtly sense a hint of possessiveness in the man's gaze, as if he were a devoted father. In truth, Sue's intuition was spot on. At that moment, Pei's father could not help but feel a pang of jealousy at the sight of his daughter's eager expression earlier at home, coupled with the intimacy between the two. Although I acknowledge your protection of Sinning, thinking you can simply take my daughter away is a notion that is still 20 years too early. Most fathers share this sentiment, especially when their daughters are as endearing as Pei Sinning. It seems that every boy who approaches their daughter is viewed as a potential thief of their precious treasure. Under the scrutiny of Pei Sinning's father, Su Qing harbored a rather audacious thought. In his imagined world, he envisioned himself with tousled blonde hair and tattoos, embodying the quintessential delinquent, cradling an adult version of Pei Sinning in his arms. Greetings, old dang. Here is the ultrasound of your daughter's pregnancy. I shall not contribute a single penny as bride price. The house is merely a short-term rental in the urban village. Your dowry must be at least 88,800. Otherwise, I shall not marry. Observing the veins bulging on the table, it seemed as if Pei's father would strike Su Qing with a fatal blow. By the way, old dang, is my ghostly vehicle safely parked downstairs? Ah, rest assured. It is indeed safe. Wait for me while I fetch a knife from the kitchen. No, I shall retrieve the dowry instead. Do not wander from this spot. The daydream abruptly ceased, and Su Qing could not help but chuckle softly. Faced with Pei's father's bewildered gaze, Su Qing sought an excuse to engage in casual conversation with his own father. Upon inquiry, he learned it was merely 3:30. Su Qing found himself curious as to why the young lady had descended half an hour early. I was resting on the balcony and thought I spotted someone who resembled you. Only when I came down to see with my own eyes could I confirm it was indeed you. After hearing this, Su Qing reflected that children's eyes are indeed keen. He pondered his future self, who would be wearing glasses far too early due to excessive gaming. Su Qing acknowledged his errors in life, yet he still indulged in them. He played games typically enjoyed by children, such as house and building sandcastles. Fortunately, Pei Ning was not one of those boisterous children. She quietly remained by Su Qing's side. Don't you find that boring? Before encountering Su Qing, Pei Ning would often stay home alone after school, playing by herself. Although she frequently witnessed her peers gathering downstairs, laughing and playing together, she found herself lonely. Sliding down the slide or swinging alone, perhaps even facing bullying. Gradually, she lost interest in playing outside. However, with Su Qing present, everything changed. Although he was a quiet boy, his mere presence was sufficient. Not at all. Why would you ask such a thing? Seemingly concerned that Su Qing might misunderstand. She quickly shook her head, using vigorous gestures to affirm her sincerity. Her adorable bob hairstyle, neatly arranged by Pei's mother, became disheveled due to her movements, with a few strands of hair playfully falling across her face, making Pei Ning feel quite uncomfortable. She instinctively reached to tidy her hair, only to remember her hands were covered in sand. Fortunately, Su Qing timely intervened, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. His fingertips accidentally brushed against Pei Ning's small ear, causing her to giggle and exclaim, "That tickles." Chapter 12. Sister Sixing. The sun illuminated the clouds at the horizon, casting a brilliant crimson hue, marking its final farewell. Realizing that the hour was growing late, Su Qing decided it was time to return home. Curious about the sumptuous dinner his mother might have prepared. Not far away, in a pavilion, Su's father and Pei's father were engaged in lively conversation, having quickly warmed to each other due to Su Qing's assistance to Pei Sixing. As Su Qing approached, he hadn't even mentioned his intention to head home when Su's father handed him a bag of snacks, instructing him to deliver them to his sister Sixing. Holding the plastic bag, Su Qing felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He still referred to Pei Sixing by her full name, yet here, she had already been affectionately dubbed Sister Sixing by his father. Returning towards the sandpit, he intended to share the treats with Pei Sixing, but he could not find her familiar figure. Drawing closer, he spotted her curled up in a corner, resembling a little bundle of nerves. "Who turned my sister into a compressed file?" he mused. "What are you attempting? Some form of performance art?" Su Qing often employed perplexing phrases and odd remarks, which Pei Sixing had grown accustomed to over time. With teary eyes, she hastily hid behind Su Qing, her trembling finger pointing toward a small dog in the flower bed that was wagging its tail. The dog was staring at them, occasionally barking with a playful bravado. Interestingly, with each bark, Pei Sixing would flinch in tandem, as if the little dog found the situation utterly entertaining. It bounded closer, prancing around them, while Pei Sixing whimpered, on the verge of tears. This was the first time she encountered such a vulnerable human, to be intimidated by a little dog. Su Qing had never witnessed anything quite like it. He retrieved a stick from the grass, wielding it as a makeshift dog stick. The three of them engaged in a playful chase, reminiscent of a game of eagle catches the chicks in kindergarten. In truth, the small dog was merely 4 or 5 months old, and upon exposing an opening, Su Qing effortlessly flipped it onto its back. With its limbs restrained, the little dog emitted a series of appeasing whimpers. After giving its soft belly a few gentle rubs, Su Qing released it. In that moment, having banished the pesky canine, Su Qing stood with his back to the sun. Pei Sixing, her vision blurred by tears, could not discern his attire or features, only perceiving the golden-red halo that enveloped him. The knight who had come to her rescue had reemerged. No, it was more fitting to describe him as an angel of mercy or a savior. At that moment, Su Qing's modest height seemed to loom larger than life in her eyes. "Are you truly so frightened of dogs? They can be quite friendly and mean no harm," he remarked. "I know, but it seems that small animals really dislike me." "Oh, I see." Contemplating how to shield Pei Sixing from the torment of small dogs, an idea soon blossomed. "How about this? When the new year arrives, I will take you to play a mysterious game. I assure you, by then, no dog in the neighborhood will dare to bother you, allowing you to exact your sweet revenge. Will I be able to play with you during the new year?" Pei Sixing asked eagerly. "If you are still here during the new year, there will certainly be no issues. It's a promise. It is still autumn." With several months to go before the new year, Pei Sixing did not mind the wait, firmly etching this promise in her heart as she anticipated the surprise Su Qing would prepare for her. After a day of commotion over this matter, she had hardly touched any snacks, only selecting a few delectable treats to share with Pei Sinning for her to take home. Holding Pei Sinning's soft little hand, they made their way to the pavilion where the adults were, as dusk began to settle. Only then did Sue's father realize it was time to head home. The two adults appeared as if they had known each other for ages, with Sue's father clapping Pei's father's shoulder, promising to find time in the coming days to visit his internet CAF for a game of CS. Thus, a bond of friendship between men was effortlessly forged. Pei Sinning felt a wave of happiness at this scene. She and Su Qing were friends, and their fathers were friends too. Wasn't that a double delight? Their friendship felt even more unbreakable. Meanwhile, Su Qing stood by, speechless, thinking his father was leading Pei Sinning's father astray. Upon returning home, they were met with Sue's mother's scrutinizing gaze. She pinched her nose, commenting on the sweat odor emanating from the father and son, urging them to wash up before dinner. Therefore, Su Qing had no choice but to endure the embarrassment as his father helped him clean up. Well, over time, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Afterward, the two settled in the living room to watch television and rest. Sue's father attempted to switch to the sports channel to catch a football match. But Su Qing snatched the remote and tuned into the news broadcast on CCTV. The man clicked his tongue, a note of helplessness creeping into his expression as he regarded Su Qing. Initially, he thought Su Qing's interest in the news was merely a fleeting whim. Yet it had evolved into a habit that lasted 4 or 5 years. Even for someone who had been reborn, making money was not as simple as it seemed. Understanding the current policies and the evolution of the times was indeed quite essential. With a sigh, Sue's father realized he would have no opportunity to watch the game and resigned himself to watching the news anchor read from the script in a formal broadcasting tone. In just a few minutes, phrases like WTO entry enhancing competition and breaking monopolies were repeated several times. The country had almost laid bare its developmental direction for the coming years. However, upon glancing over, he found Sue's father idly picking his nose, carelessly flicking it away, nearly hitting Su Qing in the head. Truly a case of preaching to the deaf. The answer was right there in front of Sue's father, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Dad, do you think joining the WTO will benefit our internet CAF? The question seemed to shift the conversation unexpectedly toward the CAF. Just days earlier, Sue's father had been quite pleased, reveling in the fact that his internet CAF had nearly monopolized the clientele around the vicinity of District 2's secondary school. At this rate, he would recoup his costs by early next year. Yet, pondering Su Qing's question caused Sue's father to wipe the nonchalance from his face and begin to seriously contemplate the matter. I am aware of the World Trade Organization. Upon joining, it is said that tariffs will decrease, consequently reducing the cost of hardware procurement. However, considering the source of our computer, the benefits may not be substantial. My father possesses a certain level of insight and commercial acumen, yet his thinking remains somewhat limited, focusing solely on superficial matters. It is at this juncture that Su Qing's role becomes crucial, through subtle hints and gentle persuasion. He influences Sue's father to become that proverbial pig riding the wave of opportunity. Father, it is said that joining the WTO will lead to increased wealth for the populace. Yet not every household can possibly own a computer. The conversation cut straight to the core of the issue. Economic liberalization will spur consumption upgrades. And the burgeoning internet demands of countless young people and white-collar workers will inevitably lead to internet cafes becoming essential venues. With this realization, Sue's father quickly grasps the point. A bold idea suddenly springs to mind. He is inclined to take a leap of faith. However, recognizing the gravity of the decision, he resolves to discuss it with Sue's mother after Su Qing has gone to bed, postponing any immediate plans. After dinner, as they relax on the sofa, the clock strikes 9. Su Qing feels compelled to broach a serious topic with his parents. Mom and Dad, I would like to sleep alone in the guest bedroom. Sue's father, elated, eagerly inquires if he is serious, seemingly ready to make an immediate decision. Su Qing understands his father's feelings. As one ages, strength wanes, and one becomes more compliant. Yet, it is well known that all minor decisions in the Su household are dictated by Sue's mother. While significant matters are deliberated between the two parents, thus Su Qing's request hinges on her approval. As for Sue's father, he merely serves as a contributor to the atmosphere. Sue's mother promptly declines, stating that at such a young age, sleeping alone poses risks, and what if something unfortunate were to happen? Please, mother. Ever since I learned to control my bodily functions, I have not had an accident. Su Qing responds, employing hyperbole to make his point. Noticing that his mother's tone is not entirely dismissive, but rather contains a hint of concession, he argues his case with increasingly sophisticated rhetoric, asserting that sleeping alone is a mark of maturity and that he deserves his own privacy. This elicits laughter from both his parents, filling the living room with a joyful ambience. Ultimately, under his father's encouragement, Qing earns a trial pass to his own bedroom. The reason it is deemed a trial pass is that Su's mother wishes to observe him for a while. If no issues arise, she will grant her consent. Qing is overjoyed and, emboldened, requests the privilege of bathing alone, only to be nearly expelled from the room by his parents. He cheerfully strolls into the guest bedroom, which was thoughtfully designed for him during the renovation, albeit he had not anticipated moving in so soon. With lingering concern, his parents remind him not to stay up late and to go to bed immediately upon returning. With that, the couple eagerly retreats to their own bedroom to rest. Qing, bemused, contemplates that if family planning were not so strictly enforced, he might have reason to suspect the arrival of a younger sibling. Should a financially constrained family be burdened with a hefty fine, it would undoubtedly lead to a rupture in their financial stability, resulting in an ironic downfall of their entrepreneurial aspirations. The matter is rather delicate. To elaborate further may verge on impoliteness. With a hint of jest, Qing peacefully drifted into slumber. Chapter 13, targeted by the peculiar little girl. It is well known that kindergarten education emphasizes a relaxed and enlightening atmosphere. After breakfast, and during the first class of the morning, there is a lengthy period for self-study, allowing children to play freely. However, at this moment, Qing's mood was far from pleasant, all due to the overly familiar little boy sitting in front of him. Initially, he seemed relatively normal, merely hunching over to stealthily nibble on the jelly beans he had brought from home. Yet, once the jelly beans were consumed, things began to take a troubling turn. He inexplicably resorted to picking his nose and eating the contents. He even went so far as to share with those around him. "My booger tastes like chocolate, big brother. Would you care to try?" Qing mustered an awkward smile, endeavoring to distance himself from the unsightly substance clinging to the boy's finger. He could hardly muster the energy to argue against being called big brother. Upon being rebuffed, the little boy regarded Qing with a look of appreciation that seemed to say, "You simply do not understand." He then proceeded to relish his delicacy, thinking to himself, "I had intended to make friends with the new class leader using this booger. Yet he remains utterly unappreciative. Boogers are the romance of man." The boy's deskmate had been eavesdropping on the conversation and, as if having finally found a kindred spirit, his eyes sparkled as he engaged the booger boy in conversation, delving into decidedly unrefined topics. "What's that? Mine tastes like a golden throat. My mom says it's because I've eaten too many golden-throated delicacies." He seemed quite proud as he picked his nose and shaped the booger into a black ball for all to see. What is there to be proud of? Qing felt as though he could gouge his own eyes out at the sight of this. The two boys then exchanged and sampled their boogers, leaving Qing in a state of utter dismay, caught between the desire to vomit and the inability to do so, feeling as though he was the true outlier in this scenario. Indeed, little girls are far superior, particularly the obedient and adorable Pei Ning. He longed to glance at the charming Pei Ning beside him, hoping to cleanse his eyes with her innocence. To his dismay, upon turning his head, he found Pei Ning gazing enviously at the two boys, her fingers poised to reach for her own nostrils. "No, please. The image I have of you in my heart is shattering." He swiftly intervened, educating her that this was not a commendable habit. "Why can they?" "Because they lack hygiene. Ning, you surely do not wish to develop a pig's nose and suffer from constant nosebleeds, do you?" In truth, the consequences were not nearly as severe. Qing was merely attempting to frighten the little girl. Pei Ning, only partially comprehending, resolved to avoid doing anything Qing disapproved of. Suddenly, an uproar erupted at the classroom door, as it became evident that the majority of the boys in the class were becoming agitated. The people of Huaxia possess an innate tendency to gather for excitement, and Qing found himself diverting some of his attention to the commotion. Concurrently, he quietly inquired of the class veteran, Pei Ning, in hopes that she might possess some insight. That is Shui Miao Miao. She is quite the celebrity at our school." It is evident that when Pei Ning uttered the name Shui Miao Miao, her eyes sparkled with longing. Little did she expect to hear that name again from her little desk mate, which inadvertently awakened deep-seated memories within Qing. Throughout the conversation, Pei Ning seemed eager to divulge everything she knew about Shui Miao Miao. Firstly, Shui Miao Miao was quite renowned in the entire Beihai kindergarten for two primary reasons. One was the luxurious Mercedes-Benz that chauffeured her to and from school each day. In the year 2000, even those unfamiliar with the brand could not help but be intimidated by the imposing exterior of the car, causing ordinary folks to shy away for fear of a costly mishap. The second reason was her striking beauty and flamboyant personality, frequently resembling a model at a fashion show. She would don intricately designed and exquisite Lolita dresses to kindergarten. Children and adults alike of that era were blissfully unaware of what Lolita truly meant. They simply recognized it as beautiful, attractive, and undoubtedly expensive. In the eyes of young boys enamored with her uniqueness, Shui Miao radiated an almost ethereal glow, perpetually captivating their hearts. Consequently, she was affectionately dubbed the princess by both teachers and students alike. After hearing all this, Su Qing felt a sense of nostalgia. It was as if the world had changed around him. He could easily step forward for recognition, yet he hesitated at that moment. After 2.5 years apart, had she retained any memories of their childhood together? Not far away, Shui Miao smiled graciously at the group of boys and girls surrounding her, though internally she felt quite impatient. To her surprise, the chubby boy she despised the most had not approached her today. Was it truly an unusual occurrence? Upon inquiry, she learned that in her brief absence from kindergarten, the dynamics of Class 2 had shifted dramatically. A new transfer student had arrived, protecting a girl named Pei Xining, and effortlessly dethroned the likes of Li Pang and his gang. Curious, she asked for the name of this intriguing boy. Su Qing, he was called. Strangely enough, though they were supposed to be meeting for the first time, Shui Miao found his name oddly familiar. The monotony of kindergarten life now seemed to hold a glimmer of amusement, prompting her to direct her attention to him and inquire about the events of the previous day. Tell me everything you know. Okay, replied the eager little boy, seemingly fearful of disappointing her. Others around them sighed in envy, clamoring to share their own insights. I know a lot too. Let me tell you. Meanwhile, Su Qing stood at a distance, bemused. Was this kindergarten truly Shui Miao's domain? It seemed that every child present had been enchanted by her allure. After hearing about the bullying incident that had transpired the day before, Shui Miao found Su Qing to be an intriguing boy. He was distinctly different from the other boys who engaged in childish antics, debating over whose booger was more appealing, neglecting to wash their hands after using the restroom, and occasionally sporting urine stains on their shoes, which made her feel physically uncomfortable. In other words, man, you have piqued my interest. Su Qing shivered slightly, as if Shui Miao had set her sights on him before he could make a move. Chapter 14. Possessiveness. The little sycophant seemed to feel emboldened and, seizing the moment, sought to invite Shui Miao to play a game together. Miao, let us play house. I shall be the prince and you, the princess. What do you say? Perhaps next time, definitely next time, was her gentle refusal. After turning down his invitation, Shui Miao unexpectedly approached Su Qing. As their eyes met, they scrutinized each other's features. It felt as if an invisible force was drawing Shui Miao closer to Su Qing. And upon seeing his face, she inexplicably felt an urge to reach out and pinch his cheeks. How strange. At merely 5 years into her life, Shui Miao herself could not decipher her feelings, unable to distinguish what this emotion truly was. Yet, out of politeness for their first encounter and a desire to maintain her persona, she suppressed her instinctive impulse. Meanwhile, Su Qing also observed Shui Miao. Not only had her hair grown long, but she had also become quite beautiful. Reflecting on the once bald little girl, he found himself feeling a sense of nostalgia. He pondered what kind of opening line would be appropriate for their long-awaited reunion. To his surprise, Shui Miao stepped forward first, uttering words that left Su Qing in a quandary. Leave Pei Xining and be my deskmate. At that moment, Su Qing's pupils transformed into a trifecta of confusion, curiosity, and a generous portion of bewilderment. The situation unfolded so simply and directly that he had yet to grasp what was transpiring. You are different from others. You are intriguing. Which is why I wish for you to be my deskmate. Upon seeing Su Qing's bewildered expression, Shui Miao took it upon herself to clarify. Not only Su Qing, but also Pei Xining, who sat beside him, had clearly heard her words. Instantly, her mind became a chaotic tangle. A grave crisis. Without a doubt. This was the most significant crisis in Pei Xining's life. The good friend she had made just yesterday was about to be whisked away by the audacious girl. Wait. Just yesterday, Su Qing taught you to be strong. Pei Xining, you must stand tall. It was as if a second persona of Pei Xining, the strong version, emerged in her mind, encouraging the timid and weak reality of herself. Gradually, the once cowering Pei Xining clenched her small fist, her eyes suddenly resolute, as if ready to join a cause. Yes, this is how Pei Xining should be. Do not lose face. Confront this self-absorbed Shui Miao and tell her that you are Su Qing's best friend. In the past, whenever Pei Xining encountered the radiant Shui Miao, she often felt a pang of inferiority. But now, it was different. She found the courage to lock eyes with her, holding that gaze for a full second. Then, as if deflated like a punctured balloon, she slumped into a state of despondency. She had stood tall, but only for a fleeting moment. How could a timid creature like her impede Su Qing's pursuit of someone better? Timid creatures like her should remain nestled in the shadows of the sewers. Teacher, it seems our Pei Sinian is about to perish. The feeble Pei Siling has perished, and in her stead emerges an even feebler version of herself. Although it appears that numerous events have transpired, in reality, it all unfolds in the blink of an eye. Shui Miao finds herself perplexed by the series of actions and rich facial expressions exhibited by Pei Siling, feeling an inexplicable sense of confusion. Is this person a comedian? Su Qing is equally speechless. Perhaps an odd telepathic connection exists between the two. He astonishingly deciphers the meanings behind Pei Siling's gestures and inner thoughts. His sentiments towards her timid demeanor, no, her timid mentality, render him utterly speechless. We are prepared to fight to the death. Why does the Chancellor surrender first? Indeed. Su Qing's hopes of witnessing Pei Siling execute a magnificent play were overly optimistic. It ultimately falls upon him to take charge. Faced with such a capricious demand, even his old friends, Su Qing resolutely declines. His forte lies in denying self-important girls. I apologize, Miao Miao, but I share a delightful friendship with Siling, and I have no intention of changing seats. Suddenly, Pei Siling beside him sparkles with excitement, akin to a real-life scene of unexpected joy. Where had her internal monologue just reached? Ah, yes, she had been a silent observer, watching Su Qing and Shui Miao frolic together, while she remained in a shadowy corner, weeping into her handkerchief. She had been lamenting, but I was here first, even as friends. I was the one who came first. Such lamentations of a defeated spirit. Phew. Fortunately, reality stands in stark contrast to her fantasies. Pei Siling exhales deeply in her seat, while the class erupts in astonishment. She has publicly rejected Shui Miao's invitation, a dream come true for countless young boys to sit beside her. They feel as though they might gnash their teeth in envy, casting glances at Su Qing filled with admiration and jealousy. The meticulous efforts of her mother, who believes in nurturing her daughter with a sense of affluence, have shaped Shui Miao into a somewhat proud and willful individual. Almost every request she makes is fulfilled, further enhancing her character. Coupled with the care from household staff, drivers, and doting classmates, this has intensified her disposition. Su Qing's refusal to acquiesce starkly contrasts with the rest. Rather than inciting Shui Miao's resentment, it ignites her competitive spirit. It resembles Su Qing employing a strategy of feigned disinterest, gradually luring the naive Shui Miao into a trap. Observing the escalating complexity of the situation, Pei Siling feels both joy and sorrow. Su Qing is her first and only friend, yet it appears he may not be limited to her companionship alone. Faced with the remarkable Shui Miao, Pei Siling perceives herself as lacking in competitive edge. Although making friends is generally a positive endeavor, Pei Siling is reluctant to see Su Qing forge other friendships. She is uncertain of the origin of these feelings. If she were to confide in Su Qing, he would surely provide her with clarity. This is possessiveness, dear child. Chapter 15. The Redemption of Shawshank vs. The Redemption of Kindergarten during the midday meal. The kindergarten was bustling with students, yet the canteen staff consisted of only a handful of cooks, inevitably leading to a decline in the quality of the food. As she gazed at the utterly unappetizing plate of stir-fried celery and meat devoid of any oil, Shui Miao felt an overwhelming urge to snap her chopsticks in frustration. This was, of course, an exaggerated expression, vividly illustrating her discontent. In reality, even with the imprints of the chopsticks evident on her tiny hands, she could inflict no harm upon them. The meal was not only unpalatable, but this time, it lacked even a hint of minced meat. She stirred the contents of her plate vigorously with her chopsticks, her expression rife with disdain. In previous days, she could at least manage to swallow the kindergarten meals. But this time, she had no desire even to take a single bite. In a fit of anger, she stood up and marched towards the teacher's office. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find her teachers, who had just been reciting the poem the farmer sung with them, happily slurping on instant noodles. It was important to note that instant noodles were quite a rarity at that time. A wave of disbelief washed over her, infuriating Shui Miao. Was this not a blatant double standard? Why were they exempt from the tasteless meals served in the canteen? She marched straight to Teacher Zhang's desk, voicing her grievances about the unappetizing lunch. Teacher Zhang, left with no choice, had to set aside her fragrant bowl of instant noodles and attentively listen to Shui Miao's complaints. While maintaining a calm facade, she was inwardly panicking. Her noodles were getting soggy. Those responsible for such unpalatable meals were the true culprits of food waste. Shui Miaomiao's words rendered teacher Zhang speechless, unable to articulate a coherent response, let alone a counterargument. She mused to herself how difficult today's children had become. Awkwardly, teacher Zhang attempted to soothe Shui Miaomiao's frustration, urging her to be patient. Dear Miaomiao, this issue we're discussing is not a matter of the teachers not being willing to act. It may appear challenging, but in reality, it's not so simple. After a thorough investigation, we've discovered that our inquiries have not been comprehensive. Teacher Zhang skillfully wielded her words, seemingly saying much while conveying little of substance. Yet, Shui Miaomiao found herself ensnared in a fog of confusion, her little mind spinning. To make a long story short, but it is indeed a lengthy matter, Miaomiao. You should return and await further notice. What about lunch? Teacher Zhang furrowed her brows, beginning to drone on like a Buddhist monk reciting a mantra. At this point, Shui Miaomiao felt utterly overwhelmed, her thoughts in disarray. Seizing the moment, teacher Zhang took her little hand, and thus, Shui Miaomiao was unwittingly escorted out of the office. Wait, I am. Before she could finish her thought, the office door swiftly closed behind her. Clearly, teacher Zhang had anticipated this outcome. How infuriating. Regaining her composure, Shui Miaomiao stomped her feet in frustration before the office door. Realizing she had been dismissed with half-hearted reassurances, she grew increasingly agitated on her way back to the classroom. At last, she returned to the entrance, tears streaming down her face. Yet, in an effort to maintain her composure and dignity, she dried her tears and feigned nonchalance as she entered the classroom, resuming her seat. Upon sighting her cold, uneaten meal, her appetite dwindled further. Passing by Shui Miaomiao, she noticed her eyes were red, as though she had just been crying, prompting Su Qing to contemplate initiating a conversation to inquire about the recent events. After much deliberation on how to broach the subject, he noticed the plates on the table and remarked, "A little princess must not waste food. If you don't finish, you want to earn your little red flower." Unbeknownst to him, Shui Miaomiao despised being called by that nickname. Already in a foul mood, Su Qing inadvertently struck a nerve. With her emotions ignited by his words, she erupted like a detonated bomb. Su Qing stood in bewilderment, his attempt at conversation met only with a scornful glare. Shui Miaomiao's eyes welled with tears, as if they were poised to spill, but she managed to hold them back. With a fierce shout, she declared, "You're just like them, a fool," and then abruptly fled the classroom, leaving behind her unpalatable lunch and a perplexed Su Qing. Having been unjustly rebuked, Su Qing returned to his seat in utter confusion. It was only thanks to his good friend, Pei Xining, that he found clarity in her succinct explanation. Although Pei Xining had few friends, she possessed an uncanny ability to stay informed about every occurrence within the class. Do not underestimate my network of intelligence. Su Qing suddenly found her somewhat intimidating. However, her elucidation revealed to him that Shui Miaomiao harbored a deep aversion to the title of princess. Yet, the classmates persisted in using it with delight. Over time, unable to alter their perceptions, Shui Miaomiao feigned indifference. After all, at that age, boys often expressed affection through teasing, hoping to capture the attention of girls. Su Qing, a recent transfer student, was oblivious to the backstory and had instinctively followed the crowd in calling her by that nickname, never anticipating the ensuing chaos. Just yesterday, he had rescued Pei Xining from the hurt caused by that very moniker, yet here he stood, transformed into the unwitting antagonist, though innocent of any wrongdoing. The experience was far from pleasant. The advantage of adulthood lies in the ability to swiftly acknowledge and rectify one's mistakes. Unlike immature children who stubbornly refuse to admit fault even when in the wrong. First, he expressed gratitude to Pei Xining for providing the crucial insight, and then sighed. "It seems I must go comfort the tearful girl. Xining, please wait for me here. I shall return shortly." Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Pei Xining felt a twinge of jealousy. However, after a moment of internal conflict, she shook her little fist and encouraged him. "Good luck. Miaomiao is actually a wonderful girl. You mustn't quarrel with her." "Understood. Rest assured," he replied. In the past, when Pei Xin was bullied, Shui Miaomiao could not bear to watch and had come to her aid on several occasions. Although they could not be considered true friends, Pei Xining harbored feelings of admiration and gratitude towards Shui Miaomiao. If possible, she wished to prevent Su Qing from misunderstanding Shui Miaomiao. Though this choice might deepen the bond between Su Qing and Shui Miaomiao, consequently diminishing her status as his sole confidant, Pei Xining held no regrets regarding her decision at that moment. Meanwhile, Su Qing was searching for Shui Miaomiao in the vast expanse of the kindergarten. a task far from simple. Thanks to his well-trained physique, he dashed up and down the stairs, merely feeling slightly breathless without any discomfort or fatigue. He searched meticulously, even checking the boys' and girls' restrooms on each floor, thankfully avoiding any unfortunate encounters within. Although such a situation would not lead to social death, embarrassment and reprimands were unavoidable. Where else could she possibly be? Ultimately, he arrived at the playground and began to scan the surroundings, only to spot Shui Miao Miao concealed in the corner of the kindergarten's wall. Su Qing had no doubt that this child was adept at playing hide-and-seek, which made his search all the more challenging. He deliberately slowed his pace to regulate his breathing, observing Shui Miao Miao's every move with the quiet intensity of a tiger stalking its prey in the animal kingdom. He watched as she maneuvered through the sparse underbrush and shifted aside a piece of tattered cloth, revealing a section of railing with a broken iron post. Su Qing could not help but think to himself, this kindergarten is rather negligent. The gap in the railing seems wide enough for a child to slip through. A troubling thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could Shui Miao Miao be attempting to skip school? The Shawshank Redemption? No, it should be the redemption of Bihai Kindergarten. Chapter 16. Apology. A good child learns from mistakes what one thinks can manifest into reality, and at that moment, Shui Miao Miao unexpectedly protruded halfway from the middle, just as Su Qing had envisioned. Su Qing's heart sank. It was exceedingly perilous for a child to leave the kindergarten unattended. It is essential to remember that in the year 2000, surveillance cameras were not ubiquitous, and with the frequent news reports of human traffickers, Su Qing was overcome with a sense of foreboding. He had grown up hearing tales from his parents about the horrors of being sold by traffickers and never seeing his mother and father again. Acting on instinct, Su Qing dashed forward with the intent to halt Shui Miao Miao's next move. Simultaneously, the system issued a task. Emotional life task. Redemption of the kindergarten. Task description. In her past life, Shui Miao Miao escaped from kindergarten due to a tantrum after a meal, only to be captured by a wandering trafficker in Tianjin. This incident quickly became the focus of primetime news, with the kidnappers demanding a ransom of 1 million yuan, becoming a hot topic of conversation among people during their leisure. The outcome was that Shui Miao Miao vanished without a trace, leaving her mother in deep despair. Perhaps her fate has never been altered. Or perhaps it has already changed. The opportunity to save her is at hand. What will your choice be? Task progress. 01 Task reward. Lucky attribute point 1. List of bull stocks from 2005 to 2007. Skill. Golden Finger. Golden Finger enhances your dexterous fingers, allowing for prolonged activity without fatigue, increasing typing speed by 200, agility by 200, and ensuring everlasting stamina. These are hands that even Kato Takashi would envy. There was no time to critique the system's frivolous skill description. As Su Qing read through the task description, a chill of sweat enveloped him. In an instant, he found himself amidst the bushes at the railing, where he noticed Shui Miao Miao, hearing footsteps, seemed to quicken her movements. However, she appeared to be stuck, twisting her body in vain. Shui Miao Miao realized she could neither advance nor retreat. With a sorrowful expression, it seemed her escape plan had come to naught. In her desperation, she could only seek external assistance. Casting a pitiful glance over her shoulder, she suddenly spotted Su Qing emerging from the thicket. Startled, the abrupt appearance of Su Qing caused her to tremble, her small head colliding with the iron railing with a resounding thud. Was it melodious? If it is, then it is indeed a charming sound. Unable to contain himself, Su Qing burst into laughter at the comical sight, unapologetically mocking Shui Miao Miao. Haha. With no intention of bantering back, Shui Miao Miao looked at him with eyes full of hope. If one were to overlook the tears streaming down her face and the snot threatening to spill into her mouth, she could be perceived as an adorably obedient little girl. She raised her arm, her delicate hand waving feebly at Su Qing, whispering, "Save me, save me." A bubble of snot amusingly formed in her nose, bursting with a soft pop. "Do not rush, do not rush. Allow me to bring you back, ha ha ha." Su Qing acted swiftly, making every effort to extricate Shui Miao Miao from the railing without causing her harm. The thought of Su Qing laughing heartily at her made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She felt utterly mortified. The two exchanged a silent gaze, and upon seeing Su Qing's jovial, boyish face, Shui Miao Miao's anger flared. She extended her hand and vigorously squeezed his arm, and Su Qing did not retaliate, allowing her to act as she pleased. "I've decided. I'll wipe my nose on his shirt sleeve." "Humph, how wicked of me," she thought, absent-mindedly rubbing her nose on his sleeve. Su Qing did not resist, permitting her to continue. Afterwards, she presented a small, reddened nose, forcing a fierce expression as she threatened Su Qing. "Let me remind you, you must never tell anyone about this, or else or else I will continuously wipe my nose on your clothes." She resembled an adorable kitten attempting to appear fierce, which utterly failed to instill any fear in Su Qing. Well, having just escaped a precarious situation, Shuem Miao immediately turned her back on him. The first lesson Su Qing learned from his father, forgetting one's roots, was already being grasped by Shuem Miao. In any case, I must apologize for this matter. I am sorry for casually using your nickname without knowing if you would consent. Shuem Miao, in her proud and haughty manner, turned her face away, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she declared she forgave him. "I accept," she added hastily, retracting her statement. "Unless you also become my friend, I cannot overlook your mistake." From Su Qing's perspective, he could only see her profile, which was slightly flushed, with the tips of her small ears peeking out from her hair, now bright red. What on earth? Shuem Miao hardly resembled a princess. To Su Qing, she appeared more like a tsundere who was reluctant to express her true feelings openly. "Please let me be your friend, would you?" Sniffling, Shuem Miao hesitated, but ultimately accepted Su Qing's friendship request with her signature haughty tone. "Then I shall reluctantly agree to your request." Su Qing extended his hand, and Shuem Miao, after a moment of hesitation, took it. The two solemnly linked their pinkies and sealed their promise with a thumbs up. Although it was a promise devoid of any real constraints, it held a rare value, such as the nature of childhood friendships. Since no danger had ensued, Su Qing began to reflect on the entire incident. Shuem Miao was clearly aware of her mistake, fidgeting as she quietly apologized to Su Qing. "It was the teacher who made me angry, yet I took it out on you in class." "I'm sorry, Su Qing." Unlike the teachers, who often exhibited double standards, she was quick to correct her errors. "Then I forgive you as well. In truth, I have always found it puzzling. Why did you wish to escape from kindergarten?" This remained Su Qing's greatest mystery, and Shuem Miao's answer was utterly nonsensical. "Well, my home is in that apartment building right next to the kindergarten, and I wanted to go home to eat the meals cooked by the nanny." Su Qing found himself speechless, realizing once again the childlike nature of his companion, who seemed to act on a whim. Throughout their journey, he had coaxed and persuaded until he finally escorted Shuem Miao back to the classroom. The sight of their hands intertwined brought an unexpected hush over Class 2, which soon erupted into a flurry of excitement, as if ignited by a spark. Countless young boys longed to challenge Su Qing, but the memory of their earlier encounter with him, where they had been thoroughly bested, held them back. Su Qing, too, possessed a modicum of martial prowess. Reflecting on that moment, the boys collectively sighed in resignation, silently watching Su Qing and Shuem Miao hold hands. Was this not a form of emotional entanglement in its own right? When lunchtime concluded, Shuem Miao found herself with only instant noodles from the teacher's office. Poor teacher Zhang could only weep inwardly, feigning generosity as she contributed her meager stock. Upon returning to the classroom, the diligent lady responsible for clearing the trays distributed little red flowers to the children participating in the Clean Plate initiative. As a representative of the mischief makers, Shuem Miao had left a heaping plate of food untouched, resulting in her not receiving a red flower as a reward and enduring a verbal reprimand from the lady. Turning her head away, she muttered, "I won't listen. It's just a futile lecture." In truth, she yearned for the little red flower. Su Qing decided to share his own red flower with Shuem Miao, who pretended to decline a few times before ultimately accepting his kind gesture. Her cheeks flushed. Soon, several others attempted to emulate Su Qing's actions in hopes of winning Shuem Miao's affection, yet none succeeded and instead only managed to irritate her. After dismissing the crowd with a wave, Shuem Miao crossed her arms, feeling that all the boys, save for Su Qing, were rather immature. Finally, during their break, the two approached their homeroom teacher and led her to the section of the railing that had been damaged. From that point onward, the matter was beyond the purview of mere children. They could only await the school's intervention to arrange for repairs. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief, considering the day's events a small act of virtue. Chapter 17. You are only thinking of yourself. The first class of the afternoon was mathematics. Miss Xiao Zhang, the homeroom teacher, also served as the mathematics instructor. On this occasion, she wore an unusually stern expression, her demeanor radiating seriousness. The authoritative presence of an adult in a position of power instantly rendered the students of Class 2 silent as the grave. It seemed that Miss Xiao Zhang was quite pleased with the response from her audience, nodding her head with a look of satisfaction. Once upon a time, she too had been intimidated by her teachers just like the little ones before her. Now, the tables had turned. Could this be likened to a dragon slayer ultimately becoming the dragon? Casting aside such whimsical thoughts, Miss Xiao Zhang instructed the children to clasp their hands behind their backs, a tactic intended to help them concentrate and refrain from fidgeting. She began with a weighty admonition. The final year of kindergarten is perhaps the most pivotal in your lives. Soon you will face the entrance examination for primary school, determining your eligibility for a more prestigious institution, such as experimental primary school. The significance of this year in kindergarten cannot be overstated, as the importance of each subsequent grade, 1st through 6th in primary school, and the 1st through 3rd years of junior high, and the 1st through 3rd years of high school cannot be overlooked for those in Huaxia. These are all critical milestones in life. Chuckles. As a seasoned veteran, Su Qing had long since become desensitized to such rhetoric, and Ms. Xiao Zhang's naturally high-pitched voice made it difficult for him to maintain a serious demeanor. The next lesson would cover the intricacies of mixed operations in addition and subtraction. The children gasped in astonishment. What? A combination of addition and subtraction? Surely this was beyond their capability, a challenge only a genius like Princess Miao Miao could undertake. With the rising birth rate in Huaxia, primary schools were compelled to expand their intake. Consequently, most ordinary schools now accommodated around 40 to 50 students per class, resulting in overcrowding, making it impossible for teachers to attend to each child individually. The underlying expectation was that sheer numbers would compensate for the disparity in quality. Of course, this did not apply to experimental primary school, the most prestigious institution in the city, which prided itself on selecting only the finest candidates. To gain admission, students were required to pass an initial assessment. In simpler terms, the competition for primary school enrollment had begun to intensify. Ms. Xiao Zhang's lips curled into a slight smile. She had grown weary of indulging the children in frivolous play. Teaching mathematics was her true calling. Prepare yourselves for the wrath of mathematics. She then emitted a cackling laugh reminiscent of a sinister elder, instilling fear in the children, who believed that Ms. Xiao Zhang had finally lost her sanity due to their antics. Pei Sining had little understanding or thoughts regarding primary school enrollment. In fact, the entire class approached the idea of the entrance examination with a sense of indifference. Despite Ms. Xiao Zhang's repeated emphasis on the importance of studying, they remained largely oblivious to its significance. Gathering the courage to speak, Pei Sining finally turned to Su Qing, eager to share a whisper. In her heart, this was undeniably the sort of mischief that only a very naughty child would engage in. To her surprise, when she turned around, she found Su Qing casually lounging with his legs crossed, completely devoid of any obedient demeanor. Su Qing, you must clasp your hands behind your back at once. Otherwise, the teacher will strike your palms, and it will hurt terribly. Observing her anxious expression, it was evident that she was genuinely concerned for Su Qing's well-being. Gently patting the adorable child's head, Su Qing prepared to discuss with her the rationale behind the teacher's directive for children to keep their hands behind their backs. Let us address the matter directly. Sining, do you think that keeping your hands behind your back aids in learning? Perhaps it does. She hesitated. No, it does not. He decisively dismissed Pei Sining's answer without a moment's pause. All right then, it does not. With a distinct lack of assertiveness, Pei Sining meekly retracted her statement. She appeared somewhat aggrieved, leading one to think that Su Qing had been unkind to her. The purpose of keeping one's hands behind their back is to help children focus on their studies, preventing them from engaging in unrelated activities during class. However, Su Qing reasoned, since he was already proficient in what the teacher taught, there was no necessity for him to comply. He delivered a lengthy explanation, which left Pei Sining struggling to grasp the logic behind his words. Ultimately, she retained only a few key phrases, concluding that Su Qing was indeed a remarkably clever child. Su Qing, are you particularly skilled in mathematics? Could you perhaps teach me? Certainly, my friend. Mathematics is but one of 9 subjects in which I excel. Though she did not fully comprehend the depth of his prowess, Pei Sining's admiration for Su Qing grew even stronger. Their loud plotting had not escaped the attentive gaze of Teacher Zhang, who had been observing them for some time. However, out of consideration for the goodwill Su Qing had garnered the previous day, Teacher Zhang chose to overlook their antics. Yet, repeated indulgence only led to more audacious behavior. Very well, since that is the case, I shall no longer hold back my grievances. Su Qing, please come to the front and solve this problem. The question was 43-3-27. Suddenly called upon, Su Qing found himself bewildered. The other children, equally perplexed, recognized that the problem on the board was clearly beyond their capabilities. This was indeed a challenge set to ensnare Su Qing. Following Teacher Zhang's, the problem presented was a simple arithmetic operation involving addition and subtraction within 50. While straightforward for early elementary students, for these kindergartners, it was akin to chasing an unattainable dream. The onlookers silently mourned for their newly appointed leader, fearing that he was destined to falter in this mathematical arena. Naturally, there were those among them who relished his predicament, including Jiang Jie, the foremost admirer of Xue Miao, who had been seething with jealousy since the previous day when Xue Miao had chosen to chat with Su Qing instead of him. Witnessing Su Qing in distress brought him a sense of unspoken satisfaction. Meanwhile, sitting in the front row, Xue Miao turned anxiously to glance at Su Qing. Having swiftly calculated the answer, she began to gesticulate boldly towards him, signaling 19. 19. Teacher Xiao Zhang furrowed her brow and called out to Xue Miao, instructing her to sit properly. Miao, do you think you are helping Su Qing? You are merely causing him harm. The inexperienced Xue Miao could hardly withstand teacher Xiao Zhang's moral coercion, her head drooping under the weight of the reprimand. Pouting her lips in indignation, she resolved in her heart never to be on good terms with teacher Xiao Zhang again. In order to challenge Su Qing and make him acutely aware of his mistake in daydreaming during class, she aimed to assert her authority as the homeroom teacher. Consequently, teacher Xiao Zhang decided to pose a new question on the blackboard, elevating the difficulty yet again. This time, it involved multiplication. 9 by 3 12 to 7. What? Multiplication? What is multiplication? I have heard my elder brother, who is in elementary school, mention that multiplication problems are typically tackled only in the later stages of primary education. How can Su Qing be smiling at this? One might wonder if the author's family has sought the counsel of a sage. Su Qing smiled with calm confidence. Isn't it simple to solve this problem? Thus, he no longer concealed his aura, revealing his peak mastery of the first year of high school. In an instant, the atmosphere in the classroom fell silent. Each step Su Qing took toward the podium was steady and assured. Grasping the chalk from teacher Xiao Zhang's hand, he inscribed the numbers on the blackboard with remarkable vigor. With just a few strokes, his exceptional talent was evident. Teacher Xiao Zhang, trembling, instinctively swallowed hard. For the answer Su Qing had written was unequivocally correct, 32. Drawing in a sharp breath, teacher Xiao Zhang contributed to the global warming crisis. The brief moment of shock transformed into surprise in the blink of an eye. With the fervent gaze of a sect elder observing a prodigious talent, she supported him as he prepared to step down from the podium. Promise me you will study math diligently, if you can gain admission to the experimental primary school. I will do anything for you. The experimental primary school is the finest in Tianjin. It is not an exaggeration to say that the chances of a child from a kindergarten gaining admission there serve as a prestigious endorsement. If teachers produce such outstanding students, they are rewarded with a substantial bonus. Under the temptation of monetary gain, teacher Xiao Zhang's demeanor towards Su Qing had undergone a complete 180-degree transformation. Now the center of attention in the classroom, Su Qing remained unfazed. He paid no heed to teacher Xiao Zhang's coaxing and calmly descended from the podium. Teacher Xiao Zhang, your thoughts are entirely self-centered. The audience welcomed Su Qing as if he were a triumphant hero, applauding him vigorously. Even Xue Miao regarded him with admiration. There is a saying that resonates well. While one's own failures may be painful, the success of a rival is even more distressing. This sentiment perfectly encapsulated Jiang Jie's current emotions, as he felt as though he could crush his own teeth in frustration. Suddenly, with a crunch, the slightly wobbly front tooth was actually bitten off. As he tasted the metallic flavor of blood, Jiang Jie burst into tears. Breathless and overwhelmed, he inadvertently swallowed a dislodged tooth. The abrupt incident involving Jiang Jie interrupted the lesson. Teacher Xiao Zhang, who had initially been filled with ambition, suddenly deflated. Rushing to comfort him, inwardly reassuring himself that it was all right. After all, fortune and misfortune coexist, he mused that at least he had discovered the little prodigy Su Qing, and a reward was now within reach. Teacher, will I choke on my tooth? He whimpered. Teacher Xiao Zhang, at a loss for words, thought to himself that if he were truly choking, he wouldn't be able to speak at all. The disparity between individuals was indeed greater than that between man and dog. Su Qing, who had joined the fray, suddenly interjected, "You won't choke to death, but you might suffocate." Both the child and the adult turned to Su Qing, eager to hear his reasoning. Just think about it. If a tooth gets stuck in your backside, and you can only go in, not out, how could you not suffocate? Hearing Su Qing's clumsy fib, teacher Xiao Zhang couldn't help but laugh, suddenly reminded of the mythical creature Pai Yao. However, the foolish Jiang Jie took it seriously and burst into even more tragic tears. Teacher Xiao Zhang's smile faltered, his finger trembling as he pointed at Su Qing. "You little rascal, you've caused me no small trouble." This was Su Qing avenging himself for the earlier jest. He waggled his index finger at teacher Xiao Zhang, implying that it would take a millennium for him to succeed in tricking him. Ultimately, the lesson could not be salvaged, and Su Qing successfully became the stumbling block to the progress of the students in the senior class of Binhai Kindergarten. When Pei Sinning saw Su Qing return, her bright eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, when seating arrangements were made, she had worried that Su Qing might be difficult to get along with, perhaps even bully her like Li Peng and others. However, after spending the past few days together, she discovered that Su Qing was not only kind but also helped her resolve long-standing troubles, ultimately leading them to become friends. Setting aside his thoughtfulness, charm, and gallantry, it was astonishing to see him excel in his studies, transforming into a mathematical prodigy even more impressive than the little princess Xuemyumyao. Pei Sinning was filled with curiosity about the surprises Su Qing might unveil. "Coach, I want to learn mathematics," she earnestly requested of Su Qing, reminiscent of Mitsui Hisashi's plea to Coach Anze in a comic. "Child, have you ever seen Transient at 4 in the morning?" Su Qing asked. Suddenly, Pei Sinning seemed to grasp the underlying meaning of his words. "I understand. You want me to wake up early every day to study and secretly outshine everyone." She was still reveling in her realization when, in the next moment, Su Qing playfully thumped her on the head. "Silly as a child. You should just go to bed early and rise early. Whenever you have questions in kindergarten, feel free to ask me, and I will guide you." "But you're a kid too," she retorted playfully. Thus, the first study group at Binhai Kindergarten was born, not far in the front row. Xuemyumyao observed the two with furrowed brows, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. These two individuals are conversing with such joy. How infuriating. Why must Su Qing sit so close to Pei Sinning? Su Miao, consumed by jealousy, resolved to approach teacher Xiao Zhang shortly to request a change of seat. "Yes, it is decided." The three of them are seated in a row, with Su Qing perfectly nestled between them. Chapter 18. Mother, you cannot compete with me for Su Qing. As evening approached and the school day drew to a close, what should have been an exhilarating moment turned into an unusually subdued atmosphere among the little ones in the classroom. The air was thick with an oppressive silence, as if something ominous loomed on the horizon. Upon the arrival of our homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhang, she clapped her hands to capture the attention of the entire class and proceeded to announce the details of the parent-teacher meeting scheduled for after school. 3 days prior, everyone had been informed that dismissal would be delayed, and they would be returning home with their parents only after the meeting concluded. In childhood, there is a fear of mischief being discovered by parents. As one matures, there lies a dread of academic performance being revealed. The term parent-teacher meeting seems to possess an inherent power over students of all ages, often resulting in verbal reprimands, or, in more severe cases, a combination of both boys and girls facing the music. Even the usually pampered little princess, Xuemyumyao, appeared to hang her head in silence. In stark contrast, Su Qing maintained an air of calm and composure. Ms. Zhang observed him with a knowing nod, recognizing that he was no ordinary child. With such a temperament coupled with his remarkable talent in mathematics, Su Qing possessed the makings of a great leader. What astonished Su Qing was the fact that Pei Sinning, sitting beside him, exhibited not an ounce of fear. In fact, he caught a glimpse of her stifling a giggle behind her small hand. Could it be that this little girl was so unperturbed by the impending meeting that she had been rendered silly? "Why are you laughing, Sinning?" he inquired, only to learn that her parents were too busy to attend the meeting, hence her cheerful demeanor. She was reveling in the misfortune of others. As the meeting was about to commence, Pei Sinning, Xuemyumyao, and Su Qing congregated at the playground slide, engaging in playful banter. With Su Qing as the intermediary, the two girls had managed to forge a friendship. "Miao Miao, where is your mother? Why has Tishi arrived yet?" Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt a flicker of anticipation, as the impression left by her mother was indeed quite profound. Feigning a thoughtful expression, Xuemyumyao glanced at her non-existent watch on her wrist and then at the sun above, as if calculating the time. "According to my calculations, she should be here any moment now." Pei Sinning, bewildered, thought Xuemyumyao resembled Su Qing, speaking in a manner filled with many words she did not comprehend. "How cool!" she exclaimed, clapping her hands in support, causing Xuemyumyao to blush adorably, her small face glowing with pride, coughing softly to mask her shyness. She then turned the conversation to inquire why Pei Sinning's parents were also absent. "My parents went to my uncle's house to play mahjong, so they won't be coming today." Xuemyumyao nodded, saying, "Mahjong, huh? I've seen it played, and I'm actually quite skilled at it." During this exchange, Xuemyumyao dared not meet Su Qing's gaze, her voice diminishing in volume. Su Qing harbored reasonable doubts about her claims, yet considering the atmosphere, he refrained from exposing her exaggeration. Otherwise, Xuemiaomiu would surely retaliate with a playful punch to his chest. The topic of mahjong is one that few truly comprehend. Thus it was swiftly brushed aside. However, Su Qing became acutely aware of a pressing concern. So, who is going to take you home, Xining? Dad said to ask Uncle Su to drop me off since he is on his way. Didn't your uncle mention this to you? Su Qing's lips twitched. Logically, it should have been his mother attending the parent-teacher meeting. He wondered if his unreliable father had even informed his mother about this arrangement. Before long, the conversation shifted to amusing anecdotes from kindergarten and daily life, with Su Qing occasionally interjecting with a comment or two. The few humorous quips he shared from the future sent the two young girls into fits of laughter. Suddenly, while they were engrossed in their merriment, Xuemiaomiu was momentarily blinded by a familiar yet foreign voice that emerged from behind her. Guess who I am? Su Qing also recognized the striking woman before him. She playfully winked at both him and Pei Xining, signaling them not to give Xuemiaomiu any hints. She was the epitome of beauty, sporting a trendy head of voluminous waves that was quite avant-garde for the present day, coupled with her sleek black attire that accentuated her slender figure. She exuded an air of a successful individual. Even though she had deliberately lowered her voice, Xuemiaomiu immediately recognized the newcomer. Mom, you're here. Su Qing scrutinized the now-grown Xuemiaomiu and noticed she bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother. Particularly, both possessed a beauty mark at the corner of their mouths, enhancing their allure while adding a distinctive charm. After a playful exchange between mother and daughter, Xuemiaomiu suddenly recalled they were in kindergarten and began introducing them. Mom, this is Su Qing. He is an extraordinarily interesting boy, unlike any other. The child's limited vocabulary did not hinder her sincerity, and her enthusiastic repetition of extraordinarily underscored her high regard for Su Qing. He humbly deflected the praise and complimented her mother on her youthful beauty, likening her to an elder sister. Flattered by Su Qing's sweet words, her mother instinctively covered her mouth with her left hand as she laughed. Su Qing, you might have forgotten, but I used to carry you when you were little. Wait, what? Su Qing displayed no surprise, while Xuemiaomiu stared in disbelief. What is going on? Mom, you. Her mother cast a knowing glance, prompting Xuemiaomiu to ponder the implications. No, Mom, you are already a grown-up at 29. You can't compete with me for Su Qing. Chapter 19. The Target, Experimental Primary School. It is truly perplexing how she can think in such bizarre directions. The lady's lips twitched, and in an instant, her gaze towards Xuemiaomiu turned ominous. Gripping Miao Miao's cheeks firmly, she threatened, Miao Miao. Haven't I told you that a woman's age is a secret? How can you go around blabbering it? Please stop pinching my face, I was wrong. After punishing the rambunctious Xuemiaomiu, the lady quickly reverted to her composed demeanor from memory. Only Xuemiaomiu remained on the ground, tenderly caressing her reddened cheeks, muttering phrases like violent maniac and unwanted woman. She glanced at Su Qing with a pitiful look, seeking assistance, after being intimidated into silence by the lady's fearsome glare. Since the approach of this unfamiliar adult, Pei Xining had once again transformed into her former socially anxious self. Silently grasping Su Qing's hand, she hid behind him, observing discreetly. This was the first time Su Qing and Pei Xining had witnessed Xuemiaomiu being humbled, silently remarking to themselves, indeed, what goes around comes around. Noticing the awkward silence, Su Qing prepared to steer the conversation. I certainly remember Andy. My mother told me that I used to visit Annie's house, and many of my toys were gifts from her. Upon hearing this, the lady was instantly transported back to memories from years ago, and she couldn't help but regale the group with tales of the past. Xuemiaomiu listened, her eyes sparkling with delight. If it weren't for Su Qing's leading remarks, she would never have known about the connection they once shared. So, Su Qing and I were best friends even in infancy. It dawned on her that the seemingly insignificant Pei Xining could not possibly compete for Su Qing's affection. I could easily crush you. As some reveled in joy, others were left disheartened. Xuemiaomiu was thoroughly entertained, while Pei Xining found it increasingly difficult to maintain her spirits. It turned out that before she and Su Qing had become friends, Su Qing's first friendship had already belonged to Xuemiaomiu. Crying, of course. This first referred to the first friendship. Those with impure thoughts should reflect upon their actions for a moment. Continuing with the topic, the lady praised Su Qing's eloquence. Feigning a sigh, if only Su Qing were my child, Miao Miao's emotional intelligence is far too low. Little did she know, Xuemiaomiu felt no sense of disdain. Instead, she was quite pleased. Shui Qing, that sounds lovely. Mom, I want Su Qing to be my little brother. The lady and Su Qing exchanged knowing glances. both expressing a mutual understanding as if to say, "Thank you for taking care of my daughter at school. It must be tiring." They both sighed deeply. Shui Miao Miao, oblivious to the underlying sentiments, appeared adorably carefree. "By the way, I haven't introduced you to my mother yet. This is Pei Xining. She is super adorable and quite soft, making her easy to tease." Upon hearing Shui Miao Miao's description of her, Pei Xining lowered her head, seemingly embarrassed. Her mind was filled with the phrase. She said, "I am adorable." She felt immensely gratified. Her cheeks flushed, and without much contemplation, she acquiesced to Shui Miao Miao's words, saying, "Indeed, Auntie, I am quite easy to bully." As if being easily bullied were a commendable trait, she proudly puffed out her chest and lifted her chin. "Oh, does Miao Miao really bully you?" Fearing another reprimand from her mother, Shui Miao Miao quickly stood and sought refuge behind Su Qing, exclaiming, "Mommy is a villain. If you bully me again, I will call the police to arrest you." The mischievous mother displayed a merciless smile, her gaze toward Shui Miao Miao seemingly devoid of maternal affection. "Haha, since you intend to report me, I suppose it's only fair to share some of your embarrassing moments, Miao Miao. When you were in kindergarten, no girls in the neighborhood wanted to play house with you, so you bribed them with 100 yuan to befriend you. Yet, they accepted your money without fulfilling their end of the bargain, only allowing you to play the role of the family's pet dog. In a fit of rage, you locked yourself in your room and cried the entire day." Shui Miao Miao's expression gradually turned to one of terror, shaking her head to signal her mother to cease. Su Qing, trained to maintain composure, generally refrained from laughter unless unable to contain it. Even Pei Xining, standing behind Su Qing, could no longer hold back, burying her small face in Su Qing's back, desperately stifling her laughter. "In your second year of kindergarten, you secretly brought a toy from home only for a little boy to snatch it away. When the teacher discovered it and confiscated the toy, you didn't dare admit it was yours. You went home and locked yourself in your room, weeping the entire day." In an instant, her carefully constructed persona crumbled. And now Shui Miao Miao's face was thoroughly flushed. Determinately grasping her mother's hand, she pulled her towards the classroom. Having sufficiently teased her daughter and reunited with the long-missed Su Qing, the mother was immensely satisfied. She waved in the direction of Su Qing and Pei Xining before turning to walk into the dimly lit building. After an hour had passed, the exhausted trio sat in the enclosed space of the slide, resting while waiting for the parents' meeting to conclude. "Su Qing, which elementary school are you aiming for?" As the parent meeting revolved primarily around the topic of elementary schools, it was inevitable that the three children would engage in discussion. "Is there any difference?" The adorable Pei Xining raised her small hand to inquire, but before Su Qing could respond, Shui Miao Miao began to enlighten her. "You can think of it this way. If you wish to stay with Su Qing in the future, you must attend the same elementary school." "Then I want to go to the same elementary school as Su Qing. I want to be with Su Qing all the time." So which elementary school will you attend?" "Su Qing." "Ahem, I don't mean to imply that I want to attend the same school as you, so please don't misunderstand." The conversation took a turn and circled back to its origin. Su Qing's response was remarkably straightforward, as if he had long since set his sights on a goal, devoid of any inner turmoil. "Of course, it's the experimental elementary school." "How delightful. Ahem, what a coincidence, that happens to be my goal as well." Suppressing her excitement, Shui Miao Miao finally felt a sense of relief upon learning the answer. "Then, I too shall aim for the experimental elementary school." With a serious expression, Pei Xining clenched her fists. Now that her only two friends had established clear objectives, she certainly did not wish to be left behind. In an act of encouragement, Su Qing affectionately ruffled her hair, his touch as smooth as silk, making it almost irresistible. Pei Xining closed her eyes in delight, allowing Su Qing to tousle her hair freely, undeterred even when it became disheveled. "Now, we must study diligently together." "Yes, I will strive to do my best." However, the children playing on the playground were few. The majority were preoccupied with concerns about their classroom situations. Gathered outside the classroom, many pressed their ears against the door to eavesdrop. They fervently prayed that the teacher would not report back to their parents. Amen. Within an hour and a half, the parent-teacher meeting concluded, revealing some parents dragging their sons out by the ears. Others wore grim expressions, merely concealing their displeasure for the sake of appearances. It seemed that Teacher Zhang had not shown any leniency. The trio arriving at the classroom door observed Teacher Zhang conversing with Su Qing's mother and another lady. The kindergarten has established an experimental class specifically for those aiming for the experimental elementary school. Both your children possess considerable talent. This opportunity is worth pursuing. The lady maintained a calm demeanor, while Shui Miao Miao's weekend tutoring was evidently not in vain. The prospect of the experimental elementary school, was, to say the least, expected. She had indeed contemplated enrolling Shui Miao Miao in a private school. Ultimately, it all depends on Miao Miao's wishes, Su Qing's mother replied, her expression unchanged. As the impression of a prodigy left by Su Qing earlier now bore fruit. Not only did she dream of the experimental elementary school, but she had even fantasized about Su Qing directly taking the college entrance examination for Tsinghua University. She crouched down, joyfully tousling Su Qing's slightly coarse yet pleasantly textured buzz cut, preparing to inquire about his thoughts. Do you wish to enroll in this experimental class? Or would you prefer to take the exam directly? It seemed to her that Su Qing could effortlessly gain admission to the experimental elementary school without any formal preparation. Such subtle pretentiousness was most disarming, catching even the lady off guard as she scrutinized Su Qing from head to toe. If Miao Miao and Sinning are going, then I will go too. Hearing Su Qing's words, Shui Miao Miao quickly raised her hand to express, if Su Qing is going, then I will go too. Teacher Zhang, smiling broadly, filled out the signature portion of the registration form and subsequently handed it to each individual, including Pei Sinning. There were no additional tuition fees required for this experimental class. It was merely a supplementary activity organized by the school. Treating the registration form as if it were a crucial mission item, Pei Sinning solemnly folded it and placed it into her backpack. At long last, the journey home has arrived. After a prolonged absence, both Mother Su and Madam seem as intimately connected as they once were, showing no signs of estrangement. The two middle-aged women engage in conversation that appears to be endless. Were it not for Shui Miao Miao's urging, returning home would be a distant thought. Watching Shui Miao Miao board that luxurious hudo bin, Su Qing couldn't help but shed tears of envy. Goodness, Madam's business has flourished tremendously over the years. Wait a moment. If this trend continues, wouldn't it be? No, Su Qing, as a dignified reincarnate, cannot remain in a subordinate position for long. He did not return to this life merely to live off others. Emotional life task, redemption of the kindergarten. Task progress, 1-1 completed. Task reward, lucky attribute point 1. List of promising stocks from 2005 to 2007, skill, golden finger. Almost forgot about the existence of the system tasks. Why is this reward dispersed so slowly? Replying to the host. The completion of the task is only deemed successful when the host personally delivers the target individual into their mother's hands. Quite meticulous, aren't you? Thank you for the compliment, host. Who is complimenting you? Chapter 20. The Online Literature Project Kindergarten. The Birth of a Genius. Elementary school, the terror of genius. Middle school, a mediocre existence. High school, the fallen genius. University, a non-existent entity. Vocational school, here I am. As a reincarnated individual endowed with unparalleled talents and the chosen one of a system, such a harrowing tale could never befall Su Qing. Any apprehensions in this regard stemmed entirely from the two unreliable childhood companions by his side. One appeared rather simple-minded, yet possessed an earnest desire to learn. The other, despite her intelligence, lacked a meticulous nature, which might lead to various oversights during examinations and potential loss of marks due to carelessness. In summary, neither instilled a sense of confidence. The plan for a study group was evidently on the horizon, necessitating frequent encouragement for them during their time in kindergarten. It was imperative that they did not falter during the transition from kindergarten to elementary school, for that would be an immense embarrassment. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire emanating from the computer, where Su's father was engrossed in playing a single-player version of Counter-Strike, Su Qing found it impossible to concentrate on his thoughts. His father stubbornly refused to lower the volume, muttering about his desire to practice in secret at home, with intentions to astonish everyone at the Internet CAF in a few days. In a bid to address his father's gaming addiction, Su Qing shamelessly sought out his mother to report this behavior. Moments later, he witnessed her brandishing a rolling pin, entering with the intent to reprimand, while his father wore a look of utter disbelief, as if to say, "Why have you betrayed me, my son?" The mix of confusion, disdain, and barely concealed fury was palpable in his father's eyes. Once his father was finally dispatched, Su Qing naturally took his place before the computer, fiddling with the dial-up internet connection. With an excellent memory, he recalled the steps from his father's previous actions and easily memorized the entire process. After an excruciating day of anticipation, he finally accessed the ancient era of the Chinese internet. The turn of the millennium marked the dawn of a grand era, rife with notable events. For instance, the bursting of the internet bubble had already erupted earlier in the spring, and although a vast ocean separated them from the Eagle Nation, this monumental occurrence had, in one way or another, impacted China at that time. Numerous posts on forums revealed fervent discussions among netizens regarding this event. The glow of the computer screen reflected in Su Qing's eyes, and as he read, he noted the prevailing pessimism among internet users regarding the evolution of the online world. Many feared that in the wake of this bubble's collapse, numerous enterprises would face closure, resulting in a stagnation of China's internet industry for 3 to 10 years. Even the infamous evil penguin of the future was nearly sold for a meager sum of 600,000 by Tony Ma, due to an inability to find a profitable model by the end of the year. However, Su Qing held no illusions about rescuing the penguin. The venture was merely a plaything for a wealthy second-generation entrepreneur. And the question was not whether to continue, but rather a matter of personal choice. Ultimately, with familial assistance, he was introduced to the Li family from Hong Kong, securing a life-saving investment. All of this occurring post the internet bubble burst. A multitude of internet enterprises have tragically collapsed, leaving one to ponder. What incentive would anyone have to invest in you? When discussing the nefarious penguin, it is impossible not to mention another figure, Jack Ma. He was the mastermind behind the creation of Alibaba Mama. However, this individual is quite peculiar, and Su Qing truly wishes to avoid any dealings with him. It is all too easy to be taken advantage of, and one might find themselves counting the profits from their own misfortune. After much contemplation, Su Qing realized he lacked programming skills, and the only viable avenue to profit from the internet at this moment was through writing online literature. In a previous life, he had attempted to pen a few pieces, all of which were abysmal failures. Leveraging the mature narrative techniques from the future, he believed he could achieve commendable results in this era. With this thought in mind, he promptly accessed the most renowned online literature platform, Resurgence. The online literature market of the millennium was still in its infancy, with official statistics indicating approximately 4 million internet users. Those who frequented the web with leisure and wealth were either successful elites or young individuals grappling with internet addiction and artistic aspirations. The novels produced by such individuals were often characterized by an excessively pretentious style, which is considered one of the cardinal sins in online literature, overly poetic prose. The flowery language often lacked clarity, and it was astonishing to find numerous narratives rife with infidelity. Such content was indeed a rarity. In the future, works of this caliber would elicit scorn from moderators, receiving nothing more than derision. Even a chicken could write better. After much effort, Su Qing stumbled upon a contemporary urban tale with the writing style of a primary school student and began to read. However, after merely 5 chapters and a few thousand words, he was astonished to discover it abruptly ended. Indeed, at this time, online literature was not only cliché but also of dismal quality. Producing a few thousand words each month was considered diligent. It was so outrageous that even authors who updated weekly earned praise from readers akin to mythical creatures. Su Qing slammed his hands on the keyboard, unable to suppress an expletive. Damn, have you all never tasted fine grain? How could this rubbish be published? I could do that too, in an instant. He felt invigorated and was ready to unleash his creativity, intending to compose 20,000 words to enlighten these primitive souls. Just as he created a new text document to begin typing, a furious roar from his mother yanked Su Qing back to reality. Su Qing, what are you doing on the computer? What if you break it? The computer is precious. His mother, who typically covered the monitor with a floral cloth to shield it from dust, was incensed to see Su Qing treating it carelessly, even daring to strike the keys. Mom, I'm just typing on the keyboard. Su Qing scratched his head in an attempt to explain, but to his mother, the keyboard appeared to be an integral part of the computer as well. Thus, she seized his ear and pulled him away, making him kneel alongside his father to receive a lesson. Seeing his dejected demeanor, his father could not help but chuckle. What goes around comes around. Su Qing felt a deep frustration, knowing that his aspirations for online literature had been abruptly thwarted. In the dead of night, as he lay in bed, sleep eluding him, Su Qing quietly turned on his bedside lamp and sat at his desk, staring blankly at a pristine notebook. Perhaps being interrupted by his mother was not entirely a misfortune. A sudden revelation struck him. How could one expect success without diligent effort? Unable to resist the urge, Su Qing decided to draft a novel outline with pen and paper. He believed that having an outline would alleviate future concerns about writer's block. Thus, the journey of Su Qing in the realm of online literature commenced with this humble notebook. As he meticulously penned the title Rebirth in the Cursed Sky, Volume 1 under the pseudonym Tang Jianshan, he couldn't help but chuckle with delight. This work was innovative, incorporating elements of rebirth, systems, and incantations, while also introducing the ambitious concept of daily updates. He envisioned a time when he would steadfastly release 2,000 words each day, potentially overwhelming the current readers. Had he not been so young and under the strict supervision of his mother, Qing would have showcased what it truly meant to deliver an overwhelming blow, daily updates of 10,000 words. Little did he know that this peculiar amalgamation of genres would create a significant upheaval in the contemporary landscape of Chinese online literature. Countless authors would find themselves living in Qing's shadow, with the entirety of the online literary world reshaped in his image. Simultaneously, his commitment to daily updates would lead to a tarnished reputation among fellow authors who would derisively label him as the immortal of internal competition, the foremost fool of the online literature scene. Of course, these were matters for another time. That night, relying on the golden finger skills provided by the system, Qing peacefully fell asleep after writing his 2,000-word outline. Chapter 21. The Breakfast Shop's Embarrassing Incident Despite Being Reborn as a Child. One cannot escape the fate of early mornings. A growing child is often plagued by drowsiness. Thus, lingering in bed is certainly not a matter of Qing's self-discipline. Indeed, it is not. After Su's mother delivered a swift slap to his backside and flung open the bedroom window, the brisk autumn breeze sent shivers down Qing's spine, raising goosebumps all over. Forcing himself awake, Qing mustered the energy to head to the bathroom, where a splash of cold water on his face jolted him into alertness. On their way to school, Qing was led to a quaint old breakfast shop, where the myriad of familiar flavors left him grappling with indecision. By chance, he encountered Shui Miao Miao and her mother, who approached Su's mother for a casual conversation. Shui Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight upon seeing Qing, though she valiantly suppressed it, merely waving her hand and offering a polite good morning. Uncertain of the young lady's intentions, Qing responded in kind before focusing on his extravagant, spicy pancake, laden with various fillings, and found an empty table to sit at. It seemed Shui Miaomiao was miffed, as she deliberately tugged at her mother to choose a seat far from Qing. Imagining the fried dough sticks before her as Qing, she viciously tore at them with her little tiger teeth. In the animal kingdom, it is noted that the bite force of a Shui Miaomiao is a mere 0.06 times that of an adult tiger, marking her as a genuine little beast, one to be approached with caution. During the meal, Shui Miaomiao cast furtive glances towards Qing's table countless times, often uttering cryptic remarks to hint at her desires, such as, "The smell here is overwhelming. The air is stifling. It's so hot. I wish I could sit closer to the door." Her words hinted at a longing to share a table with Qing. However, her mother feigned ignorance, pretending not to grasp the subtext of her daughter's comments. Shui Miaomiao's cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish as she sat, her dangling feet kicking restlessly in frustration, seeking to release her pent-up dissatisfaction. It was indeed a challenge to prompt the obstinate girl to reach out to Qing. Meanwhile, Su's mother was secretly amused, finding the sight of her daughter's vexation utterly delightful. As the shop grew busier, Qing began to perspire profusely. No wonder the aunt making the pancakes regarded him with the eyes of a warrior. The shop's chili oil was indeed ferociously spicy. While this level of heat might be tolerable for an adult body, Qing's frail form struggled to bear such intensity. Resolutely, he pushed the spicy pancake toward his mother and began sipping soy milk to quell the heat. Nevertheless, it proved ineffective, prompting him to dash to the counter for a bottle of milk. Scientific research indicates that the casein in milk binds with capsaicin, thereby alleviating the spiciness. Unbeknownst to him, a charming little head peeked in through the shop's door, scanning the area. Upon realizing there were no available seats, she wore a look of disappointment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had spotted something significant. To ensure she wasn't mistaken, she rubbed her eyes and scrutinized closely. "Wow, steamed mud duck," she exclaimed. "Hey? Who dares to bully our brother?" As a devoted fan of his older brother, Qing instinctively turned to scan the crowd, seemingly in search of Xiao Haizi. Suddenly reminded that it was only the year 2000 and his brother was merely 2 years old, he dismissed the notion that Xiao Haizi could be traversing time and space for a joke. The familiar voice belonged to one of his 2 current friends, Pei Sinning. It was quite astonishing that such a modest establishment could gather the likes of both the dragon and the phoenix. After the initial surprise, Pei Sinning reverted to her usual gentle demeanor. Her voice was soft and her speech slow, requiring Qing to lean in closely amidst the cacophony to hear her clearly. This seemingly mundane action caused Shui Miaomiao, who had been observing from a few meters away, to slam her hands on the table and stand up. "Mom, look at them." She began to report her observations. Yet, her mother, with a playful disposition, remained unfazed, relishing the unfolding drama that was even more thrilling than an idle drama. She delighted in it and wished for more. The sight of Shui Miao Miao's little tiger tooth gnashing revealed her anger. Her eyes seemed to blaze with fury. At that moment, her mother, taking on the role of a cunning strategist, proposed a rather audacious idea. Miao Miao, what is your relationship with Su Qing? Of course, we are friends. He is my good friend. Shui Miao Miao replied, raising her delicate face proudly, her nostrils flaring with pride. However, her mother delivered a rather piercing comment. Indeed. You are merely friends. There is no rule in this world that states one can only have a single friend. But he is my only friend. Shui Miao Miao protested. Her mother sipped from her bottle of mineral water and replied calmly, you may feel that way, but you cannot impose such an expectation on others. That is the essence of freedom. Upon hearing her mother's words, Shui Miao Miao instantly resembled a deflated balloon, slumping over the table like a statue, enveloped in a gloomy aura that made her seem unapproachable. Even the proud little tuft of hair atop her head drooped, reflecting her current despondent mood. Cheer up. Suddenly, Shui Miao Miao was shaken by her mother, who grasped her shoulders. Her once vacant, lifeless eyes seemed to regain focus. It is not too late. Come on. Let us join Su Qing at his table. The Miao Miao I remember is not the kind of girl who gives up in the face of adversity. Hearing that there was still a chance reignited a spark in Shui Miao Miao's eyes. Regaining her composure, she surprisingly picked up her plate and boldly made her way to Su Qing's table. Witnessing this, her mother retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket, pretentiously dabbing at non-existent tears on her face. My dear, I hope you can understand your mother's good intentions. Being proud has no future and is destined to lead to failure. Though she had taken a step to help Shui Miao Miao, her mother remained apprehensive about her daughter's future, knowing her proud nature all too well. Meanwhile, Su Qing was observing Pei's father. The man, whom he had briefly encountered 2 days prior, did not appear to be in good spirits at that moment. Her eyes bore faint dark circles and visible blood vessels, and she had neglected to groom her stubble. Her fingernails appeared slightly yellow, leading Su Qing to suspect that excessive smoking might be the cause, as a subtle scent of smoke lingered around her. Pei Ning gleefully consumed a large meat bun while recounting the plot of an animated series she had watched the previous night. It was only when Shui Miao Miao approached with a plate that she joyfully greeted her. Previously, she had not noticed Shui Miao Miao's presence, as she had been seated in a corner. However, Shui Miao Miao seemed to be in a foul mood, offering only a perfunctory greeting to Pei Ning. Startled, Pei Ning had thought she and Shui Miao Miao had forged a friendship, but the latter's demeanor was starkly different from the previous day. Consequently, her feelings of inferiority resurfaced, transforming her back into her former, socially anxious self, lowering her head and silently eating like a timid little hamster. Instantly, the atmosphere at the table grew oppressive. Shui Miao Miao's attention was entirely diverted from Pei Ning. Her immediate concern was how to prevent Su Qing from being swayed by the other. It would be perfect if Su Qing could be her friend exclusively. However, while fantasies were easy to conjure, Shui Miao Miao found herself devoid of any actionable ideas, her gaze wandering in search of external assistance from her mother. Yet, her mother paid no heed, engaging in conversation with Su's mother, which left Shui Miao Miao in a state of distress. Observing that she remained silent for an extended period, Su Qing, unwilling to waste time in this awkwardness, casually grabbed an unattended spicy pancake stuffed with chicken and offered a piece to the bewildered Shui Miao Miao. Her expression shifted from confusion to surprise as she performed a traditional Chinese face-changing act before Su Qing. In her heart, she thought, indeed, boys will be boys. Su Qing must like me too. If Su Qing were to hear her thoughts, he would surely tease her, calling her an average girl with delusions. Relishing her triumph, she was suddenly overwhelmed by an explosion of spice on her tongue. It was too hot. Gazing at Su Qing with disbelief, her little pink tongue instinctively poked out as she began to inhale and exhale, hoping to cool the fiery sensation in her mouth, but to no avail. Su Qing found her reaction amusing and handed her a bottle of milk. Seeing the milk, which had clearly been sipped by someone else and was now equipped with a straw, Shui Miao Miao was puzzled by Su Qing's intentions. Drinking milk could alleviate the spiciness. Upon hearing this, she wasted no time and gulped down a large mouthful. Ugh, was the milk always this unpleasant? I never drink this at home. Behave. Drink your milk to grow strong. I want to drink it, she retorted, making a face, but Su Qing playfully pinched her cheeks in response, prompting them both to engage in a playful face-squeezing contest. My mother has never treated me this way, she exclaimed, touching her flushed cheeks in indignation. This was evidently a fib, for Su Qing had witnessed her mother pinching her face quite firmly just the day before. "And so what? I won't indulge you," he replied. You lack gentlemanly demeanor. When did I ever claim to be a gentleman?" With effortless ease, Su Qing rendered Shui Miao Miao speechless, yet, fortuitously. This playful banter and mutual teasing constituted the very essence of the friendship that Shui Miao Miao yearned for. Deep down, she felt an immense joy. "So, how did you find the chicken cutlet? How dare you even bring it up? It was dreadful. I was nearly suffocated by the spice." Su Qing almost diverted the topic. But quick-witted Shui Miao Miao swiftly reacted, playfully biting Su Qing's arm, not too forcefully, yet enough to leave a mark. "It's all your fault. You made me look foolish. Hey, don't unjustly tarnish my reputation. I merely introduced you to a novel experience. So, do you enjoy spicy food? Well, I'm not entirely certain, but it seems rather delightful." By the end, she herself lacked confidence. According to dubious experimental studies, spiciness is essentially a painful sensation triggered by capsaicin, akin to a burning ache. Thus, it is widely accepted that those who revel in pain are categorized as masochists, leading to the conclusion that those who enjoy spicy food are masochists. A bold claim. Meanwhile, Pei Xining observed their interactions quietly, feeling a twinge of envy. She discreetly poked Su Qing's side beneath the table, seizing the opportunity while Shui Miao Miao went to complain to the teacher about Su Qing's mischief, whispering, "Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing, I too wish to partake. Ah, but this is quite spicy. Do you truly wish to try?" Su Qing then suggested that if she desired to eat, she could help herself. However, Pei Xining shook her head in refusal, mimicking a doctor's examination by opening her mouth and uttering an ah. Su Qing immediately realized that this little girl longed to be fed. Perhaps she felt a tinge of envy from witnessing Su Qing feeding Shui Miao Miao moments earlier. Clearly, they were all good friends. Su Qing could not show favoritism. She deliberately selected a chicken cutlet with minimal spicy sauce and offered it to Pei Xining, yet the little girl still gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the heat. As it was not excessively spicy, her cheeks merely flushed a shade of crimson. Ultimately, Pei Xining took the initiative to grab a nearby bottle of milk and gulped it down, earning Su Qing's praise. "Look at Xining, so proactive in drinking milk. She will undoubtedly grow taller and more beautiful than Miao Miao in the future," suddenly feeling like the child of someone else. Pei Xining blushed and humbly remarked that Shui Miao Miao was far more outstanding. "I should learn more from Miao Miao. Time was running short." Su Qing needed to focus on her meal, lest she be late for kindergarten. In contrast, the two latecomers had already finished their food and commenced chatting. Shui Miao Miao intermittently cast glances at Su Qing, sporting a sly, villainous grin, clearly up to no good. Pei Xining, on the other hand, was the quintessential obedient child, visibly nervous before contemplating any mischief. Several times, their eyes met, yet she could not help but avert her gaze, a clear sign of her guilt. However, Su Qing remained utterly unperturbed. The trivial schemes of Shui Miao Miao and Pei Xining are hardly worth concerning oneself with. This morning, the unexpected embarrassment was effortlessly resolved by Su Qing. The two young girls were personally escorted back to their class by him, and observing their intimate demeanor, one would hardly suspect that they had just been at odds. Choosing to retreat to the restroom to collect his thoughts, he collided with a little boy upon entering. Without uttering a word, the boy dashed away, leaving Su Qing bewildered. It seemed he had just washed his hands, as Su Qing noticed dampness on his own clothing, leading him to silently lament his misfortune. The morning restroom break was typically a moment of relaxation, and Su Qing felt his mind becoming clearer. After using the facilities, although he had not soiled his hands, he instinctively washed them out of habit and concern for hygiene. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and glanced towards the sink. The wash basin was located outside the restroom. How could that little boy's hands be wet if he hadn't exited? Could it be? Oh no. In that instant, Su Qing's body trembled, realizing he was no longer clean. Chapter 22. The jealous Shui Miao Miao today was destined to be anything but tranquil. The first class passed without incident. However, upon returning from a brief visit to the restroom, Su Qing found himself once again under the intense scrutiny of his classmates. What was the cause of this renewed attention? Feeling rather uncomfortable under their gazes, he scanned the classroom for any notable changes and quickly identified the source. His deskmate had an unexpected guest, Shui Miao Miao. It was unclear what underhanded tactics she had employed to persuade Teacher Zhang, but she had effortlessly secured the right to switch seats. Where was the fairness? Where were the principles of equity and morality? As Su Qing made his way back to his seat, he casually glanced at Shui Miao Miao, who wore an expression of sheer delight, almost as if her face was emblazoned with the words, "Come ask me." In a bid to indulge the little girl's desire for attention, The kind-hearted Su Qing inquired about the very question she yearned to hear. Oh, how did you end up here? With an odd cackle, Shui Miao Miao's little nose seemed to rise triumphantly. I asked Teacher Zhang for a seat change. Am I not impressive? Impressive indeed. You're amazing. Su Qing replied in a tone devoid of genuine emotion. However, this was not Shui Miao Miao's primary intention. Initially, she had envisioned a scenario where the three of them would form a trio, with two girls sandwiching Su Qing in between, like cheese embraced by bread. Unfortunately, Teacher Zhang had rejected her proposal outright, leaving her attempts at persuasion utterly futile. Naturally, Su Qing was blissfully unaware of her true motives. What followed was a rather ordinary sequence of events. Su Qing would not transform into a sycophant simply because of Shui Miao Miao's seat change. Nor would he forcefully initiate conversation with her. Her little face puffed with indignation as she picked up a pencil and began to draw a stick figure in her notebook, stabbing at it furiously with the pencil tip. This was not how she had envisioned it. Nearby, the boy previously referred to as Nose Goblin felt as if fortune had smiled upon him, since Shui Miao Miao had moved closer. He was blushing so profusely that he seemed on the verge of steaming. He pondered deeply on how to leave a flawless first impression in the eyes of the girl he admired. You should try he began, still oblivious to the lessons of past failures, intending to use his Nose Goblin as a social tool. However, the outcome was predictably dismal. Before he could finish his sentence, a fierce glare from Shui Miao Miao silenced him, rendering him speechless. The object in his hand fell to the ground, rolling away and disappearing from sight. Shui Miao Miao had no time to concern herself with the trivialities of her deskmate. She gnawed on her thumb, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Unsure of how to initiate a natural conversation with Su Qing, it was in her nature to remain still when others did not take the initiative. As time passed, the bell rang for class, ushering in yet another math lesson. It seemed that since entering the larger class, the core subjects had multiplied. Not to mention, Su Qing and his peers had enrolled in an experimental class, and with the impending transition next month, their leisure time would undoubtedly diminish further. Little Qing, I didn't understand the problem, the teacher explained. Could you please go over it with me again? The little finger gently prodded Su Qing's arm, her voice soft and timid, fearful that her actions might disrupt the lesson. She nudged the notebook to the center of their shared desk, leaning in closer to better absorb Su Qing's explanations. As their relationship blossomed, their nicknames evolved, transitioning from direct addresses to Little Qing, and now to Big Brother Qing. Coupled with her delicate, sweet voice, it was enough to melt Su Qing's heart. He glanced at the problem before them, a mixed operation of addition and subtraction that the teacher had covered previously. Su Qing patiently deconstructed the problem for her. Oh, I understand now. It's so simple. Su Qing, you're amazing. You explained even better than Teacher Zhang. The little girl's flattery was delightful, though Teacher Zhang might have been driven to distraction by her words, while Su Qing reveled in the praise. With a look of encouragement, Su Qing presented Pei Sinong with a similar problem to assess her comprehension. The little girl effortlessly arrived at the correct answer, and Su Qing rewarded her with a gentle pat on the head. The satisfaction of acquiring new knowledge, combined with Su Qing's approval, caused Pei Sinong to squint her eyes in delight, savoring his touch. You two are so noisy. Stop daydreaming during class. Shui Miao Miao, seated in the front row, could no longer contain herself. With a stern expression, she turned to glare at Su Qing. The intensity of her gaze was unmistakable. If looks could kill, Su Qing would have been utterly vanquished. Apologies, Miao Miao. We are trying to keep it down, and we're merely discussing arithmetic problems. Pei Sinong explained in a hushed tone, her innocence rendering her oblivious to the underlying tension. Humph. Shui Miao Miao's frustration was palpable, her lips twitching in disbelief at the navet of Pei Sinong. When lunchtime arrived, the fidgety boy finally seized the opportunity to escape his seat and join his friends for a meal. Throughout the morning, he had not exchanged more than a few words with Shui Miao Miao. With the extraneous distractions gone, Shui Miao Miao turned to face her companions, engaging in a shared lament over the unappetizing food. Tomato and scrambled eggs. Where are the eggs? This is simply tomato sauté with more tomatoes. Exactly. And this seaweed and egg soup has tomato skins in it. It must be the water used to wash the pots. The two, with tears of laughter in their eyes, felt an instant bond forming. In contrast, Pei Sinong was thoroughly enjoying her meal, proving to be an easy child to please. She placed her chopsticks on her plate and lifted the soup to take a sip, only to have the chopsticks roll off the table. Bending down to retrieve them, she noticed the dust clinging to them. Children seldom concern themselves with cleanliness. She intended to use them again without hesitation, but Su Qing intervened. Here, Use my spoon. Remember, if utensils fall on the floor, they must be washed before use. Shui Miaomio was taken aback. The unfolding situation clearly surpassed her expectations. Why should Pei Sinong be allowed to use Su Qing's utensils? Clearly, she had never used it before. Strangely, Shui Miaomio felt an unexpected sourness in her mouth. Oh, I remember now. Pei Sinong picked up the spoon that Su Qing had previously used and ladled a spoonful of seaweed and egg soup into her mouth. After finishing, she patted her stomach, her face radiating with a blissful satisfaction. One might think she had indulged in a gourmet feast. Soup dribbled from the corners of her mouth. From her pocket, Su Qing retrieved a handkerchief and gently wiped Pei Sinong's lips. A little girl must maintain her cleanliness, otherwise she loses her charm. What was that sound? Oh, it was merely Shui Miaomio's teeth grinding in frustration. No matter. Su Qing, how could you allow a girl to use utensils that you have used? This is simply unacceptable. Mother always said there should be distinctions between genders, and such familiarity could lead to misunderstandings. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she uttered a series of incomprehensible phrases about how a man should cherish himself and how such intimacy might cause misinterpretations. This prompted laughter from the two, filling the air around them with a lively spirit. Chapter 23. The Mischievous Cat. With the arrival of the winter vacation, the experimental class that Su Qing and his friends were part of came to a temporary halt. Just when they thought the days would become leisurely, a little girl knocked on Su Qing's door one day. Little Qinggu, I came to play with you. For tutoring. The shy Pei Sinong hid her body behind the door, revealing only half of her adorable face. She seemed uncertain about her uninvited visit. Standing there without daring to step inside, without Su Qing's permission. Can I come in? Of course, please do. Su Qing would never leave her outside. He was just momentarily taken aback. The little girl had evidently dressed up before coming, appearing even more charming than before. Her rare hairstyle, a bun, made Su Qing's hands itch with the desire to touch it. Hearing the commotion at the door, Su's mother came over to check on the situation. Upon seeing that it was Su Qing's classmate, a delightful girl at that, she welcomed her warmly. Ah, I remember you, Sinong, right? Did you come alone? No. My mother dropped me off downstairs. I came up by myself. Pei Sinong explained earnestly, afraid that Su's mother might misunderstand her as a mischievous child. Well, little one should never sneak out to play alone. I know, she replied. Su Qing led Pei Sinong to the coffee table in the living room and invited her to share the KFC family bucket that his father had brought home. Who can resist the allure of Colonel Sanders? Even the introverted and shy Pei Sinong's eyes lit up at the thought of eating together. She swallowed hard, clearly eager yet hesitant to take any for herself, only eating what Su Qing offered her, as Su Qing attended to Pei Sinong's meal. Preparing to indulge himself as well, the doorbell rang unexpectedly once more. Su Qing, could you please answer the door? I'm washing the fruit. All right. He reluctantly set down the fried chicken leg, wiped his greasy hands, and rushed to open the door. Surprise! Even before he fully opened the door, a familiar voice came rushing in, exuding eagerness. It must be Shui Miaomio. Upon flinging the door wide open, Shui Miaomio stood there holding a small party popper, grinning mischievously, ready to give Su Qing a fright. With a twist of her little hand, the popper made a crisp sound. Bang! To the astonishment of everyone present, the popper unexpectedly exploded towards Shui Miaomio's face. What was supposed to be a colorful shower instead turned into a rather comical scene of Shui Miaomio's blunder. Su Qing stood there, utterly bewildered. This mishap had occurred because she had aimed the popper incorrectly, leading to an unintended attack, and Shui Miaomio's startled reaction was priceless. Pei Sinong couldn't help but stifle a giggle at the sight of the mishap. Alas, how amusing it is that Shui Miaomio, in her attempts to tease Su Qing, ended up frightening herself to tears. This Shui Miaomio truly is rather unfortunate, merely a trifling character. Originally, Pei Sinong was comfortably seated upon a plush sofa, joyfully savoring a delectable fried chicken leg. However, the sounds of laughter and weeping emanating from the doorway compelled her to investigate the situation. Suddenly, a charming little head peeked out from the corner, cautiously observing the scene. Upon spotting the mischievous feline, the tearful Shui Miaomio's sobs ceased instantly. She trembled, pointing her small finger at Pei Sinong, and with a tone of righteous indignation, questioned Su Qing about her presence. What is she doing here? The two young girls often visited Su Qing's home for tutoring, under the pretense of hosting a study session. Despite this noble fade, the trio spent the majority of their time engaged in playful antics. Consequently, Su Qing's fondness for the two girls blossomed over the holiday, and their academic performance improved steadily. culminating in a commendable total score exceeding 160 in Chinese and mathematics. Truly a cause for celebration. However, today was somewhat exceptional, as the rarely available matron had come specifically to oversee their studies. With her presence, the three girls unusually gathered around the desk, earnestly working on their assignments in both subjects. The atmosphere was remarkably tranquil, broken only by the soft scratching of pencils against paper. I've finished. Brother Qing. Could you please help me with my corrections? Let me take a look. Meanwhile, under the scrutinizing gaze of the matron, Shui Miao Miao felt immense pressure and hurriedly wrote. After completing her work, she intended to pass her paper to Su Qing as usual, but was intercepted mid-route by the matron. With a distressed expression, Shui Miao Miao cast a pleading glance at the two, silently imploring for assistance. They shook their heads, indicating their inability to help. This question. Due to Pei Xining's meticulous nature, her mathematical work was consistently accurate and efficient. Conversely, she struggled with language arts. For instance, when faced with the prompt, use principal, grandfather. I danced to create a sentence. Pei Xining's response was, the principal danced for my grandfather and me. For a fleeting moment, Su Qing pondered that this answer was not entirely flawed. However, this was an examination, and logical coherence was insufficient. Only the standard answer would yield points. Thus, he marked it with a bold cross. Pei Xining, who had been quietly observing, felt a tremor in her heart. Sensing Su Qing's authoritative demeanor as he resembled a true teacher, exuding an air of pressure. The next question read, use while to create a sentence. Upon inspection, Pei Xining's response was, while writing the paper, I thought of Su Qing. Such precocious charm at such a young age caused Su Qing's heart to flutter momentarily. This answer, could it be deemed acceptable? Yet, it remained prudent to adhere to the conventional formula for language arts, as such a response might easily incur penalties from a strict examiner. The admission requirements for the experimental primary school stipulate that students must achieve a cumulative score of over 180 in both Chinese and mathematics, as long as they perform adequately. Gaining entry into the regular classes should not pose a significant challenge for the two children. However, human nature is inherently greedy. Given the ease of entering the standard classes, why not aspire to reach the thresholds of the advanced classes? At this time, it has become quite fashionable for schools to establish specialized classes such as electronic education classes and accelerated programs, gathering the brightest students to form a unique cohort. Typically, these classes receive a disproportionate allocation of educational resources, along with numerous unseen benefits. Through various channels, it has come to light that the experimental primary school is far more affluent than initially imagined. The top performers in the midterm and final examinations can even receive tuition waivers, scholarships, and meal cards as rewards. Such extravagance is truly remarkable, explaining its status as the best in the city, in stark contrast to the warmth shared with Su Qing. Another teacher found her pulse racing as she graded papers halfway through. Miao Miao, what does this problem mean? Qing, with her delicate fingers pointing to a challenging math question, furrowed her brows in discontent, her anger only enhancing her beauty. You bought a toy for 15 yuan and snacks for 30 yuan. And you have a total of 65 yuan. How much change should the cashier give you? 5 yuan. Clearly, 65 minus 45 equals 20. Where did that 5 come from? Mom, are you foolish? Shui Miao Miao stubbornly refused to concede, arguing her case with conviction. In reality, there isn't 65 yuan. I only need to hand the cashier 50 yuan. So 50 minus 15 minus 30 equals 5. I'm not wrong. The silence in the room became deafening. It must be admitted that in practical terms, Shui Miao Miao's reasoning was indeed correct, yet this was not the crux of the problem. The teacher was left speechless, and it fell upon Su Qing to step forward and explain to Shui Miao Miao. Miao Miao, do not interpret the problem as a story. Simply focus on the relationships between the numbers. The solution to this problem is. Tearfully, Shui Miao Miao nodded in understanding, yet her defiance remained. This math. It simply lacks logic. The teacher, feeling somewhat out of her depth, managed a sheepish smile before stepping out of the room, finally exhaling in relief. Teaching children truly is a formidable challenge. Poor Su Qing. The trio spent their time submerged in a sea of problems, enduring the trials of various scenarios involving chickens and rabbits, swimming pools, and lost items, until the two little girls seemed to have lost their sparkle. There exists a fleeting beauty in knowledge that flickers in the mind. When Su Qing clapped his hands to announce the end of the study session, both girls appeared momentarily dazed, mumbling to themselves, haha, I must report this foolish administrator for wasting water resources. Me too. Why would the farmer keep chickens and rabbits in the same cage? How strange. Qing couldn't help but worry whether the two children had become befuddled by their studies. Is this situation truly normal? While Qing stood lost in thought, he became careless and failed to dodge. Suddenly, a cushion struck him squarely in the face. Young people lack decorum. Who dared to ambush this seasoned 5-year-old? Crouching down to pick it up, she wielded it as a shield, guarding herself in anticipation. Indeed, it was Shui Miao who instigated this war. Her earlier demeanor was merely a facade of vulnerability. Thus commenced a spirited pillow fight. Still lying on the bed, Pei Xining found herself mercilessly bombarded by cushions, resembling a target. Yet her mind was utterly vacant, devoid of any thought of retaliation. She had truly become quite foolish. Where is Qing? Qing, please come to her aid. Our Pei Xining has already perished. Chapter 24. Public execution. Shui Miao's attempt to challenge the divine was, in itself, a foolhardy endeavor. In the midst of Qing activating his bullet time, he effortlessly dodged the myriad of pillows, plush toys, and blankets that soared through the air. With nothing at hand, Shui Miao appeared to have exhausted her ammunition, and her smile gradually transformed into a strained grimace. Brother Xiaoqing mimicking Pei Xining's manner of speaking. Her voice took on a sweet, affected tone, as she endeavored to win Qing's mercy by feigning cuteness. Yet, as a true Sigma male, Qing was not swayed by such antics. Thus, under Shui Miao's tearful gaze, Qing raised a plush pillow, his smile morphing into one of wild delight. Don't, please. In that moment, the scene was profoundly tragic. Pei Xining, huddled in the corner of the bed, performed a mock French salute. Trembling as she waved a makeshift white flag crafted from toilet paper and disposable chopsticks, praying fervently to avoid being mistakenly harmed. Practice more if you're unskilled. Don't play if you can't lose. The victor must humiliate the vanquished. Qing struck a pose reminiscent of the infamous crab claw gesture from a future era, taunting Shui Miao, who was buried beneath a mountain of pillows and blankets. Like the monkey king suppressed under the five-finger mountain, Shui Miao could only reveal a flustered little head, appearing both adorable and laughable. Having grown weary of his victory, Qing declared, "I'm going to the living room for a drink. I'll be back shortly," and exited the room, leaving the two young girls exchanging glances. Shui Miao, trapped beneath the weight of her predicament, was drenched in sweat, realizing that this situation could not continue. With Qing currently in a position of dominance, she pondered when she would ever rise to reclaim her rightful place atop his shoulders. An idea struck her, and she resolved to employ a strategy of distant alliances and close assaults. First, she would cultivate a relationship with Pei Xining. Together they could unite as girls help girls. Rising against Qing's tyranny. "Xining, don't you think Qing has been rather arrogant lately?" she enticed, evoking the image of a sorceress from a storybook leading a princess to ruin. Pei Xining, wide-eyed and lost in thought, blinked and stammered, yet could not muster a reply. She yearned to counter Shui Miao's assertions but feared inciting her wrath, leaving her at a loss, unable to meet Shui Miao's gaze. Quietly listening to what Shui Miao had to say next. Would you like to know Qing's secret? Although they had spent considerable time together, Shui Miao understood that her bond with Pei Xining was little more than superficial. When the time came to confront Qing, she knew she could not rely on her. There was even the possibility that Pei Xining might betray her behind her back. However, the innate curiosity for the unknown is a fundamental human instinct, one that even Pei Xining could not resist. Together, they could engage in clandestine mischief, luring her onto the proverbial pirate ship. Once she held leverage over Pei Xining, wouldn't she be able to manipulate her for a lifetime? Cackling to herself, Shui Miao reveled in her own cleverness. Qing's secret. Absolutely. Indeed. Pei Xining fell for the bait with remarkable ease, prompting Shui Miao to reveal a cunning smile that spoke of her scheming nature. In her eyes, the innocent and guileless Pei Xining resembled a delicate little rabbit, pliable and easily manipulated. Are you not curious about how a boys' room differs from ours? Owing to the family planning policy, both girls are the sole offspring in their respective families. For them, a boys' room represents an entirely uncharted territory, naturally igniting their curiosity. Especially when considering that it was Qing's bedroom, the excitement was palpable, even causing Shui Miao to eagerly rub her hands together. This seems inappropriate. Before Pei Xining could voice her refusal or consent, Shui Miao had already commenced her actions. Ultimately, she found herself reluctantly trailing behind Shui Miao, torn between her reservations and her curiosity. Initially, their search yielded nothing. until they stumbled upon a large box beneath Su Qing's bed. Inside lay neatly arranged books and notebooks, devoid of dust, clearly indicative of frequent use. Upon witnessing this, Shui Miao Miao's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a legendary treasure, and she picked up the topmost notebook. The cover bore the word diary. Who among the respectable writes a diary? Yet, as fate would have it, Su Qing was no ordinary person. Miao Miao, we shouldn't do this. Only bad kids engage in such behavior. But we've come this far. Are you certain you don't want to take a peek? As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. The phrase seemed to possess an enchanting allure, causing even Pei Sinning to waver. Gazing at the thin notebook, her head began to spin, and her face flushed crimson as she stammered, "How about just one glance? Then I shall open it." As Shui Miao Miao flipped through the pages, Pei Sinning, feeling guilty, covered her eyes, though the gaps between her fingers did little to hinder her view of the diary's contents. July 28th, sunny. Today is yet another day for kindergarten, and I wish to skip school. I spent the day playing house with the adorable Pei Sinning. She played the mother while I took on the role of the father. However, midway through, Shui Miao Miao intruded, insisting on being my girlfriend. Wasn't that a betrayal? I firmly opposed. Yet, she cried, threw a tantrum, and reported to the teacher. I had no choice but to acquiesce. Alas, being too handsome is a burden in itself. The girls, possessing a limited vocabulary, struggled to read. Even the brightest among them, Shui Miao Miao, stumbled over the words. When she noticed her own name in Su Qing's diary, a sweet thrill coursed through her heart. It seems Su Qing really does like me. As she lifted the diary, a black leather notebook hidden beneath it came into view. They exchanged a glance. A notebook so carefully concealed by Su Qing must harbor secrets. With hearts racing and hands trembling, they opened the first page, only to be met with the title, Cursed Sky, Rebirth in Sugar Mountain. In the living room, Su Qing leisurely sipped a glass of cool boiled water, oblivious to the fact that his concealed identity had been uncovered by the two girls. The outline of his shameful first novel was being meticulously scrutinized by them. Whenever they encountered unfamiliar words, they would consult the dictionary, diligently copying down each definition, clearly determined to uncover the truth. In reality, no detail escaped their notice. Finally, after fulfilling his physiological needs, referring to drinking and using the restroom, Su Qing returned to the door of his bedroom. To his surprise, the room was eerily quiet. It is well known that when children are silent, they are either up to mischief or preparing to cause trouble. Quietly turning the doorknob, he pushed the door ajar and stealthily slipped inside, intent on discovering what mischief they were engaged in. Although he was the rightful owner of the room, he felt like an intruder. The two little girls remained oblivious to any disturbance, huddled closely at the desk, engrossed in their reading, their heads nearly touching to shield their activity. What were they whispering about? Su Qing leaned in to listen. In his previous life as the senior disciple of the Sugar Gate, Tangshan, he had unexpectedly been reborn into a land known as the Cursed Sky, where people were born with the innate power of cursed souls. He had been tested and found to possess the rare dual cursed souls, both the duality of the vengeful spirit and the seductive bluegrass. At that moment, Su Qing nearly choked on the water he had just swallowed, rushing with unprecedented speed to seize the outline of the novel from their hands. Was this a humiliating test for joining the Illuminati? At that instant, the two girls turned to Su Qing with a look that was both intriguing and foreboding, as if they had developed a sixth sense, sending chills down his spine and hinting at impending misfortune. Su Qing, you wouldn't want this to become common knowledge, would you? The small workshop's output was indeed remarkable. Who said domestic narratives lacked quality? Here it was. Dear Shui Miao Miao, your enthusiasm for cherry blossoms is a bit overwhelming. Please temper it. In contrast, Pei Xining, who usually didn't even watch cartoons, found Su Qing's writing somewhat perplexing. Under Shui Miao Miao's persistent questioning, Su Qing reluctantly confessed the truth, including his endeavor in writing a novel. I want to see it. I want to see it. I must see it now. The excited Shui Miao Miao bounced eagerly, raising her hand to indicate her desire to borrow the computer to directly view Su Qing's creation. Su Qing, are you an author? How impressive. Please, don't say any more. It's too embarrassing. The life of an online novelist is such. When relatives and friends praise you as a great writer and inquire about the title of your work, it can be mortifying enough to want to dig a hole in the floor. The mere blush on a young man's face can convey volumes of unspoken dialogue. Is it possible to not look? Su Qing twitched his lips, attempting to negotiate with Shui Miao Miao. However, the little girl seemed oblivious to his predicament, insisting, if I can't see Su Qing's novel, I might just perish. Like a prisoner being led to the gallows, Su Qing approached the living room computer, each step heavy with trepidation. Are you playing a game? Sue's father and mother were out shopping for groceries, leaving only the lady of the house present. Noticing the three little ones seemingly engaged in some game, she, feeling a tinge of boredom, eagerly rushed over to join them. Auntie, if you continue like this, you may lose my affection. Meow meow meow? The lady tilted her head, perplexed by Su Qing's exaggerated reaction. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Pei Xining, Shui meow meow. And the lady, Su Qing logged into the writer's back end. It felt akin to a public execution, as the sound of the mouse wheel turning resonated in the air. Su Qing sat on pins and needles, staring at the computer document interface. Is this truly written by you, Xiao Qing? The lady's tone was filled with disbelief. As an adept internet user herself, she had certainly read her fair share of online novels. Yet, the seamless prose and exhilarating plot of this particular work were unlike anything she had encountered before. Had Su Qing not logged in himself, she would have never believed that such a novel could spring from the hands of a mere child. Is this the realm of genius that we fail to comprehend? This is splendidly written. Why would you hesitate to share it with others? Assuming Su Qing was merely lacking in confidence, she gently stroked his impeccably styled short hair, aiming to provide the utmost encouragement. Especially the part where Nalan Xiaowu calls off the engagement. It's simply, I don't even know how to describe it. Exhilarating? Thrilling. Su Qing blurted out, a term that had yet to become a buzzword. It conveyed a sense of sheer exhilaration. Ha. Xiao Qing has summed it up beautifully. It is indeed thrilling, extraordinarily so. The lady's eyes sparkled, appreciating Su Qing's astute summary. In her heart, she quietly noted down the website beneath the banyan tree and the title of Su Qing's novel, determined to savor it in her own time. Additionally, she thought it would be quite delightful to discreetly reward Su Qing with a little monetary gift. Chapter 25. The fragrant aroma of tea. Pei Xining sneaks away. As January began, the new year approached with a sense of anticipation. Life progressed steadily and positively, while the internet CAF business thrived remarkably. Recently, I heard from Mr. Su that he had opened the 10th branch in the city center and, following Su Qing's suggestion, organized a CS competition. Regardless of skill, age, or profession, anyone could participate as long as they gathered a team of 5. The modest sum of 1,000 yuan as a prize garnered immense popularity, establishing the reputation of the White Whale Internet CAF among students. Through this event, rumors began to circulate that the owner of the White Whale Internet CAF was a professional CS player, with the CAF merely a side venture, and competitive gaming being his true profession. Thus, the enigmatic owner of the White Whale transformed into a figure of urban legend, attracting countless gaming enthusiasts eager to catch a glimpse of him. They flocked to the CAF daily, enthralled by the prospect of encountering his presence. Naturally, this was also one of Su Qing's clever marketing strategies. When Mr. Su first heard this rumor, he was utterly bewildered. He pointed at his own face, then looked at the dismal record of 193 displayed on the computer screen, wearing a foolish expression. Ultimately, organizing the competition proved to be exponentially more cost-effective than his traditional flyer distribution strategy. Since then, Mr. Su had completely abandoned any semblance of dignity, consulting Su Qing on various promotional and operational issues. It was as if he regarded Su Qing as an external brain, while he merely needed to be the soldier charging into battle. It must be said that Mr. Su had a clear understanding of his own role. Today, he arrived early at the new store, preparing for the opening. Watching customers enter felt like witnessing silver coins pouring in, filling him with immense joy. It's just that manually keeping accounts is a bit troublesome, and there are always customers trying to take advantage and not leave their seats. I should ask Su Qing if there is a solution to this issue. Back to reality. Children always possess an exuberant enthusiasm for holidays, so the three had made early plans to visit the morning market for New Year's goods. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the two little girls had already arrived at Su Qing's doorstep. Knocking on the door, Su's mother wondered who had come. Upon opening it, she was greeted by the sight of 2 exquisitely charming girls, and she welcomed them warmly. "Good morning, Annie," exclaimed the sociable Shui Miao Miao, who had long established this intimate address for Su's mother. Su's mother already held a high initial affinity for her, further enhanced by Miao Miao's knack for winning her favor. Thus, in Su's mother's heart, she favored Shui Miao Miao over Pei Xining. "Annie, hello." In contrast, Pei Xining had won Mr. Su's approval. Perhaps it was because men tended to prefer the obedient and gentle type. On several occasions, Mr. Su even jested with Su Qing, saying, With Pei Sinning around, our Su Qing need not worry about finding a wife. Each time, he would be met with a reprimand from Su's mother. The two parents amusingly debated Su Qing's various potential romantic interests. Nearly coming to blows over their differing opinions, it was truly a spectacle to behold. Pei Sinning sat demurely on the sofa, sipping the juice that Su's mother had brought over. However, Shui Miao, unable to endure the silence, glanced around restlessly, searching for Su Qing's presence, but to no avail. You all arrived quite early. Xiao Qing has been indulging in a late slumber and has tea yet awakened. Then it's our duty to rouse him, Shui Miao volunteered. Seizing Pei Sinning's small hand and, without further ado, boldly entered Su Qing's bedroom, exuding an air of practiced familiarity. Su's mother hesitated, contemplating intervening, as such behavior seemed inappropriate. Yet, considering they were merely children, she decided to let it be. When they grow older and become aware of the distinctions between genders and the notion of modesty, they will naturally learn to exercise discretion. Xiao Qing Gij, it's time to rise. The sun is shining on your backside. The sweet, honeyed voice of the little girl echoed in Su Qing's ears. He appeared to be lost in a delightful dream, smacking his lips, and subsequently sank deeper into slumber. Seeing that verbal coaxing bore no fruit, Pei Sinning resorted to physically nudging Su Qing. Yet, he remained as still as a corpse, unyielding to her entreaties. Perplexed, Pei Sinning found herself at a loss. Meanwhile, Shui Miao devised a clever plan. She removed her shoes, and with her pristine little cotton socks, she boldly stepped onto Su Qing's bed. Watch this, as if Mount Tai were pressing down. With a gentle leap, her entire weight came crashing down upon the mound of blankets. Oof! Su Qing involuntarily emitted a soft grunt, yet soon fell silent again. Su Qing, if you keep sleeping, you'll turn into a pig. Wake up, wake up. With that, she reached under the covers, precisely locating his waist, and her nimble fingers began to tickle him. Yet, in the face of such an assault, Su Qing remained utterly unresponsive. It was Pei Sinning who first sensed something amiss upon glancing at Su Qing's face. She discovered he wore an expression of serene contentment, almost as if he had departed from life. Xiao Qing Gij, please don't die. At these words, Su's mother hurriedly swung open the door and rushed in. She was met with the sight of two little girls kneeling before Su Qing's bed, and the situation felt inexplicably bizarre. In an instant, Su's mother was rendered speechless. Is this really the time for such antics before the new year? She approached and decisively threw back Su Qing's covers, delivering a sharp smack to his rear. As expected, the feigning of death could not withstand such a blow. Su Qing instinctively dodged just before the slap landed. With a fluid motion, he sat up, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and yawned widely, appearing blissfully unaware of the unfolding scenario. Hey, Mom, Sinning, Miao, why are you all in my room? His eyes sparkled with innocence, exuding a sincerity that rivaled even the purest of truths, lending his words an air of credibility. However, Su's mother was not easily fooled. With a mere shift of his backside, she knew full well that the child was up to no good. Naturally, she did not believe a single word of his explanation. Still pretending, are we? You deserve a good scolding. In the room, the mother and child began to perform a lively duet, playfully twirling around the small bed as if enacting a scene from an ancient tale. Just when it seemed that Shui Miao would burst into tears from fright, she unexpectedly let out a giggle, unable to contain her laughter. Only Pei Sinning, amidst her sobs, wiped away the large tears pooling in her eyes. She stepped closer to Su Qing, tugging at his sleeve with a pitiful expression, and implored, "Oh, dear brother Qing, please don't scare me in the future. Xining worries so much about you." Unable to remain still, Shui Miao questioned the overwhelming scent of tea that filled the air. Pei Sinning, you've run off again. Like a dejected little pup, Shui Miao stood her ground, gritting her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Su's mother, observing the unfolding drama, furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Why was her Shui Miao's stock about to plummet? Chapter 26, exhausted with her arms crossed, Mother Su led the three little ones to stand obediently at the crosswalk. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is always wary of ropes. Standing on the zebra crossing, Su Qing felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that a large delivery truck might suddenly appear and send him flying once more. Sensing his trepidation, Shui Miao's eyes sparkled as she covered her mouth with her frostbitten little hand and giggled. Ah, Su Qing, so you're afraid of crossing the road. Oh dear. You're still just a child. Rain is none of your business. Really, I can't do anything about you. Let your elder sister Miao take your hand and guide you across the street. Putting on a facade of a reliable older sister, Shui Miao intertwined her fingers with Su Qing's small hand, and when the light turned green, they marched confidently across the road. In truth, she was also quite frightened of crossing the street. As the new year approached, the morning market became more vibrant than usual. The loudspeakers in the square played the recently popular song Visit Home often, setting the stage for the upcoming festive atmosphere. It would be 4 years before the famous song Congratulations and Prosperity by Lu Tianwang would emerge, a time when no one could have foreseen his effortless domination of the New Year's song scene. After filling their stomachs at a breakfast stall, the quartet truly began to explore the market, perusing snacks, dried fruits, and fresh produce. These were essentials, and once the new year arrived, purchasing them would become a challenge. However, the children displayed little interest, for their attention had already been captured by something else entirely. In the absence of environmental policies, various fireworks and firecrackers were the true stars of the morning market. After all, which child could resist the allure of splendid fireworks? Su Qing observed at a nearby stall where the firework vendor, cigarette dangling from his mouth, sat on a small stool, scribbling calculations. He glanced at the piles of firecrackers beside him, seriously concerned that they might accidentally ignite, leading the vendor to wish everyone a premature Happy New Year. Dangerous behavior. Do not imitate. Mother Su picked up an orange from a fruit stall, peeling it for Su Qing to taste. Sampling before buying had become a customary practice between the loyal customers and the vendor. How is it? Sweet. This is fresh stock from G province, can't go wrong. Well then, let us take 3 or 4 Gene. All right, I'll give you a discount. Please continue to support our business next year. Absolutely. Watching his mother converse with the vendor, Su Qing split the half-eaten orange with Pei Sining and Shui Miao. Surrounded by the bustling cries of vendors, Su Qing mused that this was what they referred to as the liveliness and essence of the new year. Walking through the chilly winter morning, he shivered from the cold and instinctively wrapped his cotton coat tighter around himself. The dark circles under his eyes were unmistakable, and he yawned continuously on the way, prompting Mother Su to express her concern. What on earth have you been doing, cooped up in front of the computer every day? Did you stay up late last night? Her tone was noticeably disapproving. With a skeptical gaze fixed upon Su Qing's eyes, it seemed as if she sought to discern any signs of guilt lurking within. Just days after relocating the computer to your room, your true nature was laid bare, was it not? Impossible. I was studying all night yesterday, immersed in English. Is that true? Su's mother regarded him with suspicion, yet she remained relatively convinced by his words, thus allowing the matter to fade away. She merely muttered a few words. Learning English is essential. Acquiring a foreign language is beneficial. Honesty brings leniency, while resistance leads to strict consequences. Su Qing, of course, had no intention of revealing the truth to his mother, not to mention that his writing online was his greatest secret. Furthermore, should he disclose the reality, the computer would undoubtedly be relocated back to the living room, subjecting him to her constant scrutiny. That would be disastrous. As for why Su Qing spent the previous night tirelessly typing away, it all began with an inexplicable reader. Even now, he grits his teeth in recollection. Su Qing had consistently maintained a daily update of 2,000 words without fail. Yet, such a modest pace had already delighted his readers to the point of exasperation, prompting them to exclaim that the world had not given birth to another like him, and that online literature was an eternal night. Meanwhile, other authors of the same period found their comment sections besieged, receiving both scorn and adulation alike. Consequently, Su Qing's book naturally ascended to prominence, claiming the top spot on the new talent list under the banyan tree, receiving a substantial recommendation. As the new year approached, authors receiving such disheartening news could hardly contain their frustration. Why hasn't the competitive spirit perished yet? Why toil so relentlessly for a few coins? Their sentiments were not without merit. Perhaps unbeknownst to many, at this juncture, online literature essentially thrived on passion, prior to being recognized by publishers. Aside from activities hosted by the website and reader donations, there was no tangible income. Thus, in pursuit of financial gain, Su Qing devised a plan for additional updates. For every 100 yuan donated, an extra chapter would be added, ensuring daily updates. With a substantial reserve of 200,000 words, he felt undaunted. Just a moment ago, he had reveled in his success. Little did he know that his nightmare was about to commence. A staggering 10,000 yuan in donations meant Su Qing would have to produce 100 chapters in total. Cursed fate. Depleting his entire collection of drafts was one thing. But with 10 chapters still owed, he nearly shattered his keyboard in frustration that night. Had it not been for the fortuitous intervention of the system, his frail body would surely have faltered under the strain. In summary, it was a bittersweet dilemma, yet Su Qing could hardly be deemed happy. The theory of smiles suggests that a smile does not vanish into thin air. Rather, it transfers to another's face. Meanwhile, on the other end of the computer, the lady was elated, rubbing her hands together in glee. With 100 chapters to consume, she could indulge herself for an entire day. This is the power of money. Should I reward Qing with a little more? I simply can't get enough. The young Qing could never have imagined being drained by this lady in a manner of a different significance. Little Qing, are you cold? Let us share a scarf. Pei Xining's words jolted Qing from the depths of painful memories back to the present. Before he could react, she had already unwrapped the red plush scarf from around her neck and draped it around both of them. Due to the limited length of the scarf, they could only walk side by side, their shoulders brushing against one another. Once adorned with the scarf, the biting cold wind ceased to invade their clothing beneath the brim of their hats, bringing a comforting warmth. With each breath, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into their nostrils, a scent akin to that of soap, combined with a unique milky aroma reminiscent of Pei Xining. Joyfully leading the way was Shui Miao, who was perusing the various fireworks at the stall. She desired the sparklers, the spinning tops, and the firecrackers, but found herself afflicted by indecision. Just as she was about to seek the opinions of her two companions, she turned around and was instantly petrified. What are you two doing? The sight of their intertwined red scarf and their heads nearly touching exuded an intimacy that ignited a pang of jealousy within Shui Miao. Forgetting about the fireworks, she hurriedly approached them, her trembling finger pointing at the scarf. No, your timing is impeccable. Before Shui Miao could utter another word, her icy little hand was grasped firmly by Qing. He then tucked both their hands into his warm cotton jacket pocket, enveloping them in comforting heat. Shui Miao's face flushed crimson, unsure whether it was from the cold or her embarrassment. Thus, Qing led the two young girls through the bustling morning market, a peculiar trio that drew curious glances from passers-by. The gazes were filled with warmth as onlookers reminisced about the pure, innocent friendship of youth, evoking memories of days gone by beneath the setting sun. Chapter 27. A Snowball in the Face. The miserable Pei Xining approached a stall where couplets were being written. The proprietor was a genial, rotund man, manning a modest booth adorned with long sheets of red paper, accompanied by brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Composing couplets at this moment was indeed a skilled art, emphasizing the principle of writing and selling on the spot. Throughout the bustling morning market, many set up stalls for couplet writing. Yet only this particular one drew a long queue of eager customers. It was evident that the portly proprietor possessed commendable calligraphic skills, enabling him to attract a steady stream of patrons amid fierce competition. Stay close, don't wander off. As they queued, it was apparent that Shui Miao lacked patience, pulling Qing and Pei Xining around the vicinity. Once their turn finally arrived, the trio returned to the line, meticulously examining the samples displayed at the stall. Madam, today we have a special activity at our stall. For half the price, children can experience writing couplets. Would you like your child to give it a try? The proprietor, evidently astute in business, recognized his limited manpower. After a long day's toil, he could only earn a fixed sum. Given that paper and ink were relatively inexpensive, he innovatively launched this activity to enhance his profit margins. Sumu, who was not short of money, found the idea rather delightful and turned to the three youngsters to seek their opinions. Yes, I have never used a brush to write before. Without a moment's hesitation, Shui Miao eagerly accepted, while Pei Xining was beset with a multitude of concerns. Writing with a brush would undoubtedly incur a cost, and having already received considerable care from Sumu, she felt rather embarrassed to take further advantage. Moreover, her introverted nature made her apprehensive about being the focus of attention, especially in the lively morning market, where a crowd would undoubtedly gather to witness her brush strokes. Just the thought of it made Pei Xining feel faint. Beside her, Qing harbored no desire to write couplets. All he wished for was to return home and sleep. Thus, the two introverted souls, Qing and Pei Xining, became the playful subjects of the extroverted Shui Miao, who unceremoniously pulled them onto the small stools before the table. Without needing to observe closely, Qing noticed that Pei Xining was already trembling beside him. He gently clasped her small hand beneath the table, offering a sense of security. With Qing's support, she barely managed to endure the current predicament, on the verge of fleeing. Qing, look at how well I've written. Turning around, Miao proudly held up her completed couplet. Fortunately, standing on the small stool prevented it from dragging on the ground. Heaven and earth are harmonious. May wealth fill our homes, peace and prosperity bring blessings to many, and may all seasons be safe. Most of the characters were ones Xue Miao could not write. She had painstakingly copied the strokes from the proprietor's model, resulting in some areas marred by large ink spots, while others saw strokes intertwined, rendering the characters indecipherable. Yet, Su Qing still clapped enthusiastically, offering his encouragement. Wonderful, wonderful. You did brilliantly. Since you are so fond of it, I shall reluctantly bestow it upon you. Su Qing, I truly thank you. It was Su Qing's turn next. Armed with the system's basic calligraphy, he felt no trepidation about making a fool of himself. After contemplating the content for a moment, Su Qing's demeanor shifted, and suddenly his brush began to dance across the paper with remarkable finesse. To the untrained eye, it appeared that Su Qing was writing with great skill. However, to the discerning expert, the plump proprietor could only marvel at Su Qing's extraordinary talent. This handwriting possessed the prowess typically developed over a decade of practice by an ordinary person. And how old was he? Perhaps he hadn't even graduated from kindergarten yet. Crack. Suddenly, there was a sound reminiscent of something shattering. The plump boss looked around, but found nothing amiss. It dawned on him, it was his own heart that had shattered. Well, this little lad writes exceptionally well. Indeed, this calligraphy is astonishing. It becomes evident that one must continually learn. Otherwise, when confronted with the astonishing, one can only exclaim in amazement. Amidst the chorus of admiration surrounding him, Su Qing's vanity was greatly satisfied. Yet, an invisible pressure bore down on the next contender, Pei Sinning, nearly suffocating her. Su Qing, perceptive to her distress, proactively came to her aid. Sinning, I shall hold your hand. Let us write together. She was on the verge of tears. Through her slightly blurred vision, she allowed Su Qing to guide her small hand. She could hardly believe that such beautiful calligraphy could emerge from her own hand. When Su Qing released her, she felt a lingering desire to continue. Let us showcase it. Under Su Qing's direction, Pei Sinning, in a daze, raised the couplet, and the crowd erupted into applause. Once she regained her composure, she hastily lowered her head and retreated behind Su Qing, refusing to show her face. This left Xue Miao, who stood motionless on the adjacent bench. Observing her lack of action, Su Qing suddenly recalled a lyric. I should be under the car, not inside it. Seeing how sweet you all are. Remaining would surely affect the plump boss's business, so after handing over 20 yuan, Su Qing took the two little girls by the hand and reunited with Su Mu. Xue Miao was evidently upset, yet she remained silent. Don't ask, just guess. Fortunately, the thoughts of little girls are quite easy to decipher. Su Qing, persistently engaging Xue Miao in conversation, soon had her smiling again. Ha 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 Miao. Didn't you notice that many people are watching you? Yes, because I'm adorable, she declared narcissistically. Su Qing readily acknowledged her as an exceptionally charming little girl, which explained why the boys from Binhai Kindergarten couldn't forget her. However, that alone was insufficient to attract such attention from so many strangers. The reason, in fact, was you having smudged on your nose. It's quite a mess. Hey. In an instant, she shyly covered her small nose, her face turning crimson as if it might emit steam. Su Qing took out the handkerchief he always carried in his pocket, dampened it with some boiled water from the cup, and began to wipe her clean. Xue Miao closed her eyes, her brows furrowed. Su Qing applied a bit of pressure while wiping. Otherwise, the ink stains would never come off. Her nose tip turned slightly red, but fortunately, the stains were removed, and Xue Miao's image was preserved at last. Su Qing, thank you. Huh? For a moment, he was taken aback. If you didn't hear me. I want he repeated. With a teasing finger, she poked Su Qing's nose, playfully squishing it into a pig's snout. Despite being the architect of her own predicament, Xue Miao couldn't help but laugh, giggling as she dashed away. She fled, he pursued. She was like a bird with no wings. Eventually, Xue Miao halted, crouching down. Su Qing sensed something was amiss and came to a stop as well. Indeed, with a swift turn, Xue Miao launched the snowball high into the air, inadvertently striking Pei Sinning, who was watching from a distance. A golden headshot. Diamond one. A Pei Sinning, caught off guard by the snowball to her face, stumbled and fell onto her backside. Su Qing and Xue Miao hurried over to check if she was injured. Her long eyelashes fluttered like fans, glistening with sparkling snowflakes. Snow adorned not only her scarf, but also nestled within her hat. Upon witnessing this scene, Su's mother quickly helped Pei Sinning clean up and ushered the three of them home. You all should wash up quickly. Make sure you don't catch a cold. As for clothes, you can wear Su Qing's for now. They should fit just fine. Huh? Chapter 28. The The sudden downpour before the two little girls could voice their opinions, Qing feigned shyness, exclaiming, that wouldn't be appropriate, Mom. I would feel embarrassed. Yet, his eyes betrayed his true intentions as they darted towards the bathroom, revealing his impure thoughts. Clearly, he still believed he was to join the little girls for a bath. You stay right here in the living room, Sue's mother retorted, sending Qing away. Before taking the hands of the two little girls and entering the bathroom, leaving behind the remark, perfect, since you wish to be independent. From now on you can bathe alone. Qing stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the wooden door as it slammed shut with a resounding thud. Is this really happening? Even my own son is being kept at bay? Listening to her son's voice outside, filled with regret and reluctance, Sue's mother couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, pondering. I wonder whom he inherited this from. At such a tender age, he behaves like a little lecher. A door seemed to separate two distinct worlds. The modern construction and decoration of the house often resulted in poor sound insulation, allowing Qing to hear the sounds of the two little girls frolicking within the bathroom quite clearly. Haha, there are so many bubbles from the shower gel. Ning. Look at Grandpa's white beard. Don't open your eyes, Ning. It hurts if the shampoo gets in your eyes. Upon hearing Sue's mother's words, Ning immediately froze, becoming as still as a statue. Shui Miao Miao, fully immersed in the warm bath, felt drowsy and on the brink of slumber. Girls tend to take their time in the bath, due to his previous experience as a lifelong singleton. Qing was only now coming to a clear understanding of this fact. At this moment, the trash can before him was overflowing with orange peels and sunflower seed shells. Yet the bathers had yet to emerge. Half an hour passed before the bathroom door creaked open. The first to dash out was Shui Miao Miao. She had donned a set of Qing's t-shirt and shorts, scampering over to him in her slippers. Playfully, she twirled around, showcasing her outfit. Qing, look. I'm wearing your clothes. It feels like I'm in a little dress. Fresh from her bath, Shui Miao Miao glistened with lingering droplets of water, her fair skin appearing even more exquisite and delicate. Meanwhile, Ning had changed into Qing's spare pajamas. The sleeves hung long on her, completely enveloping her small hands. Unlike the exuberant Shui Miao Miao, she quietly settled beside Qing. A mere turn of her head revealed her damp hair and a droplet of water adorning her cheek. Under Qing's gaze, Ning felt a wave of discomfort. Am I strange, Brother Qing? No, not at all. You're actually quite adorable. Teasing the little girl and observing her blush, Qing found it rather amusing. However, Shui Miao Miao was not pleased, persistently inching closer. Her delicate face was nearly pressed against Qing's. What about me? Qing, you big silly pig. Why do you only praise Ning? What about me? The essence of humanity is akin to a parrot. Shui Miao Miao incessantly repeated the phrase, what about me? And nearly bit her tongue several times, yet she remained unfazed and delighted. You are quite adorable. Everyone thinks you are charming. Is that not a consensus? Hee. I'm not that great. Effortlessly, Shui Miao Miao became giddy from Qing's compliments, her small hand scratching her head. Even if you flatter me like this, I won't thank you. Huh? Why didn't you say so earlier? After her mind pondered for 2.5 seconds, she finally grasped the implication of Qing's words. Consequently, it was evident that Shui Miao Miao, resembling a puffed-up cat, roared at Qing. Qing, you tricked me again. As she opened her mouth to reveal her two sharp little canine teeth, Qing realized that trouble was brewing. Indeed, in the next moment, she fiercely bit down on Qing's arm. At that point, regardless of his sweet words, Shui Miao Miao would not relent. Once Shui Miao Miao vented her frustration and released her grip, Qing finally noticed the clear bite mark on his arm, feeling utterly despondent. Am I a fool? Why did I provoke her? It became evident that when someone is truly enraged, they may even chastise themselves. After a brief bout of playful scuffling, the trio spotted Sue's mother approaching with a hairdryer, beckoning the two young girls. Come on, let us dry your hair. It must be uncomfortable being all wet. Plugging in the hairdryer, the two girls formed a queue to dry their hair. Seizing this opportunity, Qing retreated to the bathroom for a shower. He harbored a question. Is showering not simply a matter of getting wet, washing one's hair, applying body wash, and rinsing off the suds in 4 easy steps? He truly could not comprehend why girls could linger in there for such a long duration. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Ning had just finished drying her hair, while Qing had already completed his shower and stepped out of the bathroom nonchalantly, towel in hand, drying his hair. By chance, he locked eyes with Ning in the living room. Startled, Ning jumped, but upon recognizing Qing's face, she felt reassured, followed by a wave of curiosity. Little Qingitch, You are so fast. What nonsense is this? Su Qing, neglecting to dry his hair, sternly admonished Pei Si-ning. From now on, you are not permitted to use the word fast to describe me. Do you understand? Pei Si-ning, puzzled, complied obediently. Her small hand formed an X in front of her mouth, signifying that she would not utter it. Very good, very good. This is our childhood promise. Reaching it means swallowing 1,000 needles. Promise. Hee, I will definitely keep it. As the afternoon unfolded, the sun was on the verge of setting. The lingering rays of twilight illuminated the sky, but they were swiftly obscured by an expanse of dark clouds. Accompanied by distant flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, the atmosphere grew charged. In an instant, the two little girls, who had previously been laughing and playing, abruptly fell silent and hurriedly approached Su Qing, clutching his arm in search of solace. The weather, much like a woman, is capricious, while the weather forecast, akin to a man, proves to be unreliable. The morning had proclaimed a day of splendid sunshine, however. The reality of the torrential rain beating against the window presented a stark contrast, resembling anything but a mere drizzle. It would be an exaggeration to say they were similar. They were, in fact, worlds apart. The howling wind crept through the cracks of the window, echoing like the cries of some malevolent creature. In a manner reminiscent of a familiar horror film trope, the sudden downpour wreaked havoc on the lighting system, and with a sharp crack, the bedroom lights extinguished. Looking out the window revealed nothing but an abyss of darkness, indicating that the storm had indeed caused widespread power outages. Su Qing had grown accustomed to this. The state of infrastructure often meant sporadic blackouts, whether warranted or not. He swiftly secured the window, and the eerie sound subsided. However, the two little girls were far from calm. They let out startled cries. Whoa. Both of them squatted down. One hand pressed against their ears to block out the thunderous noise outside, while the other clung tightly to Su Qing's thigh, rendering him immobile. Tap, tap, tap. What is that sound? Pei Si-ning, hearing peculiar noises from outside the door, spoke with a noticeable tremor in her voice as she hurriedly informed her companions. Shui Miao gulped nervously. Having often accompanied her mother to watch horror films, her mind immediately conjured a plethora of terrifying scenarios, leading her to frighten herself into tears. Wah! Please don't eat me. I'm just a child who dislikes vegetables. I'm not tasty at all. And please don't eat me. The doorknob rattled ominously, signaling that the monster was about to burst in. In a moment of desperation, the two girls, tear-filled eyes imploring, attempted to pull Su Qing into the wardrobe for refuge. Yet, Su Qing resolutely refused, infuriating them further. Su Qing, you'll get us killed. Woo, brother Su Qing. Hurry and hide. The monster is about to come in. Su Qing, exasperated, thought, you are quite the dramatic duo, and calmly greeted Su's mother, who was at the door. Mom, you've brought candles. Yes, Mom. At this moment, the two frightened girls dared to glance back. When they saw Su's mother standing at the threshold, holding a candle, a sigh of relief escaped their lips. Woo, thank goodness, it's Auntie. We are saved. Auntie Su. The power is out. Ignoring the tears and snot on their faces, the two little girls scampered towards the flickering flame. As they drew closer, suddenly, Su's mother let out a sinister chuckle. Who says I'm Aunt Su? Sensing something amiss, the girls froze in their tracks, like wind-up dolls with their mechanisms jammed. The expression froze, the previous relaxation vanishing entirely, replaced by an ever-deepening terror. Heh, are you referring to that woman? She has already been devoured by me. Woo. Chapter 29. Why must you learn to speak like Pei Si-ning? Dear ones, it was wrong of Auntie to frighten you. Please do not cry. Auntie is a villain. I shall no longer be on good terms with her. The children were frightened, sobbing. The consequences of one's own actions can be dire. The joy of amusing children is often met with the discomfort of soothing them afterward. Yet, Mother Su insisted that if given the chance, she would frighten them again. Su Qing remained speechless, having already surmised the unfolding of events when his mother wore that peculiar smile. Clearing her throat, she coughed twice to capture the attention of the three children in the room, realizing it would be challenging to calm the two sobbing little girls. Mother Su prepared to share a delightful piece of news to uplift their spirits. Due to a power outage, the streetlights remain lit, so meow. Your mother will surely be unable to come. You may stay with us for the night. Yay. Wait, Auntie Su, you're not deceiving me, are you? Clearly. In Shui Miao's heart, Mother Su had lost her trust. With her expression faltering, Mother Su had to repeatedly reassure her, which finally turned Miao's sorrow into joy as she burst into laughter. How wonderful. I get to stay with Su Qing. the thrill of a sleepover. Especially at a dear friend's house, whether it be sleeping on the floor, playing games, or staying up late to chat, the mere thought filled her with anticipation. At that moment, the exuberant Shui Miaomiao failed to notice Pei Sineng beside her, gazing at her with envious eyes. Such occurrences often breed jealousy. Pei Sineng, overcome with emotion, clung to Su Qing, unabashedly expressing her desire for companionship. Wah, I don't want to leave. I want to stay with Brother Qing. I refuse to go. Witnessing this scene, Mother Su spoke in a measured tone. Of course, I haven't finished yet. Sineng can also stay with us for the night. Unlike the anticipated excitement, Pei Sineng, whose ears had turned crimson, remained nestled in Su Qing's embrace, reluctant to lift her gaze. Annie has a wicked heart. Why did you not say so sooner? Her voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to herself and the nearest Su Qing. There is no extra bed. You shall make do with sleeping on the floor. Is that acceptable? Though phrased as a question, it was evident that there was no room for dissent. Oblivious to the atmosphere, Shui Miaomiao raised her hand to inquire, why can't we squeeze with Su Qing on the bed? Absolutely not. All right, fine. Ever since Su Qing had made that remark before bathing that morning, Mother Su had gained a clearer understanding of her son's precociousness. Although, by all accounts, he should not have those inclinations prior to puberty, her vigilance regarding the interactions between Su Qing and the two little girls intensified considerably. Perhaps you two girls could take the bed, and Su Qing can sleep on the floor. No, refusal is not an option. It is settled. In the Su household, Mother Su's authority was unassailable, leaving Su Qing with no room for objection. Thus he could only acquiesce. The flickering candlelight cast a faint glow across the bedroom, where Su Qing sat cross-legged on the floor, while two little girls, like ducks, perched on the bed, deliberating over their nocturnal activities. How about we stay up all night? Proposed Shui Miaomiao with a spark of enthusiasm. However, her suggestion evidently fell flat with the other two. That doesn't seem right. Staying up all night is quite the endeavor. Shui Miaomiao's petite hand patted the soft mattress with little force. Yet it managed to intimidate the more susceptible Pei Sineng. Don't you think it's cool? Su Qing and Pei Sineng both shook their heads in unison, disapproving. Su Qing, are you going to betray me too? How can this be termed betrayal? You're being overly dramatic. Yet, under Shui Miaomiao's pitiful gaze, Su Qing capitulated instantly. She surrendered her will, allowing Shui Miaomiao to have her way. Really? You'll accompany me in whatever I choose? Ah, yes. Then, let us host a ghost story gathering. Upon hearing this suggestion, Pei Sineng immediately burrowed her head under the covers. Oh, are you serious? Su Qing was genuinely taken aback by Shui Miaomiao's audacity in proposing something that even intrigued her slightly. Of course, I am resolute. She confidently patted her chest, which felt as solid as iron. As a child accustomed to watching horror films with her mother, she considered herself quite brave and aimed to outdo the cocky Su Qing once and for all. Since their friendship began, she had often faced setbacks, but today marked a moment of redemption. Her goal was clear: to frighten Su Qing so much that he wouldn't dare venture to the restroom at night. I'll go first. Once, during a spring outing, just as she began, Pei Sineng curled her entire body into the blanket, trembling as she clutched Shui Miaomiao. Ha. Sineng, what are you doing? Don't tickle me. The ghost story was abruptly interrupted by fits of laughter, completely shattering the eerie atmosphere. Not to mention, her tale was hardly frightening in Su Qing's ears. All right. It's your turn, Su Qing. Let me think. The story I'm going to tell is called The Endless Stairs of the Kindergarten. This narrative was spontaneously crafted by Su Qing. The essence of a ghost story lies in the sense of immersion, so Su Qing deliberately chose to set the scene in their familiar kindergarten. The impact was immediate. Even the self-proclaimed brave Shui Miaomiao trembled in fear. Yet, she would never admit defeat verbally. Well, it's just SOSO. You don't think that can scare me, do you? Her little feet had retreated back under the covers, as if some supernatural rule protected her from being seized while hidden beneath the blanket. Her voice trembled noticeably, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. What about Pei Sineng? You ask? She has already fainted from fright. Sineng, it's your turn to tell a story. 10 seconds of silence passed. Yet there remained no sign of movement besides Shui Miaomiao. As Sineng has already fallen asleep, there is no other option but to rest. Su Qing proposed this, and Shui Miaomiao reluctantly acquiesced. To be honest, she had little desire to continue the game. Why was Su Qing so adept at telling ghost stories? At this rate, not only would he remain unscathed, but she might very well be the one terrified enough to wet her pants. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the sounds of rain and thunder. Time slipped into the depths of midnight, yet Shui Miao Miao lay awake, her mind consumed by the endless staircases of her kindergarten days. Suddenly, she felt a pressing urge to relieve herself, and her small feet tentatively ventured out from under the covers. The cold air sent her retreating back underneath. What to do? What to do? I'm so scared. But I really need to go to the bathroom. I can't possibly wet the bed on my first night at Su Qing's house. No, no, no. Caught in this inner turmoil, she finally summoned the courage to rise from the bed and approached Su Qing's sleeping mat. Upon seeing his carefree visage, frustration bubbled within her. How can he sleep so soundly after telling such terrifying tales? Silly pig, silly pig. She gently nudged Su Qing, and when he stirred, she whispered softly, Brother Qing, I'm scared. I don't dare go to the bathroom. Who are you, and why are you mimicking Pei Xining's speech? Stop pretending, monster. I can see at a glance that you are not human. Where have you hidden the real Shui Miao Miao? Chapter 30, The Overpass, Maybach. In the rainy night when Su Fu was forgotten by all in the dead of night, a weeping girl illuminated by a flash of lightning revealed her profile, a scene reminiscent of a horror film. Just awakening from slumber, Su Qing was confronted with such a haunting tableau, leaving him to ponder the extent of his psychological distress. His pupils constricted like grains of wheat, and beads of cold sweat quickly soaked through his flimsy nightclothes. Ghost, it's a ghost. Whoa, Brother Qing, stay with me. I'm scared. Upon hearing this gentle voice, incongruous with the terrifying setting, Su Qing felt a flicker of calm wash over him, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and allowing them to adjust to the darkness. He finally discerned the figure beside him. It was Shui Miao Miao. At that moment, she gazed at him with her innocent, doe-like eyes, pleading for his protection. The air of a little princess she usually exuded had vanished. She now resembled a forlorn puppy abandoned in the rain, weeping for its master. Realizing the predicament stemmed from his own actions, Su Qing sighed, compelling himself to rise from the warmth of his blankets. In a daze, he took her small hand and accompanied her to the restroom, hoping to expedite the process. Upon reaching the restroom door, he halted, recognizing that following her inside would be impolite. Miao Miao glanced at the darkened lavatory and pressed the light switch twice, only to receive no response. Observing Su Qing, who appeared half asleep with his eyes squinted, she hesitated, caught in indecision. Her mother had long taught her about the importance of gender boundaries, emphasizing that she should never allow a boy to see her in such a vulnerable moment. Thus, Miao Miao wrestled internally with whether or not to invite Su Qing to accompany her. Her fear was palpable. Finally, an idea struck her, a compromise. Could you wait at the door for me? Once I'm done, we can return together. Please, I beg you. It was indeed a rare sight. The typically assertive Miao Miao had transformed into a delicate state. Even her tone bore a hint of endearment, reminiscent of her mother. Was it a case of learned behavior? For Su Qing, who was more susceptible to gentleness than harshness, this approach was effective. After a brief contemplation, he acquiesced. How could such a charming girl harbor any ulterior motives? Alas, it seemed he had fallen prey to Miao Miao's psychological tactics. It was already a winter night, with temperatures plummeting. Coupled with the relentless rain, the indoor temperature hovered around 15 or 16 degrees, rendering the few heating radiators utterly inadequate. Clad in thin pajamas, Su Qing shivered, soon succumbing to a powerful sneeze. Rubbing his goosebumps-covered arms, he sniffled, worried that he might catch a cold. Although he possessed a robust constitution among children, he was not immune to the occasional ailment. Su Qing, are you there? A soft voice emerged from within the restroom. The sound was barely audible, and Su Qing, leaning against the wall outside, was completely oblivious. Su Qing, please don't scare me. After waiting in vain for a response, the little girl began to panic. She hastily pulled up her pants, neglecting to clean herself, and rushed out. Upon seeing Su Qing still in place, merely resting, she finally sighed in relief. It seemed that Shui Miao Miao had truly been frightened by ghost stories, to the point of being afraid to go to the restroom alone. Su Qing, what's wrong? Have you finished? Su Qing, roused by her call, feigned alertness as he glanced at Shui Miao Miao, wishing his body could instantly return to the warmth of bed. No, I called for you just now, and you didn't respond. I thought a monster had taken you away. Hey, do you take me for Tangsing? Monsters don't just snatch people for no reason. Su Qing retorted, slightly annoyed. This time, I promise to answer any questions you have, so hurry and go to the restroom. Just don't wet your pants. All right. But you'd better keep your word. Casting a skeptical glance at Su Qing, Shui Miao Miao returned to the restroom, leaving the door slightly ajar. It seemed that this little gap provided her with a heightened sense of security. Should anything unexpected happen, Su Qing could rush in to protect her. Fortunately, Su Qing remained unaware of her thoughts. Otherwise, he would have given her a thumbs up and praised her for being so clever. Faintly, the sound of splashing water could be heard, though it was uncertain whether it was the rain outside or something else. Su Qing, however, was disinterested in such trivial matters, believing that pondering over them was utterly pointless and only served to make him seem peculiar. Observing that the rain continued to pour well into the night, he suddenly sensed that something important had slipped his mind. What could it be? That's odd. I have a top-tier talent account, so my memory should be exceptional. Thus, anything I can't recall immediately must be insignificant. Yes, that must be it. Bored, Su Qing aimlessly entertained his thoughts, gazing out at the curtain of rain. He recalled a popular line from Douyin in his past life. How can one describe a heavy downpour without using the word rain? Elevated highway, Maybach. Through a convoluted chain of associations, Dragon Clan, private equity Zhong'an, Chu Zihong, Chu Tianxiao, Su's father, Su Qing finally remembered what he had forgotten. Oh right, whereas my father? Since greeting him that morning, Su's father had gone to the internet CAF. No. He preferred to think of it as patrolling his territory like a lion surveying its realm, inspecting his various internet CAFs. Of course, that was a euphemism. The true purpose was understood by those in the know. In such heavy rain, was he all right at the CAF? After a brief moment of sympathy for his unfortunate father, Su Qing quickly dismissed his worries. After all, what calamity could befall a grown man? Unbeknownst to him, several kilometers away, at the newly opened internet CAF, Mr. Su languished in utter boredom at store number 10. With the power out, the computers were rendered inoperable, leaving him bereft of his sole source of entertainment. Like a salted fish devoid of dreams, he slumped at the bar, lost in thought. Without a wife, children, or the warmth of a heated bed, the hours stretched painfully long. Given another chance, he would surely refrain from sneaking online behind his wife's back. Here, not even a warm blanket was available, and tonight he could only curl up on the sofa to sleep, scarcely different from bedding down beneath a bridge. He mused, surely, my wife and child must be worried about me. Haha, I'll return home at dawn to reassure them. With this belief, Mr. Su felt the biting winter wind and gradually drifted into slumber, utterly unaware that his beloved son had forgotten him. Meanwhile, on the home front, Shui Miao Miao's physiological needs had finally been addressed, alleviating her worries about wetting the bed for the time being. A cause for celebration indeed. Su Qing, are you there? Please respond. Received. Like a weary office worker finally clocking out after a long day, Su Qing, after washing up and scrolling through Douyin for an hour or two, was suddenly interrupted by a message from his superior. The immersion was palpable. This was precisely how Su Qing felt in that moment. The little girl, meticulous in her cleanliness, always washed her hands after using the restroom, scrubbing diligently with soap, circling her hands left and right. As her focus dispersed, her tension eased considerably, and she raised her head to glance casually in the mirror, only to find her reflection smiling eerily, an illusion. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Su Qing, help. Her voice pierced the air, rising above the thunder outside. Unsurprisingly, all four occupants of the house awoke without exception. Simultaneously, Su's mother and Pei Sinning opened their doors, rubbing their sleepy eyes, only to discover the two standing before the bathroom, one girl sobbing uncontrollably, and one boy gazing skyward in disbelief. After a brief explanation, Shui Miaomiao bowed apologetically to the two whom she had disturbed. I am so sorry, truly sorry. It's all right, as long as no harm was done, Su's mother reassured, her worries dissipating upon realizing there was no danger. After a few words of caution, she returned to her master bedroom to continue her rest. Back in his room, Su Qing finally returned to his cherished cocoon of warmth. His little hand slipped under the covers, only to find it cold. Damn it, Shui Miaomiao. You've caused me so much trouble. With no other choice, Su Qing dove back in, using his body heat to restore warmth to the blanket. Just as he managed to gather some semblance of drowsiness and the blanket warmed up, he was on the verge of entering a delightful dream when, unexpectedly, an unforeseen event occurred. At that very moment, Pei Sinning, mustering her courage, slipped out of bed, fidgeting with her legs, seemingly torn about whether to awaken Su Qing. However, in the end, fear triumphed over shyness. She knelt before Su Qing's bedding, gently nudging his body to rouse him. Brother Xiaoqing, I wish to use the restroom, but I am too afraid to go alone, she lamented. I truly owe you all. The air was refreshingly crisp after the torrential rain, and the sun shone brightly, heralding one of those rare beautiful days. Yet, Su Qing found no joy in it. As he lay sprawled over the dining table, dozing, "Brother Xiao Qing, do try my fried ham," pleaded Pei Sinning, adeptly using chopsticks to lift a piece of ham to Su Qing's lips. Not to be outdone, Shui Miao Miao skillfully scooped a spoonful of tofu pudding, offering it to Su Qing as well. "Taste mine, my tofu pudding is absolutely delightful." A pair of chopsticks and a spoon jostled at Su Qing's drowsy mouth. Finally, overwhelmed by the indignity, he slammed his hand on the table, indignantly consuming all the food offered to him. "Is this amusing? We all bought our breakfast from the same stall. How could there be any difference in taste?" He extracted a tissue to wipe his face, which was smeared with grease and remnants of tofu pudding. The two little girls exchanged glances, sticking out their tongues in a playful gesture, seeking Su Qing's forgiveness. Before long, the families of the two young girls arrived to take them home. Pei Sinning was escorted by her mother, who had met Su Qing and his father once before. After expressing her gratitude for Su Qing's mother's care for her daughter, they departed quickly. Meanwhile, Shui Miao Miao was picked up by a familiar face. Indeed, it was her mother. She even brought a gift for Su Qing, an authentic Leo Ultraman transformation device imported from the Neon country. While it might have been perfect for a child, Su Qing considered it somewhat childish, or so he thought. "This is Leo's Ring of the Lion's Eye. It's incredibly cool, isn't it? What boy wouldn't love it?" he exclaimed. "Thank you, Auntie. I absolutely adore this gift. Then I shall rely on you to look after our Miao Miao," she added, always thinking of ways to assist Shui Miao Miao. However, it was evident that the little girl did not grasp this goodwill and even seemed to hinder it. "Miao Miao, hurry over. You haven't said goodbye to Su Qing yet." "Goodbye, Su Qing. We shall meet again after the new year." Watching her daughter dash out of the house, her mother felt exasperated by her emotional intelligence. What a splendid opportunity to enhance rapport, and yet you leave just like that. "So inept. Don't dare claim you are my daughter in public." With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, and the house returned to tranquility, feeling oddly empty without the two little girls. Busy. So busy, perhaps it's best to keep busy. With a sigh, Su Qing rubbed his heavily shadowed eyes and stifled a long yawn, preparing to retreat to his bedroom for some much-needed rest. However, he was soon called by his mother. "Today we shall undertake a thorough cleaning. You need to sweep and mop your room while I tackle the windows." Misfortunes truly seemed to pile upon one another, leaving Su Qing utterly speechless. A sudden knock at the door jolted him from his thoughts, as he pondered whether Shui Miao Miao had forgotten to take her belongings. Before he knew it, his body had already turned the doorknob. What greeted him was a weary man, his eyes bloodshot and fatigued. "Goodness, Father." For a brief moment, Su Qing was taken aback, but his memories surged back. He recalled that he had almost forgotten that his father had not returned home the previous night. Chapter 31. The Unresisting Wife Due to Various Factors. Such as the burgeoning popularity of internet cafes, the Su family decided to keep this year's New Year celebration simple and did not return to Jishui province. On New Year's Eve, after enjoying their reunion dinner, the family of three settled on the sofa to watch television and chat. The Spring Festival Gala played on the screen, and Su Qing was particularly impressed by this year's program, notably because of the presence of Grandpa Zhao and the skit-selling crutches. Unlike the emotionally charged, educational performances of later years that culminated in everyone making dumplings together, this skit had them laughing heartily. The sound of fireworks crackling outside was a true representation of the festive spirit. One couldn't help but ponder, where has the essence of the new year in Huaxia gone? As the clock approached 11 o'clock, Su Qing, seated on the sofa, grew increasingly restless, awaiting his father's return. In previous years, they would have already finished setting off firecrackers and be preparing to eat dumplings by this time. Feeling the weight of sleepiness, Su Qing found it increasingly difficult to keep his eyes open. "Son, come on, let us go downstairs and set off some firecrackers." At last, after a prolonged stay in the restroom, Su's father emerged. This was his habitual routine. He always took an extended bathroom break before heading out, a quirk that had become ingrained over time. "I've been waiting for you." The wind howled fiercely that night, and having just experienced a snowfall the day before, Su Qing's mother had bundled him up like a dumpling, wrapping him in layers. He wore thermal leggings, woolen pants, and cotton trousers, making it somewhat cumbersome to walk. In a literal sense, a man should not fear the biting cold. Just look at the Russians who swim in winter. Such resilience is commendable. Yet, Su Qing's father, in a curious lapse of judgment, donned a set of pajamas over which he wore a long-down jacket and took Su Qing by the hand as they descended the stairs. Su's mother refrained from advising against it, believing that people learn through experience. In his arms, Sue's father held a massive bundle of firecrackers, claiming to be worth 10,000 pops, though they were generally short of weight. When purchasing them, Qing had cautioned, "Dad, the so-called 10,000 pops just means spending 10,000 yuan for a sound. We could simply buy a regular, less expensive one." The shopkeeper's expression had been one of palpable embarrassment. Several other customers, initially inclined to purchase, reconsidered and opted for the more affordable 1,000-pop crackers upon hearing Qing's logic. Undeterred by the shopkeeper's murderous glare, Qing remained calm. Yet, Sue's father, feeling somewhat bashful, still ended up buying the most expensive 10,000-pop crackers to atone for his son's remarks. At this moment, Sue's father was still quite young, and his sensitivity to embarrassment was evident. Upon reaching the community park, a spacious area designated for residents to set off fireworks, he immediately regretted his decision. It was unbearably cold. Qing took charge of unwrapping the firecrackers, laying them out in a long line on the ground, while the more perilous task of lighting them was left to his father, the adult. After completing his part, Qing retreated a bit, anticipating his father's ignition of the firecrackers. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen incident occurred. Due to the fierce winds this evening, the moment the lighter sparked a tiny flame, it was extinguished. After struggling for over 10 minutes, Sue's father, shivering from the cold, finally managed to ignite the firecrackers. Qing inhaled the scent of gunpowder in the air. As the firecrackers burst forth, sparkling and sending plumes of black smoke into the night, the new year was deemed complete. Upon his return home, Sue's father promptly fetched a basin of warm water, washing his hands and soaking his feet without a hint of wastefulness, murmuring, "It was wise of your mother to foresee this. One ought to dress warmly in winter." Following this brief interlude, Qing finally encountered the most exhilarating aspect of the New Year celebration. He received a surprise gift meticulously prepared by his parents. "Little Qing, this year our family has earned quite a bit, so we've prepared a substantial red envelope for you," Sue's mother declared, producing a bulging red envelope from her pocket. How thick was it? Perhaps if a few more bills were added, it would burst. Feeling anxious that his parents might change their minds, Qing instinctively reached out to accept it. However, his astute mind quickly sensed something amiss. Something was not quite right. Setting aside the peculiar notion of his frugal parents suddenly indulging him, the mischievous grin on his father's face, resting on the sofa, practically revealed that this was a ruse. Placing his hand over the envelope but refraining from taking it, he detected 242. 6 yuan. Shall it be deposited into the system bank? Indeed, he had suspected that his parents were up to something. If he was not mistaken, this envelope was filled with coins. A playful jest at his expense. Instantly, the smiles of Sue's parents stiffened, caught off guard by how easily their well-conceived scheme had been unraveled. Sue's father, unwilling to concede, feebly protested, "What are you saying, little Qing? This is your New Year's money. How could your father and mother possibly play tricks on you?" "Haha. Yes, yes." Sue's mother quickly chimed in. Thus, Qing accepted the envelope, and before their eyes, opened it. A cascade of green bills spilled onto the table, accompanied by several coins that jingled amusingly upon landing. Sue's parents were left speechless. "Ah, little Qing, don't you know that opening a red envelope in front of others is considered impolite? Where's your sense of childlike wonder? You should graciously accept our playful teasing." Subsequently, Sue's mother explained that they had learned about southern red envelopes from a friend. In the South, the custom emphasizes that the gesture holds more significance than the monetary value, typically containing denominations of 1, 5, or 10 yuan. To this, Qing firmly declared, "Leave the southern customs aside. Do not attempt to infringe upon the northern red envelope traditions, for you shall reap no rewards." Certainly, this is merely the perspective of Qing as a child. It would be best to wait until he reaches adulthood to bestow red envelopes upon the younger generation, allowing the customs of the South to flourish. This would yield a mutually beneficial outcome, signifying that Qing triumphs twice. During the festive season, when the much-anticipated merriment is nowhere to be found, Sue's parents find themselves seated on the sofa, lamenting Qing's perceived lack of enthusiasm. "Are you a child?" Their playful provocation stirred Sue's father, who could no longer remain seated. He reached into his trouser pocket and produced a red envelope, evidently prepared well in advance. "Behold, what is this? My dear son, do you desire it?" It was unclear what had ruffled his feathers. "Old Deng, hand over the red envelope. If one desires a red envelope, one must adopt an attitude befitting such a request. Do you understand, my child?" With that, he shifted his posture, pointing to the empty space before him. "Come, bow to me." and I shall grant you one. The saying goes that beneath a man's knee lies gold. How could I humble myself for a mere red envelope? Ah. Su's father silently commended Su Qing for his boldness. He would not bend for mere trifles, truly a man. Ahem, it is somewhat embarrassing to admit. Had it been the younger version of himself, he would have long since bowed in pursuit of a red envelope, perhaps even attempting multiple bows to procure more. However, bowing to his father was not a disgrace. It was an honor bestowed by a son. Upon concluding his thought, Su Qing inexplicably produced a large iron basin and began to bow vigorously. With each bow, he proclaimed, 100 for each bow. No negotiations, 100, 200. In an instant, Su's father's eyes widened in disbelief. This boy, could he be attempting to drain his father's meager stash of private funds? Quickly rise. Seeing Su Qing undeterred and persistently bowing, Su's father grew anxious and hurried to assist him. What is the meaning of this, my child? Su's father lamented. On the verge of tears. In his ear, Su Qing whispered secrets that seemed intended to evade Su's mother's ears. The toilet tank, behind the wedding photos. The air conditioning remote. To an outsider, these words might appear nonsensical, lacking any apparent connection. Yet, for Su's father, each utterance felt like a dagger to his heart, as Su Qing revealed the very locations of his hidden funds. How does he know everything? Su's father, believing his hiding spots to be discreet, realized that everything lay within Su Qing's grasp. Ha ha ha, you are quite the rascal. In moments of discomfort, one often feigns busyness. Su's father, stretching and yawning widely, exuded the lingering aroma of the chive dumplings he had just consumed. 2,000, is it? 2,000? Why not go rob a bank? The scene was peculiar, with Su Qing's slight frown effortlessly commanding Su's father, who could only meekly extract cash from his wallet to hand over to Su Qing. Be frugal with your spending. This is the pocket money your mother just sent me. Rest assured, I shall take good care of it. As he stepped forward, Su Qing ruthlessly attempted to snatch the red envelope and an additional 2,000 yuan from Su Fu's grasp. However, his hand clung tightly, like a vice, refusing to relinquish its hold. Let us negotiate. Leave me a little. Not a single cent. As the money was gradually extracted, it seemed as though Su Fu's very soul was being drawn away alongside the bills, slowly fading into a pallid hue. It was as if, with the slightest breeze, he would disintegrate into mere ashes, scattered by the wind. Perhaps he had been utterly consumed. Children merely need to focus on bowing for their red envelopes, while the adults distributing them must bear a multitude of considerations. Chapter 32. She really. I cry to death this year may well be the most leisurely New Year's Day that Su Qing has ever experienced. Although he did not have to pay New Year greetings, which resulted in a significant loss of his expected red envelope income. The 2,000 yuan extorted from his father served as a satisfactory compensation for this deficit, due to staying up late the previous night. He did not retire to bed until 1 in the morning, and thus enjoyed a long slumber, finally rising at 11 o'clock in the morning. As he groggily got out of bed, Su Qing was greeted by the familiar sound of clicking from a mouse and tapping on a keyboard. Is it my father using the computer? Upon opening his eyes, he was surprised to find that the figures occupying his desk were not his father's tall silhouette, but rather two exceedingly familiar little girls, Pei Sinong and Shui Miao Miao. To his astonishment, they had come to play much earlier than anticipated, just on the first day of the new year. It must be said that these two little ones had become increasingly at ease with him. They even entered his room without so much as a greeting. In the past, they would have shyly put on an act, pleading with him to assist them with the computer. Now, however, ever since they learned to power on and connect to the internet on their own, Su Qing had been completely abandoned. It was a classic case of teaching the apprentice, only to have the master starve. How terribly pragmatic these little girls were. Setting aside these musings, Su Qing was genuinely curious about what the two were doing on the computer. Seizing the moment while they were engrossed in the screen, he stealthily got out of bed and approached them from behind to observe. To his surprise, they were registering QQ accounts. Moreover, they had taken the liberty of logging into Su Qing's QQ account and added themselves as friends. Wait a moment. How did these two little girls know his account and password? Beep, beep, beep. This was the notification sound for incoming messages on QQ. The current QQ penguin had yet to become addicted to electronic cigarettes, and the notification was not the familiar cough that everyone recognized. It was said to have been recorded by Tony Ma himself from his pager, though the truth of that was uncertain. Su's father was an old internet user, having registered several accounts during the OICU era, all of which were 5-digit beauties. The account Su Qing was currently using was one of those inherited from his father. Just holding on to these accounts could be worth thousands of yuan in a few decades. What are you doing? The little girls were clearly startled. with Shui Miao Miao instinctively trying to close the page. However, her nervous hands trembled, making it impossible for her to click the small X in the corner. "You clumsy little one, quickly close it." Witnessing this scene, Su Qing was suddenly reminded of his own experiences in his previous life during his adolescence when he would watch videos from the Neon Kingdom. There were several instances when his father would enter unannounced, nearly catching him in the act. The girl's instinctive reactions were surprisingly similar. How come you walk without making a sound? Scaring someone can indeed lead to dire consequences. Seeing that the truth could no longer be concealed, Shui Miao Miao reluctantly shifted the topic. Simultaneously, she made incessant gestures and exchanged glances with Pei Sining, attempting to convey a silent message. However, Pei Sining, evidently oblivious to the underlying meaning, continued to nod blankly. Her eyes sparkling with an air of intelligence, as if to say, "Rest assured, leave it to me. We are adding little brother Qing as a friend on our Chochio account." Shui Miao Miao was taken aback. How could a criminal possibly divulge the details of the crime to the victim? It was yet another day of betrayal by Pei Sining. It appeared he had not taken the matter to heart. She found it perplexing that something so simple could be made so clandestine by Shui Miao Miao. As if she were a thief. Like a pardoned criminal, Shui Miao Miao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She feared that her secretive memorization of Su Qing's account password might provoke his displeasure. Fortunately, he was not a petty individual. Seizing the moment, Shui Miao Miao showcased the accounts they had just registered to Su Qing. One was named Shui de Wang, clearly indicative of Shui Miao Miao. However, upon seeing the other account, he could hardly contain himself. Pei Sining's QQ account was registered under her real name, a shocking revelation that someone would use their true identity online. Sining, it's best not to use your real name for your online account. It may compromise your privacy. Yet, she lamented, but I simply couldn't think of any other name. The matter seemed to vex her greatly, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Sitting on the wooden chair, her body swayed like a weeble. "How about you help me think of a name, little brother Qing? Would you? Of course, as long as you don't find it distasteful." "Never. How could I possibly dislike you, little brother Qing?" After a moment's thought, Su Qing instinctively associated the character Ning in Pei Sining's name with the fruit lemon and inquired, "What do you think of lemon as a nickname?" Unsure of whether the little girl would be pleased, he left the final decision in her hands. "It sounds so adorable. From now on, my Chochio nickname will be Lemon. Given to me by little brother Qing. I shall never change it. Yea, very obedient." "Hey, what does yea mean?" "Yea is a term from the bird language of the Foot Basin country, so don't imitate it, little one." I understand." The foundations of patriotism were to be instilled from a young age. She had a certain awareness of the deep-seated enmity between Huan Nation and the Foot Basin country. "Then you must not speak in bird language anymore." "All right, I promise." Observing the cheerful exchange between the two, Shui Miao Miao felt a surge of irritation. Simultaneously, her own chosen nickname, Shui de Wang, began to irk her more and more. In a fit of impulse, she deleted it. "Su Qing, I want you to help me come up with a name too." After completing this sequence of actions, Shui Miao Miao grasped Su Qing's shoulders and shook him, eager for his assistance. "The name Water King is quite delightful. I see no reason to change it. I simply wish for you to give me a name." Thus, Su Qing entered the 4 characters of Water King into the nickname field and clicked confirm. Although the nickname was identical, Shui Miao Miao immediately transformed her sorrow into joy. After nearly half a month apart, the bond among the 3 seemed untouched by any sense of estrangement. In just a few exchanged words, they rekindled their warmth. With Su Qing being the first to inquire about Shui Miao Miao's holiday experiences. "Miao Miao, didn't you go on a trip? Why are you back so soon?" "Traveling. It was wonderful. Did anything interesting happen?" Pei Sining was equally curious about the journey, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Shui Miao Miao. Since the dawn of her memories, she had never ventured beyond the confines of Jincheng City. The farthest she had traveled was to Jixian with her family, where she had ascended a mountain. For her, foreign provinces were a realm of novelty. This topic is precisely what Shui Miao Miao yearned to discuss, and she eagerly opened up. Fueled by a hint of desire to boast, "Because I missed you, traveling was rather dull. I spent all my time climbing mountains. Much better to come and play with you. I must tell you, during this period around the new year, one should absolutely avoid traveling. There are more people than the trees on the mountain." It seemed that her brief complaints were far from exhaustive, indicating Shui Miao Miao's dissatisfaction with the trip. Since Shui Miao Miao had arrived, it was evident that Auntie must also be present. It would be impolite not to pay her respects and, more importantly, to receive a red envelope. Auntie's persona was one of beauty and generosity, The envelope she distributed would surely be generous. Just the thought of it filled him with excitement. After adjusting his attire, he stepped out of his room. With Su Qing's absence, the bedroom fell into tranquility, and the two girls ceased their computer games. Sinning, I wish to see the living room. Would you like to join? Shui Miao Miao could no longer contain her excitement. It appeared that the long absence from Su Qing had filled her with longing, making her reluctant to part from him even for a moment. Pei Sinning glanced around the bedroom, shaking her head in indecision. Miao Miao, you go ahead. I'll stay here for a while. All right, then I shall go first. The door closed once more, and faint sounds of laughter drifted from the living room. Alas, life is not easy, Sinning sighed. She removed her shoes and, clad in cozy socks, stepped onto Su Qing's bed, murmuring to herself, little Qinggu is so untidy. I shall help him tidy the quilt. With that, she busied herself, laboriously folding the comforter and smoothing the wrinkled sheets. Once the bed was restored to its neat and clean state, Pei Sinning felt a swell of accomplishment in her heart. Only then did she leap off the bed, put her shoes back on, and scamper out to join Su Qing and Shui Miao Miao in their play. She truly felt overwhelmed with joy. What more could one desire in life than such a sweet and adorable childhood companion? Chapter 33 Years ago, Chen Daozi received 20 yuan. Happy New Year, Auntie. I wish you eternal youth and ever-increasing prosperity. Over here, Su Qing was uttering auspicious words, while over there, the lady retrieved a large red envelope from her bag. The thickness of it hinted at the weight of her heartfelt intentions. Su Qing, with the aid of the system bank, quickly discerned that it contained a generous sum of 1,000 yuan. It was clear that this lady would not be like Su's parents, who would merely present a handful of 1 yuan notes to amuse a child. Delighted, Su Qing accepted the gift and began to flatter the lady with an array of compliments. Su Qing was indeed a sycophant. Suddenly, he was chastised by Shui Miao Miao, yet strangely, he felt no trace of annoyance. Instead, a spark of excitement ignited within him. Could you scold me a bit more? It sounds delightful, hee. However, he certainly could not articulate such sentiments aloud, with so many adults present. To voice such a thought would undoubtedly lead to being labeled a little pervert, and that would not do. Where did you learn this term? It makes no sense. The concept of a sycophant is something that emerged only in the era of short videos. Of course, it was from you. I overheard you speaking ill of Jiang Jie back then. Oh, I see. Su Qing nodded, finding this reasoning quite reasonable. But then he reconsidered. Wait a moment. Doesn't that imply you're calling me Jiang Jie? You are insulting me. Clearly, in Su Qing's mind, being compared to Jiang Jie was far more damaging than being labeled a sycophant. Although Shui Miao Miao covered her mouth with her small hand, her mischievous laughter still reached Su Qing's ears. You deserve it. Who told you to be so obsequious to Mom? She ran, and he chased, turning the living room into a lively scene. Although the lady did not comprehend the meaning of Jiang Jie, she suspected it was some sort of children's slang. However, the term sycophant was quite understandable and vividly illustrative. She secretly marveled at Su Qing's genius. To craft such a captivating and popular novel indicated a unique mastery of linguistic artistry. I should reward him again when we return. I wonder if he will continue to add more chapters. Ever since that incident of rewarding him, Su Qing had promptly removed the notice about additional chapters, fearing a repeat occurrence. He was still young and being drained of his creative resources, referring to his manuscript, lest the censorship deities misunderstand, would be detrimental to his health, referring to staying up late when Pei Sinning exited her room. The first sight that greeted her was Su Qing pinning Shui Miao Miao to the ground, her little legs kicking and her body struggling. Yet, before Su Qing's overwhelming strength, she appeared utterly powerless. Seeing that firmness was futile, she decided to employ a softer approach. Little brother Qing, please forgive me. It was in vain, today. She was as good as doomed. Mom, save me. Su Qing is bullying me. Su Qing's smile gradually morphed into something devious. In Shui Miao Miao's terrified gaze, he displayed his nimble fingers, preparing for a tickling attack. Each time the two little girls erred or provoked his ire, Su Qing would resort to this method of punishment. Pei Sinning, serving as a plastic confidant, merely observed from a distance, quietly watching as Shui Miao Miao faced Su Qing's reprimand, harboring no intention of intervening. At most, she would silently mourn for her friend for 3 seconds in her heart, which she deemed a sufficient expression of compassion. Su Qing, the formidable figure, was indeed terrifying. All right, Shao Qing, cease tormenting Miao Miao. As Shui Miao Miao's laughter turned into gasps, Su's mother could no longer remain passive and intervened to halt Su Qing's actions. Ha ha ha. Cough, Su Ai, You still love me the most." Feeling as if she had found a protective shield, Shui Miao scurried behind Su's mother, peeking out to make a face at Su Qing. With the rain ceased and the sun shining, Miao Miao felt emboldened once more. "You can't hide behind my mother for eternity," Shui Miao, suddenly realizing the truth in those words. The little girl, with a strained smile, apologized to Su Qing. I understand my mistake. Su Qing, you are the most handsome and intelligent. And I adore you." Su Qing was at a loss for words. Bemused by Shui Miao's flexible stance, she appeared quite cowardly. He was not genuinely upset. And seeing her act cute and endearing, he readily forgave her. "I forgive you, come here." "Really?" The girl, fearing that this might be a ruse to lure her into a trap, had been subjected to Su Qing's tricks often enough to develop a natural wariness. Su Qing delighted in teasing her, although she could not say she disliked it. In fact, it brought her a measure of joy. "How could I deceive you?" The two settled together on the sofa, affectionately stroking Shui Miao's head as if petting a large cat. Thanks to her mother's care, Miao's hair was never greasy and was well maintained. The faint scent of shampoo combined with its silky texture made Su Qing quite enamored. As they had planned to set off fireworks together that evening, Su's mother naturally intended to stay at Su Qing's home until dusk. Consequently, the bored adults decided to engage in a game of landlord to pass the time. Although no money was wagered, scores were kept in cash, which would eventually be returned. A purely recreational affair. I'm not very good at this game." Su's mother, with a youthful finger tapping her lips, appeared somewhat distressed. Catching sight of Su Qing out of the corner of her eye, a brilliant idea struck her. "Since I'm not skilled at playing, why not enlist a proxy? How about you help me play, Xiao Qing? For every victory you achieve, I shall reward you accordingly." "What say you?" she assured with a pat on her ample chest. "Is this true?" "Of course. My word is my bond." Thus, the diminutive Su Qing found himself seated at the card table, facing his two closest relatives, his expression inscrutable. Carrying the trust of his mother, he swore to himself that he could not afford to lose. Su's mother and father raised an eyebrow, sensing that the situation was beginning to take an unexpected turn. The two little girls, drawn by the commotion, found the unfolding events quite amusing and gathered around Su Qing on either side. Though he did not comprehend the rules, he still found himself engrossed in the game. During this time, he was attentive to Su Qing, offering tea and water with meticulous care, appearing exceedingly content. Meanwhile, his wife was earnestly observing the match. And Su Qing truly surprised her greatly. With his remarkable memory, he possessed an almost innate card-counting ability. Coupled with his already commendable skills, he effortlessly outmaneuvered the novice couple, quickly amassing a small fortune of over $10. Su's father's lips twitched, an odd sensation washing over him. As if each round was under Su Qing's control, whether this was merely an illusion, he could not discern. He was indeed correct. During the game, he had intentionally allowed Su Qing to win a few rounds. Otherwise, it was likely that Su's parents would have fled in embarrassment long ago. "Can you even play, you little rascal?" Su's father began employing verbal tactics, exerting pressure on Su Qing, a blatant breach of sportsmanship. "Look at me. I am laying down an old king. Are you concerned?" Gazing at his own hand, Su Qing remained unperturbed, steadfast as a seasoned player. "Ha ha ha. With 3 cards remaining, I can still beat you. You possess 17 cards. With those 17, you could annihilate me, even your father. Right here, I shall devour this coffee table. Is that a serious claim?" His grin became increasingly brazen, the corners of his mouth curling into a Nike swoosh. His wife, seated behind him, caught sight of his hand and erupted into laughter. Su's father suddenly lost his bravado but stubbornly maintained his fade. "Stop with the bluster. Play your cards." The 2 kings were played first. A movie believed Su Qing could not counter. "No. Please, no." At that moment, Su's father's voice quivered. "A straight flush, and I'm out." An awkward silence enveloped the room, as Su's father sat motionless in his chair, staring at the coffee table, swallowing hard. He genuinely had not intended to partake in a mere charade. "Ha ha ha, Su Qing wins. Uncle devours the coffee table," oblivious to the atmosphere. Shui Miao giggled as she spoke, further intensifying Su's father's embarrassment. "Father, you may not grasp the significance of turning 100 into 280. We typically describe such individuals with just 2 words, dirtbag. This classic phrase would surely endure, and it is recommended for full memorization." Chapter 34. Can you guess who was not invited to the party? In February, darkness descends early, and by 5 o'clock, the sky has already taken on a dim hue. Initially, Mrs. Su intended to serve leftovers from the previous day for dinner. However, the arrival of guests rendered this plan somewhat unseemly. Consequently, motivated by a sense of decorum, she promptly decided to dine out. Local eateries remain open during the New Year festivities and the celebratory meals. Both for the New Year's Eve and the days that follow, constitute a peak season for their business. Su Qing, to some extent, benefited from the presence of the two little girls and their mother, yet it was merely a temporary respite. The sight of a refrigerator brimming with leftovers was enough to instill a sense of dread. This, I believe, mirrors the childhood nightmares of countless children across China. Particularly after 3 or 4 days, the amalgamation of various meatballs, fish, and assorted dishes becomes a daunting prospect. The flavor, oh, what a thought. In an era devoid of food delivery services, restaurants with exquisite cuisine thrived even more. Particularly during the festive season, securing a table was nearly impossible. Fortunately, Mr. Su had a connection with the restaurant owner, enabling them to skip the queue and secure a private room. The two men shared a camaraderie that was both professional and personal. Old Su, you must be well taken care of when you visit my establishment. Here, I'll arrange a private room for you, and even throw in a complimentary bottle of wine. No, today is merely a family outing to dine, Mr. Su replied. Not a chance. If you don't drink, I'll have you take it home. The jovial owner patted his belly, his eyes filled with gratitude as he regarded Mr. Su. He recalled how, during his early entrepreneurial days, Mr. Su's collaboration had been instrumental in preventing the collapse of his business. It was only through innovative avenues, such as introducing meal services to Internet CAFS, that he managed to recover financially. Speaking to my brother as if we were strangers. If it weren't for your delivery business at the Internet CAF, I might have returned to my hometown to farm by now. Mr. Su scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. The so-called delivery service was certainly not his brainchild. It was evident that unseen hands had been orchestrating the entire affair. All right then, I shall graciously accept this generosity. Let us continue our partnership next year and prosper together. Observing the two men sharing a jovial moment, Su Qing couldn't help but reflect on the vast changes they had both undergone. The lady raised an eyebrow at the scene, having overheard their conversation. Delivery. You say thus. This brief interlude came to an end. At the behest of the owner, the waitress swiftly escorted the group to the restaurant's most opulent private room. Unlike their peers, who required parental supervision during meals, the three children exhibited remarkable independence. Faced with the revolving dining table before them, the two little girls' eyes sparkled with curiosity. Clearly fascinated by this novel contraption, in a burst of confidence, Shui Miao instinctively took charge, deftly rotating the table to bring distant dishes closer, serving them to those around her. Su Qing, this is yours, and Si Ning, here is yours too. In contrast, Pei Si Ning, feeling somewhat out of her element in this unfamiliar setting, reverted to a more reserved demeanor. She sat upright in her chair, her little hands neatly placed on her lap, reminiscent of a student attentively listening in a kindergarten classroom. All right, now take a look at the menu and choose a few dishes that you would like to enjoy. The lady presented it to Su Qing, and two little girls crowded around to observe the dishes chosen by the adults. There was sweet and sour pork, which I find absolutely delightful, sweet and crispy. It's my favorite. I enjoy sweet and sour shrimp. Pei Xining raised her small hand as if to answer a question. Despite the hassle of peeling shrimp, the flavor is both fresh and sweet. I'll choose everything, then. Indeed, children's palates tend to favor fried foods and sweetness. And Su Qing, being unpicky, deemed the current selection sufficient. The prices were somewhat elevated, yet for Su's father, in his opulent state, it was merely a trifling expense. Moreover, seated with them was a wealthy lady. Auntie, I believe this is ample. All right, then, that will suffice. With a total of 6 dishes, 1 soup, and 2 main courses. It was more than enough for 3 adults and 3 children. The dishes arrived promptly, and the portions were astonishingly large. Perhaps Su's father's connection with the owner had once again come into play. Su Qing, give it a try, urged one of the little girls, as she imitated the way her mother had once fed her, using chopsticks to lift a piece of crispy pork coated in a vibrant orange sauce to Su Qing's mouth. The mystery was solved. Shui Miao wished to assume the role of Su Qing's mother. On the right, Pei Xining faced a more intricate task, as peeling shrimp required time. After dipping the fresh, red shrimp meat in the sauce, she hastily offered it to Su Qing without attending to her own meal. This truly is a delightful dilemma. I'll eat mine first. I was the one who fed Su Qing first. Under Pei Xining's pleading gaze, it became a difficult choice. Never mind. I'll abandon thought. I opened my mouth wide, devouring the food from both their chopsticks in one go. Su Qing, what are you doing? It will blend in flavors. The blending of flavors was merely an excuse. In truth, Shui Miao Miao was dissatisfied with Su Qing's choice. Why should he not eat what she had offered first? Meanwhile, Pei Xining had no such reservations and continued happily to peel shrimp for Su Qing. The adults nearby wore peculiar smiles, particularly the lady, whose gaze towards Su Qing held a complex nuance. Time proved that a triangle is the most stable shape. Amidst this mutual feeding, they had consumed a considerable amount of food, and much time had elapsed. At that moment, the white rice was finally brought to the table. The restaurant's serving sequence was rather peculiar, and Su Qing could never quite comprehend why the staple food was always served last. "Come on, everyone. Let us have another bowl of rice," Su's mother encouraged the children, lifting their small bowls, all filled to the brim. "Meow meow. Don't just eat the sweet and sour pork. It's too sugary. Have a piece of braised pork?" As she spoke, the lady placed a piece of marbled meat onto Shui Miao Miao's plate. Instantly, the little girl's distaste was evident. She detested greasy fat meat. Even in kindergarten, she never touched it, often discreetly transferring it to Su Qing's plate for him to deal with, and he would turn a blind eye. However, under the watchful eyes of numerous parents, such a tactic was evidently no longer feasible. Shui Miao Miao prodded the dark red, glistening slice of pork belly with the tip of her chopsticks, its jelly-like texture failing to elicit even a hint of appetite within her. In truth, Su Qing found the braised meat tender and flavorful, the fatty portions melting effortlessly in his mouth, far from the dreadful experience Miao Miao had envisioned. Prejudice can indeed loom like a mountain in one's heart. "Xiaoqing Gige, would you secretly help me finish this piece of meat? In times of need." She referred to him as Xiaoqing Gige, while in ordinary moments, it was simply Su Qing. He had seen through the little girl's antics. "All right then. Yay." As she deftly maneuvered her small hands with chopsticks to lift the red braised pork, she slowly transferred it to Su Qing's plate, all the while casting furtive glances at the matron, praying fervently not to be discovered. "Meow meow, what are you doing?" A sudden voice startled her, causing her to drop the chopsticks, and the pork belly plummeted onto the table, even bouncing slightly, its sauce staining the tablecloth, rendering it inedible. "Are you trying to be picky?" The matron reprimanded her sternly. "Look at Su Qing and Pei Xining. They're enjoying their meal so much." Without causing any concern for their parents, this classic comparison to other people's children made Miao Miao lower her head, her lips pursed, on the verge of shedding tears. Despite the matron's usual cheerful demeanor, she showed no leniency when it came to educating children. But when fatty meat enters my mouth, I feel like vomiting. Just like taking medicine, it's utterly disgusting. Besides, it's greasy, and if I gain weight, I won't be pretty anymore. And Su Qing surely won't like me. To correct a child's poor habits, one cannot merely scold her. To nurture a child into a certain kind of person, one must first embody that ideal oneself. This was Su Qing's educational philosophy. As a parent, if you spend all day glued to your phone, it is unrealistic to expect your child to take their study seriously. Such double standards are misguided and naive. Teaching children requires leading by example. Children must be encouraged to try new things and should not be picky. Not all fatty meats are unpalatable. With that, Su Qing picked up 2 pieces of red braised pork again, placing one in Miao Miao's plate and the other in his own. "If you find it too greasy, you can pair it with some cold dishes." He was the first to pop a piece of pork into his mouth, chewing with a look of sheer delight. Nevertheless, Miao Miao remained somewhat apprehensive. "If you eat it obediently, Miao Miao, I'll take you to a mysterious event with Pei Xining tonight." Seeing Miao Miao's confused expression, Su Qing's mind suddenly conjured a vivid image. "Hey, isn't that Shui Miao Miao? After a few days, she has become quite the mess. Tonight, we're hosting an epic party with all the important figures in attendance. But guess what? Only one person didn't receive an invitation. You. Ha ha ha. If you do not consume this piece of fatty meat, you might as well obediently roll back home and do my homework for me, bro." Mockingly, "What sort of American bullying is this?" Chapter 35, Shui Miao Miao. "This is my friend Fei from this week. Please befriend me." A mysterious event? Even Pei Xining's mind was clouded with a great question mark, utterly perplexed by Su Qing's words. She strained her memory, and suddenly, a long-buried recollection resurfaced. It was the promise made during Chapter 12, and after all this time, Pei Xining had nearly forgotten. Indeed, Brother Qing had made a pact with me long ago. "What? You both have been keeping exciting matters from me." Ah, little did Shui Miao Miao know that her unique perspective left Pei Xining momentarily speechless. With fluttering eyelashes, she subtly signaled Su Qing to come to her rescue. "Never mind that. Just ask if you wish to participate." Su Qing, you are rather domineering." The pitiful Shui Miao Miao, determined not to be abandoned by the duo, could not let the eternal trio be incomplete. Allowing Pei Sinning and Su Qing to be alone was simply out of the question. She would not so easily concede. With no worries about meals, she indulged in Miao Miao's secret mini hamburgers, braised pork, and lemon-dressed jellyfish. Cheers, my friends, let us drink up. With eyes shut and mouth agape, she unceremoniously shoved a piece of fatty meat into her mouth, chewing with a grimace. Chew, chew, chew. Initially, she feared it would be revolting. Yet, to her surprise, the flavor was remarkably delightful. It was far more delicious than she had anticipated. Surely, if it were truly unpalatable, how could there be so many customers clamoring for it? Accompanied by steaming white rice, Shui Miaomi relished the braised pork, embodying the so-called truth of deliciousness. However, how could the fatty meat served in kindergarten be so unappetizing? It was indeed perplexing. The truth emerged, and all blame lay squarely on the cafeteria staff at the kindergarten. One cannot fault Shui Miaomiao for being particular. A person's first impression holds great significance. And her severe bias against fatty meat was entirely due to the subpar meals at her early school. Sated, holding up her empty bowl, she proudly displayed it to her mother. Witnessing her daughter's positive transformation under Su Qing's influence, she felt nothing but joy. Su Qing truly was a remarkable child. Meanwhile, Pei Sinning was the least troublesome of children, a trait that Su Qing greatly appreciated. One might even entertain the notion that every parent should aspire to have a daughter like Pei Sinning. It is unlikely anyone could find fault with such a charming child. After finishing her meal, Pei Sinning let out an adorably contented burp, only to feel shy when Su Qing noticed her unladylike behavior. He chuckled softly, retrieving a few napkins from the restaurant's supply to wipe the soup-stained mouth of the little girl. The adults engaged in their own conversations, discussing not only their children's lives, but also business matters. By the way, I just heard about the takeout service. Is that your innovation? Upon hearing this, Su's father, having enjoyed several bottles of beer, became animated, showing no inclination to hold back as he launched into an enthusiastic explanation. This is reminiscent of the all-night gaming enthusiasts often found in internet cafes. They usually have to trek a kilometer to the snack street by the school when hunger strikes, which is where I discerned a business opportunity. Listening to Father Su boast with utmost seriousness, Su Qing nearly choked. You truly have a sense of entitlement, don't you? Whose idea was this, lacking any discernment? Yet, he ultimately refrained from undermining his father's confidence. The purchasing power of teenagers is limited. Their internet fees already constitute a significant expense, making it challenging to extract further funds from their wallets. Though still a modest entrepreneur, Father Su's demeanor as a people's entrepreneur was beginning to shine through. Thus, I visited various restaurants in search of collaboration, ultimately discovering this particular establishment, where we discussed launching a boxed meal service together. Despite the low price of the boxed meals, the profit margin was substantial. Moreover, we catered not only to the patrons of the internet CAF, but also to numerous students from nearby schools who ordered delivery services. The reason being, the school canteens were utterly unsatisfactory. These children, the flowers of our nation, would rather consume boxed meals than dine in the canteen. Alas, those people must have lost their conscience. Throughout this, Madame Su listened intently as Father Su gradually veered off topic, from boxed meal deliveries to students. The conversation eventually shifted to national affairs and policies. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Mother Su patted Father Su on the shoulder and said, "Stop boasting. Have you had enough to eat? It's time for us to head home." "Ah, right. Let's hurry back. The children are waiting to set off fireworks. We mustn't forget the main event." After sipping some cool water, Father Su's alcohol-clouded mind began to clear, and he waved his hand, declaring, "Waiter, the bill, please." "Sir, our boss has already taken care of the bill for you." The waitress then produced 3 red envelopes, stating, "These are New Year's gifts from our boss for you young gentlemen and ladies. Allow me to wish you a happy New Year." Without further ado, it was evident that this boss truly understood how to treat people well, and Father Su felt quite pleased upon hearing this. The facade was convincingly smooth. Before departing, he ensured to pay for the meal, unwilling to take advantage of such a minor expense. "Brother Qing, I can't accept this red envelope. It's for you." Pei Ning curiously opened the envelope and was astonished to find 600 yuan inside. That was an astonishing amount. She had never received so much money before. "Just take it, please. By the way, if Mom and Dad ask, you mustn't give it to them." "Why not?" "Mom and Dad say we should save it for my college expenses." The innocent Pei Ning blinked her pure, innocent eyes as she uttered these naive words. "Hee hee. You'll understand when you grow up. Just trust me." You won't be wrong. All right, I will definitely listen to Brother Qing. Then I'll keep the money with you, so Mom and Dad won't take it. Her adorably obedient nature was overwhelming. Very well, I shall keep it for you. And I'll calculate interest. Whenever you need pocket money, feel free to come and ask. I'll remember. How infuriating you two are. Do not ignore me while you indulge in your whispered conversations. Shui Miao Miao was nearly driven to stomping her feet in frustration. With that, she handed over the red envelope she had received to Su Qing. Here, take mine as well. You mustn't refuse to speak to me. Holding Shui Miao Miao's red envelope, Su Qing was left in a state of bewilderment. What does this even mean? Is this some sort of friendship fee? Chapter 36. Look. The dog bowl is flying in the sky. Amidst the crackling of firecrackers, a year has passed. The once fierce dog in the neighborhood has gradually shed its youthful naivety, found a companion, and transformed it to a mature canine. As a noble domesticated little dog, even during the festive New Year, Dog Egg diligently fulfills its duty of guarding the home. It gazes at the steaming remnants of food and bones in its bowl, then glances at its mate nestled in the nearby doghouse, filling its heart with indescribable joy. Each time it sees its fellow canine still roaming the streets during the frigid winter, surviving by scavenging through garbage, it feels undeniably fortunate in comparison. Thus, it is profoundly grateful to its human owner for the sustenance that has granted it the privilege of being a security guard. A mature dog must learn to engage in self-affirmation. Suddenly, it feels a renewed vigor in its stance. Yet, no matter how hard it tries, Dog Egg cannot foresee the dire consequences that will arise from a moment of childish folly in its past. On this day, it once again recalls the dread instilled by Su Qing. All the fireworks have been ignited, including this one, Czar number 1. Su Qing is ecstatic as he counts the pile of fireworks at home. In previous years, he was too young, and the ban on fireworks restricted him. This is the first time in many years that he can unleash his excitement and set off fireworks to his heart's content. Let's go, let's set off. For this mysterious event, Shui Miao Miao, who was hastily invited to join, appears absolutely thrilled. Her enthusiasm even surpasses that of her companion, Pei Sining. Truly, she is working hard. With a large plastic bag slung over her right arm, filled with an assortment of fireworks. The weight is considerable. Of course, 3 parents are accompanying them closely. As each child is an only child, a precious gem in their families, and must not encounter any mishap. Can you handle this? Behind them, Su Qing naturally requests a lighter from his father. However, the act of igniting the fireworks carries a certain level of risk, and it is deemed unwise to entrust such a task to a child. After all, playing with fire can lead to accidents. Attempting to frighten Su Qing into relinquishing the idea with such feeble excuses, his father is met with Su Qing's incredulous gaze, forcing him to awkwardly chuckle and hand over the lighter. What follows is a lengthy lecture on safety, to which Su Qing nonchalantly nods before sprinting to the front of the line to join the 2 girls. Oh, this child. Due to previous difficulties in igniting firecrackers, Su's father has learned from experience and upgraded to a windproof lighter this time. This proves convenient for Su Qing. His mother no longer has to worry about him being unable to light the fireworks. Along the way, the 2 girls wheeled boxes of firecrackers. Wreaking havoc upon the flowers and plants lining the roadside, none escape unscathed from Pei Sining's mischief. As for Shui Miao Miao, it goes without saying, she is undoubtedly even more troublesome. Whenever Pei Sining was distracted, Shui Miao Miao would stealthily toss a firecracker at her feet, startling the little girl into a startled jump. Subsequently, she would feign innocence, adorning her face with a look of bewilderment, her sparkling eyes blinking as she exclaimed, Miao Miao has no idea. It must be Su Qing causing trouble. Thus, under Pei Sining's skeptical gaze, she was momentarily convinced by Miao Miao's words. Once it worked, twice it sowed a seed of doubt in Pei Sining's heart. By the 3rd time, the victim caught her red-handed. Miao Miao, how despicable you are. The 2, wrapped up like little dumplings, began to chase each other, the firecrackers popping like gunfire, transforming their playful skirmish into a solo battle. As 2 amateur athletes, they gradually exhausted their energy, soon panting heavily and instinctively squatting down, tacitly agreeing to a brief truce. Yet, they remained on guard, wary of being ambushed from behind. Suddenly, taking advantage of the moment, Su Qing joined the fray. The 2 little girls offered little resistance, immediately performing a mock French salute of surrender. Thus, the first firecracker battle came to a close, with Su Qing observing the playful chaos as the ultimate victor. Oh, your games are so childish. Would you like to try something more fun and thrilling? Su Qing opened a new topic, her tone shrouded in mystery, tantalizing the 2 little ones. What are we playing? After all the running and jumping, The girls' cheeks were flushed, their breaths misting in the cold air. Shui Miao Miao was somewhat impatient. Despite the biting chill, it could not dampen the two girls' spirits in their quest for amusement. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to hear Su Qing's intriguing proposal. I see you completely misunderstand the situation. Understand what? If you want to know, I have some delightful surprises in my bag. Delightful? Is it in a game? Oh, it's more thrilling than any game, and I can promise you, it's incredibly exhilarating. Incredibly exhilarating? The strange phrasing struck a familiar chord in Shui Miao Miao's mind, conjuring a thought of Su Qing's previous mischief, but the words stuck in her throat, refusing to emerge. Before she could grasp the situation, Su Qing had already tugged her arm, retrieving a firecracker resembling a grenade from her bag and leading her towards a nearby apartment complex. Su Qing, you're going the wrong way. This building is number 9. Our home is in number 11. No mistake, just wait and see, Su Qing replied. Arriving at the greenery in front of the building, they discovered a small lawn with a doghouse. Inside, a male and female dog snuggled together, exuding a blissful aura. As she spoke, Su Qing solemnly handed a firecracker resembling a grenade to Pei Xining's hand. The group of 6 thus found themselves in front of the doghouse of the fierce dog, Go Dan. Oh. Clearly, Pei Xining remembered well the numerous misdeeds of that dog. In an instant, she timidly shrank behind Su Qing, seeking protection. In its diminutive form, it had inflicted profound psychological trauma upon Pei Xining. Yet today, Su Qing had come to exact retribution. Oh, who would have thought that even a small dog could find a mate? Observing the scene within the doghouse, Su Qing raised an eyebrow, revealing an audacious smile reminiscent of the victorious expression of a character in an NTR comic at the conclusion of their escapades. The dog, somewhat bewildered, had just savored a delightful feast of leftovers from the New Year's Eve dinner with its beloved wife, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Then it noticed a human male casting a peculiar gaze upon its spouse. Could it be? The little canine mind, despite its petite size, quickly deduced that something was amiss. Oh no, is he after my wife? Of course, this was merely its imagination. Su Qing had no such lust as to covet even a dog. His true target was, in fact, the iron bowl situated before the dog. Whiff, whiff, woof, woof, woof. Human, calamity does not befall kin. The errors of my youthful ignorance shall be borne by me alone. Woof, woof. Do not lay a hand on my wife. She is innocent. This encapsulated the essence of the dog's thoughts after translation. Its neck was restrained by a chain, limiting its range of movement. Nevertheless, it exerted every ounce of strength to block the entrance of the doghouse, preventing Su Qing's wicked hands from seizing its beloved. In truth, Su Qing had no interest in its wife whatsoever. Seizing the moment when the dog bowl was unattended, he swiftly snatched it away. As the human snatched the dog food bowl, the dog was momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation, and it did not even offer the slightest resistance. Xining, in this very moment, would use the Tsar number 1 on the dog bowl as a tribute to her past self. Upon hearing this, the mischievous Shui Miao Miao instantly grasped Su Qing's intent, displaying a sly grin. She found Su Qing's cunning to be remarkably devious, questioning whether he truly intended to play such a game. Meanwhile, Su Qing's words struck a chord in Pei Xining's heart, etching a peculiar expression of sorrow and joy upon her face. She crouched down, delicately placing the Tsar number 1, awaiting Su Qing to ignite the fuse. The two coordinated seamlessly. Su Qing ignited the lighter, sending forth a fierce flame, which ignited the fuse, emitting a faint hissing sound. Pei Xining's heart raced as she trembled, resolutely flipping the dog bowl upside down and covering it. In the next moment, a tremendous sound erupted from the lawn before the doghouse. With a resounding bang, the explosive charge caused the gas within the small confines of the bowl to expand rapidly, resulting in a sharp increase in air pressure. The powerful shockwave blasted the iron bowl skyward. Oh woo. What woof. You may find it difficult to grasp the significance of a dog bowl to a free-roaming household dog. It is akin to a young man's attachment to a pair of undergarments he has worn for years, imbued with sentiment. Yet now, it could only watch in disbelief as its gleaming bowl soared through the sky, side by side with the moon. Upon reaching its zenith, it lost momentum, followed by a swift descent. When it struck the ground, rendered hard by the frigid temperatures, it emitted a clanging sound reminiscent of a pained wail from an iron basin. A closer inspection revealed its interior tainted with remnants of gunpowder and scraps of paper. It was evident that it could not be used without a thorough cleansing. Dog bowl, speak for me. In this moment, inexplicably, despite the inability to comprehend dog language, everyone could discern a profound sorrow in those few barks. Why did its eyes brim with tears? because of the deep affection it held for its iron rice bowl. Congratulations. Much like the applause given to Shinji at the conclusion of Neon Genesis Evangelion for achieving his own fulfillment, Qing also applauded Pei Sinning for overcoming her shadows. She smiled in relief and stepped forward to embrace the boy warmly. Thus, only the dog's world of anguish was realized. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere shattered as Shui Miao Miao could no longer contain her laughter. It was not her fault for having a low threshold for humor. The dog's antics were so abstract that even the adults behind them chuckled. I want to play too. Qing, the power of Zarno. One is still too feeble. Is there a more formidable firecracker? Indeed, Meow Meow, I have 9 more firecrackers like Zar number 1. Following this, a series of malevolent glances converged upon the dog bowl cradled in Dog Egg's embrace. It froze in place, disbelief washing over it. Surely, they wouldn't dare come again. Were they demons? There existed an unspoken rule in the community, while it was acceptable to own dogs. Any dog that bit someone must not be retained. Having witnessed a brother being taken to a dog meat restaurant from which he never returned, Dog Egg dared not confront these little tyrants. This was truly perilous. Thus, like a victim facing the relentless onslaught of the yellow-haired assailant, it could only bark defensively, though it had no effect in deterring them. Instead, it only served to heighten the children's excitement. Bring it here. Shui Miao Miao easily snatched the dog bowl, leading to a barrage of firecracker assaults, with Pei Sinning and Qing reveling in the explosions. Finally, only one powerful little boy bomb remained, entrusted to Shui Miao Miao for placement, while Qing would ignite it. The dog bowl was once again sent soaring, spinning, and leaping in midair. A gust of wind inexplicably altered its trajectory, causing it to land perilously close to the doghouse. It was an unwelcome delivery indeed. Duang by a stroke of misfortune, it struck directly upon Dog Egg's head, producing a crisp and resounding noise. The impact was just enough to bewilder without causing harm. Startled, it assumed it had been ambushed by humans, scrambling back to the safety of its doghouse on all fours, peeking out to assess the situation. It soon realized that no one was nearby and spotted the all-too-familiar iron rice bowl on the ground. The joy of reclaiming what was lost clouded its judgment. It was overjoyed, eager to retrieve it and take it back to the doghouse for a cozy nap. It could not allow the wicked human children to snatch it away again. Yet, upon closer approach, it sensed that something was amiss. Why does this dog bowl only have a top and no bottom? Indeed, due to the overwhelming power unleashed by Shui Miao Miao's ignited little boy, the iron bowl has been blasted into a large void. As if all vigor has been drained, the dog sits vacantly in its den, resembling a monk in deep meditation, seemingly enlightened to the entirety of existence. The iron bowl has fallen to the ground, rolling into a small corner, forgotten by all. Meanwhile, the instigators of this chaos remain utterly indifferent to the dog's plight, deeming it a fitting consequence for having once frightened Pei Sinning. The delight in exploding dog bowls is truly boundless. The only thing that could rival it is the detonation of cow dung, an experience reserved for the countryside. Moreover, one must refrain from seeking momentary thrills by igniting an outdoor toilet, especially one that has not been cleaned for years. The spectacle of igniting thick methane gas would be nothing short of catastrophic. To describe it as a dire situation would be an understatement. Imagine, within a 10-meter radius, aged excrement raining down like droplets, a sight too beautiful to behold. Not to mention, one can certainly expect a subsequent mixed doubles encounter. Oh, you ask how I know this. Let us just say, I have a friend who has indulged in such antics. In any case, dear children, do not attempt this recklessly. Chapter 37. No, please, not this. At the end of February, it was the first day of kindergarten. Despite the clock signaling 7 in the morning, Qing remained motionless in his little bed, as if ensnared by some inexplicable force that kept him cocooned in the warmth of his blankets. The thought that consumed his drowsy mind was, how could 2 months of winter vacation pass so swiftly? I want to drop out. Just as he was about to drift back into a blissful slumber, an unbearable pressure suddenly surged from behind, permeating his limbs. Could this be the legendary phenomenon of being pressed down by a ghost? This made no sense. He was in the invincible realm of his blankets, and it was broad daylight. Which audacious spirit dared to defy the rules? With bleary eyes, he cracked them open slightly, shifting his body to turn around. It was then that he discerned the creature that had been weighing upon him. Little brother Qing, if you don't get up, the sun will shine on your little bottom. Ah, so it was a ghostly figure, cute, one might think. But of course, it was only Pei Sinning. In a fleeting moment of confusion, Qing lay back down, muttering, "You truly are my dear sister." She sat squarely on his blanket, as if a mountain had descended upon him. Mistaking Su Qing's sarcasm for praise, Pei Sining giggled, seemingly unfazed. I'm not that great," she said, shyly scratching her head, clearly oblivious to Su Qing's underlying tone. "Fine, as long as you're happy." At times, Su Qing couldn't help but wonder if Pei Sining was intentionally vexing him. Moreover, there was at least a quadruple dose of annoyance. Was this what they called the sweet and innocent girl overpowering the scheming one? Before he could ponder further, he was forcibly pulled from his bed. Pei Sining dragged him to the bathroom for their morning routine. Indeed, on the sink in Su Qing's home, Pei Sining's toothbrush and towel were already present. If Shui Miao were to discover this, she would undoubtedly become jealous and might even demand Su Qing prepare a set for her as well. The thought made Su Qing chuckle. Even in Miao Miao's absence, her presence lingered warmly in their hearts. "Little brother Su Qing, you bought a new toothpaste. It's strawberry milk flavor, how delightful," the little girl exclaimed, her joy evident. She squeezed the pink and white toothpaste onto her brush and began to brush her teeth earnestly. Su Qing, a traditionalist, preferred mint-flavored toothpaste. The bizarre strawberry milk flavor, upon contact, contorted his face into a mask of anguish. How could something so sweet possibly clean his mouth? It was cloyingly sweet and slightly nauseating. At last, he understood why traditional smokers despised the newfangled electronic cigarettes. They were indeed an abomination. With diligent strokes, he maneuvered the toothbrush within his mouth, ensuring no crevice was left uncleaned. Pei Sining, who had begun to lose her baby teeth, cherished her new ones dearly. Due to her excessive consumption of sweets in the past and a lack of consistent dental hygiene, the young girl found herself with 2 cavities at such a tender age, an experience she wished never to endure again. The peculiar flavor of the toothpaste mixed with tap water was so delightful, resembling sweet nectar, that Pei Sining inadvertently swallowed some. It felt as if she had imbibed a celestial brew, producing a satisfying sound as she drank. Yet, akin to the contemplation that follows indulgence, a wave of concern washed over her heart. Soon, her anxious voice echoed from the bathroom. "What should I do, Brother Qing?" "I swallowed the mouthwash." Su Qing, perplexed, merely sipped some tap water, unable to grasp her fear. As he began to comprehend the situation, a mischievous smile spread across his face. The mischievous spirit within him overpowered his kind nature, seizing control. "Oh, really? You didn't actually drink the mouthwash, did you?" He feigned shock and panic, startling the already nervous little girl. "Did your mother not teach you about the dreadful consequences of swallowing mouthwash?" "No, I didn't know." Lost in her emotions, the little girl's eyes brimmed with tears. Realizing that he had gone too far with his scare tactics, Su Qing moderated his approach, preparing to reveal the truth. "Well, let me enlighten you. Pei Sining perked up her ears, listening more intently than in class. Swallowing a mouthful of mouthwash is equivalent to drinking mouthwash. As he spoke, she began to echo him, only to realize midway that something felt amiss. The absurdity of his words rendered her momentarily speechless. Her large, innocent eyes blinked as she gazed at Su Qing, who was on the verge of breaking into laughter. In an instant, Pei Sining transformed her tears into laughter, playfully punching his chest. "You tricked me again. If you keep this up, I won't be your friend anymore." She knew Su Qing loved to tease her, and her heart was a whirlwind of irritation and joy, leaving her uncertain about her feelings. "Really? Well, I'll give you 3 more chances." Unintentionally, Pei Sining mimicked Shui Miao's haughty tone. However, that attitude was ill-fated. Prideful characters were destined to be defeated. Ever since their families had grown closer, Pei Sining frequently accompanied Su Qing to school. Due to the delay, they encountered many peers on their way, each burdened with little backpacks, their faces heavy with concern, almost as if the words "I don't want to go to school" were written across their foreheads. This was clearly a case of back-to-school syndrome. What is back-to-school syndrome? It manifests predominantly on the first day back after holidays, characterized by emotional instability, irritability, and melancholy, often accompanied by symptoms such as headaches, diarrhea, dizziness, and loss of appetite. Yet, most of it is merely an act. Ladies and gentlemen, you may recall the childhood instances when one feigned illness to avoid school. In stark contrast to this behavior are the peculiar duo of Su Qing and Pei Sining. The little girl, with her exuberant leaps and an ever-present smile, seemed to radiate joy. Occasionally, she would walk backwards with her hands clasped behind her, causing Su Qing considerable concern for her safety. "Do be careful not to fall," he urged. With my big brother Shao Qing looking after me, I'm sure I'll be just fine," Pei Sining replied playfully, entrusting her well-being entirely to Su Qing. Truthfully, this gesture of trust filled Su Qing with delight. yet a hint of pride seemed to be contagious. He too had caught the prideful virus from Shui Miao, and in a manner that belied his true feelings, he remarked. So, you feel invincible now, do you? Just know that I want to be watching over you every moment. What does invincible mean? Sinning inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. It was evident that her time spent with Su Qing had led her to adopt some mischievous traits. Occasionally, she would even joke playfully in front of acquaintances. No longer resembling the withdrawn child who had struggled to express herself just 6 months prior. To be candid, Su Qing found this transformation quite perplexing. Akin to a father witnessing his wayward daughter finally grow up. This must be a positive change, I suppose. After a while, the little girl seemed to tire of her frolicking. She turned and chose to walk alongside Su Qing, albeit at a leisurely pace, yet she remained animated. It appeared that as long as she was near Su Qing, her true nature flourished. At times, she would hug his arm, claiming she was tired and needed a rest. Other times, she would remove her backpack and, with an adorable pout, request his assistance in carrying it, only to be met with Su Qing's resolute refusal. You rascal! You should handle your own affairs. Her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish, prompting Su Qing to involuntarily reach out and playfully pinch them. This morning, I was the one who woke you up, so you have no right to scold me. As they bickered, they arrived at a corner near the kindergarten. Su Qing could now hear the cacophony of voices emerging from that direction, and an unsettling premonition washed over him. His instincts proved accurate. Upon reaching the kindergarten entrance, he was confronted with the diverse nature of humanity. There were children dressed as monkeys, clinging to the branches of a large locust tree and refusing to enter the kindergarten, and others who acted as if they were in negotiation, lying on the ground and bargaining with their parents, declaring they would not attend school without a bag of snacks. Ignoring the commotion, Su Qing waved to his mother and grasped Pei Xining's small arm as they made their way towards the kindergarten building. Su Qing's mother observed the mischievous children around her and then glanced at her own son, who appeared so composed and mature in comparison. The contrast filled her with immense pride until the chorus of voices calling out "Big Brother" jolted her back to reality. Good morning, Big Brother. Have you eaten yet? I have a bag of snacks to share. Big Brother, did you finish the picture writing assignment? Please let me copy it. Boss. What time shall we engage in battle with Class 1 today? We've been quite displeased with them for some time. What is the situation here? Rebirth. My son is the gang leader in kindergarten? In an instant, the raucous cries of the children around fell silent. As if silenced by the thunderous reputation of Su Qing, even Su's mother found herself momentarily dumbfounded, squirming under the curious gazes of those around her, seeking a reasonable explanation from Su Qing with a fierce glare. At this critical juncture, Pei Xinning stepped in, recalling that this whole matter originated from her. With a sweet smile evoking fond memories, she began to explain to Su's mother. Thus, Su Qing nearly found himself mistaken for a gang leader in his own household. Fortunately, the strange misunderstanding was resolved. However, Su's mother's scrutinizing gaze remained fixated on Su Qing. This boy. One cannot overlook moral education merely because he is a prodigious child. It seemed she still harbored some doubt about Su Qing's character. At that moment, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz came to a halt not far from the school gate. Many parents instinctively turned their attention to the opulent vehicle, a customary spectacle at Benhai Kindergarten. The car door slowly opened, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with a mature aura stepping out from the back seat. Yet, it appeared that someone in the passenger seat was reluctant to alight. Miao Miao had promised that they would dine at McDonald's tonight in exchange for attending kindergarten. I don't want to go to school, she protested, flailing her little legs and waving her arms, her eyes resolute as if she were pledging allegiance. Today, even if she were to starve or leap from the car, she would not step foot in school for even a second. Nevertheless, how could Miao Miao possibly contend with her mother? Ultimately, she begrudgingly hugged her teddy bear and hopped out of the car, her little nose sniffing as tears brimmed in her eyes. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were almost compelled to take out binoculars. After all, observing such spectacles was ingrained in the very essence of the Chinese people. Imagine the normally proud little princess reduced to tears over the prospect of attending kindergarten. What a delightful contrast! What sheer adorableness! Meanwhile, Shui Miaomi was rapidly regaining her composure. The observers noted that in one moment, her eyes were filled with trepidation. In the next, she stood tall, resembling a cute cat trying to appear fierce. Miao Miao, look! Su Qing and Pei Xinning are watching you. Initially elated, she soon recalled her earlier embarrassing display. At that moment, Shui Miao Miao wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. No way. They shouldn't have noticed. Oh no, please, not this kind of thing. Chapter 38. Jiangjia. Oh no, my flotation device. Daily life often drifts into monotony and repetition, and thus I shall not dwell upon it further. Let us shift the timeline to the eve of Children's Day. Specifically the 21st of May, 2001, a Monday. This day appeared uneventful, as one would expect. However, the tranquility of life shattered when teacher Zhang announced to the entire class the upcoming celebration for Children's Day. Suddenly, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of noise, as the children fervently debated the performances they would present. Why such excitement? After all, this day is dedicated to children, a celebration uniquely theirs. Moreover, it also marks their graduation from kindergarten, lending even greater significance to the occasion. On that day, the kindergarten will host a grand open house for parents, where all the children must don costumes and beautiful attire to perform for their parents and teachers. Faced with such novelty, the children are invariably filled with enthusiasm. Additionally, as teacher Zhang mentioned, those who excel will be rewarded with coveted certificates, much like a leader painting an enticing picture with a mere piece of red paper. She mesmerized this group of little ones. They were instantly invigorated, cheeks flushed, eagerly competing to sign up, save for Su Qing. With her scheme successful, teacher Zhang displayed a mischievous smile. Compiling the list of performances was effortless. In the experimental class, Su Qing found herself sandwiched between two little girls, like cheese encased in bread. Inspired by the fervor around her, Pei Sinin and Shui Miao also fell under teacher Zhang's spell. They began to passionately discuss what talents they would showcase for the Children's Day celebration. I want to sing, and I want to sing with Su Qing. Sinin, you mustn't steal him from me. However, the competition for Su Qing was evidently not governed by a first-come, first-served principle. The once timid Pei Sinin had transformed. She was no longer the shrinking violet. Now, she could even hold eye contact with Shui Miao for a full 3 seconds. Compared to the initial second, this was a monumental advancement. That's all right. Even the timid Pei Sinin is quite adorable. Su Qing would never disdain her. No. How can you help brother Qing make choices? We must compete fairly. Thus began the fierce battle for Su Qing's attention, rife with tension. The brief 3 seconds of eye contact between the two girls sparked like electric fire, neither willing to yield an inch. As always, they found themselves ensnared in a delightful dilemma, truly a happy trouble. Ah yes, regardless of circumstances, all the children must attend. Those without specific talents need not worry, as the class will organize a group singing project for everyone to participate. Each child must partake in at least one performance, although there are no restrictions on repeating entries. Just when it seemed she had departed, teacher Zhang returned to elaborate on the specific rules for the Children's Day performances. Upon hearing that they could sign up multiple times, the eyes of the two little girls instantly sparkled, glowing like a 100-watt bulb. Soon, they transformed foes into friends, ceasing their quarrels and focusing their attention on Su Qing. Brother Xiaoqing, why not accompany both Xining and Miao to participate in a program? If it's one for each, I might begrudgingly accept. The two of them simultaneously grasped Su Qing's arms, pulling him in opposite directions, and at such a tender age, he experienced the sensation of being torn asunder. On stage, teacher Zhang smiled at Su Qing, and when their eyes met, she raised an eyebrow, her expression rather mischievous. As if to say, "Dear Su Qing, be sure to express your gratitude for the wonderful opportunity bestowed upon you. No need to thank me." However, Su Qing clearly did not appreciate her sentiment, harboring not an ounce of gratitude, and even wishing to retort, "Oh, I truly thank you." Teacher Zhang exited the stage as gracefully as she had arrived, waving farewell without leaving a trace. She left Su Qing with a mess to deal with, which made him grit his teeth in frustration. Wait. I know you're all eager, but please hear me out. Given that teacher Zhang had shown no compassion, Su Qing felt justified in his own actions. Since he possessed considerable esteem within the class, everyone quieted down, ready to hear what he had to say. Let us ponder for a moment. Children's Day is meant to be our celebration, yet on that day, we must perform for the adults. What sense does that make? Rising to his feet, he began a fervent speech, feeling an itch akin to the onset of a mustache. As he waved his arms, the audience seemed to be swept up in his fervor, with some even standing to echo his sentiments. Having achieved his goal, Su Qing's speech was far from over. Do you realize how many participants there are in a Children's Day performance? For classes totaling 167 individuals, such a number cannot even fit on a single podium. At this moment, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. The elder was right. This was indeed a conspiracy devised by the adults. We do not support this performance. Otherwise, let us strike. The children awakened to their cause, and Su Qing, feeling a sense of satisfaction, returned to his seat, modestly concealing his accomplishments. Go forth and spread the word, but when trouble arises later, do not mention me. Lauda, you are our beacon, rest assured. Only those devoid of integrity would snitch. Though the language was somewhat coarse, Su Qing felt content. Yet, someone in the corner was beginning to feel uneasy. Just as the class was about to dismiss, the young student Jiang Jie, who had been preparing to report to the teacher, found himself in a quandary. Damn it. Having Su Qing act smug is more unbearable than death itself, but if I snitch, what will my mother think? The young Jiang Jie, caught in the dilemma between protecting his mother and seeking revenge on his rival, was plunged into profound contemplation, his mind nearly overheating. Chapter 39. Enough is enough. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. After much contemplation, young Jiang Jie ultimately chose to sacrifice his own interests for the greater good, relinquishing his floating wood. It must be said that he is indeed a formidable individual. The term filial son scarcely encapsulates the extent of his defiance. Consequently, the nefarious schemes of Su Qing and his criminal cohort were ultimately laid bare before the teachers. Upon learning of this, Teacher Zhang's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, exclaiming that this individual was sowing discord among the masses. Seize him, strip him of his accolades, remove his school uniform, and bring him to my office. She promptly dispatched several loyal aides to apprehend the ringleader, Su Qing, for this matter could not be taken lightly. The former emperor's venture had barely commenced before it met an untimely demise, and Su Qing lamented that there were indeed villains among the populace. Yet his thoughts spread quietly within the kindergarten, much like leaves dancing in the wind, igniting a fervor. Upon arriving at the office, confronted by Teacher Zhang wielding her unwavering authority, Su Qing immediately confessed, stating, "My intentions were noble. It was merely a misunderstanding by those executing the tasks." However, Teacher Zhang dismissed his every attempt at justification, for Su Qing's actions were undeniably egregious. Your cleverness may be overlooked, allowing for a harmonious coexistence, but to lead others astray through your cunning is intolerable. Thus, the essence of Teacher Zhang's dominion at Beihai Kindergarten was revealed. Do not be swayed by the deceits of charlatans. You know our rapport well. Su Qing proclaimed, his gaze resolute and his words resonant. My loyalty to our class is known far and wide. How could I ever commit such an act? It was in this moment that Teacher Zhang gained a clearer understanding of Su Qing's talent for fabrication. She conceded that, after his speech, she nearly found herself persuaded. In truth, she had harbored some doubts. Was it not overly tyrannical to chastise Su Qing based solely on the words of a few children? After all, there was no concrete evidence. As an educator, she ought to extend equal love to every child. Why not afford Su Qing an opportunity to explain himself? On the other hand, Su Qing, witnessing the potential efficacy of his seemingly heartfelt, yet fundamentally deceptive defense, felt a swell of triumph. He even popped the champagne in anticipation of a favorable outcome, thinking, this is a sure win. Yet, as fate would have it, an unforeseen turn of events ensued. Teacher Zhang, look at the commendable deeds your students have accomplished. All the students from our class who signed up for the program have withdrawn. Her voice preceded her, the tone unmistakably high, revealing her emotional state. However, her soft timbre rendered her words somewhat disarming, inciting a desire to hear more. Without even a greeting, the office door was thrust open with force, illustrating the extent of the unfamiliar female teacher's ire. In an instant, Su Qing's facial muscles tensed, and his smile became strained. They say a little boy named Su Qing is spreading rumors. Sister Zhang, how is it that these little brats are becoming increasingly clever, making them quite difficult to deceive? Due to the partitions between each workstation in the office, she couldn't see the diminutive Su Qing from her vantage point at the door. It wasn't until she drew closer that she realized a child was already receiving reprimands here. Hence, she had ample reason to suspect that this individual was the infamous Su Qing from kindergarten, the very instigator of this incident. Even the gentle smile of teacher Xiao Zhang beside her was faltering. She nearly fell for this mischievous child's deceit, truly incorrigible. Teachers, listen to my explanation. It is well known that rumors tend to be exaggerated in the process of dissemination. Faced with the undeniable evidence, Su Qing resolved to change his strategy, hoping to downplay the situation. I admit, I did mention it, but I do not know how it escalated to this extent. I am wronged, sob. As he spoke, he employed the acting skills he had honed since childhood, squeezing out a few crocodile tears from the corners of his eyes. He appeared utterly innocent. And coupled with his adorable boyish charm, it was enough to make the hearts of the two female teachers flutter. The charm of the kindergarten imp was beginning to take effect. Particularly for the unfamiliar female teacher, she was instantly captivated by him. Her mind consumed by a singular thought. He is so adorable. How could he possibly do anything wrong? Of course, I choose to forgive him. As his homeroom teacher, Xiao Zhang had spent more time with him and had developed a certain immunity, quickly regaining her composure. A suspicious gaze fixated on the seemingly innocent Su Qing. Something felt amiss, decidedly amiss. Oh, spare the act. This is all part of your scheme. I assenti it? The words, spoken with an air of someone who could see through everything, made Su Qing's heart skip a beat. Teacher Xiao Zhang kept her eyes trained on him, attempting to discern any unnaturalness in his body language, expressions, or gaze. Realizing that teacher Xiao Zhang was onto him, Su Qing forced a radiant smile, appearing innocent and naive. What are you talking about, teacher? I don't understand. Internally, he was disgusted by his own pretentiousness, but he bore it with grace. Sister Zhang, I too believe that Su Qing is innocent. Please do not doubt him any further. The young female teacher, who had originally approached with a fierce demeanor to question him, suddenly enveloped Su Qing in her arms, seemingly forgetting her initial intent. Crouching slightly, her protective form pressed against the back of Su Qing's neck, leaving him somewhat bewildered. This woman is far too easy to deceive. Has she become a mere pawn? As the situation swiftly transformed into a 2-against-1, with Su Qing now under the protective wing, he instantly regained his confidence. Meanwhile, teacher Xiao Zhang wore an expression as if she had just tasted something foul, her mind rife with unspoken grievances. What is this young fellow up to? Don't be deceived by this little rascal. With a resigned sigh and a shake of her head, she decided not to be overly harsh regarding the matter. All right. I shall let you off this time. However, it is undeniable that this incident has escalated, wouldn't you agree? Xu Qing nodded stiffly, realizing that punishment was inevitable. As the organizer of this event, this situation presents quite a challenge, she mused. What compensatory measures do you propose? I can voluntarily sign up for 2. As Su Qing spoke, he observed teacher Zhang's expression. Noticing her dissatisfaction, he quickly modified his words. I can sign up for 3 performances and also participate in a class choir. He wore a pitiful expression, as if he had suffered a great loss. In reality, he was already slated to participate in 2 performances with Pei Sining and Shui Miao Miao, so this only required him to take on 1 additional task. Thus, the mentor and his apprentice unabashedly engaged in this dubious transaction before the unfamiliar intern teacher. Once the haggling concluded, Teacher Zhang recalled that there was yet another novice teacher present and introduced her to Su Qing. Let me introduce you to this individual. She is our school's newly recruited music teacher, a distinguished graduate from a music conservatory. Her surname is Yuan. You may refer to her as Teacher Yuan. In a few days, you will begin music classes, and I can discreetly inform you that she can assist you in rehearsing your performances. Yes, I will seek assistance from my teacher when faced with difficulties. Oh, me? The intern teacher innocently pointed to her own face, as if to express her confusion about how her role had unexpectedly increased. Was there something amiss with the unfolding narrative? Music teacher? Outside the office, 2 little girls, overly concerned for their dear childhood friend, pressed their ears tightly against the door, attempting to eavesdrop. Upon hearing this news, Pei Sining appeared puzzled. The kindergarten had never offered such a subject, rendering it unfamiliar territory for her. In contrast, Shui Miao Miao, being more worldly wise than her peers, promptly began explaining what music class entailed. Simply put, it is a subject that teaches everyone how to sing. I understand now. During their conversation, they evidently relaxed their attention to the sounds emanating from the office. Consequently, the door was suddenly flung open. Caught off guard, the 2 girls tumbled forward, landing squarely atop Su Qing. The unsuspecting Su Qing was also knocked to the ground, but fortunately, his robust physique spared him from any mishap. You 2, get up at once. Su Qing, having absorbed the brunt of their impact, bore the majority of the force, leaving the 2 girls entirely unscathed. Hee. We were just worried about you, Su Qing. Yes. Brother Qing, you weren't hurt, were you? Seizing the moment while the 2 were in close proximity, Shui Miaomiu began to inspect Su Qing's body for any injuries, her hands roaming here and there, akin to a character in an animated narrative suffering from misfortune. Moments ago, she had been helplessly witnessing her wife, Su Qing, enter her superior's office, unable to mount any form of resistance. Her heart ached with anxiety, fearing any untoward incident might befall Su Qing. Su Qing's eyes still shimmer with vitality. She should be fine, just as she allowed herself a sigh of relief. An unfamiliar woman approached Su Qing, Even Shui Miu could not deny the woman's striking beauty, resembling that of a refined lady, complemented by an exquisite figure. To her dismay, the woman appeared to be quite familiar and intimate with Su Qing. At this, her internal radar for infidelity began to blare its alarm. Even the little tuft of hair atop her head stood on end. A crisis loomed, an immense crisis. Hey, Su Qing, are these two young ladies your friends? Indeed. I plan to perform with them for Children's Day. Oh, I see. Hee, don't forget to visit me in the newly renovated music classroom. The teacher will provide you with special one-on-one lessons. What seemed to be a perfectly innocuous exchange transformed in Shui Miao's ears into something laden with implication. This is a date, isn't it? That detestable adult dares to vie for Su Qing's affection. Shui Miao could no longer contain her frustration. It was one thing for Pei Xining to contend for the coveted title of Su Qing's best friend, but now a teacher was joining the fray. 1 boy and 3 girls. Was this not a form of division? Well then, I have yet to visit the newly renovated music classroom. Wait. Su Qing actually agreed to this woman's invitation so readily. Now, it was Shui Miao's turn to feel the light drain from her eyes. What audacity! Chapter 40. Perfect pitch. A few days later, the little ones attending their first music class were brimming with curiosity about every aspect of the classroom. Its decor was evidently more opulent than that of ordinary classrooms, with the chairs adorned with cushions and armrests. Not to mention the rare projection device and the upright piano beside the lectern, which was a far cry from a mere electronic keyboard. Clearly, the kindergarten had spared no expense. As they were in a temporary classroom, there was no seating arrangement in place. The children instinctively gathered in small clusters based on familiarity, forming circles to sit together. Su Qing and his companions arrived a bit late, and by the time they chose their seats, only the first 2 rows remained. Sitting here meant being under the teacher's scrutiny at close range, thus rendering it the unspoken bad seating choice. With no other option, they had to settle for a spot in the front row. The 2 little girls naturally clung to Su Qing's side like shadows. As the class bell rang, teacher Yuan Ziding, who had been waiting outside, entered the classroom. She had been outside, bolstering her confidence and repeatedly assuring herself not to be nervous. As a new teacher on her first day, she had dressed elegantly in hopes of leaving a perfect first impression. However, she stumbled as she crossed the threshold, nearly losing her balance in her heeled shoes. Fortunately, Su Qing was seated close by and quickly offered his support, allowing her to regain her composure and avoid a blunder in front of the class. Thank you. Oh, it's you. Su Qing, we meet again, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up in surprise at encountering the young student in such a manner after their brief meeting in the office a few days prior. Observing their seemingly intimate interaction, Shui Miao's eyes sparked with jealousy. The little girl felt a surge of possessiveness, but, being outnumbered, decided to enlist her plastic friend to confront this enemy. After all, as the saying goes, one must secure their own before confronting outsiders. Xining, look at them. Su Qing is going to be stolen away by this teacher. She whispered urgently into Pei Xining's ear, cautious of Su Qing overhearing. Otherwise, she feared he would reprimand her for speaking out of turn, accusing her of treasonous thoughts. Oh, Miao, you're overthinking it. The music teacher is already in her 20s. How could she possibly compete with us for Su Qing? Pei Xining replied, bemused. The terms 20 and old woman seemed to clash, yet for the 2 little girls, it somehow made perfect sense. Clearing her throat, teacher Yuan, momentarily flustered after her near misstep, bowed to the class and began her self-introduction. My name is Yuan Ziding. You may call me Teacher Yuan. I am a recent graduate of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. As this semester's newly introduced course unfolds, and with graduation approaching, the teacher can only share this final month with the students. It is her hope that they can leave a lasting, positive impression on one another. Thank you, everyone. The decorum is commendable, and the demeanor is poised. Aside from a minor flaw at the outset, it is undoubtedly a successful self-introduction. Next, it is the student's turn to present themselves. She will attentively listen, striving to remember each name and appearance. When her gaze fortuitously meets that of a child, she offers a perfectly timed smile, exuding warmth. However, the children appear to think otherwise, particularly the boys, who shyly lower their heads during eye contact, causing their prepared introductions to falter. On the podium, Yuan Ziding feels a tinge of frustration, suspecting that her role as a teacher instills fear in the children. Oh, the road ahead is long, Ziding. It's all right. You will undoubtedly connect with them. Keep going. When it is Su Qing's turn, he exudes confidence and poise. Even under Yuan's gaze, he maintains eye contact effortlessly, his words flowing smoothly. Well done, Su Qing. The teacher has high hopes for you. He responds gratefully before returning to his seat, only to receive a disdainful glance from Shui Miao. With a mocking tone, she mimics his words. Thank you, teacher. Which reminds Su Qing of a popular internet meme, an amusing resemblance to a jealous character from a video, beginning with the well-known melody of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Even this simple tune captivates her full attention. The children are remarkably well-behaved, with no disruptions thus far. I must say, the girl at the piano possesses an undeniable grace. From the moment her fingers touch the keys, Su Qing's gaze remains fixed upon her. Is it infatuation? No. He is merely appreciating the art. The creaking noise beside him distracts Su Qing, and upon glancing over, he finds Shui Miao gritting her teeth. He has grown accustomed to her jealousy. She is truly a little jar of vinegar, needing to indulge in jealousy several times a day to feel at ease. Unbeknownst to him, it is precisely at this moment that Shui Miao resolves to learn the piano. It is both amusing and bewildering that such a peculiar reason could alter the trajectory of this little girl's future. Meanwhile, Su Qing is surprised to see Pei Xiling wearing a troubled expression, her brows knitted tightly. Influenced by Shui Miao's subtle hints, she feels an inexplicable sense of urgency, fearing that one day the wicked music teacher might steal Su Qing away. Thus, Shui Miao and Pei Xiling's first collaboration is forged. Historically dubbed the First Simiao Alliance against Yuan. On stage, teacher Yuan continues to play, seamlessly transitioning into the next piece, Peng Hu Bei, and begins to sing along. Music transcends borders and knows no boundaries of age or gender. Some children who can sing along with this song find themselves irresistibly joining in, caught up in the infectious atmosphere. Even those who cannot sing hum along, participating in this spontaneous chorus. Only Su Qing, seated closest, notices the enchanting smile that involuntarily graces teacher Yuan's face. Who says the front row is undesirable? It is, in fact, splendid. Applause erupts as teacher Yuan immediately stands to commend everyone, her emotional exuberance palpable. You all did wonderfully. Let me share a little secret. If you sing as brilliantly as this on Children's Day, you will certainly earn a certificate. After all, I am one of the judges. She possesses a remarkable ability to connect with children, and upon hearing this exclusive news, everyone's enthusiasm is ignited. The formal lesson commences with a delightful game prepared by the teacher, urging everyone to listen and learn attentively. After introducing the basics and familiarizing everyone with do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, the game officially begins. Now, everyone, please rise. The teacher will play a note. Those who recognize it shall remain standing, while those who do not must sit down. Everyone will keep an eye on one another, as there are no rewards for winning. So don't stubbornly remain standing if you're unsure, understood? As soon as she finishes speaking, the children spring to their feet without delay, eagerly preparing for the game. Ready? Let the test begin. First note, do it as the note do. In the first round, a few children sit down, demonstrating their honesty. Satisfied. Teacher Yuan nods and continues to play another note, the second, mi. As she plays several more notes, nearly all the children fall out of the game. Only Su Qing and Shui Miao remain, competing fiercely in the front row, delighted by their vocal precision and apparent musical talent. Teacher Yuan suddenly has a bold idea and begins to teach them a bit of advanced content. She plays several notes in succession, revealing their names to the two. Here comes the next note. Pressing a key, Yuan Ziding blinks expectantly at their responses. While Shui Miao hesitates, Su Qing promptly exclaims the answer, redo. Teacher Yuan is truly exhilarated now. What about this one? Middle do. Her expression shifts to one of disbelief, excitement nearly spilling over. In her exuberance, she leaps off the stage and kisses Su Qing on the cheek. My goodness, how fortunate. I never expected to discover a musical prodigy on the very first day of kindergarten. Both Su Qing and Shui Miao are taken aback, as is Pei Xiling. What just happened? This is playing the Minotaur right in front of us. You possess perfect pitch, which is a rare talent found in only a few among the countless individuals. Aspiring musicians yearn for such an ability. It is akin to a venerable master in a martial arts novel, who, upon encountering an exceptionally gifted young prodigy, instinctively wishes to take them under their wing for careful cultivation. At this moment, Yuan Ziding harbors similar thoughts. Even the teacher seems envious of your gift, urging you to come to her for one-on-one lessons during your spare time, which she offers free of charge, while declining invitations from others. What a fortunate opportunity for you. Amidst her joy, Yuan Ziding also recalls Shui Miao, seated beside Su Qing. Although not on par with Su Qing, her talent is undeniably impressive. Furthermore, It is said that perfect pitch can be cultivated over time. After all, teaching one is akin to teaching many, and she intends to include Shui Miao Miao in her plans. What about me? Su Qing, please don't leave me behind. Pei Xining timidly raises her hand at this moment. Yuan Ziding gestures grandly, come. All three of you are welcome. Chapter 41. Su Qing, I have never found joy in choir tap, tap, tap. It is widely acknowledged that music teachers typically enjoy a relatively leisurely teaching schedule. A coveted position envied by most core subject instructors due to its favorable balance of ample remuneration and minimal responsibilities. However, the newly appointed teacher Yuan finds herself somewhat perplexed by this unaccustomed ease, as she is not yet well versed in the art of idleness. In this unfamiliar city, she possesses few acquaintances, spending the majority of her time alone in this dimly lit classroom, which fosters a sense of existential emptiness. In her boredom, she meanders around the room, obsessively arranging the chairs with meticulous precision, fully aware that they will inevitably be disheveled again after the next class. Occasionally, she sits down at the piano to play a few notes, yet her mind remains restless. At times, she even finds herself lost in thought midway through a piece. Such was the case on this occasion. When she finally regained her awareness, she realized it was already lunchtime. Clearly, Su Qing, the little rascal who had promised to come and learn music with her, had stood her up, though their meetings had been infrequent since that one class. Yuan Ziding had fancied herself as having developed a rapport with Su Qing, considering herself his informal mentor. By all accounts and logic, how could he fail to show up even once? How infuriating. Today's youth seem utterly oblivious to the importance of respecting their teachers. Could it be that he wishes to usurp his mentor's authority? The group had initially agreed to gather in the music room whenever they found free time to rehearse their program. Yet, despite her prolonged waiting, the three young ones were still nowhere to be seen, leaving her with an uncomfortable sense of abandonment. Talent yearning for expression, her stomach grumbled in protest. People are like iron, food is like steel, and so she reluctantly resorted to the insipid lunch provided by the school. However, it is well known that the culinary standards at Benhai Kindergarten leave much to be desired. The unappetizing meal only served to further dampen her spirits, prompting her to blame Su Qing for both her current grievances and past frustrations. Fuming, she bit down on the end of her chopsticks, a futile attempt to vent her dissatisfaction. In her mind, she silently vowed, if he does not come within 10 minutes, half an hour, or even within the week, I shall disregard him entirely. Moments later, the classroom door creaked open slightly, swayed by the wind. Instantly, Yuan Ziding's eyes sparkled with hope. Perhaps the three had finally come to their senses and realized the importance of studying music. Meanwhile, she discreetly adjusted her attire from her position at the lectern, pushing her black-rimmed glasses up her nose and adopting a facade of seriousness. However, the reality was that not a single shadow appeared beyond the threshold. Her little performance was merely an act for the air. A wave of disappointment washed over her. Oh, what am I doing? Am I some sort of clown? Suddenly overcome with a fit of madness, she clasped her head with her hands and shook her body wildly, feeling a wave of shame wash over her for her misplaced hopes and fantasies. It felt as though a round red nose had become affixed to her own. Should I not study, then? Fine. Honestly, I don't really wish to teach you music. You all seem rather average. It's quite amusing, really. Do you think I would be bored without you? Su Qing, you are indeed quite pretentious. I know many who are far more talented than you. Initially, she intended to inwardly mock those three untrustworthy little brats. However, the absurdity of the situation only intensified. Teacher Zhang, I have something to discuss. I wish to withdraw from the class choir. At this moment, just after everyone had finished lunch and was preparing to rehearse, Shui Miao Miao's unexpected statement left everyone in a state of confusion. Let us sit down and talk about this. Teacher Zhang was the first to regain composure. Although the departure of a single member wouldn't cause much disruption, some minor adjustments would be necessary. As the self-proclaimed queen of idleness, she was reluctant to complicate matters further. But this request was firmly rejected by Shui Miao Miao, who seemed resolute. Tough little girl. Why? Has something happened? We can always improve upon any issues. No. It's due to my own reasons. But singing together is so enjoyable, right? Su Qing, you think so too, don't you? Come on, help me persuade Miao Miao. Realizing her arguments were falling flat, Teacher Zhang promptly sought external assistance. As Shui Miao Miao's closest friend, Su Qing should be able to coax her back. A delightful thought. Yet reality proved otherwise. Perched on the windowsill with a guitar in hand, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dreamlike patterns on his face. His seemingly emotionless gaze swept across the gathering, and his words emerged devoid of warmth or feeling. I have never found joy in choir. Despite Su Qing's expression remaining impassive, his heart was brimming with delight. To be honest, he had long wished for this moment. With the perfect alignment of circumstances, he felt compelled to unsettle the group's dynamics for his own peace of mind. I disagree. Jiang Jia, known for his slow eating habits, slammed his hands on the table, causing the broth to splatter across the surface. His deskmate recoiled in disdain. The sudden commotion drew everyone's attention. It was no wonder he was so agitated. This was his only chance to perform alongside Shui Miao, an opportunity to create lasting memories through photographs. He had long awaited that moment. And now, to be told that Shui Miao wished to withdraw? Absolutely inconceivable. Jiang Jia, what on earth are you doing? Shut up. I'm thinking. Thinking? My clothes are soaked with your soup. You'd better clean it up. Aside from this outburst, hardly anyone else paid attention to the ruckus Jiang Jia had caused. Teacher Xiao Zhang furrowed her brows into a deep frown. Realizing that there was no turning back on this matter, she reluctantly stepped back to discuss the specifics of Shui Miao as solo registration for the program. I apologize, teacher, but the program that Su Qing and I signed up for conflicts with our rehearsal in the music classroom, which is why we chose to withdraw from the group activity. Since the other party had presented a reasonable explanation, she decided not to hold on to the issue any longer. Initially, she had hoped the teacher could persuade Shui Miao to stay, but contrary to her expectations, Jiang Jia's eyes dimmed, losing their luster. He slumped from his chair like a lifeless loach, sprawled on the ground without a hint of vitality. Teacher, it seems Jiang Jia has passed away. Tap, tap, tap. Outside the classroom, the restless teacher Yuan decided to take matters into her own hands. She personally approached the classroom door to retrieve the 3 recently acquired students, intending to drag Su Qing, Pei Xining, and Shui Miao back to the music room. Su Qing, Pei Xining, Shui Miao, come out and see me. You need not attend the afternoon classes. This exemplified the authority of a teacher. Kindergarten lessons were, after all, of little significance, allowing her the liberty to arrange for the trio to skip class at her whim. Her fierce gaze locked onto Su Qing, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine, worrying that this ominous teacher might have ulterior motives in mind for him, perhaps intending to take him to the dark classroom for various dubious activities. After all, weren't such scenes common in the dramas of Neon Country? Ultimately, the 3 followed teacher Yuan obediently. As they departed, the rest of the class looked on with envy, wishing they could also escape the tedium of lessons. The now awakened Jiang Jia caught a glimpse of a figure, the sight of Shui Miao holding Su Qing's hand as they left together. The pain was excruciating. His mind began to play the melancholic tune of Yi Jian Mei, tears streamed down his face involuntarily. The true heartbreak does not stem from loud quarrels, but rather from silence. After enduring this painful experience, he remained mute throughout the entirety of the 3 afternoon classes. Following this ordeal, Jiang Jia, the lovesick fool, experienced a revelation. He resolutely declared that he no longer held affection for Shui Miao. Half an hour later, Miao, when will you return? How can I live without you? Miao, just like a dog cannot change its nature, Jiang Jia might be destined to remain this way for life. He was the perennial fool of infatuation, the steadfast pillar in a tale of folly, the mascot of McDonald's, the chief of Gotham City. Some believe that Heath Ledger was the finest portrayal of the Joker, while others argue that Joaquin Phoenix surpassed him. Yet we all know that in Class 2 of the coastal kindergarten, little Jiang Jia, you, my friend, are the greatest clown of them all, without exception. Chapter 42. Your clown nose has fallen off. As Xiao Qing gazed into the camera, she was asked, as a performer for 3 acts today, do you have anything to say to everyone? Early in the morning, Su Qing was roused from his slumber by the boisterous antics of his aunt. With a camera in her right hand and a banana serving as a makeshift microphone in her left, she barged into his bedroom without so much as a greeting, thrusting the fruit towards his lips and prompting him to respond to her queries. His groggy mind struggled to comprehend this peculiar scenario. Was she playing at being a reporter? The red light flickering on the back of the monitor signified that recording had commenced. Fortunately, as a staunch advocate of pajamas, he need not fear any embarrassing captures. Otherwise, he might have had to call the authorities. Andy, this is my room. Do I not have any privacy? You ought to knock before entering. Oh, she obediently replied, as if a play button had been pressed, retreating from his chamber. Yet, after a mere 2 gentle knocks, she immediately re-entered, not awaiting his consent. Is there truly any distinction? Su Qing pondered. The character of his aunt, with her blend of endearment and exasperation, left him both fond and frustrated. She could be a delightful companion, Yet in moments of ire, he found himself utterly at her mercy. Realizing resistance was futile, he resolved to embrace the situation. Sitting upright, he noticed two small heads peeking from the doorway, their mischievous smiles betraying their amusement at the unfolding scene. If one were to believe that these two were not in cahoots, Qing would be incredulous. The digital camera, while somewhat trendy, had limited storage, and recording would soon reach capacity. Thus, his aunt promptly pressed the pause button after a brief filming session. Xiaoqing Gij, it's time to rise. Today is Children's Day, how can you sleep in? They urged him to get up, insisting on a final rehearsal before the performance, as neither wished to embarrass themselves on stage. With considerable effort, Qing managed to navigate the morning rituals of eating and washing up, all the while enduring their incessant chatter that threatened to overwhelm his senses. Yet, he could empathize with their excitement and anticipation. Not wanting to be the spoilsport, he endeavored to engage in their lively discussions. During the graduation ceremony, it was customary for parents to attend in droves, and Qing unexpectedly encountered Pei Xining's parents once more. Thus, the three families divided into two groups, making their way to the kindergarten. The trio of children rode in his aunt's Mercedes, while Pei Xining's family traveled in his father's newly purchased imported Toyota Camry, which, at that time, could be deemed a modest luxury vehicle. To prepare for the open house event, the kindergarten had indeed spared no expense, aiming to enhance its reputation and attract more enrollments for the following year. The decorations were evidently lavish, with rows of fluttering streamers and small flags, while balloons adorned the fences. Do you recall the sight of teacher Zhang tirelessly inflating balloons just a few days ago? It is uncertain whether the kindergarten has compensated her for these additional activities, though it seems unlikely. The performance stage, hastily constructed next to the teaching building, bore a grand banner proclaiming, "Graduation is both a farewell and a new beginning," wishing everyone a joyous Children's Day. In truth, Qing felt a twinge of complexity in his heart. The day of kindergarten graduation had arrived far more swiftly than he had anticipated. Time seemed to have flown by with astonishing rapidity. The playground, expansive in size, was currently filled with small benches arranged in order of class. The school had temporarily instructed the students to gather in their classrooms for photographs, while the parents were advised to find their seats and rest. Upon entering the classroom, Qing discovered that it was already filled with his classmates. Despite their timely arrival, perhaps their eagerness for today's activities had driven them to come early. Teacher Zhang humorously remarked, "If you all showed this level of enthusiasm for your studies, you could all be admitted to experimental primary school." Mentioning studies on such a joyous occasion felt somewhat disheartening. However, the awkwardness dissipated almost immediately, replaced by the sounds of lively conversation. The children began to check who was still absent, exclaiming, "If we don't take the photo soon, it will be too late. Teacher, Jiangjia hasn't arrived yet." After waiting for a while, it became evident that Jiangjia was the sole absentee. Teacher Zhang glanced at her wristwatch and noted that they were already 10 minutes overdue. Shaking her head, she decided not to wait any longer. After all, there were 50 students in the class. If each wasted a minute, an entire lesson would be lost. Is he really the only one missing? Never mind. Everyone line up and prepare for the photograph, she instructed. They were to arrange themselves according to height. However, Pei Xining and Xue Miao adamantly insisted on standing next to Qing for the photo. Ultimately, the two girls managed to position themselves at the back, even standing on a table for the picture. Consequently, the two little girls appeared exceedingly tall in the photograph, flanking Qing as his guardians. 3, 2, 1, cheese. The photographer invited by the school captured this moment with his camera. Thus, this instant became an eternal memory for the trio. A few minutes after the photographer departed, as the others lingered in the classroom, a breathless Jiangjia pushed open the door and entered. His complexion was somewhat pale, having rushed up 3 flights of stairs, leaving him breathless. Yet, the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. "Teacher, the photographer hasn't arrived yet, has he? I want to take a photo." Jiangjia had suffered a misfortune that morning, having fallen ill due to bad food. In a hurried rush to school, he was elated to hear the news of the group photograph. It felt like a serendipitous turn of events. He had hoped to finally fulfill his dream of having a photograph with Xue Miao. Teacher Zhang regarded Jiangjia with a mixture of emotions, unsure of how to explain the situation to him. In truth, regardless of the calculations, she bears no responsibility whatsoever. After all, it was Jiangjia who was tardy by a full 15 minutes. Yet, as a teacher, she felt a twinge of sympathy. In a moment of inspiration, she took the little boy's hand and, without further ado, led him outside, leaving Jiangjia utterly perplexed. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. Subsequently, Jiang Jie joined the children of Class 8 to capture their very first graduation photograph. In the picture, he wore an expression that suggested he was on the verge of tears. This is not what I imagined. Though Ms. Zhang's intentions were commendable, the journey should not commence just yet. The hallway was chaotic, with everyone hurrying to the changing rooms to don their performance costumes and makeup. Surprisingly, it did lend an air of professionalism. Su Qing brushed past the disoriented Jiang Jie when suddenly a fluffy red sphere tumbled to the ground. As a well-rounded child excelling in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education, Su Qing kindly bent down to retrieve the fallen item. Look, Jiang Jie, your clown nose has fallen off. Chapter 43. The musical matriarch Yuan Ziding Imagination. Listen to my gratitude to you, for you have warmed the 4 seasons. Thank you. For your presence makes the world more beautiful. On stage, leading the performance, Su Qing was struggling to suppress his laughter, nearly throwing himself off key countless times. Fortunately, due to his professional training, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, his lips curling into a Nike-like smile. This song was conceived and choreographed by Su Qing, while teacher Yuan was responsible for the lyrics and composition. Through their collaborative efforts, this famously renowned internet song was brought to life a good 20 years ahead of its time, truly embodying the mischievous spirit of a little rascal. As the performance concluded, the audience of parents erupted into enthusiastic applause. Even Yuan Ziding, who was responsible for announcing the act, joined in with clapping as she walked onto the stage. Her eyes brimmed with satisfaction, knowing that the hard work over the past half-month had culminated in this moment, proving not in vain. Her gaze towards Su Qing was particularly fervent. Judging by the day's performance, her previous assessment of him as a mere rough Jim had been far too conservative. In this moment, his standing in teacher Yuan's heart elevated further. This young man was indeed formidable. She envisioned him as a potential superstar, much like Qing, excelling in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball, a true polymath. In her imagination, she planted the seeds of her discerning eye for talent, a gesture that would bear fruit decades later. Future Su Qing, a celebrated musician, would express in an interview with CCTV, if it weren't for teacher Yuan's discovery, the music world would not know the name Su Qing. It is no exaggeration to say that Yuan Ziding is my lifelong mentor. Thereafter, she would be bestowed with the title of music matriarch, inundated with interview requests from various media outlets and offers from top record companies and prestigious music universities. Just the thought of it made her salivate with excitement. Teacher, don't daydream. Hey, wake up. Lost in her reverie, Yuan Ziding suddenly found herself spaced out on stage. Su Qing, unable to bear the sight, quickly approached and tugged at the hem of her garment. Having known all along that teacher Yuan was still a novice in the professional realm, her somewhat scatterbrained demeanor made her seem less reliable. Aside from her melodious singing and striking beauty, Su Qing was at a loss as to how she qualified for the role of a host. It left him questioning whether there were ambiguous connections between her and the school administration, perhaps securing this opportunity through personal favors. He recalled the last time he had seen her addressing the principal as Annie or Mom, leading him to wonder if there was more to her than met the eye. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, merely sighing inwardly, I misjudged you, teacher Yuan. I never anticipated you were such an adult. From that moment on, an unfortunate barrier seemed to rise between them, with him on one side and Yuan Ziding on the other. Cough. This program is a collaborative creation of a children's song between myself and this young friend Su Qing here. How do you all feel about it? In a bid to alleviate the awkward silence that had ensued from a moment of absent-mindedness, teacher Yuan chose to engage with the audience, seeking to dispel the uncomfortable atmosphere. Whether it was due to the undeniable quality of the song or the enchanting beauty of Yuan Ziding, the fathers in the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, as though competing to see whose claps could resonate the loudest. When they finally ceased, their hands were left sore from the effort. With a sweet smile, teacher Yuan glanced at the program in her hands and announced, Next, we have a performance of El Bing Hua by our dear students, Su Qing and Shui Miao. In this grand spectacle of life, Su Qing was unaware of the program's order until that very moment, meaning he was to leap into a duet with Shui Miao immediately after the group song. Just before departing, Yuan Ziding playfully winked at Su Qing and gently patted his head in encouragement, a spontaneous gesture of support. However, some fathers in the audience, unable to discern the nuances of the situation, bellowed loudly, mistakenly believing teacher Yuan's wink was directed at them. Amidst the cacophony of enthusiastic cheers, a melodious female voice cut through, captivating attention with its unexpected beauty. Strangely, the voice sounded vaguely familiar to Su Qing. Turning his head, he found it perplexing that while the rowdy fathers could be understood, the presence of a certain lady among them was indeed bewildering. His spiraling thoughts were abruptly clarified when the lady spoke up, shattering any doubt he harbored. Meow meow, meow meow, please give me your autograph. I've been a fan of yours for 5 years. She brandished a notebook and a marker, while her other hand held a camera glowing with red light, resembling the fervent antics of obsessive fans. At that moment, Su Qing realized that one could genuinely smile in the face of sheer absurdity. Not only him, but even Shui Miao Miao, who had just taken the stage, was taken aback by her mother's outrageous behavior. Instantly, her face flushed crimson as she hurried over to shoo her away without a moment's hesitation. Originally, Su Qing's parents prided themselves on being open-minded and maintained a friendly relationship with him, a rarity among families in China. Yet, they remained perplexed by the lady's unconventional parenting style. One could say they didn't quite understand but respected her nonetheless. The two children possessed exceptional vocal talents for their age, managing to stay in tune despite the overwhelming volume of the speakers, which masked many minor flaws, rendering their performance quite commendable. Upon concluding their song, they shared a glance and bowed to the audience of parents and teachers, a courteous gesture that endeared them to many, earning a significant round of applause. After a brief farewell to their families, Su Qing took Shui Miao Miao's hand and led her backstage, mindful that Pei Sinong was waiting for them. Little brother Qing, here is some water for you. Pei Sinong possesses an innate tenderness towards others. Observing Su Qing singing 2 consecutive songs, she grew concerned for his thirst and thus made a special trip to the playground to fetch water. Alas, it seemed that their paths had perfectly crossed in the wrong moment. The pink plastic water cup was unscrewed and presented directly to his lips, as if Pei Sinong intended to feed Su Qing the water herself. This lifestyle, where everything is readily provided like a pampered child, may be hard for some to believe. Yet it is merely Su Qing's daily existence. Gulping down the refreshing liquid, he wiped the water from the corners of his mouth with his sleeve, relishing the exhilarating sensation of quenching his thirst after singing. Only the indulgence of a post-performance cigarette and the first sip of a Coca-Cola could rival this experience, both revered as life's greatest pleasures. Meanwhile, Shui Miao Miao sat nearby, puffed up like a pufferfish, an audible sign of her simmering jealousy. Watching Su Qing being attended to by Pei Sinong, she felt torn between admiration and envy. A swallow of saliva eased her dry throat. She too desired water, but her pride held her back from requesting it from Pei Sinong. To her surprise, the very next moment, the water bottle was unexpectedly brought to her lips. As a benevolent angel, Pei Sinong could hardly treat her 2 close friends differently. This cup of water was intended for both of them, although she seemed to overlook the fact that Su Qing had just used it, leaving Shui Miao Miao in a state of inner turmoil. A multitude of internal conflicts erupted within her mind. Her obsessive tendencies vehemently protested against the idea of drinking from a cup recently used by someone else. This is unsanitary. She chastised herself. How could she possibly drink after Su Qing? Yet, before she could finish her thoughts, her abstract persona overruled her cleanliness concerns with a rebellious declaration. It is precisely this reason that compels me to drink. I shall gulp it down. I shall drink with fervor. After a bout of internal chaos, her proud persona emerged, swiftly concluding the debate. In reality, Shui Miao Miao finally spoke up. Humph. You're simply thirsty. It has nothing to do with Su Qing drinking from it. Just so you know. Her prideful sentiments were too transparent. All one had to do was interpret her words inversely. However, this only left Su Qing more speechless, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts swirling in his mind. He narrowly avoided shattering Shui Miao Miao's carefully crafted image once again. Following their refreshing break, Su Qing hastily dashed to the restroom, not out of urgent necessity, but to dampen a handkerchief and wipe away the various cosmetics adorning his face. One could only wonder what the makeup artist was thinking, as every child on stage appeared with a ghostly pallor and exaggerated crimson blushes, leading one to suspect they were in a rather peculiar cosplay. Whether it was a matter of aesthetics or something else entirely, Su Qing couldn't help but speculate if the teacher was enacting some form of social retribution. Recalling the video disc from his previous life, where he saw himself during his kindergarten days, it seemed he wore a similar makeup for his performance. Could this phenomenon be a national standard? Upon exiting the restroom and returning to the assembly point of the trio, Su Qing transformed back into that adorable little lad. Upon seeing the still monkey-faced Shui Miao Miao and Pei Sinong, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own unkindness. Oh, Su Qing, why have you removed your makeup? It looks dreadful. Come, let me help you clean it up. No, I need to find my mother for a photo later. Wait, Are you saying you intend to take a picture with that kind of makeup on? Yes, indeed. The mischievous Qing immediately abandoned the notion of helping her wipe her face. If all went according to plan, this video would forever preserve Shui Miao's embarrassing moments as part of her history. As a purveyor of amusement, how could Qing resist such delightful prospects? Just imagine, decades later, reminiscing about the past, only to see Shui Miao's monkey face shaking on the screen. Ha ha. He instantly grew excited. In that case, Sinding, would you like to remove yours? But I haven't gone on stage yet. No matter. I still believe you look far more beautiful without makeup. A girl's blush surpasses any lengthy dialogue, ecstatic to the point of almost melting into a puddle. Pei Sinding grinned and readily agreed to Qing's suggestion. He carefully wiped away her foundation, glitter, and blush. Indeed, the girl is already exceptionally beautiful. The makeup is merely superfluous. At that moment, Shui Miao began to regret her decision, yet her proud nature made it impossible for her to backtrack. Even on Children's Day, Shui Miao remained steadfast on the path of embarrassment without turning back. Chapter 44. The ceremony concludes now. Let us appreciate the performance of Class 2's Qing and Pei Sinding, featuring the delightful piece The Insect Flies. By a stroke of coincidence, Pei Sinding's act was scheduled to be the finale, intensifying the pressure on the already anxious little girl. As she approached the stage, her steps faltered, causing Qing to find the situation both amusing and exasperating. Among the audience, some recognized Qing's name, sparking a murmur of conversation, hearing praises directed towards their son. Su's parents swelled with pride, their chests puffed out in satisfaction. Backstage, upon hearing Teacher Yuan's announcement, Qing took Pei Sinding's hand and led her to center stage. This was undoubtedly Pei Sinding's first time standing in such a prominent spotlight during the Children's Day performance. Typically shy and reserved, she now found her hand trembling as she gripped the microphone. Yet, whenever her gaze met Qing's reassuring presence, a sense of calm washed over her. Facing the camera, Pei Sinding inhaled deeply. Despite her timidity and introversion, she did not wish to squander this opportunity to create cherished graduation memories. Mustering her courage, she recalled Qing's rather quaint method for easing nerves. They are cabbage, radish, roasted sweet potatoes, just stay calm. Thus, during each rehearsal, she earnestly attempted to envision the audience as vegetables and fruits. As the prelude began, Qing nodded in time with the rhythm. To their surprise, Pei Sinding began singing before the introduction had concluded, her eagerness evident. Realizing her mistake, her eyes widened in shock, leaving her momentarily frozen and bewildered. The initial burst of energy waned, leaving her feeling despondent. For someone as timid as Pei Sinding, this misstep could spell disaster. In a decisive moment, Qing grasped her hand tightly, the slight pain jolting her from her anxiety. Just sing along with me, he encouraged. The stars in the sky shed tears. The roses on the ground wither. They began harmonizing. Initially, Pei Sinding's voice was barely audible, even amplified by the speakers. However, under Qing's guidance, her confidence gradually returned, and the two youthful voices melded beautifully, resonating in perfect harmony. Regardless of the darkness, I fear not the heartbreak, whether weary or not. I care not for directions. Pei Sinding felt as though she had sprinted 100 meters, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. She waved enthusiastically at the camera, eager to capture the moment, announcing with her gesture, I did it. In a jubilant display, she flashed a thumbs-up sign, and the next moment, the camera captured her embracing Qing. The bewildered boy glanced at Pei Sinding and then back at the camera. Momentarily stunned, the teacher raised an eyebrow, shifting the focus to Shui Miao beside her, ready to inquire about the experience of being in such close proximity to the lens. With her face painted like a monkey's backside, Shui Miao wore an adorably pouty expression, only for the screen to abruptly go black the next moment. Thus, this image became the final snapshot before the camera's memory reached its limit. This video has been meticulously preserved by her mother, first burned onto a CD, then transferred to a computer's hard drive years later, and eventually saved in a mobile photo gallery. Shui Miao's black history just increased by one. Next, I announced that the winner of the Best Program Award at this Children's Day ceremony is in a scene reminiscent of a talent show. Yuan sitting on stage dramatically built suspense, her eyes occasionally darting towards the two little girls beside Qing, filled with mischief. After spending so many days with Qing, she naturally understood the dynamics among the three of them. Provoked by the instigator of mischief, Shui Miao, having learned from past experiences, still fell into the trap. Like a mischievous cat with its back arched, her eyes seemed to spark as she glared at Pei Sinning. Pei Sinning, hiding behind Su Qing, perked up and scathed, and stuck out her tongue at Shui Miao Miao, making a silly face. However, her cuteness rendered her antics completely harmless. The awards were announced. Su Qing, Pei Sinning, and Shui Miao Miao, please come up to receive your prizes. Huh? Su Qing hardly had time to react and didn't dodge. The two plastic sisters joyfully ascended the stage to collect their accolades, their speed leaving even Su Qing from the village in awe. Brother Sha Qing is leaving. Come get your certificate. Humph, if you don't leave, we won't wait for you. Just a few chapters earlier, it was mentioned how Su Qing held disdain for the certificates, mere products of childish manipulation with no actual value. However, when he stood before everyone to accept the award, he reluctantly admitted his mistake. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the little ones, the emotional value surpassed the actual worth. Especially when he received 4 certificates on his own, the delight was unparalleled. Indeed, the lessons imparted by Su's father proved most valuable. Life's first lesson is to never forget one's roots. Thus, the brief morning passed in the blink of an eye. The kindergarten cafeteria was already overburdened preparing meals for the children, let alone the adults. So the children were dismissed for their afternoon rest. Before leaving the school, Su Qing and the 2 little girls took one last look at the kindergarten, as if wishing to etch this scene deep into their minds. This farewell might be permanent. Sha Qing, wait, don't leave just yet. Having changed from a formal suit into a floral dress, her hair styled in a typical anime character's dangerously whimsical fashion, braided and draped over her shoulder, she exuded a charmingly mature aura despite being in her early 20s. The teacher hasn't taken your graduation photo yet. Don't you want to see the teacher? With that, she pretended to cry melodramatically, making Su Qing appear like a heartless scoundrel abandoning his wife, as if he had betrayed her trust. In addition to Sixing and Miao Miao, you two have not taken a photograph with the teacher. You are all ungrateful, heartless, showing no longing for your mentor. Sob. Shui Miao Miao felt that teacher Yuan's words were quite accurate. She wished to borrow a camera from her mother to capture a moment, but unfortunately, the memory was full, necessitating the deletion of some photos. However, teacher Yuan shook her head, halting her actions, and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a Canon digital camera from her pocket, winking playfully. She led the group to the most picturesque spot on the playground, where a distinctive begonia tree stood. Alas, the blossoms had all fallen. Otherwise, they could have taken even more beautiful photographs. She felt a tinge of disappointment. As the first batch of students she had nurtured, these 3 undoubtedly left a profound impression on her. She wondered if she would ever encounter such exceptional students again in the future. They possessed a natural talent for singing and were delightful conversationalists. She truly adored the trio. The photos would be stored in the camera, and teacher Yuan promised to have them developed and mailed to their homes as recorded in the school register. Su Qing was taken aback, exclaiming, I can't believe it, this is real. It was time to say goodbye, Mrs. Su had been waiting in the car for quite some time, and, upon spotting the 3 little ones, started the vehicle. Before departing, Su Qing felt as if something had been slipped into his pocket. He turned to look at teacher Yuan, whose face wore her characteristic smile. Stealthily, he took a peek. My QQ number is XXXXXXXXX. If you are truly interested in music, do remember to reach out to your teacher. At that moment, Su Qing felt utterly helpless. Overwhelmed by his uncontainable charm, the sultry summer breeze brushed against his face, and the cool air from the car's air conditioning enveloped him as he reclined comfortably in the passenger seat, embarking on the journey home. The task ahead was to prepare for the entrance examination of the experimental primary school. Chapter 45. Preparations on the eve of the examination due to his excessive laziness during the holiday. Su Qing had been indulging in the comforts of his bed almost every day. To rectify this detrimental habit, his mother thoughtfully purchased an alarm clock, placing it on his bedside table to ring promptly at 8 o'clock each morning. Consequently, this forced Su Qing, who had been secretly burning the midnight oil to compile his manuscripts, to retire earlier each night, gradually restoring his routine to a semblance of normalcy. Given his poor lifestyle habits, any other child of his age would have succumbed to illness by now. This is the confidence bestowed upon him by the system. After shedding his pajamas and donning a casual outfit, Su Qing, still somewhat dazed, ambled into the bathroom to freshen up. At that moment, his father entered the room, as usual, unceremoniously nudging Su Qing aside to claim a substantial portion of the sink for himself. Old ding, if you want space, can't you just ask? Su Qing thought. As he was jostled, the sudden bump caused his toothbrush to collide painfully with his teeth, resulting in one of his already precarious baby teeth falling out. Damn it! Spitting out a mixture of mouthwash and blood, Qing grimaced in pain. He retrieved the fallen tooth from his mouth, glaring fiercely at the culprit, old Ding, who had already made a hasty retreat after washing his face, leaving no trace behind, seemingly fearful of Qing's wrath. Man, your name is synonymous with shamelessness, Qing thought, shaking his head in disbelief as he scrutinized his reflection in the mirror. With striking eyebrows and bright eyes, his face was well endowed with collagen, undoubtedly making him quite the handsome young lad. The popular child star currently trending on television pales in comparison to me, he mused, recognizing his undeniable charm. However, when he opened his mouth to reveal his gaping front tooth, it somewhat diminished his overall appeal. Upon closer inspection, he could even see the emerging permanent tooth beneath the flesh. After all, losing teeth is a rite of passage everyone experiences. And Qing paid it little mind as he proceeded to have breakfast. Crikey! A bite into a large pancake nearly brought him to tears from the pain. Ultimately, he resolved to exercise his jaw muscles, gnashing his teeth on either side to consume his breakfast. What a trial it was! During this prolonged holiday following kindergarten graduation, most children were blissfully engaged in eating, drinking, and playing. Meanwhile, 3 ambitious youngsters remained industrious, frequently visiting Qing's home for study sessions, all in preparation for the upcoming entrance examination at the experimental primary school. Their shared aspiration was to gain admission into the experimental class and continue their camaraderie as classmates. While this goal appeared daunting, it was, in truth, quite feasible. As the saying goes, a sharpened sword does not dull in the face of adversity. On the eve of this significant day, Pei Sinong and Shui Miao naturally returned to Qing's home for a final review session. Upon meeting, the customary greetings were exchanged. Qing's missing front tooth rendered his appearance notably comical, and as anticipated, he became the target of Shui Miao's ridicule. Initially, it was evident that the young girl was making a concerted effort to stifle her laughter. However, mere seconds later, she could no longer contain herself and burst into hearty laughter. Qing, you look just like a toothless old man. Ha! What are you laughing at? As if you won't lose any teeth. Upon hearing Qing's soul-piercing retort, Shui Miao instinctively covered her mouth in fear, terrified that she too might end up resembling him. Just the thought of herself without front teeth. Oh dear, that would certainly not be attractive. If she were to lose her beauty, would Qing still like her? She pondered, considering the girls surrounding Qing, all of whom were undeniably stunning. Pei Sinning, Teacher Yuan, Teacher Zhang, and her mother. Drawing a conclusion, it seemed Qing was indeed the type of superficial man who only valued appearances. What to do? She did not want Qing to witness her in such a state. It's all right, Xiaoqinga. Sinning is also losing teeth recently, see. Perhaps out of concern that Qing might feel insecure, or perhaps simply due to her kind-hearted nature. Pei Sinning voluntarily opened her mouth to reveal her own missing lower tooth. With a kindred spirit, she hoped Qing would not be disheartened by the notion of losing his charm due to a missing tooth. She truly felt like crying. After brief pleasantries in the living room, the trio promptly migrated to Qing's bedroom, a space they were all too familiar with. To describe it as feeling like home would not be an exaggeration. Perhaps due to the impending exams, the 2 young girls had already begun to feel nervous. The atmosphere was indeed contagious. Uncharacteristically, the room was devoid of any laughter or playful banter. The 2 seemed to have taken an unusual approach, declaring their intent to tackle a couple of test papers to whet their appetites, which left Qing feeling rather disoriented. His gaze scrutinized them incessantly, as if searching for a crack in their facade. Where have you hidden the real Shui Miao and Pei Sinning? No one responded to him. The only replies he received were the soft scratching of pencils and the sounds of the 2 discussing challenging problems. Something was amiss. Their demeanor was decidedly off. You wretches. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Reveal your true forms. He dramatically drew forth the ancestral peach-wood sword of the Su family, pointing its tip directly at the 2 earnest girls. Instead of revealing any demons or monsters, he was met with 2 incredulous looks and some rather cutting remarks. How childish. Xiaoqinga, stop playing and come help us with the problems. How foolish they were. He awkwardly chuckled to himself, tossing the heirloom sword into a corner of the room, no longer paying it any mind. It must not have been a precious relic if it could be so carelessly handed to him by Su's father. Initially, the intention was to create an entertaining atmosphere, yet their determination to learn proved to be remarkably steadfast and pure. This effort garnered Qing's approval. He had presumed it would merely be a fleeting enthusiasm, but unexpectedly, they devoted 2 solid hours to their studies. Su Qing, thoroughly exhausted from continuously grading assignments, began to comprehend the arduousness faced by educators. This responsibility should rightfully belong to the mothers, yet they seemed more like the ambience coordinators. A simple task of occasionally peeking in to check on things, delivering fruits and beverages, was all that was required, allowing them to comfortably retire to the living room for leisurely conversations. "Are you truly treating me as your laborer?" he exclaimed. No, at least wage laborers receive compensation." Su Qing, who was engaged in tutoring, earned not a single cent. Even capitalists would weep at such a plight. Su Qing silently resolved that when he eventually has children, he would not follow the same path. The responsibility of educating their offspring would undoubtedly be entrusted to their mother. "You claim he is henpecked?" That notion is unfounded. As time slipped by, Su Qing found himself parched, yet the results were gratifying. Pei Si-ning consistently achieved near-perfect scores in mathematics, aside from the supplementary questions. While her Chinese essay, despite some stumbling in the picture interpretation, required little concern. Conversely, Shui Miao Miao presented a conundrum for him. She was a quintessential enigma, oscillating between brilliance and folly. At times, she could effortlessly and swiftly attain full marks, while at other moments, she would falter on even the simplest arithmetic. Beep, beep, beep. When one is engrossed in a task, distractions can be quite irksome. Although Su Qing considered himself to be rather patient, he found himself increasingly annoyed by the incessant notifications from QQ. His brow furrowed into a frown. Who is incessantly messaging me on QQ? His social circle remained modest, comprising merely about 10 friends. Such disturbances had only occurred once before in his life, when Pei Si-ning and Shui Miao Miao had just registered on QQ. The 2 girls, excited by the novelty, had bombarded him with dozens, if not hundreds, of nonsensical messages. Su Qing could empathize with their enthusiasm. However, aside from that singular occurrence, who else could be messaging him? It remained a mystery. Chapter 46. Yuan Zitting. Hark, wicked capitalists. I shall not rest until we are at odds. Future music matriarch. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Future music matriarch, please respond. If no one chats with me, I shall perish from boredom in this rented room. Su Qing, you wouldn't want your teacher to meet such a fate, would you? Oh, future music matriarch, would you care to visit my humble abode? My cat performs backflips. The messages she sent carried an inexplicable scent of cherry blossoms, particularly vibrant. Moreover, she exhibited a penchant for an array of peculiar emoticons. Despite being a working adult, Teacher Yuan seemed to embody the spirit of a young girl within the realm of the internet. Age deception. Were they merely casual acquaintances online? Su Qing might have mistaken her for a high school student. This underscores the unreliability of the internet. Who knows whether the object of your online affection is human or specter? People's entrepreneur. I am studying. Please do not disturb. People's entrepreneur. If I fail to gain admission to the experimental primary school, teacher, you shall owe me compensation for my misfortune. Future music matriarch. Hark, wicked capitalist. Take this copper-headed belt. It was uncertain whether her social skills were truly lacking or if she was simply jesting with Su Qing out of sheer boredom. A beauty of her caliber had resided in Tianjin for quite some time, yet had failed to forge a few decent friendships. According to her own account, during the nearly half-month of summer vacation, she had remained ensconced in her rented room, basking in the air conditioning and playing on the computer, hardly stepping outside. Recently, she had grown weary of her games, and to her dismay, the air conditioning had suddenly malfunctioned. The soaring electricity bills had further strained her already meager finances. Consequently, she found herself trapped in her stifling rented room, languishing in ennui. With a genuine friend to converse with online, she responded almost instantaneously, engaging in lively dialogue with Su Qing. Future music matriarch. If this continues, I shall starve. The kindergarten salary is far too low. It is akin to being a miser. Observing her almost palpable grievances radiating through the screen, Su Qing fell silent. Once upon a time, he too had been a young soul, lamenting the injustices of the world. Yet, in the final moments of his life, propelled skyward by a runaway train, Su Qing came to a profound realization: the world is indeed unjust. Certainty, people's entrepreneur. Sometimes, it is wise to reflect upon one's own circumstances. After all these years, has your salary increased? Have you truly dedicated yourself to your work? Sensing that the conversation was spiraling into an endless loop, and with the young girls around him urging Su Qing to return and address the lesson, he resorted to this blunt yet effective strategy to conclude the topic. After all, with a formula at hand, problem-solving becomes swift. Future music matriarch. Oh, please, no more reprimands. Struck to the core by Su Qing's words. The once vibrant Yuan Ziding slumped into her chair, utterly defeated. People's entrepreneur. I've got to go teach Xining and Miao Miao now. Future music matriarch. Best of luck on your exam. This brief exchange served as a conclusion, eliciting no response. The fleeting joy she had felt was abruptly extinguished, and momentarily, she found herself envying the little girl by Su Qing's side. How fortunate it must be to have someone to care for and accompany her, unlike her, who had been adrift in this city for 6 months, still utterly alone. How cruelly unfair of fate. Why could it not bestow upon me a childhood companion like Su Qing to stand by my side? Those Su Qing's words struck a painful chord. They also sparked a flicker of motivation within Yuan Ziding. At the very least, they rekindled her enthusiasm for work. Seizing this brief moment of inspiration, she resolved to seek a part-time job, believing that any earnings would be worthwhile. At this juncture, the nation was experiencing rapid development, and people's finances were gradually becoming more comfortable. Moreover, Chinese parents placed significant emphasis on investing in their children's education, not limited to core subjects. Families with a bit of disposable income often enrolled their children in extracurricular skill classes, seeking alternative pathways beyond academic pursuits. For instance, the piano, often hailed as the king of music, was gaining immense popularity. This instrument, which exuded an air of sophistication, had become highly sought after. Not only was there a surge in students, but also the cost of individual lessons was steep, and the duration of classes was relatively brief. Importantly, the competition was not overly fierce. At this time, music students were still a rarity. If a certified professional educator applied for a position, they could command even higher fees. Upon discovering this lucrative market, Yuan Ziding was left utterly astounded. Are you telling me that I toil away at a kindergarten for a meager monthly salary of 250 yuan, while teaching piano at an external music institution could earn me 80 yuan per lesson? The glaring 250 yuan in her kindergarten payslip felt like a resounding slap to her face. Yet, overall, she felt elated. It was as if fortune had suddenly rained down upon her, leaving her in a daze, as though she had been struck by a flurry of soft currency. She could hardly comprehend it, yet she was profoundly shaken. Chapter 47. In the company of 3, there must be a teacher among us at this moment. Families capable of affording a car remained a mere minority, thus Mr. Su and his wife encountered virtually no congestion on their journey. This was during the early morning rush hour, and Su Qing couldn't help but marvel at the rapid development of Huaxia over the next 2 decades. The enhancement of people's quality of life was indeed palpable. However, upon arriving at the intersection near the school, an unexpected scene unfolded. Before their eyes lay a sea of humanity. Parents and students arriving for examinations found the sidewalks overflowing and resorted to blocking the road instead. A pristine asphalt road was thus obstructed by a human barricade. Su Qing mused that if the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse were to appear, they would surely behave themselves. Among the throng, one could spot a few security personnel in black uniforms attempting to restore order, albeit with limited efficacy. Even if the majority were obediently lining up, their compliance was but a drop in the ocean. There would inevitably be those lacking in morals, seizing the chaos to cut in line. As those in line witnessed their rights being infringed upon, a cacophony of expletives erupted, and a disturbance became inevitable. Ultimately, a police car arrived, and several officers disembarked to disperse the chaotic crowd. After considerable effort, they managed to clear a pathway for the children to enter the school gate. Otherwise, when the gates opened, the ensuing rush would almost certainly lead to a stampede. Not far from the parking area, Su Qing observed an amusing sight, a Mediterranean man repeatedly bowing an apology to a middle-aged policeman adorned with 3 stripes and 1 flower. This situation certainly bore some responsibility on the school's part. Perhaps this man held a position akin to the school director. Seeing that the time was drawing near, the 3 children hopped out of the car with their little backpacks, only to be met with a wave of sweltering summer heat that struck them like a blow. Particularly for Shui Miao Miao, who was accustomed to a life of luxury, the desire to retreat into the car and bask in the cool air conditioning was overwhelming. However, such a notion was futile, as her mother, with uncanny foresight, had already locked the car doors. Mrs. Su knew her daughter all too well. How could a true hero exhibit restraint? Today, Su Qing donned a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts, yet within mere minutes, he was drenched in sweat. He recalled hearing that black was the color that absorbed the most heat, and thus one should avoid wearing black in summer. He vaguely remembered this saying, though its veracity remained uncertain. It was rather unfortunate to have this realization at such a moment. Now, the opportunity to change clothes had long since slipped away. The two little girls were evidently dressed with care. Xuemyomu sported an adorable straw hat paired with a white dress, radiating youthful exuberance that seemed on the verge of overflowing from the screen. Why had she forsaken her Lolita attire? That style was far too warm. And since summer had arrived, Su Qing had not seen her wear it again. This left Su Qing somewhat deprived of visual delight, for he particularly enjoyed seeing Xuemyomu in beautiful dresses. After all, the appreciation of beauty is a fundamental aspect of human nature. Pei Xining, on the other hand, leaned towards a more neutral demeanor, her cap pulled low over her head, almost obscuring her face. She wore a short-sleeved shirt and shorts almost identical to Su Qing's, yet fortuitously donned in white, creating a striking black and white duo with him. "Do not lower your head, Xining. You look lovely today," he encouraged. Know that not at the unfamiliar adults and children surrounding her made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Although her social anxiety had improved somewhat, today's situation was still overwhelming. Primarily, she wished to avoid sun exposure, desiring to be fair-skinned and beautiful like Xuemyomu. Her voice dwindled with each word, and Su Qing found himself straining to hear her, wishing he could press his ear to her lips, for her final words were barely audible. And he caught none of it. This upon reflection, it was indeed the fault of that group of rascals, led by Li Pang. Some might have forgotten him. Indeed, the author's input method could no longer associate that name, but that is a matter for another time. The nickname Black Coalball may also fade into obscurity, yet it has undeniably left an indelible mark on Pei Xining's spirit. For over half a year, she had steadfastly retained those memories, which left her feeling inferior. It seemed that since Su Qing had rescued her, she had deliberately shunned the light, much like a little vampire. Initially, one might have thought she merely disliked the sun, but now it was clear there was a reason behind it. For instance, during outdoor activities, she preferred to remain in the shade, chatting with Su Qing and Xuemyomu under the trees. Moreover, when seated by the window in the classroom, she would always draw the curtains shut after receiving permission. Thus, with many small details now serving as evidence, Su Qing gradually understood Pei Xining's intentions. His fist clenched in determination. "Li Pang, come out and face the consequences." At that moment, Li Pang, seated at home, enjoying the cool breeze from the fan while munching on watermelon and watching television, inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, as if something dreadful were watching him. He hurriedly checked his belongings once more. Admission ticket, pencil, eraser. Forgetting any of these at the school gate would mean true tardiness. This was already the third time Su's mother had asked the children to ensure their stationery was in order. Su Qing understood her anxiety. After all, it was their first formal examination. Not only was she nervous as a parent, but the two little girls also appeared as if facing a formidable adversary, with even the usually cheerful Xuemyomu wearing a serious expression. This rendered Su Qing's eager anticipation all the more unique. As the school gate slowly opened, he swiftly slung his backpack over his shoulder and took the initiative to grasp the arms of the two little girls, leading them toward the entrance. "Believe in yourselves. You are the best. After the exam, I will treat you to KFC." Unfazed by the embarrassment, Su's mother shouted from the crowd outside, offering encouragement to her son and his little companions. This act inspired other parents to follow suit, and soon, waves of encouragement and praise filled the air. In the distance, the sound of his mother's voice reached Su Qing's ears. With a cheerful grin, he gave a thumbs up behind him to reassure her. At this moment, one might inquire, "What will you do if you encounter a setback, dear host?" "Rest assured, my young friend." Raising his hand was not an apology, but rather an encouragement to keep practicing. This was merely the entrance exam for a modest elementary school. Such a rival hardly warranted his earnest attention. Ahead lay the teaching building, where the trio paused before a grand campus map. This area was relatively spacious, allowing for a leisurely conversation without obstructing passersby. "Let us first check the division of examination rooms, then proceed to the designated assembly point. Finally, after completing the exam, we shall reconvene here. Is that clear?" "Understood," came the reply. What should I do if I finish late?" "Fear not. We will certainly wait for you. Do not overthink it. Focus on your exam." Gently stroking Pei Xinyan's little head as a gesture of encouragement, Su Qing felt a twinge of concern that her mindset might hinder her performance. As long as they approached the exam with the same diligence as during their preparations, the trio was bound to enter the esteemed rocket class. At that point, scholarships, tuition waivers, and complimentary meal cards would be theirs for the taking. Although Pei Xinyan's family was not particularly in need of such financial aid, One should seize the opportunity to benefit from the school's resources whenever possible. Ahem. A deliberate faux cough from Shui Miao Miao interrupted the moment. As she glanced between Su Qing's hand, which was gently caressing Pei Xinyan's hair, and his contented expression, furrowing her brow, it was evident she longed for Su Qing to stroke her head as well, yet she remained reticent, embodying the essence of her character. If only she had golden locks and sported pigtails, it would have been even more fitting. By now, the examination room assignment list posted on the bulletin board had drawn a throng of students. This arrangement seemed rather unreasonable. Could it not have been printed on the admission ticket beforehand? Perhaps the school administration, fearing that early knowledge of class divisions might lead to collusion and cheating, had reluctantly made this compromise. Do not wander. I will squeeze in and take a look, Su Qing declared, brimming with confidence in his memory as he patted his chest. It was apparent that he towered over his peers by at least half a head, his physique sturdier as well, like a robust bull. He pushed through the crowd and quickly reached the front to search for their names. Unfortunately, none of the three had been assigned to the same class. Particularly disheartening was the separation between Pei Xinyan and Su Qing, with one placed in Class 1 and the other in Class 15. The two classrooms were situated at opposite ends of the same floor, representing the most distant separation imaginable. Upon relaying this news to the waiting pair, a wave of disappointment washed over them. However, they swiftly adjusted their spirits and made their way to the assembly area, awaiting the proctor to escort everyone to their classrooms. After all, they were all just children, and it would be unfortunate if anyone got lost. As a student of Class 1, Pei Xinyan was the first to be led away. At the tail end of the line, she resembled a solitary fawn, anxious and helpless. Standing in the front row, Su Qing witnessed the scene before him, closing his eyes as he resolved to give it his all. Xining, do your best on the exam. Despite the curious gazes of the surrounding children making him blush with embarrassment, everything felt worthwhile when he saw Pei Xining regain her composure, joyfully waving her arms at him. His efforts to put himself out there were not in vain, surely. She would be compelled to achieve full marks in return for his support. As Shui Miao Miao prepared to set off with Class 5, she intentionally lingered at the back, repeatedly glancing over her shoulder, eagerly anticipating Su Qing's words of encouragement. This was akin to a scene from a romantic drama, and it was simply too delightful to resist. What little girl could turn down such an enchanting moment? Certainly not Shui Miao Miao. However, after waiting for a while without any response, the little girl stood there, pouting in frustration, clearly indicating that she would not move until Su Qing spoke. Thus, Su Qing stepped forward once more, and amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, he called out, Miao Miao, do your best on the exam. Even if you're not in the elite class, you will surely have your share of sweet rewards. The response was met with surprised reactions, and some of the male teachers leading the group discreetly gave Su Qing a thumbs up. Truly, the saying that in a trio, there is always a teacher among them proved to be accurate. They mused that had they possessed Su Qing's talents back in their day, they would not find themselves still searching for partners in life. Although the notions of reaping sweet rewards and not having any to enjoy appeared starkly different, the underlying sentiment remained unchanged. Upon hearing his words, Shui Miao Miao puffed out her cheeks in a display of dissatisfaction, yet her heart was filled with sweetness. With a skip in her step, she joined the main group as they entered the school building. Chapter 48. The legend of the invigilator's rapid slumber prior to entering the classroom. None were privy to the arrangement of seats. The stern invigilator, a female teacher of formidable demeanor, incessantly urged the students to promptly take their assigned places before busily unsealing the examination papers. This served as a warning. The previously raucous classroom fell into a profound silence. It was evident that a few unfortunate souls seated in the front row donned expressions of distress, their faces contorted as if they had consumed something exceedingly bitter, although they harbored no intentions of cheating. The mere thought of confronting the fearsome invigilator upon raising their heads weighed heavily upon their hearts, akin to a burdened stone. After all, the innate authority of teachers over students is an unassailable truth. Who among us has not harbored a childhood fear of teachers? The volume of questions on the elementary school entrance examination papers was not particularly daunting. Furthermore, the Chinese language section lacked the time-consuming essay component, leading the school to consolidate the two subjects into one, thereby saving precious time. This was indeed a considerate arrangement, a harmonious solution for all. There were merely 2 sheets of double-sided examination papers, one for each subject. Once the teacher had counted the papers, they were distributed to the students in the front row, who were instructed to pass them back in an orderly fashion, thus optimizing both time and effort. At that moment, a second invigilator entered the classroom. This individual was a tall, imposing middle-aged male teacher whose countenance bore a somewhat menacing expression. At first glance, he projected an impression that he was not a person to be trifled with. Without uttering a word, he strode unceremoniously to an empty seat in the last row and settled himself down with a commanding presence. A few curious children glanced back at him, only to be met with a fierce glare that silenced their inquisitiveness. What are you staring at? Is there anything amusing? Do not even think of engaging in deceitful antics. I shall keep a vigilant watch over you. Qing surmised that he was likely a physical education teacher, and such threats held no sway over him. However, for the other students, the effect was palpable. One could distinctly hear the frightened gulp of those seated nearby, evidently in a state of considerable anxiety. It appeared they were utterly oblivious to the reality of the situation, perhaps suffering from a dearth of experience. In truth, encountering a physical education teacher as an invigilator during an examination could be considered a most fortuitous circumstance. Despite their stern verbal admonitions, they were often accustomed to a more relaxed approach, indifferent to minor infractions such as passing notes or other trivialities. What is the harm in letting a little cheating slide? Does catching a cheater result in an increase in their salary? Better to avoid trouble than to seek it. Qing was even bold enough to wager that this teacher would likely doze off midway through the examination. Do not inquire further. This is merely a matter of learned experience. Above the blackboard in the classroom hung a bright red national flag, alongside an electric clock. Whether it was accurate or not remained uncertain, but it indicated that the time had reached 9:30. All right, children, you may begin your examinations now. You have 1.5 hours. Please manage your time wisely. This reminder from the teacher prompted Qing to finally inspect his examination paper. While the others had already commenced answering questions, he leisurely picked up the blank sheet before him. Left and right he glanced, and only then did he exhale a long sigh of relief. All was stable. Indeed, both Pei Xining and Shui Miao's exam results were secure. A cursory glance revealed that among the 8 questions on the ancient poetry recitation in Chinese, he had confidently predicted 7 of them. Following that were the additional problems in mathematics. Surprisingly, the chicken and rabbit problem had also been foreseen by Qing, who even taught the 2 girls 3 distinct methods for solving it. One could not help but wonder, who else could possibly compare? Next came the standard answering period. But before that, he meticulously inscribed his name and exam number. In this small locale, any mistake could lead to tears without a place to shed them. He began with the mathematics paper. The multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions were so straightforward that they hardly required any mental exertion. Qing moved with an air of invincibility, completing his answers in under 10 minutes. His handwriting was neat, and his steps detailed. When comparing his paper with those of his peers, it could only be described as aesthetically pleasing. Had this been the Chinese paper, he would undoubtedly have secured a perfect score for presentation. The soft sounds of flipping, folding, and arranging the exam papers were not particularly loud, yet in the currently hushed classroom, they resonated distinctly. What? Someone has already finished the paper this quickly? Some students were discreetly glancing at Qing's paper, which was filled to the brim with pencil-written answers, clearly not a product of careless scribbling. In contrast, they found themselves still tackling the final fill-in-the-blank question on the front of their own papers, their mindset inevitably affected, prompting them to hasten their pace. Uncertainty loomed. Would he, in his haste, make careless errors on questions he ought to have answered correctly, thus altering the course of his fate? However, such matters were beyond Qing's concern. He had already commenced the Chinese examination. Compared to mathematics, writing Chinese characters was significantly more time-consuming, extending the answering period slightly. Yet, in no more than 15 minutes, he found himself at the last question of the paper. Due to their limited vocabulary, children of this age typically struggled to compose essays. Instead, they were tasked with describing a picture in words. The minimum requirement was to write 50 characters, clearly narrating the story depicted in the illustration. There was no upper limit on the word count, which, theoretically, allowed Qing to express himself freely, crafting several hundred words without issue. It was no wonder he stood out. If he could be lazy, why write more? As an aspiring web novelist, once his thoughts began to flow, he could write endlessly. By the end, there was simply not enough space in the designated boxes, leading him to scribble in the margins, barely accommodating his conclusion. In total, he had penned approximately 400 words. Acceptable, perhaps, even if the grading teacher were to skim through without paying heed to content. The sheer volume of his writing would warrant full marks without dispute. A series of loud, continuous snores emanated from behind him. Turning around, He was not surprised to find that the physical education teacher had indeed fallen asleep. What a skill! He had thought his answering speed was impressive. Yet the teacher's ability to doze off was even more remarkable. Chapter 49. Qing, I envy you, immortal. In the ensuing moments, he meticulously reviewed the examination paper 3 or 4 times, and upon assuring himself of its impeccable state, Qing confidently raised his right arm, preparing to submit his paper prematurely. Yet, it was evident that the invigilating teacher, covertly listening to music on her MP3 player from the podium, misinterpreted his gesture. She mistakenly assumed he was in urgent need of the restroom. Without a moment's inquiry, she roused the sports teacher, who was nestled in a delightful reverie. Hey, this child needs to use the restroom. Perhaps due to having just awakened, he rubbed his eyes and frowned, his unwelcoming expression rendering those around him silent with trepidation. However, Qing was unfazed by his demeanor, as he had not been the one to disturb the teacher. Moreover, he had no intention of visiting the restroom. He clarified, Teacher, I do not wish to use the restroom. I am here to submit my paper early. Having completed his work, he reasoned that a thorough review was in order. Little one, you wouldn't want to lose points due to carelessness and face the regret of failure, would you? I have utmost confidence in my abilities. Ah, you mischievous child. Perhaps having not encountered a student bold enough to retort in quite some time, the invigilator found herself amused amidst the monotony of her duty. The two invigilators, one on each side of Qing, transformed into figures of pressure, scrutinizing his answers with pointed fingers. The multiple-choice section, all correct. The fill-in-the-blank section, all correct. The more they examined, the more astonished and elated they became. Look here, this question. Hiss, wait. Who taught you this equation? The calculation problems, the application questions, and even the final bonus question were all impeccable, without a trace of error. Remarkably, the problem involving chickens and rabbits did not employ the simplest method. Instead, he utilized a method involving a two-variable linear equation, typically studied in higher grades. Such brilliance was daunting. Qing had initially intended to partake in this examination as an ordinary student. Yet he was met with skepticism from the teachers and disdain from his peers. Now, he decided to cease his pretense. He revealed that he was the Dragon King returning from the mid-level of his second year in high school, back to the elementary entrance examination. Initially, the female invigilator had contemplated finding fault with Qing, seeking to reprimand this troublesome student. However, she was unexpectedly taken aback by his prowess. Meanwhile, the sports teacher, harboring similar intentions, sat in ominous silence. Setting aside other matters, this essay alone surpassed anything he had written in his youth. Had he been the one answering the questions, he would likely have devolved into a narrative about a rainy night when his mother carried him, burning with fever, to the hospital, resorting to formulaic writing. Truly, the youth were formidable. As the two instructors found themselves unable to extract any faults from the paper, they began to impart their wisdom to Qing. Adults often possess the uncanny ability to uncover narratives advantageous to them within any situation, subsequently attempting to suppress the youth by asserting their erroneousness. They launched into long-winded discourses about institutional requirements, safety considerations, and an array of patronizing platitudes. Observing the lengthy tirade, Qing, exasperated, raised his hands in understanding and stated, Then I shall submit my paper first, and as long as I am allowed to exit directly after the examination concludes, that shall suffice, correct? This is not entirely unfeasible. Ultimately, she collected Qing's paper in front of the entire class. This act sparked a small commotion, transforming the previously quiet examination room into a cacophony of whispers. One could only wonder if some were attempting to fish for answers amidst the noise. Silence. What is there to discuss? If you two could achieve a perfect score like Qing did, completing the paper 40 minutes in advance, you might as well submit your work early. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound stillness. Is it truly possible to finish 40 minutes early? And with a perfect score? Is this even human? This question resonated in the minds of the 37 young children in the classroom. As they faced the stark realization of the gap between the ordinary and the extraordinary, it was almost enough to leave them in a cold sweat. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of others, Qing could only rest his chin in his hand, gazing out the window and reminiscing about his past life. In his youth, Qing's academic performance had been far from exemplary. Perhaps it was the increasing temptations of adulthood that led him astray. As he inevitably succumbed to various distractions, animation, video games, and other such diversions were far more engaging than the drudgery of academia, gradually dulling his desire to learn. One might argue that the blame lay with those wretched internet CAF owners, who bore significant responsibility for his academic decline in his previous life. What? You say Su Qing's family owns an internet CAF now? Oh, well then, that changes things. An internet CAF is splendid. If everyone could come to play at his family's establishment, that would be even better. After all, he had no control over others' academic performances. But if students ceased paying for internet access, how would he ever afford a Bentley in the future? His thoughts wandered, tinged with a sinister perspective. As the capitalist within him resurfaced, it was only when someone tapped him on the shoulder that Su Qing's gaze refocused, curious to see who had called him. Unsurprisingly, it was the physical education teacher who had been sitting right behind him. You must be Su Qing, correct? My name is Chao Yang, and I will likely be your teacher in the advanced class. Hello, teacher. Perhaps due to the monotony of monitoring the exam and seeing Su Qing idly passing the time, the teacher felt compelled to strike up a conversation. He moved his chair closer to Su Qing's, and the two engaged in quiet conversation, making an effort not to disturb their classmates. Now closer, Su Qing could observe him more carefully, dressed in short sleeves due to the sweltering heat. His left arm appeared unremarkable, while his right arm boasted lean muscle, exuding an impression of formidable explosive power. This was the legendary right-hand Qilin arm, while the left seemed weak, a clear indication of a badminton player. Teacher, if I am not mistaken, you are the physical education teacher who teaches badminton, correct? A look of surprise and fluster crossed his face, and Su Qing smiled slightly, guessing his unspoken thoughts. Wow, is that so? How do you know this? This is our first encounter, isn't it? So impressive, so remarkable, so powerful, can you discern it at a glance? Continuing with my analysis, one might surmise that in his daily life, his character is rather straightforward, yet he possesses the wisdom to adapt his speech to suit his audience. The child sitting opposite Su Qing compelled him to swallow his curses. He appears devoid of ulterior motives. During his previous employment, Su Qing found pleasure in the company of such individuals, as there was no fear of betrayal. With just a few simple words, Su Qing seemed to uncover nearly every secret about him, save for the password to his bank card. It is evident from your muscular physique, dear teacher, that badminton necessitates frequent exertion of the dominant hand, and your robust legs further confirm my assumptions. Judging by your reaction, I must have guessed correctly. Additionally, another reason for my conjecture is that your clothing bears the logo of a niche brand. In the early 2000s, aside from professional badminton players, it is unlikely anyone would purchase a niche Japanese brand for casual wear. Subsequently, the boy displayed an innocuous smile, while Chao Yang's grin appeared somewhat forced. TSK. This child is rather intimidating. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of calm. After all, he had navigated the complexities of society. The ease with which Su Qing perceived his character stemmed from the deceptive innocence of his youth. Ah, you little rascal, I have already taken note of you. When the time comes, I shall ensure you undergo rigorous training in my badminton class. With that, he reached out to pat Su Qing's arm, which merely conveyed that he was slightly more robust than the average child. His expression swiftly morphed into one of disdain, reminiscent of an incredulous meme. When this disdainful look was juxtaposed with Chao Yang's rugged visage, a chill ran down his spine. My mind, did not entertain such peculiar thoughts. Thus, it becomes evident that sometimes an overly vivid imagination can be a detriment, prompting Su Qing to forcefully redirect his attention to dispel the fantasies swirling in his mind. When badminton was mentioned, Su Qing recalled that the system had also provided him with a basic skill in badminton. To this day, he had yet to wield a racket. Nor did he understand the true extent of what this so-called basic level entailed. Adhering to the principle that anything produced by the system is of exceptional quality, Su Qing harbored immense confidence in himself. There is a saying within the badminton community: the enigmatic Lao Deng, Kung Fu Panda, and the young master are collectively known as the three great bosses of the wild badminton courts. Since his rebirth, Su Qing had long since resolved to engage in physical exercise and discover a sport he truly loved as one of his life goals. In his previous life, he had harbored a modicum of interest in badminton and had attempted it a few times with friends. The reason was simple: there were many girls. Unfortunately, the exorbitant court fees and the ever-increasing cost of badminton equipment became the last straw, preventing him from pursuing it further due to his financial constraints. Now that the system has presented him with this opportunity, why not give badminton a try? Ding, the hidden system has returned for a limited time. Suddenly, a multitude of firework tubes erupted around Su Qing, startling him to the point of nearly toppling from his chair. Fortunately, the physical education teacher's quick reflexes prevented him from suffering embarrassment. The classification of skill levels includes novice, proficient, master, and legendary. If we consider the unwavering training of an ordinary person devoid of talent as a measuring unit, it would take approximately 1 to 5 years to reach novice status, 6 to 15 years to achieve proficiency, 16 years to attain mastery, while the legendary level, barring exceptional opportunities or innate talent, remains perpetually out of reach. Lacking talent means that no amount of effort throughout one's lifetime can lead to becoming the strongest. The system's description may seem harsh, yet it is undeniably realistic. However, Su Qing is unlikely to experience such anguish in this lifetime. Do you comprehend the value of possessing a comprehensive, maximum-level talent? With pride swelling within, Su Qing coughed softly to regain attention. Quiet down, Teacher Chow. Please refrain from conversing with Su Qing and focus on your invigilation duties. All right, he chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head before slowly rising to wander about the classroom. I, too, should stretch my legs. Otherwise, I might fall ill after the term begins. The children, engaged in answering questions, finally sighed in relief. Due to their age, their attention spans were already limited, and the casual chatter around them made it exceedingly easy to divert their focus. The mischievous Su Qing was indeed a source of trouble. Being in the same examination room as him was akin to a curse for them. When the bell signaling the end of class rang, Su Qing dashed out of the classroom without a hint of nostalgia. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, several affected children continued to scribble away, having been preoccupied with eavesdropping just as they missed several questions blank on their papers. Teacher, I implore you, it's all Su Qing's fault. I was so close to finishing. This young boy, previously unfamiliar with Su Qing, would likely never forget that name for the rest of his life. The female invigilator mercilessly extracted the exam paper from his hands inch by inch. It felt as though his very soul was being drawn away, leaving him slumped in his chair. Given his performance, although admission to the experimental primary school was practically guaranteed, meeting the standards for selection into the gifted class seemed a distant dream. He thought of his parents and teachers who held high hopes for him, of the loyal dog Huang, who accompanied him day and night, and of the makeshift toilet that had been turned upside down during the New Year festivities. A single tear slipped from his eye, tracing down his cheek before falling to the ground. Ultimately, all that crystallized into a solitary phrase. Su Qing, I curse you. Chapter 50. I heard the echoes of a lovesick fool, life achievement task, the growth ladder task description, upon completing the transition from kindergarten to primary school. The host officially embarks on a new phase of life. The initial goal of enhancing the family's living conditions during childhood has been largely fulfilled. The subsequent 6 years of primary education will focus on the development of personal potential. From today, a lengthy 6-year task commences. The host is required to make progress in 5 areas: sports, music, academics, ethics, and emotions. The system will assign quantifiable points based on improvements. Rewards will be unlocked in real time according to the accumulated points. Task progress: 10,000 task rewards, 100 points. 10 bottles of brain gold calming elixir, authentic, 1,000 points. 10 strengthening pills, limited to human capacity, 10,000 points. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. No living entities. The presence of this system has always been somewhat understated, yet it tends to reappear just as everyone is on the verge of forgetting it, as if fearful that they might lose sight of the fact that this is a tale of rebirth, having coexisted with it for so many years. He recalls the days when he was but a small infant, engaging it in conversation to alleviate his boredom. Now that he has matured, accompanied by his parents and childhood companion, its role has become less conspicuous. Alas, once you cherished me as your sweet darling. Now you call me Lady Cow. Su Qing, you have no heart. For a fleeting moment, Su Qing felt a tinge of guilt within. Haha, just kidding. There are numerous hosts of this system. Where would I find the time to focus solely on you, narcissist? Su Qing wished he could slap the version of himself from a second ago for harboring any expectations of this amusing system. Nevertheless, it is rather pleasant. After all, he would not want to be under constant surveillance by the system. Such an arrangement would leave him devoid of any privacy. At this moment, he turned back to reread the description of this long-term task. The rewards are remarkably generous, particularly the storage space, which can only be obtained by achieving full marks, an essential skill for both home and travel. Thus, he is determined to acquire all 3 rewards. The first 2 rewards are also quite useful, and the quantities provided are substantial. He could even share some with his parents and childhood friends. With his mind multitasking, contemplating how to fulfill the task, he continued walking towards the large map he had encountered earlier that morning. Without a doubt, Su Qing was the first to arrive at the designated gathering spot. The other 2 girls were nowhere to be seen, They were likely still preoccupied with submitting their papers. Like an outsider, he gazed from a distance at the children streaming out of the teaching building, eagerly anticipating the sight of familiar little heads. Simultaneously, he felt somewhat relieved for having arrived early. Otherwise, he would have been jostled about like everyone else. Guess who I am? Suddenly, a cool little hand covered his eyes, plunging him into darkness. There was no need for guesswork. The voice remained unchanged, instantly recognizable. Xining, when did you come out? I didn't see you. The other party released her small hand, and Su Qing turned around to find a shyly smiling little girl. As soon as they exited the teaching building, she donned her hat again. Su Qing forced her to lift her head and pretended to be fierce as he pinched her little face. I confess. The tender, smooth face was ruthlessly tortured by his playful gesture, causing her to speak with a lisp. It turned out that the main entrance of the teaching building had been secured with a chain, but it was not tightly fastened. She had managed to push it open a small gap and slipped out. She seemed rather proud of herself, leaving Su Qing both amused and exasperated. Meow Meow probably isn't as clever as you. Just wait. Given her temperament, she will only come out once everyone else has left. Indeed, after all, Meow Meow despises crowded environments, especially in such sweltering weather. The corridor is filled with the stench of sweat. As she spoke, Pei Xining feigned being overwhelmed by the odor, disdainfully waving her hand in front of her nose. Su Qing was utterly charmed by her adorable antics and affectionately ruffled Pei Xining's hair. This gesture had almost become a habit. A day without it felt incomplete. Su Qing, don't think that just because you've outsmarted me this time, you can remain on top forever. I will surpass you in the midterm exams after school starts. While the two were happily chatting and waiting for Shui Meow Meow to emerge, an inexplicable little brat blocked Su Qing's path, uttering a series of nonsensical remarks. Not a chance. Who are you? Humph. Still trying to pretend you don't know me? You think that will provoke me? Well, let me tell you, you have succeeded. You may not realize it, but you have awakened a sleeping lion. When I get serious, the entire experimental primary school will bow to me. Listening to his ramblings, Su Qing felt a headache coming on. Not only was his speech disjointed, but the heavy air of adolescent bravado made one wonder if he had some mental issues. First, he quickly pulled Pei Xining back 2 steps, creating a safe distance, fearing a sudden outburst from the boy. Then, utilizing the tacit understanding they had developed over the past 6 months, they began to communicate through body language. Su Qing, furrowed brow and inquiry finger pointed at the boy's head expression of disdain. Pei Xining, hand on chin in contemplation, a light bulb appears above her head. The truth is clear. He is a silly fool. Then, the little girl received a gentle tap on the head from Su Qing as a lesson. Children should not use foul language. This truly shocked Pei Xining, who hurriedly stepped back, thinking, could my brother Qing really have mind-reading powers? I cannot read minds. She was even more astounded, her eyes reflecting a pure, naive disbelief. As if to say, though I may not be well-read, don't deceive me. Why you? Brother Qing, you still say you can't read minds, and I didn't say anything foul. I was merely thinking. Thinking is not allowed either. Domineering, dictatorial, miserly. Yet she wore an expression of great grievance. The issue of profanity is one that cannot be entirely eradicated. After all, humans do not inhabit sterile environments and will inevitably encounter 1 or 2 individuals of low caliber. All Su Qing could do was provide appropriate guidance. No, let us not digress. Who is this little brat? It suddenly dawned on Su Qing as he slapped his forehead, recognizing the boy's identity. During the exam, you were seated in front of me to the left, weren't you? But how dare you insult me? The little boy was now exasperated. He stomped his foot, stirring up a cloud of dust, and through gritted teeth, introduced himself, ensuring Su Qing would remember his name. I am Yang Fei from Class 1 of Bihai Kindergarten. Now you remember? Ah. Initially, Su Qing and Pei Xin feigned enlightenment, but upon exchanging glances, they both discovered the confusion mirrored in each other's eyes, bursting into laughter before shaking their heads in unison. Little brother Qing, you are so mischievous. Pretending to remember someone you clearly do not know. You were no different. I only responded after hearing your ah. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Being teased repeatedly. Little Yang Fei was genuinely flustered. Ah, I've had enough of you too. Listen closely. I am the leader of Class 1, the first recognized genius child of Bihai Kindergarten, the most loyal knight of Princess Shui Meow Meow, and I have consistently occupied the 2nd position on the Little Red Flower leaderboard. As for why I am the first genius child and why I always rank 2nd, don't ask. Just know that everything changed after Su Qing arrived, especially since he referred to himself as the most loyal knight of a princess. Child, you are invincible. Su Qing could not help but chuckle. Faintly sensing the echoes of sycophants, perhaps the original king of sycophants, Jiang Jia, could not rival him. After all, he is Yang Fei Fei. If you read it differently, it becomes Fiangyang. He is among the 4 great sycophants of the internet, a title whose value needs no elaboration. Those who understand, understand. Ah, I see now. You can leave, right? If you're scared, just say so. Su Qing will keep a close watch on you. Our midterm exams will determine our fates. Ah, yes, yes. Hurry along. Your mother must be waiting anxiously. For such youthful melodrama, Su Qing suggested mixing in 24 bags of concrete, allowing it to set before submerging it in the Bohai Bay for optimal flavor. He was genuinely disinclined to engage further, as he could already see Shui Miao Miao approaching. Once he joined her, they needed to leave promptly. After all, who would want to stand outside in the sweltering summer heat? You're anxious, aren't you? Let us go. Upon arriving, Shui Miao Miao greeted Su Qing as usual, naturally taking his hand and leading him toward the school gate. With Su Qing's left hand in Pei Xining's and his right in Shui Miao Miao's, the experience was indescribable. Meow, is that you, Miao Miao? Oh, finally. I get to see you again. Hearing someone call her name from behind, Shui Miao Miao paused and turned around. Upon realizing it was merely a stranger, a young boy, she disregarded him and hurriedly continued to pull Su Qing and the others towards the school gate, walking briskly. The heat was unbearable. With no air conditioning to offer solace in the car, Shui Miao Miao felt as if she might perish from the sweltering summer heat. Hey, Miao Miao. Don't you recognize that person? He just introduced himself as your knight. Upon hearing this, the anxious Shui Miao Miao, despite walking along the pebbled path of the campus in the scorching summer, felt a shiver of disgust run down her spine. She promptly replied with an air of disdain. I don't know him. He is irrelevant. Her voice, carried by the wind, drifted through the trees and reached the boy's ears. A sudden crack echoed from behind. Reminiscent of something shattering, yet the trio paid no mind to any distractions. The parents gathered at the school gate had either departed or dispersed, leaving only a few, including Mrs. Su, standing in a conspicuous spot, their expressions tinged with anxiety and confusion. Upon spotting the trio together, their worries began to ease, and the 2 young girls could hardly contain their excitement as they dashed forward, leaping into the arms of their mothers. Chapter 51. Allow me to inquire. The bond between Shui Miao Miao and her mother remains as tender and affectionate as ever. Initially, the little girl merely intended to engage in a brief embrace, a mere formality. After all, standing outdoors in the sweltering summer heat for an extended period had left both of them perspiring, and the closeness of their skin inevitably rendered the embrace somewhat sticky. After what felt like a minute, the little girl began to squirm, seeking to break free. However, her mother was reluctant to let go. How could she part with such a delightful, fragrant, and soft daughter, akin to a cuddly pillow? Mom, you're being ridiculous. Please let go. Continuing this would be quite impolite. Oh dear, has Miao Miao begun to find her mother bothersome? How heart-wrenching. With that, the mother tightened her hold, lifting Princess Shui Miao Miao into her arms. The unexpected turn of events elicited shrieks of protest from Miao Miao, yet her face remained adorned with a smile, indicating that she was indeed enjoying the moment. Subsequently, the mother, resembling a mischievous uncle, carried her towards the car, opened the door, and playfully tossed her inside. After shutting the door, she discreetly adjusted her back, reflecting on the relentless passage of time. Meanwhile, Pei Xining, who was still at the school gate, climbed out of Sumu's embrace and inquired, Auntie, where has my mother gone? Remember this morning when she mentioned treating you all to a delightful Kentucky Fried Chicken feast? It would have been too cumbersome to dine at the restaurant, so I had to ask your mother to fetch it. It is worth noting that this meal was courtesy of Su Fu, who was also serving as the driver to take Pei Xining's mother to the commercial district's KFC. Why not let Su Fu go alone? Well, everyone has their aversions. For instance, Su Fu particularly detests the mingled sin of fried food and floor cleaner prevalent in fast food restaurants. Each visit induces a queasy sensation. However, Su Qing and Su Mu never seem to notice the odor and often tease Su Fu, calling him overly sensitive. Oh, I see. That way, we can also visit Annie's house afterward, right? Very clever. Let us go. I'll take you to Annie's house. With that, Su Mu grasped the little girl's hand, hastening to catch up with the duo of Shui Miao Miao ahead, seemingly oblivious to the presence of her son trailing behind. Su Qing, left behind, observed the warm and joyful interaction between Pei Xining and Su Mu, momentarily feeling as though Pei Xining and Su Mu were the true family. Oh no. Has he become the substitute? By principle, children are not permitted to sit in the front passenger seat. Thus it was naturally assigned to Su Mu. However, Such minor details rarely attract scrutiny, especially as there were not many surveillance cameras on the streets at that hour. Due to their petite statures, the three in the back seat did not feel cramped. Once inside the vehicle, the intimacy of the space opened the floodgates for conversation. As parents, their primary concern revolved around the trio's performance on the recent examination, pondering the difficulty of the questions on the test. Two little girls were brimming with confidence, especially Shui Miao Miao, who boldly proclaimed, "Just wait. This time I will definitely make it into the elite class. Not even Jesus can stop me, mark my words." In contrast, the more introverted Pei Xining leaned towards practicality, showering Su Qing with compliments. Big brother Qing has predicted many of the questions correctly. He is truly remarkable. There was even a math problem where the numbers remained unchanged that left a lasting impression on me. Su Qing, caught between the two, smiled faintly, silently attributing his success to humility. He raised his hand, not in apology, but rather as if to say, "You still need to practice, dear teacher." This was all thanks to Su Qing's encouragement for them to study, as Miao Miao hardly touched a book at home. Naturally, Su Qing felt elated to receive praise from the ladies. Yet, he remained modest, stating, "Everyone is working hard. This cannot be quantified." After the exams, Su Qing received the MVP award for teaching the two girls strategies and knowledge, scoring a remarkable 13-0, leading the group. Meanwhile, Miao Miao and Xining, who only needed to practice and listen, managed to achieve a score of 3-0. Such a calculation seemed unfair. Everyone had exerted tremendous effort. As the conversation shifted to the exam questions, they finally had the opportunity to discuss their answers after leaving the school. "Miao Miao, do you remember what you chose for the third question in the Chinese exam?" "It should be C." "No, wait, it must be B." She belonged to the type that forgets answers immediately after writing them down. Now, a pang of regret struck her. Had she memorized her answers before leaving, she could compare them with Su Qing, that 100 perfect score prodigy, to identify any mistakes and estimate her score. However, Su Qing had always disapproved of such methods. Once a decision is made, there is no turning back. The paper has been submitted, and all that remains is to wait. This approach served only to stir anxiety without any practical benefit. "Big brother Qing, do you remember the correct answer to the math bonus question? The one about the chickens and rabbits in the same pen?" Despite Pei Xining's pleading gaze, Su Qing struggled to maintain his wavering resolve. "Steel. Our history is quite long, and the workforce is quite abundant." "What steel?" "We are talking about chickens and rabbits. I think spaghetti should be mixed with concrete number 42 because of the length of this screw." His nonsensical responses successfully doused the girl's fervor for calculating scores. Pei Xining's eyes grew wide in disbelief as she stared at Su Qing. Had it not been for the numerous pedestrians on the street, Shui Miao Miao, with her gleaming canines, would have been tempted to take a bite out of him. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped from the driver, who had been unable to contain her laughter. Oblivious to the traffic light ahead turning from red to green, the cars behind them began to honk impatiently. "Oh dear, it is entirely your fault, Su Qing, for deliberately making me laugh. I had just been stuck in a gear, pressing the clutch and brake while waiting." Amidst a flurry of chaotic maneuvers, the vehicle began to tremble noticeably. The tachometer dropped to 0, indicating a clear stalling of the engine. Consequently, the horns of the cars waiting behind us blared with increasing urgency. "Oh, how dreadful, you lifeless machine. Move for me, I implore you." Upon returning home, my wife collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted, her face flushed with embarrassment. It seemed that the recent blunder in front of everyone had indeed taken a toll on her. The children, however, were oblivious to such concerns. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the coffee table in the living room, where 3 large bags emblazoned with the likeness of Grandpa Ken were placed. The 2 little girls eagerly rushed forward to tear them open, excitedly extracting numerous small boxes from within. Su Qing, on the other hand, did not share their enthusiasm, perhaps having outgrown the allure of junk food. Remember this phrase, for it will be on the test. Adhering to the principle of spending wisely and avoiding unnecessary expenditures, Su's father had purchased nearly all high-value meal packages. Consequently, this led to the inevitable dilemma of uneven food distribution. The 3 of them formed a triangle around the food, exchanging glances, unsure of how to proceed. It was Su Qing, the pillar of support, who first broke the silence. He began to recount a fable. Once, there were 3 explorers who had gone missing in the Sahara Desert. By the 4th day of their trek, they were left with only 1 bottle of water, which meant that whoever drank it would have a better chance of survival. And then, what happened next? Did Xiao Qing and his companions find an oasis and survive? The two girls eagerly awaited Su Qing to finish the story, while he smirked mischievously. In a swift motion, he snatched the only 2 pieces of finger-licking good chicken from the table, disregarding all notions of fairness. The moral of the story was clear: the slow shall miss out. Ironically, though he had just been contemplating his maturity beyond junk food, he found himself reveling in the feast more than anyone else. A man's words can indeed be deceiving. How infuriating, Su Qing. That piece of chicken was my target first. You rascal, I curse you with a circle for your future endeavors in finding a wife. Oh dear. How malicious. Witnessing Su Qing delightfully devouring fried chicken, the 2 little girls could no longer resist joining this battle of swiftness. In essence, it was a matter of seizing whatever one could grasp first. But one must admit, food snatched from others does indeed taste far superior to one's own, for reasons unknown. Could it be that the allure of wildflowers surpasses that of cultivated blooms? By the way, meow meow, would you care for a chicken leg? As he spoke, Su Qing pretended to raise the large drumstick in his hand, showcasing it to her. This tactic was known as courtesy before combat. On the surface, she appeared harmless and considerate, yet beneath that facade lay a reservoir of mischief. The mere thought of her impending actions sent a ripple of suppressed laughter through Su Qing. What? I won't eat. I have my own, she declared. Very well, if you won't eat, then I shall. With that, Su Qing brazenly seized the large chicken leg positioned before Shui Miao Miao and took hearty bites. Not content with merely indulging, he chewed while chattering. This is what you explicitly stated you would not consume, so I shall reluctantly take it upon myself to finish it. This maneuver left Pei Xining astounded. Who knew such tactics were possible? Shui Miaomiu was also successfully amused by Su Qing's antics. She then mimicked his behavior, holding aloft a box of unopened French fries and inquired, Su Qing, will you have some fries? I will. And thus, her fries were snatched away. Not only had she lost the chicken leg, but in a moment of oversight, she also forfeited the fries. A double loss, indeed. After being outsmarted by Su Qing's cleverness, Shui Miao Miao, exasperated, retorted, then let me ask you, do you align with the Baisher faction or the Coca-Cola faction? Is it not essential to pair chicken legs with sweet and spicy sauce? Tell me. Engaging in a battle of wits, Su Qing found that, at that moment, Shui Miao Miao's demeanor took on an unexpectedly sharp quality. Chapter 52 Win. In one corner, children delightedly savored fried chicken and sipped cola, while the television aired the animated series Pokemon, presented by Shui Miao Miao, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Meanwhile, the parents enjoyed tea and snacks, engaging in a lively gathering of their own, a tea party of sorts. The solitary figure of Su's father, a man akin to an eagle, had quietly departed from the household, unnoticed by anyone. It seemed that his leisure activities were exceedingly scarce, with a 99% likelihood that he had ventured to the internet CAF to join his companions. Let him be. As the conversation flowed, Su's mother produced a stack of promotional flyers she had collected, which were distributed by various tutoring centers outside the school gate. There were at least 6 or 7 establishments represented, each offering a myriad of options. In the face of such competition, the value for money was remarkably high, and Su's mother found herself intrigued. Yet, overwhelmed by choices, she was uncertain which one to select. Yiyan, your Miao Miao has been attending tutoring classes since childhood. Why not recommend one to me? At this moment, the lady had finally claimed her own name, Su Ruya, with Miao Miao taking her maternal surname. To this day, the whereabouts of her father remain a mystery. I believe we should consider the child's opinion. Let us inquire about what activities Xiao Qing is interested in. From a distance. Upon overhearing this, Shui Miaomiu readily chimed in, promptly dismantling the discussion. Ha! You never asked for my opinion when you enrolled me before. Woman, your name should be hypocrisy. This was a habit learned from spending too much time with Su Qing. Despite often being at a disadvantage in their trio, she still managed to exert her influence externally. Su Qing, Si Ning, and Miao Miao, come here for a moment. It's the perfect opportunity to enroll together, and you'll have each other for company. The lady clearly appeared somewhat displeased, particularly emphasizing Miao Miao's name with a measured cadence. Instantly, the little girl sensed the gravity of the situation, retreating behind Su Qing, using his form as a shield while retorting, but Mom, I'm already enrolled in several tutoring classes. My weekends are fully booked. Adding more would be overwhelming. Mom, I see you're just being unreasonable. The playful exchange between mother and daughter continued, oblivious to the concerned expression on Pei's mother's face as she sat nearby. Her demeanor troubled. This scene did not escape Pei Xining's notice. Despite feeling disappointed, she was more concerned about not wanting her mother to feel burdened because of her. The root of the problem lay in the widening gap between the family's financial circumstances, with only the Pei family belonging to the category of ordinary wage earners. Moreover, having recently taken out a loan to purchase their long-term residence, they found themselves in a particularly precarious economic situation. Although admission to the elite class exempted her from tuition fees, she tended to dwell on the worst-case scenarios, firmly believing that the substantial tuition fees for the experimental elementary school must be preserved and untouchable. However, if she were to withdraw another sum for enrolling in extracurricular classes at this moment, it would indeed place her in a predicament. Meanwhile, Qing pondered over which subjects to choose. His mother's suggestions aligned perfectly with his thoughts, serving as a catalyst for completing his systematic tasks. Had it not been for today's circumstances, he would have eventually taken the initiative to enroll in an interest class. Currently, he did not require supplementary lessons for his main subjects. As for extracurricular interests, he decided to sign up for badminton first and then perhaps a piano course. Initially, Qing had aspired to learn the guitar. Back when he first entered university, he impulsively purchased a low-quality instrument online, only to abandon it after a few days due to the painful strings. Now, observing himself with delicate skin and a height of merely 150 centimeters, he felt that holding a large guitar seemed rather incongruous. Thus, he ultimately opted to study piano for the next 2 years. That sounds wonderful. Our Meow Meow is also learning piano. You can join her, his mother exclaimed joyfully, rummaging through a pile of brochures until she found one emblazoned with the words Red Star Interest Development, which she proudly displayed to everyone. This was the very piano tutoring class that Shui Meow Meow had recently enrolled in. Sue's mother scrutinized it, her eyes immediately drawn to several lines of bold text proclaiming slogans such as "Don't let your child fall behind at the starting line," and "If you don't enroll, it's fine. We will cultivate your child as competitors." Regardless of the ethical implications, Sue's mother was ensnared by the allure of these promotional statements and decisively declared, "This is the one. Let Qing attend 2 trial classes in a couple of days. The promotion of 50 lessons plus 5 free is quite appealing." Indeed. The teachers here are all graduates from reputable institutions within the same field, so their capabilities are assured. At that moment, Pei's mother glanced at the brochure, noting the hefty price of each class, and let out a weary sigh. "Mom, I don't want to study these things. I would be very happy just being able to play with Qing often." The sensible Pei Xining spoke up at the right moment. Observing her daughter's sincere expression and heartfelt words only deepened her own maternal distress. Sue's mother, now aware that her words may have been inappropriate, sought to amend her statement but found herself at a loss for words. She could only cast meaningful glances at Qing, silently urging her son to devise a solution. Receiving the unspoken signal, Qing nodded in understanding, ready to take action. "Mom, you can't play badminton alone. I want to join Xining." "Oh, son. It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that Xining isn't interested. You must respect others' wishes." The tacit understanding cultivated over the years between mother and son allowed Sue's mother to seamlessly play along with Qing's performance. I think. The subsequent dialogue was exceedingly embarrassing, placing Qing in an awkward position. Yet, his mother continued to convey silent threats with her eyes and discreetly signaled a monetary gesture beneath the table, indicating that additional funds could be arranged. His limits were gradually shattered in such a manner. Embracing a mindset of defiance against death, Qing took a deep breath and, in the next moment, collapsed onto the ground, rolling about. No, I want to be with Xining." A burst of laughter escaped from Mrs. Tai, who had just taken a sip of tea, nearly causing her to spew it all out. "This lad, his persona has crumbled." Shui Meow Meow was also stifling a laugh, her expressions and gestures mirroring those of Mrs. Tai as if they had been copied and pasted, leading one to marvel at the power of genetics. "How about this? Xining, you accompany Qing, all right? Andy will help you sign up together." Pei Xining lifted the fallen Qing, her eyes glistening with tears as she embraced him tightly, refusing to let go. Indeed, she proudly proclaimed herself as Qing's best little girl in the world. How could she fail to perceive his act? In truth, the distinction between reality and pretense held little significance. What mattered was that Pei's mother had a way out, and Sue's mother had a reason to provide financial support. As the situation reached a resolution, it culminated in a heartwarming conclusion reminiscent of a reunion, with everyone joyfully making dumplings together. From that point onward, every Sunday, Qing would attend 2 hours of badminton lessons with Pei Xining, while Saturday afternoons were reserved for 3 hours of piano lessons with Shui Meow Meow. The remainder of the summer holiday gradually blossomed into a rich tapestry of experiences. As a result of this incident, Qing received a reward of pocket money from his mother. Pei Ning gained free access to tutoring classes, and Shui Miao's piano lessons were no longer solitary. A triumphant outcome for all. Chapter 53 Reunion in the early 2000s. The piano was regarded by most parents as a symbol of sophistication and elegance. During their own childhood, such luxuries were beyond their reach. Both parents, intrigued by this novelty, decided to accompany Qing to the Hongqing Tutoring Center to satiate their curiosity. On a Sunday, Su's father drove them to the entrance of the youth palace. But their true destination was a 7-story building directly across the street. Ascending the elevator to the 4th floor, they found the entire level dedicated to the tutoring center, offering a plethora of courses in various arts, including music and dance, all adorned with luxurious and modern decor. As they passed by the dance studio, they were captivated by the sight of young men and women in practice attire, gracefully executing their movements behind a vast glass wall, showcasing the allure of dance. Su's father and Qing exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them, an unspoken camaraderie among men. How wonderful dance is. We must learn it. However, their enthusiasm was swiftly curtailed by Su's mother's firm grip as she twisted their ears, leading them towards the prearranged office. Qing winced in pain, distracted enough to bump into someone. His immediate reaction was an apology. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see Teacher Yuan. Is that you?" Upon realizing the unexpected encounter, Su's mother released her hold. Finally at ease, Qing opened his eyes to recognize the individual he had collided with, an old acquaintance. No wonder the scent of perfume seemed familiar. "Ah, that hurts. Qing, what are you doing here?" Teacher Yuan had been preoccupied with the performance report in her hands. Her brow furrowed as she compared her meager commission with that of her colleagues, sighing at the disparity. It struck her that no profession is devoid of challenges, and she nostalgically recalled the carefree days of her kindergarten years. Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently bumped into a small boy in her blind spot. "Is it my fault for being short?" Qing thought. At the end of the corridor, Su's mother had already found Teacher Yuan somewhat familiar, yet the name eluded her. It was only when Qing addressed her as teacher that the memory surfaced. She recognized her from the graduation ceremony at Binhai Kindergarten, where they had briefly met. And she had even called Qing over for a photograph. With a polite smile, Yuan Ziding inquired about their presence, to which Su's mother candidly replied, "Oh, our Qing wishes to learn piano, so we came to take a look." Upon hearing these words, Yuan Ziding immediately broke into a mischievous smile, her gaze towards Qing gradually becoming enigmatic. "So this lad is merely being tsundere. I knew it. He's been sulking and silent all this time, yet here he comes, eager to seek me out." It was evident that she was entertaining a fanciful misunderstanding. However, there was no need for Qing to offer an explanation, after all. Her mother would intervene. "Wasn't Shui Miao also studying here? I brought Qing along so they could keep each other company as classmates." "Ha ha, how amusing. Wait, was it not for my sake that he chose to come here?" Suddenly, Yuan Ziding, who had been floating in blissful thoughts, was brought back to reality. Casting Qing a look filled with the sorrow of a jilted lover, hoping he would assure her that this was not true. Yet, the truth is often cruel. Qing met her gaze and resolutely nodded. No, she felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in despair, wishing to recreate the iconic scene of Yuanhua. Why are the students from Binhai Kindergarten so wicked? She half-squatted to meet Qing's eyes, her emotions vividly expressed. It was as if she was questioning where he placed the affections of his devoted teacher, committing such an act of betrayal against her. "Come on. Can you really blame me for this? I had no idea you were teaching here." Despite their sporadic communication, Yuan Ziding had never mentioned her resignation to him. As they bickered, time seemed to rewind to their kindergarten days just months prior. Although not much time had passed, many things had already changed irrevocably. "Teacher Yuan, we need to go register Qing, so we shall take our leave now." "Yes, I have matters to attend to as well. In any case, barring unforeseen circumstances, we shall soon meet again, dear Qing." Her smile was one of insincere cheer, reminiscent of a cinematic villain orchestrating events from behind the scenes. This time, it was almost certain that Qing would once again fall into her grasp. "It's just, I was the one who came first." Whether it was discovering Qing's musical talent or offering free lessons, why didn't he seek me out the moment he wanted to learn the piano? I absolutely refused to let such a prodigy attend another teacher's class. Was this not a form of NTR? The distressed Yuan Ziding was unwilling to accept such a narrative. Upon hearing her words, Qing was suddenly struck by a sense of impending doom. Could it be that Shui Miaomiu was in this woman's class? That made no sense. Why had his childhood companion never mentioned this to him? It was, after all, quite normal, unbeknownst to him. Both little girls had long regarded Yuan Ziding as a high-priority target. How could Shui Miaomiao possibly bring up her name in casual conversation? According to their arrangement, the Su family arrived at the designated office where a kindly elderly lady awaited them. She picked up a registration form and presented it to the two parents, indicating that they should first pay for 2 trial lessons, with the remaining balance to be settled should they decide to continue. After a thorough reading of the printed content on the A4 paper, which posed no issues and aligned perfectly with their prior agreement, Mother Su readily produced cash for payment. The piano lessons were to be held in Classroom 8, taught by a talented graduate from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, commencing in half an hour. You may take your child to prepare, she suggested, simultaneously retrieving a backpack adorned with the insignia of the Red Star Interest class from a nearby cabinet. Carrying it down the street would serve as a mobile advertisement, showcasing a keen business acumen. She also presented a shimmering little card, which was merely a water card, allowing them to fetch complimentary water from the front desk with a simple swipe. Following the map to locate Classroom 8, Su Qing opened the door, and the scene he had envisioned indeed unfolded before him. It was still early, and the classroom was sparsely populated, yet it already boasted the presence of the formidable duo, Shui Miaomiao and Yuan Ziding. He could easily foresee the dynamics of future piano lessons, certain that he would not escape the challenges posed by this esteemed teacher. The instructor at the podium appeared engrossed in her own performance, barely sparing a glance at Su Qing, seemingly lost in her own musical reverie. In truth, she was squinting, discreetly observing Su Qing's reactions. Everyone harbors a desire to impress, and Yuan Ziding was no exception. She mused that during her kindergarten days, she had only played nursery rhymes, never having the opportunity to showcase her true prowess. This poignant third movement would surely be effortlessly dispatched to impress the little brat Su Qing. In her mind, she envisioned him kneeling before her, begging to be taught. However, distracted by these fanciful thoughts, she stumbled over several notes. Fortunately, the surrounding children, all novices themselves, could not discern the quality of the performance. They merely recognized that teacher Ziding played with remarkable fluidity and flair, and they applauded in a confused admiration, unaware if she blushed from their praise. Su Qing, Shui Miaomiao, who had been idly resting her head on the desk, turned to find her longed-for-childhood companion by her side, momentarily believing she was hallucinating. Are you real? Silly. Have you forgotten that a few days ago, after the exam, my mother asked my aunt about the tutoring classes at my house? Oh, it's been so many days. Who can remember? They naturally settled beside each other and began to chat, with faint sounds of laughter drifting into Yuan Ziding's ears. Ignored. Teacher Yuan continued to diligently provide the background music for the two, leaning back against her chair to rest only after finishing a piece. Had she not been committed to seeing her task through to completion, she would have long since retreated to her office to indulge in some leisure. In her effort to capture Su Qing's attention by playing the piano before class, she had unwittingly increased her workload, only to realize that she had failed to achieve her ultimate goal, leaving her on the verge of tears. As the children gradually filled the music classroom, she, utterly exhausted, mustered her spirits to commence the lesson. In truth, there were only about 10 students. Any more would severely compromise the quality of instruction. Nevertheless, the lingering, resentful gazes of her pupils were almost perpetually fixed upon Su Qing, as if they sought to make him feel utterly ashamed. However, with a resilience thicker than the walls of a fortress, he effortlessly deflected their scrutiny. With a resigned sigh, she returned to her seat at the piano, her mood tinged with melancholy. It remained uncertain whether she was catering to the needs of her new student, as the lesson consisted solely of very fundamental music theory, some of which he had encountered in kindergarten. Viewing it as a review, Su Qing remained attentive and engaged. Chapter 54. I'll fill you in with an egg. Unlike the dance studio, the piano classroom is merely adorned with a small window embedded in the door. Many parents, whether intentionally or not, feign casualness as they pass by, peering through it to secretly observe their children's learning progress. Despite their attire being so utterly ordinary, akin to commonplace goods found at street stalls, they nonetheless grit their teeth and invest substantial sums to have their children learn the ostentatious art of piano playing. Mr. Su finds this perplexing. With such financial resources, one could easily earn a tidy sum by operating a street stall for a month. From his current perspective, he perceives these parents as rather foolish. Ultimately, the marketing hype is so potent that it has conjured an association between piano playing and nobility. skillfully manipulating parents' aspirations for their children to achieve greatness. Little do they realize that nobility is innate. One cannot simply transform one's fate through the mere acquisition of a musical skill. After investing considerable time and money, only a minuscule fraction of exceptionally talented individuals will succeed, rendering the endeavor futile for the majority of children. Even if one manages to gain admission to an art university, the fierce competition in the field ensures that only a select few will thrive. One might notice that a plethora of earnest and talented female piano bloggers on a certain platform have either ceased to post altogether or turned to less savory pursuits. The harsh realities of survival become evident. After over an hour of foundational learning, the students finally had a moment to rest. It was evident that Yuan Ziding exhibited greater patience with Su Qing, even making a point to approach him and inquire if he had any areas of confusion that required additional explanation. Su Qing shook his head in negation, prompting her to nod in satisfaction. "Ah, it appears you haven't forgotten the lessons I taught you back at school. Your teacher is quite pleased with you." The following segment was dedicated to reviewing assignments, allowing Su Qing, as the new transfer student, to simply observe from his seat. "Teacher, I'll go first today." With Su Qing by her side, Shui Miao Miao broke her usual silence and eagerly raised her hand, wishing to be the first to present. Let us all applaud and welcome classmate Shui Miao Miao. Indeed, as she sat poised before the piano, her demeanor transformed, her expression taking on a more serious tone. Her small hands danced across the black and white keys, the notes coalescing into a familiar melody, Beethoven's Ode to Joy. Due to her practice time being less than 2.5 years, there were slight hesitations in her performance. Yet Su Qing still offered her a warm round of applause as encouragement. Returning to her seat, the little girl's cheeks flushed as she remarked, "I didn't perform well this time. Next time, I won't make a single mistake." "You were already quite impressive. I still can't play anything." Su Qing nodded, expressing his belief in her potential, gently stroking Shui Miao Miao's round, collagen-rich face, which felt astonishingly warm. "Of course, I've been learning for 2 or 3 months longer than you, with dozens of lessons." With a touch of pride, the little girl's nose rose high. Today marked a significant victory for Shui Miao Miao, as she finally surpassed Su Qing in one regard. Once all the children had taken turns submitting their assignments, it was time for the much-anticipated leisure period. As a teacher, Yuan Ziding approached the two little ones to engage in nostalgic conversation. Under the pretext of gauging Su Qing's academic progress, "Teacher, remember when you offered to teach me piano for free? Can you still fulfill that promise?" Upon hearing Su Qing bring up the past, Yuan Ziding's expression soured considerably. Indeed, the agreement made by the two by the shores of Daming Lake had ultimately devolved into mere rhetoric. On one hand, there lay a substantial commission fee in front of her, amounting to 4 figures. On the other, a reputation that existed only in the realm of dreams, indefinitely distant. Weighing the two, Yuan Ziding did not hesitate for even a moment. She instinctively chose the allure of monetary gain. "I value honesty, my dear Tai Tai. What is tangible is what truly matters. Do not let the illusions of grand promises deceive you." This wisdom had been gleaned from her year of work post-graduation. With a beaming smile, Yuan Ziding crouched down to gently pat Su Qing's little head, and in a voice imbued with warmth, she uttered a remark that starkly contrasted with her earlier thoughts. "I will get you an egg." "An egg would suffice, indeed. But I shan't provide you with even a quail egg, Tai Tai. Would you prefer a golden egg or a silver one?" Following class. Under the watchful gaze of his parents and the subtle threat from teacher Yuan, Su Qing made his decision and signed a contract binding him to 55 lessons. No longer burdened by performance anxieties, Ms. Yuan Ziding grasped Su's mother's hand tightly, expressing her earnest hopes for Su Qing's future. She emphasized 4 pivotal goals: the development of his skills, enhancement of his understanding, elevation of his status, and a heightened awareness of learning. Once the formalities were completed, a great weight was lifted. After paying all the requisite fees, Su Qing's previously empty little backpack was now filled to the brim with the newly acquired cryptic musical scores and theory books. It seemed that boredom would not be an issue in the near future. These materials would suffice for him to delve into for quite some time. Chapter 55, Sleepless, Absolutely Sleepless. On a sweltering summer night, the atmosphere starkly contrasts with the modern convenience of air conditioning found in every household. In Pei Sanji's modest bedroom, only a solitary electric fan whirred tirelessly, providing a uniquely refreshing breeze amid the sultry heat. Tomorrow marked the day of her inaugural badminton lesson with Su Qing. Therefore, on the eve of this momentous occasion, Pei Xin meticulously prepared all the necessary equipment, diligently checking each item. Seated on the cool marble floor with her slender legs crossed, she picked up and set down various items, softly murmuring to herself, a towel for wiping brother Qing's sweat, water for when he gets thirsty, the racket, the shoes, the sportswear gifted by uncle. Pei Xin understood that it was thanks to Su Qing's assistance that she had the opportunity to attend this interest class. So she was determined to avoid any missteps. Remarkably, she had not spent a dime on her sports gear. All had been procured by Su Qing's father during a shopping trip. She was not the type to take kindness for granted. Each act of generosity was etched in her memory, and although they seemed trivial, she endeavored to reciprocate Su Qing's goodwill in her own modest way. They were set to depart at 9:30 tomorrow morning, and with the clock already striking 10, she resolved to retire early to restore her energy. Confident that everything was in order, she switched off the light. Swiftly changing into her pajamas, she climbed into bed, setting her alarm for 8:30. Feeling a sense of security as she lay down and closed her eyes. Her body was indeed weary. After all, she had spent the entire day playing with Su Qing. It seemed fitting to conclude the day with a delightful dream, ready to embrace the new routine that awaited her. With this comforting thought, she found herself wide awake. Pei Xin lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. She had tried counting sheep and dumplings, methods taught to her by Su Qing, but they were of no avail. Opening her eyes, she stared blankly at the ceiling, noticing the faint dark circles that had begun to form around her eyes. She hurriedly sat up to check the clock on her nightstand, which read 11:10. How had so much time passed? Anxiety and excitement surged within her, though she felt undeniably tired. Her heart raced faster, rendering her even more awake. Surely, many have experienced something similar. A restless night spurred by a promise to a friend or the anticipation of a school-organized spring outing or sports event. Yet, the following day often found one in a state of fatigue, where the excitement faded and all that remained was a desire to catch up on sleep. Oh, how she felt that way. With a sudden burst of energy, Pei Xin flung back her covers, her hair standing on end like a super saiyan due to static electricity. Without hesitation, she leaped from her bed and dashed to her desk. There, she began to sift through the towering stack of books Su Qing had gifted her, an untouched set of practice workbooks ranging from 1st to 6th grade. Initially, I believed that presenting these items as gifts to my little brother, Qing, was sheer folly. However, they have now found their purpose, serving as miraculous aids for sleep. Hockey Qing, did you foresee this scenario all along? How terrifying. During the study session, Su Qing has already guided them through the curriculum, reaching the 2nd semester of 1st grade. Thus, while tackling the exercises, they encountered minor difficulties but managed to persevere. After completing a few pages of problems, little Pei Xin finally succumbed to slumber at her desk, a delightful outcome indeed. Yet, relying on such methods to fall asleep does not bode well for the quality of her rest. Throughout the night, she was startled awake countless times, only to drift back into a deep sleep due to overwhelming drowsiness. At 6:30 in the morning, Pei's mother, as per her usual routine, rose early to procure breakfast and took a moment to glance into her daughter's room. After all, it was the first month since her daughter had her own independent bedroom, and a tinge of concern lingered in her heart. Simultaneously, Pei's mother marveled at the remarkable transformations her daughter had undergone since befriending the peculiar Su Qing. The once timid and timidly character had blossomed into a more cheerful disposition, exhibiting increased independence. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. With a proud smile, she cautiously pushed the door open, her gaze sweeping the room, only to find the familiar figure absent from the bed. Puzzled, she fully opened the door, revealing Pei Xin hunched over, fast asleep at her desk, using an open 1st grade workbook as a pillow. Due to prolonged contact, the mathematical formulas penned in pencil had left imprints on her cheek. In her slumber, her expression appeared pained, as though she were trapped in a nightmare, and a fleeting glimpse revealed a line of small writing obscured by her head. Hurry to sleep, or you'll miss tomorrow's badminton class. Oh, so that's the reason, my foolish daughter, Pei's mother thought, easily deducing her daughter's concerns through the heartfelt words she had penned. Fortunately, it was summer, and the indoor temperature was quite warm. Otherwise, clad only in her nightgown, she might have caught a cold. With a sigh, she lifted Pei Xin, preparing to place her back in bed for a proper rest. Sensing the unusual movement, Pei Xin, already in a state of light slumber, stirred slightly, her eyes barely opening a crack. Vaguely recognizing her mother holding her, She peacefully closed her eyes once more, murmuring softly, "Mom, what time is it?" "It's still early, just sleep peacefully," her mother reassured, uncertain if Pei Sinung had fully comprehended her words. Nonetheless, the furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and her breathing steadied. Just as she was about to leave, Pei's mother glanced at the clock, with the intention of allowing her daughter a bit more rest. She casually switched off the preset alarm. Knock, knock, knock. They had agreed to convene at Su Qing's house at 9 o'clock. Yet the anticipated figure was nowhere to be seen. Considering it was merely a short distance, Su Qing decided to venture over alone, knocking on the door of the Pei residence. "Ah, Xiaoqing, you've arrived. Please, come in and take a seat." Upon opening the door, Pei's mother recognized Su Qing. As if a long-buried memory had resurfaced. Glancing at her wristwatch, she realized how late it had become. "I'm so sorry. R.C. Ning was overly excited last night and fell asleep at her desk. She is probably still indulging in a brief slumber now. It's quite all right, Auntie. Please go and wake Si Ning. We only have a few minutes before we need to leave." In the past, it was common for young girls to call Su Qing from the bedroom, but now, given the change in circumstances, that would feel rather inappropriate. While children might not be so concerned with such nuances, he was nonetheless careful to maintain decorum. Primarily, under the watchful eye of the authorities, he dared not act out of line. The potency of the 10-turn net-blocking curse was indeed formidable. Thus, he politely suggested that Pei's mother wake Pei Si Ning, while he remained seated on the sofa, awaiting her return. Opposite him sat Pei's father, who was enjoying a rare day off. The two exchanged glances in silence, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Xiaoqing, don't just sit there. Here, have a drink," said Pei's father. "All right, thank you, Dad. Thank you, Uncle." This young man, could he possibly be revealing his true feelings? To be frank, Pei's father had long harbored suspicions about Su Qing's intentions towards his daughter. Taking the blue and white pull-tab drink offered to him, Su Qing opted not to open it, as he simply could not tolerate the taste of almond milk. Yet, it was a mystery how such an unpalatable beverage had become a sensation in this region of Jixing, even surpassing traditional gifts like 8 treasure porridge and farm-fresh eggs, becoming an essential item for festive occasions. In any case, Su Qing never partook. During awkward moments, one often seeks distractions, and Su Qing was no exception. He grasped the slightly warm can, his fingers restlessly tapping against its surface. "Ysnt speaking. What should I say? Uncle, what is your profession? Xiaoqing, how are your studies going?" They simultaneously posed questions that were devoid of substance. Both had intended to spark conversation to alleviate the tension, but alas, it only intensified the discomfort. Fortunately, this awkwardness was short-lived, as a sudden exclamation from Pei Si Ning's room broke the silence. Upon closer listening, there followed a flurry of rustling sounds and somewhat frantic chatter. It was evident that Pei Si Ning, typically shy and reticent, was now in a flustered state, clearly anxious. "Mom, where's my alarm clock? Why didn't it ring?" "Oh, I saw you were so tired that I turned it off for you." "Wow, Mom, you've made me look foolish in front of brother Xiaoqing. This time, I admit my mistake. Once you finish your studies, I'll buy you a small cake." After a moment of hesitation, or perhaps preoccupied with other matters, Pei Si Ning finally replied, "One want to do. I want to." "All right, my dear, hurry and get dressed. Your brother Qing is still waiting outside. Mommy loves you the most." As the door handle was turned, Pei Sinning appeared, clad in athletic wear. She rushed out with her backpack, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Upon entering the living room, she immediately spotted Su Qing, who sat motionless on the sofa. She approached him, tugging insistently, exclaiming, "If we don't leave now, we'll be late." "I'm not worried, so why are you?" "What was that saying? The emperor is not anxious. But the eunuchs are." Su Qing remained unmoved, seemingly enjoying the playful teasing of the little girl. He was in no hurry to head to the gym, if need be. He could simply ask Su's father to drive a little faster. It's the eunuchs who fret while the emperor remains calm. Pei's mother chimed in, following closely behind. She walked over to Pei Sinning, gently pulling her shirt out from her shorts, as the little girl had hurriedly tucked it in earlier, resembling a middle-aged director on a school inspection. Once her attire was properly arranged, Pei Sinning and Su Qing dashed out of the house, leaving behind the cheerful remark, "I'll be back for lunch, Mommy. Bye." The sound of the iron gate slamming shut echoed in the air. At the dining table, Pei's father pointed at himself. "Then at his already departed daughter, his meaning unmistakable. What about me?" His daughter was evidently being whisked away by that boy Su, while his wife appeared indifferent, even pleased by the turn of events. Frustrated, he stormed off to the bathroom for a smoke, his appetite lost in irritation. Chapter 56. Bad news for Pei Sinning in badminton class. The car traversed a road long neglected, its surface riddled with potholes that rendered the journey exceedingly bumpy. It seems that, scientifically speaking, such conditions particularly evoke drowsiness in individuals. Indeed, Pei Sinning's head began to droop, as if she were on the verge of succumbing to slumber. Likewise, Qing could not help but stifle a lengthy yawn. Su's father, who was at the helm of the vehicle, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as well. In an effort to engage Qing in conversation and disperse the encroaching sleepiness, he remarked, "Why are you so keen on playing badminton, my dear? Haven't you heard the adage? Which one? A man should play football." Perhaps due to the limited entertainment options available at the time, the enthusiasm for football among the populace remained fervent. It was common to witness groups of children joyfully kicking a ball around in open fields. Su's father was an avid football fan, having diligently watched every match of the national team's World Cup qualifiers, often boasting to Qing, "I foresee that this year, our national team shall grace the World Cup." And indeed, his hopes were realized. Amidst the collective anticipation, the national team made its inaugural entrance into the World Cup's top 10 finals. Although they failed to score a single goal or secure a draw, this moment marked a pinnacle in the history of the national team. However, this was soon followed by a series of disheartening defeats, and by the year 2024, Su's father had not watched a single match since. Then there was that fateful little lottery ticket that altered everything. If the windfall from this unexpected fortune proved too overwhelming for him, then it would be Qing's responsibility to seize it. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Su's father asked. "Huh? What is so great about badminton? In my recollection, it's merely a sport for young girls during PE class. Football is far superior." The chatter continued, laden with suggestions for him to reconsider and return to the allure of football. At this moment, Qing found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, hoping that in the future, when the national team suffered a 1-3 defeat to Vietnam during the new year, his father would still manage to utter those very words with a smile. To paraphrase General Fan, it seemed they had lost all sense of dignity. "Huh, my dear father, you clearly do not understand." "I don't understand." "The crux of the matter is that having girls around is far better." Initially, an eerie silence enveloped the car. Eventually, Qing caught a glimpse of his father's grin in the rearview mirror, resembling a comical emoji. The joy spread across his face, yet he inwardly regretted. "How did I not possess the clarity Qing has at such a young age? A single remark has awakened me from my stupor." He discreetly gave Qing a thumbs up from the front seat, signaling his admiration for his son. It appeared that with Qing's emotional intelligence and intellect, he would have no trouble finding a girlfriend in the future. Just as he was lost in this thought, Qing was abruptly interrupted. "Ouch, that hurts. Sinning, weren't you asleep?" "Humph." Her face was pinched into a distorted shape by Pei Sinning's firm grip. She had just been in a state of half-sleep. But upon hearing Qing's words, she instantly became remarkably alert. A level 1 alert. Her little tuft of hair stood upright, as if her inner radar, attuned to the subtle signals of impending chaos, was fervently warning her that a new storm had emerged. How could she continue to slumber? "The task of safeguarding Brother Qing is entrusted to me. Don't you worry, meow meow." The car finally came to a halt at the entrance of the People's Sports Hall, adjacent to a spacious free sports field, where numerous elderly individuals and children were joyfully playing, having already registered and paid in advance. The two needed only to report directly to their designated area without the hassle of tedious procedures. The badminton hall on the second floor was vast yet poorly ventilated, making it stiflingly hot during summer. Many children were already gathering in fixed formations, organized by age groups. Qing led Pei Sinning to the beginners class area, blending in seamlessly. With them included, there were only 10 participants in total, and as Su's father had mentioned, the number of girls playing badminton was indeed remarkable. The gender ratio was approximately equal, around 5-5, a striking figure compared to other sports. All the participants were peers and beginners, lacking in self-consciousness, most eagerly swinging their rackets in anticipation of the forthcoming lessons. Clap, clap, clap. The petite female instructor clapped her hands to capture everyone's attention and began to discuss court safety. She outlined rules such as the prohibition of crossing the court and waiting for a shuttlecock to come to a halt before retrieving it. Any accidents would be the responsibility of the offender. Pei Sinning, resembling a diligent student, nodded attentively in response to the teacher's instructions. Next came the explanation of basic rules, grip techniques, and swinging motions. Possessing a foundational understanding of badminton skills imparted by the system, Qing naturally grasped everything and transformed into a personal coach. Offering one-on-one guidance to Pei Sinning. "Big brother, could you also teach me?" one of the girls asked. Why did the teacher say we shouldn't grip the racket like a fist? Perhaps noticing Qing's attentive teaching and hands-on demonstrations with Pei Sinning, several nearby girls, who had initially been confused, gravitated towards him, seeking answers to a myriad of queries. Gradually, they found themselves encircled by a growing crowd, oblivious to the fact that Qing had become an unofficial teaching assistant. Meanwhile, the official instructor, pleased with the situation, settled back on the sofa, indulging in a moment of leisure. "I'm teaching my sister. You can all observe and learn." I'm not his sister." Pei Sinning, with her cheeks puffed up, was quite displeased with Qing's introduction. After all, they were childhood friends, a relationship far more significant than mere siblings. Yet, her old habit resurfaced. The presence of so many people rendered her speechless. The timid version of herself, which had long since perished, seemed to resurrect with the influx of onlookers. Thus, Pei Sinning watched as Qing patiently answered the questions posed by the other girls, silently apologizing to the distant Shui Miao Miao. "I apologize, Miao Miao, but this is still too challenging for me. Is there a simpler yet more effective way to protect Qing?" Chapter 57. You see, he ought to thank us. A mere assembly of beginners, having attended only a single lesson in badminton, could hardly be deemed competitive. Qing and Pei Sinning stood on opposite sides of the court, with Qing dutifully assuming the role of a relentless ball machine, deftly delivering the shuttlecock to the precise position above Pei Sinning's racket. This allowed her ample opportunity to pose, as she deliberately executed the inward rotation of her arm to strike the ball, just as instructed by their teacher. After countless feeds from Qing, she gradually began to grasp the sensation of exertion, and her movements became increasingly fluid. Remarkably, she managed to produce a few commendable strokes, demonstrating rapid improvement. Whether it was her innate talent or simply the swiftness with which children absorb new skills remains uncertain. Qing recalled that it took him several days just to correct his grip on the racket. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. As the class concluded, the children were informed of the gymnasium's facilities, which included a lounge for showers. Those reluctant to wash were urged to swiftly change their clothes in the locker room and return home for a comforting bath. With a stern reminder to avoid catching a cold, did everyone understand? The children's chorus of responses was sparse. Fatigue had set in, with several boys plopping down on the ground to rest. The energetic female teacher, after taking attendance, promptly dismissed the children. They instinctively made their way toward the locker room, each one drenched in perspiration, Qing included. Today marked the first genuine physical exercise he had undertaken since his rebirth. At this moment, he longed to collapse onto the floor. Despite possessing exceptional talent and physical prowess, he was, after all, not superhuman, without prior training. He was merely slightly stronger than his peers. Do not underestimate badminton. It demands considerable exertion. Moreover, as Pei Sinning's practice partner, Qing had to dash around the court, retrieving her errant shots and unexpected wild swings, which significantly increased his physical expenditure. His feet ached slightly from the strain, likely developing blisters. At the tail end of the group, Qing was supported by the equally perspiring Pei Sinning as they made their way to the sofa outside the locker room to rest. He had no immediate intention of changing clothes. The crowd was simply too overwhelming. It would be preferable to wait until others had finished before entering. Though this would delay their departure, the tranquility of solitude was worth it, avoiding the crush of bodies. Several other classes had concluded simultaneously, and many shared Qing's sentiments, resulting in a bustling rest area. The two managed to secure a single seat. Thus they found themselves awkwardly pressed shoulder to shoulder. In the sweltering heat of summer, combined with their sweaty bodies, they were, in a very literal sense, stuck together. At this moment, Pei Sinning's mysterious little tool finally proved its worth. Ever since the class had dispersed, she had been carrying her small backpack. After a moment of languorous repose, she gradually unzipped the bag to retrieve the towel and water bottle within. "Here, Qing, have a drink," she offered. "You go ahead. Just leave the remainder for me." "All right," he replied. The little girl, having spent the past hour energetically running and catching balls, was equally fatigued and parched. Twisting off the cap of the pink plastic bottle, she took eager gulps of the refreshing water. The cool liquid revived her previously parched lips, alleviating some of the exhaustion brought on by the exercise. At that moment, the dopamine released from physical activity began to take effect, filling her heart with a unique sense of satisfaction. After finishing, she extended the water bottle towards Su Qing, who, after expressing his gratitude, eagerly began to drink deeply. Although he had packed a cup in his backpack, it contained only lukewarm water, prepared by his mother, infused with profound maternal love. Regrettably, such great maternal affection could not dispel the sweltering heat of the day, coupled with the warmth from recent exertions. He had little desire for that tepid offering and shamelessly availed himself of the little girl's refreshing drink instead. Xiaoqing, let me help you wipe away your sweat. She volunteered, not waiting for Su Qing, still sipping his water, to respond. With the towel she had brought, she began to dab at his forehead, neck, and even the exposed skin of his arms. Only after tending to him did she turn to address her own needs, repeating the process. The girl's innocent gesture, born of kindness, caused Su Qing, a seasoned soul, to blush shyly, caught off guard by her boldness. Her prowess was indeed formidable, effortlessly disarming him and leaving the competition in disarray. What now? Author, please rescue Shui Miao Miao. Their classes were scheduled for the last period of the morning, separated from the afternoon sessions by a lunch break. By the time the two changed and returned to the court, it was nearly deserted, with only a couple of janitors diligently mopping the floor, cleaning up the sweat and stray hairs, starkly contrasting the earlier lively scene. It had been agreed that Su Qing's father would not linger at the sports complex awaiting their dismissal. As a businessman, he had numerous commitments. Before departing, he generously handed Su Qing 100 yuan, encouraging him to take Pei Sinning to the cafeteria within the gym for a light meal. He instructed Su Qing to meet him at the main entrance around 1 o'clock so they could return home together. The two prepared to follow his father's advice and seek out some food. Pei Sinning had accompanied Su Qing to the gym immediately upon waking, having consumed only a few pieces of chocolate he had offered, and was now genuinely famished. One could only wonder whose brilliant idea it was to establish a food street in the long corridor connecting the gym to the main entrance. Indeed, the seemingly unrelated terms of gymnasium and food court have been ingeniously intertwined. Imagine, after an intense workout aimed at shedding pounds, you yearn to exit the gym and gracefully conclude this day of calorie burning. However, a culinary catastrophe awaits you on the obligatory path out, where an array of tantalizing delicacies, including barbecued meats and milk tea, stands in your way. With your stomach growling, you are enveloped by the alluring aromas of various foods, each scent tempting you like a siren luring you into the abyss. Tomorrow's diet can wait, you might reason. After all, what difference does it make after all these years of indulgence? Having exerted so much effort in your fitness journey, shouldn't you reward yourself with a delightful meal? It is no surprise that most people succumb to temptation and venture inside, rendering their day's efforts futile. In a similar predicament are Su Qing and Pei Sinning, who have also found themselves unable to resist the allure, resolutely stepping into a skewer shop and placing their order with the proprietor. Oh, dear little customers, our establishment does not offer credit. Do your parents provide you with pocket money? Yes, indeed. Please, give me a menu. I am famished. Perhaps due to the overwhelming aroma of cumin and chili in the air, Pei Sining's stomach audibly protested, prompting her to shyly conceal herself behind Su Qing. This has become a habitual gesture for her, providing immense comfort and security. Choose whatever you desire, Su Qing reassured her. I just cannot handle anything too spicy. The young girl found the cashier's demeanor somewhat intimidating, rendering her even more reticent and leaving all decisions to Su Qing. This sense of having a strong support figure was quite addictive for her, as it allowed her to retreat into a comfortable zone. She needed only to hide behind him, content to be a mere accessory. Let us go for mildly spicy skewers with extra cumin, Su Qing declared. All right. The table number 32 was assigned, with just enough dishes to satisfy their appetites. During their meal, they even ventured to a nearby milk tea shop to procure 2 cups of traditional milk tea, reminiscent of a technologically advanced flavor, which Pei Sinning relished. My mother never let me have this before. It's so delicious. Each sip brings up the pearls, she exclaimed, showcasing a black sugar pearl she had captured with her front teeth, only to be met with Su Qing's playful disdain, compelling her to reluctantly chew and swallow it. As the barbecue arrived, the 2 children sat comfortably on a sofa at a 4-person table, delighting in their skewers. The unique combination of their presence drew the attention of many passers-by in the restaurant. However, Pei Sinning began to regret her earlier insistence. She should have candidly informed Su Qing of her aversion to spicy food. Now, she gazed at the skewers drenched in spice, unable to suppress the copious saliva that flowed from her mouth. as if her body were warning her that ahead lay a hellish experience. She must not force herself to consume it. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. This was in front of her beloved brother, Qing. If she were to backtrack, wouldn't it merely prove that she was a girl lacking in integrity? Amidst this tumult of strange inner reflections, Pei Xining resolved to give it her all. To her brothers, she declared, "Let us do this." Contrary to her expectations of closing her eyes and simply eating, she cautiously took a bite of the tender lamb. As she chewed, she found not the tenderness of lamb nor the enticing aroma of roasting. Instead, her mouth was engulfed by an overwhelming sensation. It was fiery. Exceptionally fiery, and uniquely so, at least for a girl of her palate. Her eyes instantly brimmed with tears, and she could not hold them back. Amusingly, she still attempted to maintain a facade of composure, forcing a smile and giving Qing a thumbs up. So good. Misfortune struck again as she accidentally bit her tongue, prompting her to sob even more. Qing, witnessing the comical calamity, hastily pulled out a napkin to wipe her tears. "How can you be so stubborn? If you can't handle the spice, just say so. I can ask the owner to prepare some milder skewers." "Whoa, thank you. Dear brother Qing, your kindness is something I could never repay in 3 lifetimes." Pei Xining panted like a little dog, desperately trying to cool down. Though the effect was minimal, she recalled the memory of the unbearably spicy chicken cutlet from a breakfast shop years ago and gulped down her milk tea in one go, feeling somewhat better afterward. Who would have thought that technological milk tea could alleviate the heat? Never mind, cream is still dairy, as long as it fills you up. That's what matters. The remaining skewers on the table were clearly too much for Qing to consume alone. In the spirit of not wasting food, he promptly decided to pack the leftovers for his father. After indulging in their meal, the clock struck 1. Upon exiting the restaurant, Pei Xining appeared to have regained some energy, and with no one around, she let loose, revealing the innate nature of a child. She began to walk along the seams of the floor as if on a tightrope. The path was short, and soon she turned a corner to find a man resting at the front desk. Her father, Su Fu, who had come to pick them up. Qing hurried over, a smile on his face, and immediately handed the bag in his hand to his father. As the tantalizing aroma wafted from within, Su Fu felt a pang of emotion. Indeed, this son of his was worth raising. He had not forgotten about his father while dining. It was his own son who understood that his father had little time to eat. How thoughtful of him. Qing remarked, "Did you see that? He should be thanking us." Chapter 58. The examination results are out, and the 3 will embark on their journey as elementary students. As July dawned, the long-awaited examination results from the experimental primary school were finally revealed. One cannot help but acknowledge that in an era devoid of computers and card readers to assist in grading, the task of evaluating hundreds, if not thousands, of papers is indeed a formidable test of both physical endurance and mental fortitude. While paying the courier for the cash-on-delivery package, Su's mother eagerly tore open the envelope that symbolized Qing's future, exclaiming, "This is taking far too long. If he doesn't pass, registering at other schools at this point would be quite the hassle." Though she harbored unwavering confidence in her son's abilities, the uncertainty before the dust settled left her feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. The envelope was thicker than anticipated, and upon opening it, the secrets within were unveiled. In addition to the report card, a myriad of other items accompanied it. The first item to be extracted by Su's mother was a splendid certificate adorned in vibrant red and gold, proclaiming, "Congratulations to Qing for achieving first place in the entrance examination to our school. We hope that during your 6 years of study and life ahead, you will forge ahead and strive to become an even more outstanding version of yourself." The principal's elegant signature graced the bottom. Upon seeing this, Su's mother felt her anxious heart finally settle. This was a cause for celebration. Suddenly recalling something, she called for Su's father, who was still in bed catching up on sleep, to share in this joyous moment. Without hesitation, he dashed into the bedroom, rousing Su's father, who was still engaged in a dreamlike state. The man, sitting up in bed, appeared to be in a fog, his bleary eyes scanning the dimly lit room behind the drawn curtains. Su's mother, brimming with excitement, paid little heed to his state, shaking him vigorously by the shoulders as she announced, "Qing, our Qing has been accepted." In that moment, Su's father's already muddled brain felt as though it had turned to mush, struggling to comprehend. "Accepted? My dear, is he going to Tsinghua or Peking University? No, wait. Didn't our son just prepare to start primary school? Has he somehow transcended time? Oh dear, where am I? Is this still in our country?" He pondered, "I must still be dreaming." I'll just catch a few more minutes of sleep. His lack of enthusiasm doused Sue's mother's fervor with a bucket of cold water, prompting her to regain her composure, realizing she had perhaps acted a tad too exuberantly. With a playful yet firm slap on Sue's father's backside, she stormed out of the room in exasperation. The mother and son returned to the sofa, where Sue's mother could scarcely contain her joy. Education is such that every step counts, and her agreement to relocate the family back to Tianjin was never intended for entrepreneurial pursuits. Su Qing's education was her paramount concern. Mom, I just checked the results. In Chinese, silence, you rascal. Her hand swiftly covered his mouth, for such an exhilarating moment could not be spoiled by premature revelations. Slowly extracting a corner of the report card, she revealed the text little by little, akin to the thrill of scraping a lottery ticket. Name, Su Qing. Ranking, 1 tied. Chinese, 100, mathematics, 100, extra questions, 40, total score, 240. Woohoo, woohoo, a perfect score. Mother is going to reward you right away. She hurried to the wardrobe and retrieved Sue's secret stash of money. Without a hint of hesitation, handed the 200 yuan to Su Qing as a reward. Over the years, Su Qing's little treasury had amassed a considerable sum, growing steadily with compound interest. And he felt a wave of reassurance as he watched the numbers rise day by day. Although this 200 yuan was not a substantial amount, how could he possibly complain? He accepted it with a sense of justified contentment. Suddenly, Sue's father, who had been sleeping, felt unwell, as if something ominous was about to occur. For the next half day, Sue's mother could not stop praising Su Qing, no matter what he did. It seemed delightful to her. Whether he ate when hungry or hurried home in the rain, every action became a reason for admiration. To be honest, Su Qing felt that even if he went to the restroom, his mother would say, "How smoothly you can go. My son is truly remarkable." Previously, he had been educated with her loving sternness, and now this new demeanor was indeed a bit disconcerting. Ding, 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 ding. The landline beside the computer rang, and Su Qing wanted to check it, but Sue's mother was quicker by a long stride. Why was she so eager to answer the phone? The reason was simple. After all, which parent doesn't enjoy showing off their child? Su Qing climbed onto the desk to see the caller ID, which was familiar. It was from Shui Miaomiao's home. Long before they registered for QQ, Shui Miaomiao had memorized their landline number and would call Su Qing to chat about anything and everything. Hello, is this Su Qing? Has your report card arrived at home? It's Miao Miao. The little girl on the other end of the line sounded flustered at first, but as she spoke again, her voice took on an endearing lilt, and Sue's mother's eyes had already transformed into crescent moons of joy. Hello, Aunt Sue. I hope I'm not interrupting you by calling suddenly. Su Qing, eavesdropping closely to the receiver, widened his eyes at such polite words. This is Shui Miao Miao? Who would have thought she could present herself in such different ways at a young age? Do you also have a dual personality like Pei Xining? Laughs, no worries. By the way, how did you do on your exams? Well, not too great. Just an ordinary perfect score, and I also scored full marks on the extra questions. It wasn't long before her pride resurfaced, unable to be concealed. That is wonderful. You are tied for first place, just like our little Su Qing. Phew. On the other end, Shui Miao Miao was absent-mindedly twirling her hair, but after receiving Sue's mother's confirmation, she finally let out a sigh of relief. The heavy stone had finally fallen. That is fantastic, Aunt. I'll be continuing as Su Qing's classmate and desk mate for the next 6 years. Approved, dear. If he bullies you, just come to Aunt and report him. Before long, the voice on the other end of the line was replaced by that of a lady. The two women engaged in an endless conversation, while Su Qing, feeling indifferent, returned to the envelope to explore its other contents. Inside, he discovered 3 items. The first was an admission notice for the rocket class, granted due to his outstanding examination results, accompanied by a set of rules printed in fine print. It outlined a system of elimination based on performance, with group rotations following each semester's final examinations. 3 students would form a study group, holding each other accountable for their learning, and eligibility for selection as exemplary students at the school, district, and city levels. The text reeked of the competitive spirit of overexertion. Additionally, there was a complimentary meal card and a scholarship voucher worth 500 yuan, both rewards for those in the top 10. Such unexpected gains were quite a pleasant surprise, financial rewards, no less. However, redemption would have to wait until the commencement of the new term. After watching an episode of Pokemon, Sue's mother finally concluded her conversation and hung up the phone, realizing the time was getting late. She hurriedly made her way to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Beep, 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 the phone rang again. This time, No one contested Su Qing for the call. He ambled over to answer it. Leaning closer to the receiver, he heard that familiar, soft, and tender voice. Little brother Qing. I got into the rocket class. Chapter 59. Can a dragon rider be defeated? On the morning of September 1st, Su Qing once again stepped into the campus of Experimental Primary School, blending in with the throngs of people. This time, he did not merely wander aimlessly. Instead, he scrutinized each building with a keen eye. It was evident that the paint on the walls of the teaching buildings had been freshly applied during the winter break, and the absence of peeling paint alone surpassed that of over 99 of schools. Adjacent to the main pathway leading from the school gate to the playground were two small gardens, with the outdoor seating in the corridor impeccably cleaned. At that moment, several individuals could be seen resting on those seats. The first adjective that sprang to mind was affluent. To accommodate thousands of students across 6 grades, the school had constructed 3 teaching buildings, each designated for different age groups, with a strict prohibition against inter-building movement. This approach aimed to mitigate the bullying of younger students by their older counterparts, a commendable initiative given the developmental disparities and immature mentalities prevalent in primary education. As a reincarnated individual, Su Qing could not help but compare this institution with the primary school he attended in his past life. Upon graduation, they had hastily renovated the premises, alleviated academic burdens, and cracked down on teachers accepting gifts. It felt as though they were treating that cohort of students like subjects of a social experiment. According to a temporary notice posted on the bulletin board when he first entered the school, students were instructed to proceed to the playground and gather in their respective class formations. Once all students were accounted for and the opening ceremony concluded, teachers would escort them back to their classrooms. Every absurd regulation seemed to stem from a previous outrageous incident caused by a senior student. This time, the rule was instituted due to a new student who was directionally challenged. On the first day of school, he could not locate his classroom and inadvertently wandered into the administrative building. Unsurprisingly, a scandal ensued as he inadvertently witnessed a compromising situation involving a vice principal and a teacher. At such a tender age, he had never encountered such scenes. After a piercing scream, chaos erupted. The principal was dismissed on the spot, and the female participant's husband was reportedly seeking a divorce. Such incidents had a detrimental impact on the school, prompting an overhaul of the procedures that led to the current convoluted system. That young student was simply too naive. Had Su Qing been in his position, he could have leveraged that indiscretion against the vice principal for a lifetime. Mr. Principal, you wouldn't want this incident to reach the Education Bureau, would you? Thus, the illustrious Su Qing once again graced his beloved experimental primary school, where the principal would personally conduct a solemn coronation ceremony in his honor. In layman's terms, the top 3 students from the entrance examination would ascend the podium to deliver speeches. While receiving their awards, media would be present to capture photographs, which, it was said, could even be featured in the school newspaper. Amidst such grand promises, Xuemyomyu was thus swept up in the excitement, displaying an unusually high level of earnestness. At this moment, she was nervously reciting her meticulously prepared speech, her gaze towards Su Qing brimming with fierce determination. The fervent desire for an underdog victory ignited within her, transforming into an all-consuming flame. Today, she was resolute in her mission to overshadow Su Qing with her eloquence. However, Su Qing, fully aware of the true nature of the school newspaper, merely chuckled. It was yet another tactic of institutional manipulation. This publication seemed to serve no purpose beyond being a makeshift glass cleaner during spring cleaning. Was it merely a ruse to secure funding? Ahem, best left unspoken. In the background, the trio from Beihai Kindergarten was unable to reunite. The third co-valedictorian was a diminutive boy sporting thick glasses. Pei Xin ultimately fell short of this achievement and could only watch in helpless amusement as her 2 dear friends took the stage. It was already a stretch to expect her to sing at the graduation ceremony on Children's Day. To envision Pei Xin reciting an entire page of tedious A4 script in front of thousands, with school leaders and teachers observing her every move, was simply preposterous. Oh, how she wished for a swift exit from such an ordeal. Though she narrowly escaped this fate, it was not the little girl's intention to shy away. The circumstances leading to this moment were merely serendipitous. Su Qing's initial fears were realized. Pei Xin's supplementary language exam, involving a picture description, had indeed flopped spectacularly, resulting in a dismal 6 points out of a possible 20 due to straying off topic. Fortunately, she managed to enter the advanced class with a total score of 218, placing her at a precarious 35th position. What a thrill it was. In her later recollections, The young girl vividly articulated her thoughts during that harrowing moment. When she saw the 10+ points lost on the supplementary question, her heart nearly ceased to beat. Her mind was consumed with the dreadful prospect of not being able to join the advanced class, conjuring images of Su Qing and Xue Miao drifting further away from her. No, please, not that. Ultimately, everything unfolded in the most favorable manner. She was spared from giving a speech, while Su Qing and Xue Miao achieved the coveted first place. A bright future awaited them all, as the new school year commenced with a gathering on the playground for the flag-raising ceremony. The students within the same class formation were largely unfamiliar with each other. Perhaps in an effort to make a favorable impression on their teachers, everyone stood in solemn silence. Focused straight ahead without a hint of distraction. The national flag was raised, the anthem sung, and all young pioneers saluted. Nearby, upper-grade students raised their arms in unison, with a few first-graders attempting to follow suit, resulting in a slight commotion. Not only were the actions disarrayed, but it also sparked a debate over the propriety of saluting. Silence. This is a solemn flag-raising ceremony. If you continue to chatter, you might as well go home. And you first-graders, no need to salute. The words of the bald principal instantly rendered the thousands below silent as the grave. As the session for outstanding new student representatives commenced, it appeared that the order was determined by the initials of their surnames, coupled with a preference for ladies first. A timid boy took the stage first, followed by Xue Miao, with Su Qing naturally serving as the grand finale. The boy seemed to be the type who focused solely on his studies. His speech was marked by stutters and heavy breaths. Within just 5 minutes, the audience grew restless, their whispers escalating into a cacophony due to the sheer number of attendees. My speech ends here, thank you all. In truth, he had only read a third of his prepared remarks, but the immense pressure from the crowd forced him to hastily conclude. He had been preparing his script since last month, hoping to leave a lasting impression. However, the reality proved far more daunting than his expectations. He faltered and nearly broke down in tears on stage. Yet, considering he was merely a first-year student, his effort was commendable. Next, it was Xue Miao's turn to perform. Respected teachers, dear classmates, greetings. Her opening was a common cliché, yet in light of the previous speaker's struggles, her otherwise unremarkable speech shone brightly. Things took an unexpected turn as her speech, crafted with evident skill, shared her imaginative vision of elementary school life from the perspectives of family life and daily friendships. The content was humorous and engaging, overflowing with positive energy. Her concluding bow earned a resounding ovation from the audience. The script bore a distinct formulaic quality. If I am not mistaken, it was likely that her mother had harnessed her influence to have someone else write it. As Xue Miao descended the stage, she brushed past Su Qing, a sly, fox-like smirk adorning her face. Oh, so this is how we play? You won't even perform your own lines. When it was finally Su Qing's turn to stand before the podium, he felt the weight of countless gazes scrutinizing him. At that moment, he genuinely admired Xue Miao's remarkable composure, realizing that the pressure he faced was far more substantial than he had anticipated. Even Su Qing, with an adult's mindset, could not escape the overwhelming sense of anxiety that seemed to descend upon him like a mountain pressing down. Taking a deep breath, he calmly adjusted the microphone to a suitable position and tested the sound. Esteemed teachers, gazing at the script in his hands, he seemed poised to begin reading verbatim. In that instant, the elementary students below appeared resigned, bracing themselves for yet another tedious 10-minute ordeal. Did you all think I would say that? A surprising rhetorical question left everyone, including the seated school leaders, momentarily bewildered. They could not comprehend what this boy was attempting to achieve, yet their expectations were minimal. As long as he did not repeat any scandalous incidents involving the vice principal, they would reluctantly accept his performance. Thus, the boundaries of tolerance were gradually eroded. Great individuals have remarked that we, the youth, are vibrant and full of life, akin to the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. However, I perceive that everyone currently appears rather lifeless. How can we possibly place our hopes upon such a demeanor? I am not fond of tedious and lengthy speeches, thus I have resolved to speak candidly. This manuscript is better left unread. With that, Su Qing acted decisively, crumpling the sheet of paper in his hand and casually tossing it onto the vacant ground of the playground. The audience at the opening ceremony, initially caught off guard, responded to Su Qing's boldness with a thunderous applause in an instant. This simple yet effective emotional appeal swiftly transformed the space into his domain. Only little Xue Miao wore a face of disbelief. How could this happen? How could he lose? This speech was undoubtedly a resounding success, The school leaders found Su Qing to be quite an intriguing young lad, if only for the indelible impression he left. The skeptical little girl stealthily slipped out from backstage, seemingly by chance, to reach the discarded manuscript. With remarkable speed, she bent down to retrieve it, attempting to smooth out the crumpled paper. Thus, Shui Miao Miao discovered that Su Qing, the rascal, had not prepared any speech at all. How cunning. It's utterly impossible to outsmart this trickster. Chapter 60. It's quite crowded outside. I kneel down here for you. The children in the classroom gradually selected their seats, while Su Qing, arriving a little late, settled down with two young girls in the fabled protagonist's position. They chose a spot at the back by the window, a sanctuary of sorts. The reason for this selection was not merely superstition. It was primarily due to the proximity to the radiator, ensuring warmth in winter, and the availability of fans and curtains in summer. It was indeed a coveted place, offering comfort throughout the seasons. These little ones, embarking on their first formal school experience, were blissfully unaware of the intricacies of seating arrangements. They clumsily squeezed into the front rows and against the walls, allowing the trio to effortlessly claim their territory. However, something felt amiss. Upon glancing around after sitting down, Su Qing realized that he was completely surrounded by girls. Oh no, he was encircled. As is customary on the first day of school, the essential ice-breaking activity was the self-introduction, facilitating the teacher's acquaintance with each student's face. One by one, starting from the left, they introduced themselves. Teacher Liu added a stipulation. Each student must say at least 5 sentences, which left little Pei Xining in a state of distress. She could evade speeches, but this time, escape was not an option. Desperate to prepare her thoughts, she found her mind a blank whenever such moments arose, failing to hear any of her classmates' introductions. As her turn approached, she had barely conjured 3 sentences. Now, let us welcome little Pei Xining to the stage. Let us encourage her, shall we? The applause startled her, and enveloped by the clapping, Pei Xining felt as though she was in a whirlwind, her eyes wide with trepidation. With a heart full of resolve, she cast one last glance at Su Qing and Shui Miao Miao. Brother Qing, if I don't return, please tell my mother. I love her. Her absurd words struck Su Qing's funny bone, as the little girl seemed lost in her own imaginative world. Like a robot devoid of lubricant, she made her way to the podium, taking deliberate steps, and stammered her introduction. I am Pei Xining, a graduate of Binhai Kindergarten. I excel at. For her, this self-introduction was undoubtedly a monumental trial, perhaps even more daunting than the entrance examination. Without Su Qing's comforting presence to provide support, she felt as though she had lost the ability to articulate her thoughts, leaving her only able to utter indecipherable sounds. Furrowing her brow, she stood at the podium, appearing utterly flustered. A glance towards Su Qing revealed her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Help me, Mr. Su Qing. Ah, what a predicament. Fear not, for I shall assist you. The boy, from a distance, gestured with his lips, and with her keen eyes, Pei Xining, aided by their unspoken bond, managed to decipher Su Qing's hints. I excel in badminton, and my greatest admiration is for Su Qing. However, a subtle deviation occurred, and upon hearing the latter part, his eyes widened in shock. While the crowd was still puzzled about what Su Qing was, the little girl had swiftly darted back to her seat, her eyes brimming with gratitude towards Su Qing. Meanwhile, the teacher at the podium, upon glancing at the list in her hand and noticing the name beneath Pei Xining, suddenly chuckled inexplicably. That name was none other than the subject of everyone's discussion, Su Qing. As he walked up to the stage, his expression was one of acute embarrassment, his ears keenly attuned to the whispers of his classmates on either side. Oh right. He's the Su Qing who just delivered a speech at the opening ceremony. One exclaimed. I said Su Qing was not anything extraordinary. It turns out it's just the name of our classmate. Upon hearing this, the boy nearly performed an unintentional pratfall. He harbored serious doubts that this unnamed classmate was mocking him, yet he possessed no evidence. Hey, look, why is he sitting with our girls group? At that moment, someone noticed the peculiarity and began a conversation with their newly acquainted deskmate about it. Indeed, and aren't boys supposed to dislike playing with girls? Why did Pei Xining say she likes him? Although the classroom was not spacious compared to the usual crowd of 40 or 50 crammed into a class, this elite class of 36 felt remarkably spacious. Once on the podium, Su Qing could observe all the subtle movements of his classmates with clarity. He even discovered something intriguing. For instance, it seemed there was an invisible boundary down the center of the aisle, with boys and girls instinctively separating themselves on either side, refraining from interference. This appeared to be an unwritten rule among the children. Consequently, Su Qing, a black sesame seed in a bag of white sesame, stood out conspicuously. Some boys were already casting him looks akin to that of a traitor. The majority of parents in this era, when shaping their children's values, adopt a rather conservative approach, which, to put it bluntly, is a remnant of feudalism. Similar occurrences had transpired during their kindergarten years, where they subconsciously deemed mingling with girls as an embarrassing affair, deriding it as a loss of masculinity and a tendency towards being overly sentimental. Perhaps this reflects a characteristic of the times. Unlike the originality he displayed when addressing the entire school, Su Qing's self-introduction was quite ordinary. I, along with Pei Xining and Shui Miao Miao, hail from Binhai Kindergarten and are the best of friends. I also hope to forge more like-minded friendships at experimental primary school. Thank you all. After bowing, Su Qing intended to leave the stage. However, he was halted by Teacher Lu, who grasped his shoulder. Without uttering a word in response to the boy's questioning gaze, she merely kept him by her side for the moment. Once Shui Miao Miao's self-introduction concluded, she too was retained, at which point Teacher Lu finally revealed her true intentions. As the top candidate in this entrance examination, I made a profound impression on everyone during my speech at the podium. Therefore, I, as the teacher, am putting forth their names for the positions of class monitor and vice monitor. Do we all agree? Although it was a rhetorical question, it felt as though the matter was already settled, leaving no opportunity for others to contest. According to school regulations, the election of class officers should adhere to the principles of fairness, justice, and transparency. Yet, under the invisible pressure exerted by our homeroom teacher, Mr. Lu, regardless of personal opinions, hands were inevitably raised in agreement. How can this be considered a form of democracy? Well, since everyone has consented, let us congratulate our two new class monitors. Teacher, who is the actual monitor between me and Su Qing? You haven't clarified. Regarding this matter, Shui Miao was eagerly looking to engage in a new round of competition with Su Qing, while the boy displayed a palpable lack of enthusiasm. You may discuss this amongst yourselves. Next, we will proceed with the elections for the study committee, the XX committee, and representatives for each subject. Everyone is encouraged to sign up and participate in the anonymous voting. After sending the two back to their seats, as soon as they sat down, they were immediately met with encouragement and playful banter from their classmates. Su Qing humbly suggested mutual effort, while they briefly acquainted themselves. Meanwhile, Shui Miao Miao, having experienced the taste of authority for the first time, was swept away by the praises. As the class monitor, please be merciful in your duties. Could you collect my assignments last? Miao Miao, you're so beautiful. Can I be your friend? Of course. As the monitor, I should unite my classmates and help each other. Without considering the feasibility of fulfilling such requests, she enthusiastically agreed to everything. Surrounded by admirers, Shui Miao was puzzled by her sudden popularity, prompting Pei Xining to quietly inquire with Su Qing about her confusion. Xiao Qing, what does a class monitor do? Is it fun? Observing that no one was paying attention, he leaned closer and revealed the truth. If you take it seriously, you'll be seen as the teacher's lackey. If you don't, you'll be scolded. It's a thankless job with no rewards. Dogs wouldn't even do it. Huh? Pei Xining was bewildered. If Xiao Qing described the role of monitor so unappealingly, why was Shui Miao so enthusiastic about it? Miao is indeed a peculiar child. Hello. I would like to be the representative for Chinese class. Could you please vote for me? Pretty please. A girl from the front desk turned to solicit their votes. Pei Xining, unsure of whom to choose, asked for her name and decisively cast her vote for her. Thank you, Xining. You are just too adorable. No need to thank me. Hee. Excellent. Since you called Pei Xining adorable, we are all in agreement. Thus, Su Qing also cast his vote for her. I appreciate the monitor's affirmation. I will selflessly serve the people and diligently support your efforts. With that, she beamed and offered him a playful salute. The intricate web of collusion among the officials of the rocket class has begun to take shape, with the locus of power firmly secured by Su Qing's small faction. The preliminary plan moving forward has been tentatively set to undermine Teacher Lu. Although today is ostensibly the start of the new term, the reality is that no classes will be held. The primary task at hand is to engage the students in a thorough cleaning and distribute the textbooks for the new semester. Once these tasks are completed, it will almost be time for dismissal around noon, with the boys organized by the class monitor to transport books and the girls assigned to tidy the classroom. Teamwork becomes essential. The sheer volume and weight of the textbooks pose a challenge, especially for the first graders, whose strength is limited. Thus, They must rely on speed to succeed. A group of over a dozen students makes multiple trips back and forth, ultimately piling the books in the classroom like a small mountain. Shui Miao Miao, the only girl in the book-carrying team, is a pampered young lady with little strength. Each time, she merely pretends to carry a few books, effectively becoming a freeloader who contributes nothing. What's more, her nonchalant behavior influences her classmates. In a brief respite after the completion of the book transport, Shui Miao Miao intercepted Su Qing in the fire escape on the route back to the classroom. After all, the rivalry between the class monitor and the vice monitor is far from over. To coax Su Qing into conceding, she softened her demeanor and began to ingratiate herself with him. Not only did she offer to massage his shoulders and legs, but her voice also took on an overly sweet tone. "Oh, Brother Qing, I implore you, let me be the head monitor." It was a stark contrast, much like that humorous anecdote. "There were too many people outside just now, and now I'm kneeling before you." Chapter 61. Su Qing's involvement. The passage of time during school seemed to accelerate unusually, with several months slipping away in the blink of an eye. Significant events unfolded in both Huaxia and at home. With the public launch of the game Legend on September 28th, internet cafes experienced a surge in business. Su's father formally transitioned from the realm of CS to an even larger pit from which he could not extricate himself. Countless times, Su's mother lamented the necessity of taking him to a center for internet addiction treatment, only to be saved by Su Qing's tearful pleas that spared his father's life. With a son like him, Su's father must have secretly reveled in his fortune. On October 7th, during the match between the national football team and Oman, a decisive goal was scored, securing the national team's early entry into the World Cup. This also indicated that Su Qing would soon receive a substantial windfall from lottery earnings. Although this sum, exceeding 100,000 yuan, might not drastically alter the family's circumstances, it was still a fortune not to be overlooked. Life continued as usual. And under the persistent entreaties of Shui Miao Miao, Su Qing finally consented to relinquish the position of class monitor to the young girl. Her eagerness for advancement was palpable. Little did he know that this was all part of her cunning scheme. Feigning weakness initially, once her plan was realized, she abruptly transformed her demeanor towards Su Qing with a complete reversal. The previous attempts at flattery vanished entirely. Shui Miao Miao, buoyed by her elevated status over him, began to issue commands, frequently directing him to perform various tasks. Endure. In the first few days, Shui Miao Miao's lips were stretched in a smile that nearly reached her ears. The sensation was immensely gratifying. Yet, how could Su Qing fall prey to her tactics? His strategy was to appear compliant while actually doing nothing, an artful act of defiance. Consequently, she, the head monitor, found herself perpetually occupied. Each morning upon arriving at school, she had to collect assignments, pressuring lazy classmates to tidy up without delay. Failure to do so risked scrutiny from upperclassmen tasked with cleanliness inspections, resulting in deductions from the class's quantitative score. A low score would jeopardize their chances of being selected for the young pioneers. Determined not to be outdone, Shui Miao Miao had meticulously planned her aspirations since elementary school, including her desire to be among the first chosen as a proud young pioneer. "Su Qing, as my deputy, you must assist me in maintaining class discipline." Shui Miao Miao actively demonstrated her commitment by helping her peers with cleaning tasks. It must be noted that her growth since entering elementary school was indeed remarkable. In stark contrast to the other deputy monitor, who lounged lazily at the desk each morning, devoid of youthful vigor. Even her assignments were completed by Pei Xining, who justified it as a means to deepen understanding and prepare for the midterm exam. Ridiculous. If she continued to trust Su Qing, she might as well be a lapdog. Thus, Shui Miao Miao quietly observed from a distance as Su Qing reclined like a lord, comfortably receiving care from the young girl, seemingly devoid of any guilt. She, Shui Miao Miao, felt embarrassed to be associated with him. "Su Qing, stop lounging around pretending to be lifeless. Someone will come to check on cleanliness soon. You must quickly organize the boys to begin tidying up." Since both individuals serve as class leaders, they naturally divided their responsibilities early on. In essence, Shui Miao Miao was tasked with overseeing the girls, while Su Qing managed the boys, albeit often with a lackadaisical approach. The boys, in turn, found his demeanor to be quite appealing, no longer perceiving him as an adversary as they had at the beginning of the school year, but rather as a brotherly figure. However, their genuine recognition of him and their willingness to heed his guidance stemmed from an incident initiated by their math teacher. The math instructor for the elite class was a stern and seasoned educator, possessing exceptional teaching prowess. Her sole flaw was her penchant for corporal punishment, frequently using a wooden ruler to strike the hands of those who failed to complete their assignments. Consequently, every student, including Xuemyomyao, held her in considerable fear. Besides this, her only other notable trait was her extraordinary fondness for Su Qing. While most teachers were predisposed to favor him due to his commendable academic performance, she seemed to treat him like a beloved grandson. Whenever class commenced, upon seeing Su Qing, her demeanor transformed into that of a benevolent elder, shedding her usual severe countenance. Su Qing adeptly leveraged her affection to intercede on behalf of several boys who were on the brink of punishment. To him, a verbal reprimand sufficed. Physical punishment seemed excessive. His willingness to confront the classroom's common enemy, coupled with the influence of popular films like Young and Dangerous, inspired the younger students to emulate the camaraderie depicted therein. Thus, in this serendipitous turn of events, Su Qing once again ascended to the status of the boys' leader. This title clung to him like a stubborn stain, and merely recalling the sequence of events left him exasperated. Had he known, he would have refrained from intervening. Su Qing, what are you thinking? Please don't ignore me. Xuemyomyao stomped her foot and approached Su Qing's desk, playfully tugging at one of his ears that rested on the table. The young girl was careful to control her strength, causing him no discomfort. Ultimately, he had no choice but to stand up and sigh at the sight of this young lady, whose mind had been so thoroughly influenced by the school environment that she seemed devoid of critical thought, yet she wore a proud expression. Humph. Twisting your ear is a royal privilege I obtained from Aunt Su. You must be angry. She extended her slender finger, playfully poking Su Qing's nose, causing him to contort his face in a comical manner, much to her amusement. Well, even before Su Qing could utter a word, the girls seated in front and behind him erupted in excitement. Ever since taking their seats, they had been incessantly shipping their couple. They had even divided into factions. The Qingmiao faction and the Qingming faction engaged in fervent debates. Today appeared to be a resounding victory for the Qingmiao faction. So, does this mean that as class leader, you've already met Brother Qing as parents? The implication in her words was unmistakable, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, deliberately laying a trap for Xuemyomyao. Yet, seemingly oblivious, she candidly acknowledged it. Indeed, as my mother recounted, we became acquainted when we were still mere infants. Oh, how delightful it is to uncover even more sensational news. This morning, they reveled in gossip with immense joy. After a while, Xuemyomyao finally grasped the situation. Her cheeks flushed as she engaged them in a debate, insisting that this encounter with parents was entirely different from another, and that we were childhood friends with a special bond, followed by incomprehensible remarks that elicited laughter from everyone. Instantly, the classroom was filled with a buoyant atmosphere. As the first class was about to commence, Su Qing leisurely strolled over to the boys to collect their homework. Perhaps it was due to his poor example, or perhaps the workload from the advanced class was simply overwhelming, but this group of young children had already begun neglecting their assignments at home. What a disgrace! As the vice class leader, he felt compelled to reprimand them and rectify this unsavory trend. Sugu, could I borrow your math homework to copy? I simply cannot finish the 2 pages in the practice book, a frail boy called out to Su Qing, his face contorted in despair. To his surprise, the once top student with thick glasses had also succumbed to bad habits. Here you go. Just remember to make a few mistakes. And don't forget to pay attention in class, Su Qing replied, unfazed by the boy's complaints. Especially when the boy saw the homework book Su Qing handed over. He felt a surge of gratitude. The class leader was risking his own reputation to help him. Was this not the essence of brotherhood? As expected of Su Gu. My good brother, next time, I'll help you with your homework. Su Qing merely smiled in response, while Pei Xining, who had been covertly observing the scene, reacted strongly. Those insufferable boys should not even think about competing with me for my little Qingge. His homework is mine to protect. It seemed a similar situation unfolded for Xuemyomyao. As she clutched a stack of collected homework while heading back to her seat, she was intercepted by a slightly plump girl. Class leader, could I borrow a homework book to copy from as well? Typically, Xuemyomyao, known for her strict demeanor as class leader, had often heard others remark that she was merely the teacher's lackey, suggesting Su Qing should take on the role instead. Those comments had deeply hurt her feelings, leaving her confused about what she had done wrong. Thus, she found herself in a quandary, hesitantly handing over her practice book. Don't forget to return it all when you're done. Understood. Teacher, good day. Caught in an indiscreet act, the teacher unexpectedly exposed them, nearly bringing Xuemyomyao to tears as she lamented her misfortune. Would the teacher think of her as a troublesome child? Perhaps she would even strip her of her position as class leader, reinstating Su Qing above her. Did this not signify that all her efforts had been in vain? No. Please, not that. Teacher Lu, clearly new to the school, still bore her bag on her shoulder, having yet to place it in the office. with a stern expression. She directed Shui Miaomiao and the girl to wait in the office. Like a soulless shell, Shui Miaomiao lowered her head and silently walked towards the classroom door, seemingly resigned to her fate. Just then, voices echoed once more within the class. Why is the teacher only targeting me? Clearly, Su Qing did the same. He had been engrossed in organizing a pile of assignments on his desk when his name was called, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Upon hearing the full statement, he regarded the girl who had shamelessly reported him with an expression akin to having consumed something foul. Su Qing exchanged an awkward glance with Teacher Liu, both managing a sheepish smile. Unsurprisingly, he too was summoned to the office for a lesson on conduct. This scenario, reminiscent of a scene from a dramatic tale, was utterly unforeseen for someone like him, who had always been a model student. What a turn of events! Standing at the doorway, Shui Miaomiao began to quietly weep. Her sobs muffled, until she noticed Su Qing approaching her side to offer companionship, prompting her to break into a smile. Her runny nose bubbled to an impressive size. Chapter 62. The first midterm examination. Everyone sat upright at their desks, which still emanated a faint scent of fresh ink from the warm examination papers. The classroom of the elite class was unusually quiet at this moment. The midterm examination at the elementary level could hardly be deemed formal. It merely involved creating a slight distance between the rows of seats to deter cheating, without even the disruption of rearranging the seating. Following a recent scandal, Shui Miaomiao, the head girl, was inevitably subjected to punishment by the homeroom teacher. However, the reprimand was more thunderous than substantial, and her position remained intact. According to Teacher Liu, she was currently under observation. Should her performance decline during the midterm exam, the head girl position would simply be handed over to Su Qing. This strategy was remarkably astute, as it clearly reflected Liu's understanding of Shui's character. Truly, she deserved her role as the homeroom teacher of the elite class, adeptly applying her knowledge of human nature and social dynamics to manage the classroom, a skill not to be underestimated. Suspending Shui's position would only cause her temporary discomfort, which she would soon forget. However, the notion of Su Qing replacing her was far more excruciating than mere dismissal. In the days that followed, Shui Miaomiao engaged in an alarming level of academic competition, even foregoing her usual companionship with Pei Xining during trips to the restroom. This indicated that she had entered a state of intense focus, dedicating herself solely to her studies and momentarily rejecting all forms of entertainment. All her efforts were directed towards this day, with success and failure hinging on this singular event. Yet, a slight unexpected turn of events emerged. Since arriving at school for the morning study session, the girl's face had been flushed, and she appeared lethargically slumped over her desk. When she met Su Qing and Pei Xining, she failed to greet them, a stark departure from her usual politeness. Su Qing immediately sensed something was amiss and, considering that it was the peak season for autumn flu, suspected that Shui Miaomiao had indeed fallen ill. She was always escorted to school by her mother, and given the extent of her mother's affection, it was inconceivable that she would be unaware of her daughter's unusual condition. The truth could only be one. Su Qing boldly speculated that Shui Miaomiao had insisted on coming to school to take the exam. After all, after striving for so many days, how could a strong-willed child like Shui Miaomiao accept defeat just before dawn? Drink more warm water, Su Qing said, placing her water bottle from her bag on the drowsy Shui Miaomiao's desk. Shui offered a silly smile and muttered a thank you before returning to her resting position. Something was indeed off. She seemed so dazed, perhaps even feverish. Gently lifting her head, Su Qing placed her palm against Shui's forehead, which was hot to the touch. Perhaps you should take a leave of absence, even if you sit for the exam. You won't be able to perform at your true potential. No. Su Qing, do you think I'm foolish? Don't try to deceive me. I am quite clever. Shui Miaomiao retorted, pointing to her flushed cheeks, seemingly proud of her condition. If I don't take the exam, wouldn't you be winning without a fight? The words flowed in a continuous stream, and one might wonder why, despite a fever, her tongue became so agile. All right, I suppose I have become the villain here. You are unwell. If you are truly feeling miserable, just let me know, and I shall take you to see the teacher. Who is sick? I am certainly not. Her words echoed like those of a tipsy man who, despite wobbling on his feet, stubbornly insisted he was sober, a most fitting analogy. After uttering this, Shui Miaomiao resumed her position, resting her head on the desk, while Su Qing attempted to engage her in conversation but received no response. Soon the examination commenced. To Su Qing, the questions appeared even simpler than those of the entrance exam, and devoid of any additional problems, he effortlessly completed his answers. He raised his hand, hoping to submit his paper early, only to be predictably rebuffed by the supervising teacher, Mr. Liu. He resigned himself to sitting idly back in his seat, languishing in ennui. His gaze was directed towards Xuan, for he remained concerned about her, given her fever. Yet, she seemed to have a sudden burst of vitality, her pen incessantly gliding across the paper. Could her brief respite have been a means to gather strength? Qing was perplexed, yet profoundly astonished. A peculiar sound, distinct from the scratching of pens, suddenly reached his ears, emanating from the direction of Pei Xining. Despite the examination's strict rules against looking around, he felt confident in his good rapport with the teacher and believed this minor distraction would not draw any reprimand. Thus, he turned his head to observe. The young girl was furrowing her brow and squinting, seemingly troubled by a particular question. Meanwhile, her small mouth was busy, gnawing on a pencil like a little hamster. With his keen, unblemished eyes, Qing observed that the pencil's end was riddled with various dents, the result of her tiny canines. If he recalled correctly, that pencil belonged to him. With nothing else to occupy his time, he began to study Pei Xining as an intriguing subject, noting her myriad of subconscious gestures. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, her eyes sparkled with delight. As she swayed joyfully, she smiled and inscribed her newfound understanding on the designated lines. In the end, Pei Xining gleefully nibbled the wood of the pencil, savoring a strangely familiar, refreshing scent. Her focus wavered, and she began earnestly recalling the fragrance. It seemed like mint. But where have I encountered this scent before? The answer felt tantalizingly close, as if within reach, yet Pei Xining continually grasped at air. Thus, she stared intently at the pencil tip, wrestling with her thoughts for quite some time, but before she could recall its origin, the teacher's voice interrupted. There are only 30 minutes remaining in the exam. Please be mindful of your time, and do not forget to write your name and student number. The sound of the reminder jolted Pei Xining, who was lost in the fantastical realm of her imagination, back to reality. To her dismay, she noticed that half a page of the Chinese exam remained untouched. Oh no, this is bad. In her flustered state, she accidentally knocked the eraser, a gift from Qing, to the floor. Thank you, Brother Qing. Qing, do not disturb others. Whispering is not permitted in the examination room. Just as Pei Xining accepted the eraser he handed her, the teacher called her name, startling the little girl into a shocked expression. She dared not utter a word. Refocusing on the exam paper, Pei Xining was astonished to discover that the last essay analysis question was identical to one she had previously encountered in her exercise book. This was largely due to Qing's encouragement. Having tackled this question twice prior, she had a vivid memory of it. A triumphant smile broke through her composure, and without hesitation, she transcribed the correct answer from her memory onto the exam paper. Wah, I knew it. Brother Qing couldn't he possibly be merely using me for his own amusement? He genuinely cares about my studies. Truly, I am overwhelmed with emotion. To become a competent childhood sweetheart, one must master the art of self-encouragement. Since the beginning of this semester, Qing had not completed any assignments, yet here she was, still grateful to him. After the exam concluded and the papers were submitted, there remained a mathematics test half an hour later. During the break, the little girl sat in her seat, shaking a pencil marred with bite marks, a testament to her relaxed demeanor. However, in the next instant, a hand abruptly snatched the pencil from her grasp. Huh? Pei Xining looked up in astonishment to find Qing, clad in blue and white school attire, standing beside her with a mischievous smile. The morning sunlight illuminated his face, accentuating the charming contours of his slightly cherubic features. Even after knowing him for so long, Pei Xining still found Qing incredibly cute, even more so than herself, on par with Xuan. While both possessed distinct styles, they radiated equal brilliance, leaving Pei Xining feeling ordinary and inconspicuous in their presence. Being surrounded by such exceptional individuals inevitably stirred a sense of inadequacy within her. Yet, this was merely a manifestation of self-deprecation. She was indeed among the most outstanding of her peers. Pei Xining nearly fell back into a spiral of self-doubt. But she lifted her gaze to assess Qing once more. The pencil he held, its dark green exterior slightly glistening in the sunlight due to a smear of saliva, caught her attention. Is there something wrong with this pencil? Pei Xining still struggled to grasp the crux of the situation. Is my pencil tasty? Before she could finish her thought, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, even more vibrant than the feverish Xuan. If it were a world of 2 dimensions. At this moment, Pei Xining would undoubtedly be enveloped in a cloud of steam, shyly curling up into a ball. Chapter 63, Offspring, Look into My Eyes. Su Miao appeared utterly despondent, resembling a specter after the mathematics examination, slumped over her desk, her complexion ashen and her eyes brimming with unshed tears. It seemed her fever had intensified, rendering her lightheaded throughout the test. The outcome was all but certain. She was destined to perform poorly. Alas, misfortune upon misfortune. In stark contrast were those around her, cheerfully packing their bags, buoyed by the prospect of an afternoon free from classes following the conclusion of the exam. Having grown familiar with the boys, they naturally extended an invitation to Qing. "Hey, would you like to join us for some roller skating at Riverside Square? There's so much to enjoy there." Qing politely declined with a smile, and they took no offense. After exchanging farewells, they swiftly exited the classroom, their figures disappearing in haste. The senior students, burdened by an additional English exam, remained behind. They basked in the envious glances of their upperclassmen, while the midday sun felt less oppressive, and the gentle breeze enveloped them in a sense of freedom. Once, Qing had been one of them. Yet now he found himself alongside those of greater importance. Reflecting on it, perhaps there was no real separation. Both were merely engaged in pursuing their desires freely. Cough, cough, cough. The classroom was nearly empty, save for the trio and a plump girl whose long bangs obscured her face. Who might she be? Qing realized he had no recollection of her. Just as he pondered this, Teacher Lu entered the room, having just returned from the office after distributing the test papers. With wide eyes, she surveyed the vacant classroom. Where has everyone gone? At this hour, Su Miao Miao, the class monitor, would typically be explaining the situation to the teacher. But her weakened state left her too lethargic to move. All she yearned for was a comfortable nap, hoping that when she awoke, it would be before the exam. Wishing fervently that the day's events were merely a dream. Did you not say we would only have a half day today? And that we would be dismissed after the exam? She cast a wistful glance at her two capable assistants. Though competent, one was rather indolent, while the other struggled with social dynamics. Just as well you haven't left. Would you like to engage in something entertaining? With a clap of her hands, an idea sparked in her mind. The towering stack of papers in her office was nearly driving her to despair, and, fortuitously, 3 willing helpers stood before her. Would you care to assist me in grading? It involves marking answers with a red pen, checking off the correct responses for your classmates. Would you like to play? It is commonly said that examinations are the teacher's tools, and grades are the lifeblood of students. She firmly believes that no child can resist the temptation of wielding such power over another's fate. Indeed, Shui Miao Miao has fallen prey to this notion, as she feigned slumber. Upon hearing those words, she rose with great difficulty, her body rigid as if she were a zombie. Fool! Qing delivered a playful knock to Miao Miao's head, causing her to cry out in pain and slump back onto the desk, unable to rise again. Do you recall the vow made at the end of the 3rd chapter? Though belated, it has arrived. Teacher, do not think you can deceive us into doing your bidding. We learned long ago in kindergarten that one must handle their own affairs. Ah, cough, cough. Qing, dear child, do not perceive your teacher in such a negative light. Even if others wish to judge, I would not permit them. Her words echoed the classic rhetoric of a goddess manipulating her admirers. Yet Qing could see the unease in her demeanor, revealing her insufficient mastery of the art. Exactly. Miao Miao, buried within her arm, murmured in support of Teacher Lu. Where has that vigor for nurturing little children gone? Now, it seems she is the one being deftly maneuvered by the teacher. A girl in the back row chuckled at the exchange between Qing and the teacher, surprised by the camaraderie between the class leader, the vice class leader, and the teacher. Hey, Sun Ningning, why haven't you gone home yet? The girl, previously been over-organizing her belongings in the box, had gone unnoticed by Teacher Lu due to her secluded position against the wall. By the way, you can begin preparing for the bulletin board project. Just gather a few more helpers and inform me. Glancing at Qing, who had inadvertently embarrassed her in front of the students, a plan formed in her mind. For instance, Qing seems quite suitable. Let him be responsible for writing on the blackboard. Then I wish to participate as well. As expected, Qing was involuntarily assigned to a particular task, and his constant companion, Pei Xining, would certainly follow suit. Plan successful. Even the laid-back Miao Miao weakly raised an arm, expressing her desire to join. Thank you, teacher. And thank you to the class leader and Xining for your assistance. With her gratitude voiced, Qing found himself with no choice but to cast a look of exasperation at Teacher Lu, silently conveying his discontent. The bulletin board project is acceptable, but we must take our leave for today. Miao Miao has a fever, and we need to take her home promptly. No wonder Miao Miao has been so uncharacteristically quiet since entering. I thought she was merely exhausted from the exams, but it seems she is genuinely unwell. Should we take her to the infirmary, or perhaps to the hospital directly? By 2016, the Health Commission had prohibited schools and village clinics from administering intravenous strips. Yet at this time, the elementary school infirmary was still equipped to provide such treatment. Teacher Lu's initial instinct was to send Shui Miao Miao for treatment. However, she quickly recalled some incidents involving the doctor in the infirmary who had connections and decided against it. In her last class, a student with a fever had to receive an intravenous drip, and it was said that it took 6 attempts to find the right vein, leaving the child in tears. Since then, students only ventured to the infirmary for minor injuries, perhaps to have iodine applied and a band-aid placed, or at most, to take a couple of cold tablets. No one dared to let that doctor administer an injection again. You should leave quickly. If Miao Miao is seriously ill, just take a day off. Do not come to school while sick. Cough, cough. Understood, teacher. She felt a twinge of regret, realizing she had brought this upon herself for no good reason. As she exited the campus, she was supported by Pei Sinian and Su Qing, attracting the curious gazes of many onlookers who speculated about the little girl being assisted. Under normal circumstances, Shui Miao Miao would have been mortified by such attention. But at that moment, she felt nothing but gratitude. Cough, cough. Su Qing, Sinian, I am so fortunate to have you as friends. Cough, cough. I feel so happy. Such feelings would have to wait until she recovered. The boy, seemingly from nowhere, produced a new disposable mask, opened it, and gently helped Shui Miao Miao put it on. With all this coughing, your voice will be hoarse. Just be careful not to pass your illness on to us. Gathering strength from an unknown source, Shui Miao Miao leaned on Su Qing's shoulder and steadied herself, gazing intensely into his eyes. Hey, look into my eyes. If I am to be contagious, then you might as well accompany me into the abyss. Chapter 64, Bulletin Board as the physical education teacher at the experimental elementary school. Chao Yang's duties could hardly be described as demanding. The daily lessons were seldom his to conduct, having been thoroughly assigned to other primary subject teachers well before the semester commenced. On this particular day, however, with the main subject teachers preoccupied with grading papers, he seized the rare opportunity to engage with this lively group of children in physical exercise. Once the bell rang, he led them through a series of simple warm-up exercises. This generation of delicate elementary students, all cherished only children, were precious to their parents, and any mishap was simply unacceptable. After completing the warm-ups, he began to take attendance. Logically, one would expect that in a secondary subject like physical education, these eager young learners would be clamoring to participate. Absenteeism seemed implausible. Yet, after counting, he discovered that 4 students were missing. How could this be? Counting again, from back to front, he wondered if his brain, long and used to such activity, had become rusty. Report to the teacher, Su Qing, Pei Sining, Shui Miao Miao, and in Sun, what is his name? They are occupied with the bulletin board project and could not attend. What? Indeed, it was peculiar. It turned out that the boy who often mingled with the girls had not come. Chao Yong had encountered Su Qing on a few occasions, primarily during the entrance examination and a handful of physical education classes, as well as during badminton sessions in the gym when the boy attended extracurricular classes. They had played a couple of matches, all of which he had won decisively as the teacher. Thus, he had been eagerly anticipating a spirited singles match with Su Qing today, viewing it as a delightful diversion from his otherwise mundane routine. He had even changed into his sports shoes and taken up his racket, eagerly awaiting this encounter, only to be met with this unexpected turn of events. Well, perhaps it was just a case of him feeling a bit restless and wanting to showcase his prowess against the younger players. His thoughts were consumed with the image of a physical education teacher mercilessly dominating elementary students, a rather unsavory notion. So, you mean to say Su Qing skipped physical education class for the sake of the bulletin board project? Truly, an unforeseen circumstance had indeed transpired. In an instant, he found himself standing there, akin to a frostbitten eggplant, utterly disheveled amidst the wind, his shoulders sagging, and his sports bag tumbling to the ground with a thud. A few stray shuttlecocks from the school storeroom rolled across the plastic grass of the playground. Men often find themselves overwhelmed in a fleeting moment, and his promising young companion had been so easily whisked away, and it had even been sanctioned by the teachers. Oh dear. How could the primary subject teachers be so devious? It was one thing for them to monopolize classes, but today they had to sabotage his plans as well. In a fit of anger, he stamped his foot, sending countless black rubber pellets flying, causing the boys in the front row to scatter in alarm. Teacher, you used foul language. Good children shouldn't use foul language. TSK, the man silently lamented his miscalculation. If this scene were to be noticed by anyone with ill intent, his lesson today would indeed be in vain. The requirements for teachers at the experimental primary school are equally stringent. Any outburst of foul language during class can result in deductions from their salary and bonuses, further exacerbating their already meager finances. With a belly full of frustration, Chao Yang's disdain for the children before him grew increasingly palpable. Having warmed up, let us commence the test. Boys will run 500 meters and girls 400 meters. To the track. It was an unmistakable act of personal vendetta, yet the students were powerless to retaliate. Amidst a chorus of complaints, they trudged somberly to the starting line, forming an orderly queue with the front row assuming their starting positions. While their lips voiced grievances, their bodies remained obedient. At the sound of the whistle, they began to circle the track, internally lamenting that they would rather be seated in the classroom learning mathematics and language arts. Some even envied Su Qing and a few others who had managed to avoid the running circuit. In comparison, drawing in the classroom seemed a blissful escape. The campus, bathed in the ample morning light, illuminated the chalkboard at the back of the classroom through the impeccably clean windows, revealing its true dark green hue. The gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze created a comforting soundscape as Sun Ningning and Shui Miaomiao, two little girls, engaged in a spirited discussion over their bulletin board draft. Oh, and there was Pei Sineng, the silent mascot, observing them. Initially, one might assume Sun Ningning to be a socially anxious character akin to Pei Sineng, but to one's surprise, the moment the topic of painting arose, she transformed into a loquacious conversationalist, a veritable social dynamo, leaving even the group's sole social butterfly, Shui Miaomiao, momentarily overwhelmed. Ah, autumn. Who could be thinking of me so early in the morning? Su Qing thought as he sneezed and rubbed his nose. Immediately, Shui Miaomiao handed him a pack of tissues. Ever since that bout of fever, she had taken to carrying a pack of tissues in her pocket for unforeseen circumstances. Now, it seemed she had also inadvertently discovered a means to win Su Qing's favor, two birds with one stone. The day of the examination fell on a Monday, and it was not until Friday that Su Qing saw Shui Miaomiao again, having taken 3 consecutive days off, when her ailment was still mild. The little girl neglected to rest adequately and pushed herself too hard, leading to a spike in her fever. After 2 days in the hospital receiving 4 fluids and a day of recuperation at home, she humorously remarked that she had nearly met her demise. It was only today that she returned to school, only to be greeted with the task of designing a bulletin board. This was a matter that the teacher had discussed in her presence, to which she had raised her hand in agreement. Now, however, Shui Miaomiao seemed to have forgotten that moment, gazing at Su Qing with wise eyes and asking, "Is that true?" It appeared that her fever had indeed muddled her memory. Having never studied art and lacking interest in it, Su Qing refrained from meddling and contented himself with sitting quietly in his seat, awaiting instructions. Shortly thereafter, he observed a sketch drawn on A4 paper, which simply outlined several areas with delineating lines and annotations. Su Qing signaled his understanding. After all, he was merely a poor scribe. It was best to leave the artistic endeavors to the talented young girls. A class lasts but 45 minutes. Thus their time for painting is equally limited. The initial discussions and sketching have already consumed a significant portion of that time, leaving insufficient moments for actual painting. However, this aligns perfectly with Su Qing's desires. He is quite pleased to have such an opportune chance to indulge in idleness. He reclines on the bench, observing from a distance as a few little girls stand on stools or tables, wielding colorful chalk to proportionally amplify the outlines of their sketches. What initially appeared to be mere hasty doodles surprisingly manifests an impressive outcome. Given that the theme is centered around a sports meet, it naturally incorporates the distinctive elements of various athletic events, such as football, basketball, volleyball, and badminton. Yet, these alone render the blackboard somewhat barren, prompting the addition of vibrant flowers, clouds, and metals as embellishments. Su Qing nods in satisfaction, for the more space the artwork occupies, the less room there is for him to write. Precau. The blackboard is still a tad too high for these little ones. To reach the upper sections, they must stand on the tables and tiptoe. Shui Miaomiao is just about to do so. However, as soon as she glances down at the floor, a wave of vertigo overwhelms her, rendering her legs weak and causing her to sway involuntarily. The little girl harbors a slight fear of heights. Moreover, the table emits a disconcerting creak under the strain, and Shui Miaomiao is terrified it might collapse beneath her. Her imagination spirals, conjuring images of herself tumbling to the ground, sprawled amidst a pool of ketchup in a tragic scene. Consequently, she becomes even more frightened and decides to squat on the table, paralyzed with fear. Yet, As the class monitor, how could she allow herself to be the one to hinder the team? Her gaze turns to Su Qing, and an idea sparks within her mind. Su Qing, please come help me. When she reaches the edge of the table, Shui Miao finally musters the courage to stand again. Seeing you idle, I've found you a task to do. Just hold the table steady for me. Yes, my lady. Though feigning reluctance, he dutifully supports the table's leg, ensuring it remains stable and does not tilt or wobble. In truth, this was a moment of mixed feelings for Shui Miao. Deep down, she felt secure with Su Qing by her side, yet the proud little girl could never vocalize such sentiments. Chapter 65. You actually did this behind my back. As the bell rang signaling the end of class, the children, weary from an entire session of physical education, returned to the classroom. The once refreshing air was swiftly tainted by the odor of sweat. The bulletin board project was momentarily set aside, and the borrowed desks and chairs were returned to their rightful places, meticulously cleaned. Once seated, Shui Miao scrunched her nose and leaned closer to Su Qing, her expression brimming with disdain. In contrast, Pei Sinning appeared rather indifferent. During the badminton class and their extracurricular activities, the amount of sweat shed by the students far exceeded that of a mere gym session, and she was nearly accustomed to the smell. After all, this was a natural aspect of human physiology, unavoidable in essence. Perhaps it was only the particularly fastidious Shui Miao who would show such concern. What are you doing so close to me? Su Qing, engrossed in doodling on a piece of scrap paper, was interrupted by Shui Miao, who, without turning her head, attempted to push her away, exclaiming, "Because it stinks." She leaned closer to Su Qing's ear and whispered her complaint, displaying a modicum of emotional intelligence, as such sentiments were not something she would openly express. Sweating is completely normal. I sweat far more after playing badminton. Are you going to disdain me then? Her teasing inquiry, however, went unanswered by Shui Miao. Sensing something amiss, Su Qing set down her pencil and turned her head to discover a faint blush on Shui Miao's cheeks. Wait, why are you blushing? The transformation of the blackboard at the back of the classroom was so pronounced that it was immediately noticeable. After gulping down some water, still catching her breath, they began to discuss excitedly, shoulder to shoulder. Did I draw that beautifully? It's incredible what can be done on the blackboard. Indeed, our class's art representative is quite talented. I passed by other classes earlier and saw their bulletin boards. Oh, it was simply unbearable to look at. At this stage of elementary school, children held a strong sense of belonging to their class, particularly in their elite rocket class. Their unity was palpable. For them, at this age, the benchmarks of comparison were primarily academic achievements and awards bestowed by the school, with bulletin boards serving as a modest measure. A class with a well-designed bulletin board could boast about it, while one resembling a chaotic scrawl would inevitably become the subject of ridicule. Isn't this boring? Exactly. In an era before the advent of online gaming, such was the innocent, blissfully ignorant charm of elementary school students. They were so far removed from the anxieties of later generations, who would incessantly jump to frenetic beats and spew expletives. During the afternoon class meeting, as all the teachers were convened for a meeting, the entire building felt as if it had been unsealed from a slumber, with the raucous noises from the adjacent classroom filtering into their own rocket class. In contrast, those with commendable self-discipline diligently complete their assignments, while some engage in quiet discussions about their games of Go on their notebooks, ensuring they do not disturb their peers' studies. This tranquility is largely attributed to the presence of Shui Miao at the podium, making their class the solitary oasis of calm in the entire building. The director, who had just conducted an inspection, even offered them praise. Ahem, let us all maintain this decorum, for when Teacher Lu returns and sees us so serene, she will undoubtedly be delighted. In unison, the students responded affirmatively. After all, finishing their homework at school means they can indulge in leisurely play at home. And they quickly grasped this simple truth. Shui Miao felt a sense of joy in assuming the role of the teacher in managing class discipline as she surveyed the classroom. A wave of satisfaction enveloped her heart. However, upon glancing at her own seat, she felt a tinge of jealousy at the antics of her two close classmates. Pei Xining had already submitted her homework, while Su Qing was free from such concerns, instead distracting her. It's one thing to not exert oneself, but to disturb Xining as well. Su Qing is truly incorrigible. In truth, it was jealousy that plagued her. The two were leaning closely together, their heads nearly touching, completely obscuring their activities from Shui Miao's view, regardless of how she attempted to shift her perspective. Just then, the classroom door swung open, revealing Teacher Lu, who had been absent for most of the day. Thank you, little Miao, for maintaining order, she said with gratitude. After expressing her appreciation, Shui Miao Miao eagerly descended from the podium, clutching her assignments as she returned to her seat. She was impatient to uncover what her two childhood friends were secretly up to behind her back. However, her hopes were dashed. The speed of the two lifelong singletons was far beyond what she, a mere girl, could compete with. In the blink of an eye, a notebook was swiftly concealed. What is wrong, Miao Miao? Nothing. Humph. Absolutely nothing. Despite her eyes fixed intently on the location of the bookcase, she uttered words that conflicted with her true feelings. Su Qing raised an eyebrow at Pei Xining, signaling that all was well. The little girl sighed in relief, having feared that the two had prepared an elaborate surprise for her discovery. Unaware of what transpired, Shui Miao Miao felt deeply saddened by their covert actions. Although the three were the best of friends, the other two now shared a secret unbeknownst to her. It hurt. Oh, how it hurt. Shui Miao Miao contemplated performing a handstand, believing that it would prevent her tears from falling. Ahem, everyone, please pause your assignments. I have an announcement to make. Chapter 66. Astonishing wisdom. As anticipated, the content revolves around the various matters concerning the upcoming sports event. The autumn sports meet, spanning 2 days, is set to commence next Thursday, and there is a hopeful plea for enthusiastic participation. Following this, a lengthy list of events is presented, with participants expected to raise their hands to indicate involvement. Regrettably, the enthusiasm displayed by the students is rather tepid, despite her fervent calls. Only a scant few names adorn the registration sheet. Additionally, the timing may not be particularly favorable. The young students, still recovering from their morning's 500-meter run, likely feel queasy at the mere mention of the word sports. Encouraging them to volunteer? Absolutely out of the question. Hey, Xiaoqing, would you like to sign up for an event? Whispered Pei Xining, leaning close to Su Qing's ear. Her inquiry was direct, implying that whatever event Su Qing chose, she would follow suit. Foolish girl, the boys and girls events are separate. Signing up for the same event is of no use, Su Qing pointed out, highlighting the crux of the matter. The little girl stared in astonishment, her eyes widening with realization. Oh, is that so? I've learned something new. She felt relieved that she hadn't hastily raised her hand. I only plan to sign up for badminton, but I genuinely encourage you to participate just for fun, Su Qing expressed, wishing to see her engage more with others, as he did not want Pei Xining to remain as withdrawn as she currently was. The sense of achievement and fulfillment from standing on the podium could serve as a significant boost for the timid Pei Xining. It was evident to him that, to this day, her only close friends remained Su Qing and Shui Miao Miao, and he felt a sense of urgency regarding this. No one in our school of your age can match your prowess. A first place is practically within your grasp. And it would be a delightful way to showcase your skills, he urged. Well, let me think about it, she replied hesitantly. Meanwhile, Shui Miao Miao, still harboring some irritation, listened intently to their conversation. On the podium, Teacher Lu continued to call out the events, and when badminton was mentioned, Su Qing raised his hand. This instantly brought a smile to her face as she quickly noted his name and asked, Oh, Su Qing, I have always held you in high regard. Would you like to sign up for a few more events? The emphasis is on participation. Haha, that's not necessary, teacher. When it was time for the girls' events, badminton surprisingly emerged as the most sought-after option, with 3 participants registered. Pei Xining suddenly felt flustered, unsure whether to raise her hand or not. Teacher, Pei Xining wants to sign up for girls' badminton. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, an external force seemed to lift her arm. Xining, do you truly wish to sign up? Teacher Lu asked, ensuring that it was merely a playful jest among children, worried that it might embarrass the little girl. Yes, teacher, I want to sign up. Very well, I'll note you down. As the recitation came to a close, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. With a significant number of positions still unfilled, Teacher Lu, with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, inquired once more, Is there anyone who wishes to sign up? The audience remained as still as the grave, with some even burying their heads in their desks. Alas, Miao Miao and Su Qing, as class leaders, should ideally exemplify a spirit of initiative. Seated beside Su Qing, the little girl Shui Miao Miao trembled, her worst fears unfolding before her. Oh no! Why did I recover from my fever so swiftly? Had I known, I would have continued my absence. Sob, sob, sob. This way. The teacher will not be put in a difficult position. Su Qing, you may participate in the 50 meters, 100 meters, and 300 meters, and Miao Miao. You can just join the high jump and long jump. Teacher, do you truly understand what it means to not cause difficulty? Please translate for me what not causing difficulty entails. It is a well-known fact that during sports events, Students must sit on chairs by the track, leading to a heightened focus on the running events. With the action so close at hand, it is nearly impossible to look away. This, in turn, escalates the intensity of the competition, amplifying the anxiety of potentially not placing. A source of great embarrassment. Furthermore, the physical exertion involved is notoriously taxing, making it an undesirable event for many. Unless compelled, few willingly volunteer. On the other hand, Shui Miao Miao's countenance grew increasingly grim. Since her kindergarten days, she has avoided any athletic activities, loathing the sticky sensation of sweat due to her obsessive cleanliness. This aversion has unfortunately resulted in a rather frail constitution and average immunity. After all, she was the only one in her class to catch a cold this autumn. What should I do? If I participate, I will surely embarrass myself, yet I cannot refuse the teacher's reasoning. Contemplating this, she steeled herself to decline. Who would have thought that Teacher Lu would immediately follow up with, "It's all right. Rankings are not important. We just need to fill the positions." This left her with no room to argue. Faced with such a dilemma, Shui Miao Miao, resigned to her fate, nodded in agreement, managing to force out a few words. "All right, then I shall." Her smile was painfully rigid. When school dismissed, Shui Miao Miao maintained an air of deep contemplation, biting her thumbnail in silence. Her long, willow-like eyebrows knitted together, forming a frown. This was the first time Su Qing had witnessed her in such a state of distress, and it was rather endearing. Meanwhile, the other two classmates busily packed their bags, only including the textbooks needed for their assignments while leaving the rest in their desks. Carrying a mountain of books back and forth was simply too cumbersome. One must wonder if those who arrive at school each day with heavy bags ever worry about being weighed down. As the bell rang, everyone exited in an orderly fashion, while the duty students remained behind to tidy up. Yes, yet, how could children truly heed the teacher's words, standing foolishly in line within the classroom? One by one, the students burst out of the classroom, merging into a vast sea of humanity in the hallway, jostling towards the entrance of the teaching building. Only the true champions could escape the school first. Meanwhile, the duty students, Su Qing and Pei Xinian, were still sluggishly tidying up, while a certain dazed little girl had already stumbled towards the door with her backpack slung over her shoulders. Fortunately, Su Qing spotted her just in time, preventing her from slipping away. "Xinian, Miao Miao wants to skip cleaning. Hurry and catch her." "Understood, Commander." With an adorable salute, Pei Xinian dashed forward and seized Shui Miao Miao's cumbersome backpack from behind. Suddenly burdened by the weight, she found herself immobilized, yet continued to mechanically shuffle in place, muttering, "This is bad, this is bad, this is bad." Little Qing, it seems Miao Miao has lost her mind." Su Qing, brandishing a broom, found the situation amusing and waved his hand in front of Shui Miao Miao's eyes to rouse her from her stupor. "Hey, why are you daydreaming? You still have to clean today. Don't even think about escaping." In an instant, as reality set in, Shui Miao Miao's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. A tiny pearl was on the verge of slipping down her cheek, leading one to mistakenly believe Su Qing had bullied her. "Su Qing, you are my last hope." Her gaze was filled with a desperate yearning to maintain her flawless persona. As the class monitor, she had always strived to present herself perfectly, outstanding in academics, beautiful and generous. She was the epitome of an ideal student in everyone's eyes. Yet, the heavier the burden of perfection, the more it weighed on her. With her perfect facade now shattered, she placed all her hopes on Su Qing. Faced with such an intense gaze, Su Qing felt a chill run down his spine, as a cool autumn breeze wafted through the window, raising goosebumps on his arms. Although he had long seen through Shui Miao Miao's facade, he was puzzled by her current behavior. Was she no longer pretending? Unconsciously, he took a step back, creating a bit of distance between them. Unexpectedly, this small gesture pierced through the last remnants of her defenses. She thought even Su Qing was about to abandon her. In a bid to retain his attention, Shui Miao Miao also stepped forward, reaching out her small hand to grasp his clothing. However, she had clearly forgotten that Pei Xinian was still holding on to her backpack. Losing her footing, her knees buckled, and she found herself half-kneeling on the ground, clutching Su Qing's shirt. "Don't go. Invincible Su Qing, please think of a way for me. As long as I don't embarrass myself at the sports meet, I will do anything." In this moment of desperation, Shui Miao Miao unleashed an astonishing burst of wisdom that left the other two in the classroom frozen in place. Just then, the classroom door swung open again. Teacher Lu returned, accompanied by several little students wielding mops, capturing the scene before them in its entirety. The pupils widened in shock. Su Qing locked eyes with her, and everything was conveyed without words. Although Teacher Lu was somewhat perplexed by the situation, he promptly closed the classroom door. Though he did not comprehend, he chose to respect the moment. A few elementary students trailing behind, bewildered, attempted to enter the classroom with mops in hand, only to be halted by Teacher Liu. "Why can't we go in?" they inquired. "The situation inside is quite complicated. In any case, I understand your urgency, but please, hold on for a moment." Inside the classroom, Su Qing and Pei Xining were in a flurry, trying to help Shui Miao to her feet, but she stubbornly resisted. I promise you. Please get up." If she didn't rise soon, both would face a social demise together. Chapter 67. Dog Egg lost brow. Dog Egg on a Saturday morning. Su Qing had intended to sleep until the sun was high in the sky, but he was abruptly awakened by Shui Miao, who had come to seek guidance. He had planned to haggle with her for a while, but was immediately pushed out of the house by Su's mother, who chided him. "Miao Miao has come all the way to play with you this early. Is this your attitude? Hurry up and go out with her." Accompanying her was Su's father, who held a half-eaten jianbing guizi in his hand. "You go out and watch the kids too, just in time for my big cleaning. Now you won't be able to disturb me." Ah, the wisdom of mothers. After running next door to summon Pei Xining, the trio successfully convened for the weekend. It seemed that due to a newly opened city park nearby, the children had shifted their gathering place there, leaving the morning exercise facilities deserted. This was quite fortuitous for them. "In gratitude for your guidance, I beseech you, master, to accept your disciple's bow. No need for formalities. In the community slide." They held a simple apprenticeship ceremony, and thus Su Qing officially became Shui Miao's master, a master of long jump and high jump. It is often said that once a teacher, always a father, their relationship had become somewhat intricate. "Little brother Qing, I have pledged my allegiance to you before Miao. Does that mean Miao is now my little sister?" Pei Xining initiated the crucial formation, while Shui Miao achieved 100 damage taken. "Wah, what? Xining? You actually pledged yourself to Su Qing behind my back. What other secrets are you hiding from me?" The girl produced a small handkerchief from somewhere and bit down on it fiercely, venting her frustration. The scent of defeat grew even stronger. Ahem. But that is beside the point. Miao, you should focus on training. Otherwise, the sports meet will surely be a disaster. All right. Her previously bright mood was now overshadowed by clouds of worry at the mere thought of the sports meet. "First, let us discuss your goals so I can devise your training plan." That would be to come in first, of course. Su Qing regarded her with a perplexed expression. Questioning whether the issue lay with his thinking or hers, how could she dare to make such audacious claims? Ha. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward, and the little girl forced a chuckle to salvage her words. "I was just joking. You really don't understand my humor. So, for second. What do you think? Third and fourth I can also accept. Fifth is already the limit. Fine. As long as I'm not among the last 5, I can manage." Finally, Shui Miao articulated a goal that seemed attainable, and Su Qing nodded in approval. "Watch me demonstrate the movements carefully. Swing your arms forward and backward, and when the moment is right, exert force with your legs." To be honest, Su Qing had always found the standing long jump motion rather clumsy, and as the two little girls intently observed him, he felt a rush of embarrassment. The three individuals remained utterly oblivious to the pairs of eyes, unblinking, observing their every move from the distant grass thicket. Do you recall the little dog that once terrified Pei Xining to tears, only to face humiliation during the New Year festivities? Ever since that incident, it seemed to have relinquished its ties to humanity. After enduring disgrace, it broke free from its shackles, forsaking family and identity to become the shadowy emperor of the neighborhood. In this moment, it had long shed its youthful and endearing appearance, now embodying the stereotypical image of a somewhat disheveled rural mutt. Its coat bore the marks of neglect, but it paid no mind. Such was merely the toll of time. Ah, yes, it had adopted a new name, Sang Biao. As for Dog Egg, he perished amidst the cacophony of firecrackers that winter, a consequence of your choices, dear idol. Sang Biao, now flanked by its loyal underlings, lay in wait along Su Qing's usual path, poised to ambush him. Yet, as noon approached, the anticipated sight of the young boy remained elusive. Panting with anticipation, it prepared to stand firm, too apprehensive to glance back at the skeptical gazes of its followers. "Damn it, you lot, hurry up and come here." The objective remained unfulfilled, and instead, it encountered its owner descending the stairs with a meal. Sang Biao immediately wagged its tail in a drunken sway, approaching with an excessively ingratiating smile, its tongue lolling as it eagerly licked the man's cheek. "Good boy, Dog Egg, eat well today and grow strong." Woof. When its former name was uttered, Sang Biao looked back in alarm, and indeed, The diverse pack of dogs nearby began to gossip excitedly. Woof, woof, woof. Isn't it called sang biao? Why does this human insist on calling it dog egg? Woof. It's all for a meal. Serving humans as a dog is nothing to be ashamed of. Sang biao nudged the man toward the building, fearful he might unveil some embarrassing detail that would sully its reputation among the canine ranks. The reign of the dog emperor was perilously close to its end. At that moment, with no dog food in sight, it was fed an assortment of leftovers from the home, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, rice, and a mix of stewed pork soup and bones, transforming into a delectable lunch for dog egg. Woof. Never mind, let us eat first. As lunchtime arrived, while feasting, it heard the chorus of grumbling bellies around it. Its little subordinates had yet to dine. Embracing its role, it resolved to share its food with the other dogs to solidify its position. Unbeknownst to it, the trio it had been anticipating finally approached the corner, sprinting towards them with haste. Throughout that morning, Shui Miao Miao's routine of 1 hour of rest followed by 10 minutes of exercise left Su Qing in dismay. At this rate, their goals seemed increasingly unattainable. However, seeing the little girl drenched in sweat, unconcerned about the dirty floor as she plopped down to rest, Su Qing decided to allow her the respite. Hey, it's almost time for lunch. We should head home. Xiling and Miao Miao, and Su has prepared watermelon, ice cream, and a refreshing air conditioning set at 25°C for you. You should return home and rest well. Upon hearing about the delectable treats and the cool air, Shui Miao Miao, whose stamina had nearly been exhausted, surprisingly found the strength to spring back to her feet and dash towards the residential building with remarkable speed. Pei Xiling and Su Qing exchanged glances, bemused, as they followed her. Just moments ago she had been lethargic, leaving them to wonder whether her previous state was genuine or merely an act. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop. In her eagerness, Shui Miao Miao had failed to watch where she was going and encountered an unexpected mishap, not one that harmed anyone, but rather she inadvertently sent something flying. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that a gathering of 4 or 5 dogs was convening in the vicinity. The object she had unwittingly kicked aside was none other than Sang Biao's dog food bowl. In an instant, a cascade of food spilled across the ground, prompting Shui Miao Miao to scrunch her toes in disdain. After all, those pristine white shoes had been chosen specifically for her meeting with Su Qing. If they were to get dirty, they would be quite the challenge to clean, and she would surely face Annie's reprimand. Fortunately, after a quick survey, aside from the dust accumulated from her earlier frolicking, there appeared to be no significant stains. Sang Biao, slightly bewildered, mused, is no one concerned about my dog bowl? Just a moment ago, he had been feigning humility, and now he found himself perplexed. Where could my sizable bowl have gone? What had transpired? Ah, was that not dog egg? His instincts kicked in. Upon spotting Su Qing nearby, a wave of dread washed over him, rekindling memories of the terrifying New Year's Eve from years past. With a whimper, he instinctively collapsed onto the ground, exposing his belly in a gesture of submission, allowing Su Qing to pet and knead him at will. Good dog, sit. Upon hearing the commands, he obeyed without question, only to realize later that Su Qing had vanished, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a band of companions that gradually drifted away from him. What have I done? He lamented, his heart heavy. Fortunately, Su Qing's conscience remained intact, as he recalled the dog food that Shui Miao Miao had knocked over. When he returned downstairs with a bowl of leftover rice and stir-fried meat to feed the dejected Sang Biao, the dog's expression transformed, clarity returning to his eyes. I remember now. I am no mere Sang Biao. I am the loyal dog egg of Lord Su Qing. Thus, a meal of stir-fried meat mended old grievances, restoring the good-natured dog egg to his true self. What a delightful and poetic turn of events. Chapter 68. The Crisis of Friendship Among Plastic Sisters. From her brief 6 years of existence, Shui Miao Miao has learned a singular truth. The harder one strives for something, the more one realizes the limitations of human capability, unless one transcends humanity. Therefore, Su Qing, Shui Miao Miao, have chosen to embrace laziness. In that moment, the little girl appeared utterly fatigued, drenched in sweat. Yet her voice rang with conviction as she made her declaration. Are you certain? What about the sports meet? That is of no consequence. Lying flat brings temporary delight, and continuing to lie flat ensures ongoing pleasure. After enduring 2 grueling days of training over the weekend, Shui Miao Miao felt as if she were a rubber band stretched beyond its limits, utterly broken. By Monday, her legs wobbled with fatigue, necessitating support from the wall for balance. Observing the young girl beside her, who was about to skip morning exercises, she silently derided her for being feeble, incapable of handling such a trivial amount of physical activity. How, then, could she ever endure the demands of physical enhancement in the future? Time swiftly passed, and 2.5 days later, it was Wednesday afternoon. During the second period's intermission, after a lengthy respite, Shui Miao indulged in eating, drinking, and playful antics, seemingly oblivious to the impending sports meet. However, as the day of reckoning approached, anxiety began to creep in. They say a last-minute effort lacks finesse, so she implored Su Qing, "Please tell me. It's not too late for me to try hard now, right?" Her delicate face was alarmingly close to Su Qing's, so close that he could almost count her slender, elongated eyelashes, which glimmered with the sheen of unshed tears. Her pitiful pleas had become her signature strategy, perfectly attuned to the fact that her opponent was susceptible to softness rather than harshness, a tactic that had never failed her. Yet today, it seemed to fall flat. The glistening tears acted as a mirror, reflecting only Su Qing's gentle head shake, akin to a doctor delivering grim news to a patient, merciless. This was precisely the outcome Shui Miao dreaded, nearly causing her heart to skip a beat. Though the past 2.5 days of idleness had been enjoyable, when faced with the impending consequences, she found herself unwilling to accept the reality. A child remains a child, still too immature. Had she known this day would come, would she have acted differently? With a sigh, he patted Shui Miao's little head, feeling as though he too was powerless in this situation. However, Su Qing possessed a method of nurturing growth, albeit one that did not guarantee success. He never intended to passively allow the young girl to embarrass herself publicly. His reasoning lay in the belief that success achieved with ease would only foster a sense of entitlement. Thus, he resolved to instill a sense of anxiety in her for a day, hoping she would learn from this lesson. May she realize her mistakes and amend her ways. He spoke, cloaking his true sentiments in a guise of benevolent lies. There's no saving her. Let her face her fate. No. The volume of his exclamation escaped him uncontrollably, silencing the bustling classroom, as they momentarily believed the teacher had arrived. Soon, the crowd, having found nothing of interest, resumed their idle chatter, while Shui Miao languished at the table, resembling a despondent fish devoid of dreams. Pei Xining found this state of Miao utterly amusing. Unlike the lofty perfection she remembered, Miao displayed her own vulnerabilities and moments of sadness. Prodding at Miao's lifeless face with a pencil, she remained unmoving. "Hey, Xining, how did you manage to gnaw on my borrowed pencil like this? Is it really that delicious?" Su Qing, observing the intimate interaction between the two, could not help but comment on Pei Xining's poor habit. "Higi, when I'm doing homework or taking an exam, I subconsciously do this. I'll buy you a new one to replace it," she replied. In a past life, young Su Qing had been naive enough to believe the adults who warned him that pencil lead was poisonous and would lead to dire consequences if consumed. He had never dared to take a bite. However, when it came time to use the same tactic to frighten Pei Xining, it proved ineffective. The little girl, with a spirit of compliance, would say she would change her ways, yet found it impossible to break the habit. Each time Su Qing saw Pei Xining shyly scratching her head, he felt an overwhelming reluctance to scold her. "Just indulge her. No need. I want this one." "Huh?" Pei Xining, taken aback by Su Qing's firm response, transformed into a wide-eyed expression of disbelief. Blinking rapidly, her mind struggled to comprehend. She had mistakenly thought his words implied he was repulsed by her saliva on his pencil, when in fact, it seemed he held a fondness for it. "That's not the point. What I mean is, I don't mind, but will Miao be offended if you poke her with that pencil?" "All right." Pei Xining immediately cast an apologetic glance at Shui Miao, clasping her hands together in sincere contrition. What?" As if awakening from a stupor, the little girl straightened up. Incredulity etched across her face as she gazed at the pencil marred by bite marks in Pei Xining's hand, touching the slightly damp spot on her cheek. Her pupils gradually constricted in realization this was indeed Pei Xining's saliva. No wonder she had felt a chill earlier. Fuming, she retrieved a handkerchief from her backpack and began to wipe it, visibly reddening from the friction, yet she continued her actions in frustration. "Brother Qing, does Miao dislike me?" Such a small gesture inflicted great emotional turmoil on Pei Xining, who already harbored a touch of insecurity being in their midst. She had thought that their close bond would render such trivial matters unnecessary. Ultimately, she had misjudged. With tears welling up in her eyes, they streamed forth as if they were free-flowing. Fearing that this incident might create a rift between the two girls, Su Qing found himself in the position of both father and mother, mediating the dynamics of their childhood relationships. Yet, for the sake of his grand 20-year plan, such a minor cost was undoubtedly worthwhile. As for what the plan entails, do not inquire. Those who understand, understand. Do not entertain such thoughts. Are you not already aware of Meow Meow's character? She is, after all, a little perfectionist. If you doubt it, observe closely. Comforting the emotionally wounded Pei Xining, Su Qing resolved to perform a demonstration for her on the spot. Meow Meow, if my saliva were on the pencil, would you find it particularly distasteful? With that, he confidently turned back to continue his therapeutic conversation with Pei Xining. This young girl simply lacks self-assurance. You see, I told you, Meow Meow is quite picky. Before he could finish his sentence, Pei Xining pointed her little finger behind Su Qing, sniffing delicately to indicate he should look in that direction. Su Qing's smile froze on his face. Surely not. He could almost envision what was about to unfold. He beheld the girl, her face flushed with embarrassment. Yet there was no hint of disdain to be found. Oh my, little princess, why do you refuse to conform to the expected? Upon reflection, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. She scratched her already crimson cheek, seemingly more radiant than the clouds at twilight in autumn. The girl's blush conveyed more than any lengthy dialogue could. Yet this was not the outcome Su Qing had anticipated. Haha, cough, cough, cough. Let us consider a different analogy. Su Qing could only force a couple of awkward laughs to alleviate his own embarrassment. Navigating a day with a little crybaby on the left and a little proud one on the right was indeed exhausting. By the way, Annie, if Meow Meow's mother wished to kiss her, how would you react? Oh, given the frequency of such occurrences, Shui Meow Meow's instinctive response was to scrunch her face in distaste. No need for elaboration, it was equally filled with disdain. With the realization that she was not the sole recipient of such aversion, Pei Xining finally broke into laughter. Their friendship, akin to fragile plastic flowers, managed to endure, albeit with Su Qing's influence. Chapter 69, Shui Meow Meow. It is I, Su Qing. Is it inevitable that I must face this day? My life has been a precarious balance. Can you truly say I will reach the other shore? Early on Thursday morning. Due to the sports day, the diligent security guard opened the school gates at 6:30. Shui Meow Meow entered the empty classroom, her bright eyes gazing vacantly as she settled into her seat. The previous evening, burdened by anxiety over the upcoming competition, Shui Meow Meow had attempted myriad methods to feign illness and evade participation. She had tried sleeping without a blanket, washing her feet in cold water, and even considered a cold shower, only to abandon the idea after shivering uncontrollably. How infuriating! Why must my body choose this moment to rally? In the absence of others, Shui Meow Meow allowed herself to spiral into madness, clutching her head and shaking her body in denial of this dreadful reality. Little Brother Qing, perhaps we should just not go in. I hope Meow Meow's spirits remain intact. Amen. Coincidentally, two students who had arrived at school together early that morning stumbled upon Shui Meow Meow's frantic episode. With a knowing glance, they decided to act as though they had never witnessed it. On their way to school, they had stopped to purchase breakfast, seeking a place to sit and enjoy their meal. After all, they needed energy for the impending physical exertion, as starting on an empty stomach could lead to disastrous consequences. They recalled a small piece of advice Su Qing had shared with Pei Xining during their first badminton class, which lingered in their minds, showing that the little girl had indeed taken his words to heart, much like a student seeking to appease their parents through chores to avoid punishment. Shui Meow Meow inexplicably picked up a broom and began tidying up. By the time Su Qing and the others returned, nearly all the students had gathered. Ahem. If there are no further matters, let us prepare to move the chairs. The assembly point has been designated, and I urge everyone not to misplace themselves. The expression was one of unspeakable seriousness, as if fearing the repetition of a past incident. Understood. The weight of a chair was quite burdensome for the first graders. Yet fortunately, they were on the ground floor, sparing them the trouble of navigating stairs. Thus, they huffed and puffed as they transported the chairs to the playground, eagerly collapsing into their seats to catch their breath. Su Qing, however, bore the burden of two chairs, one tucked under each arm, effortlessly carrying them over as if he were a Superman, eliciting astonished glances from the surrounding boys. Do you not feel any pangs of conscience? This notion had been initially proposed by Shui Meow Meow, who had dragged Pei Xining into the scheme. All right, I brought some delicious chocolates. I shall make it up to you once we arrive. A mere chocolate cannot possibly sway me, due to the restriction of carrying only two chairs at a time. Su Qing had to return to his classroom to fetch his own. Fortunately, two little girls kindly accompanied him on this errand. However, upon their return, instead of finding an empty room, he was taken aback to see a mysterious figure lurking by his desk, surreptitiously moving his chair. This was a chair thief. Such characters were rather common during school days, stealthily swapping their dilapidated chairs for the superior ones from other classes when no one was watching. Their intentions were utterly reprehensible. You two, stay right here and do not move. Let me apprehend that chair thief. With that, he boldly opened the classroom door, the loud noise instantly startling the intruder. Halt! The young boy inside immediately stood at attention, cold sweat trickling down his brow. When he realized that the newcomer was not a teacher, he finally relaxed. Qing, what are you shouting for? I haven't done anything wrong. Then do tell me what you were here for, and how do you know my name? You seem somewhat familiar, he retorted. You've forgotten me already? This seemed to infuriate the boy, his face reddening as he began to interrogate Qing. Am I supposed to remember you? I am young Fei, of course. He emphasized his name twice, yet Qing searched his memory in vain, unable to recall anyone by that name. Silence enveloped the room, as the two exchanged glances, lingering in a prolonged quietude. But this reaction served as Qing's answer. All right, so that's how it's going to be. Fine. Not recognizing me is no matter. Let me be clear. I am here to help Meow Meow move her chair. Is Meow Meow someone you can casually call by name? However, at that moment, Qing realized that Meow Meow's chair had already been moved to the venue, leaving him perplexed as to what this boy was still doing here. It seemed their objectives aligned, yet he had arrived too late. As he spoke, young Fei boldly lifted Qing's chair, leaving him even more bewildered. I had already inquired among your classmates. This is indeed Meow Meow's chair, right? I even checked the signature on the book cover on the desk, so I am certain. The triumphant grin on his face was impossible to conceal, almost bursting into laughter. Oh, Qing finally comprehended the situation. These mischievous little rascals were quite clever. Yet, he bore no ill will. After all, someone was unwittingly assisting him, which brought him joy. Qing, why are you still not done? Who is he? A cute little head peeked in from outside, curious about what Qing had been so secretive about in the classroom, only to discover an unfamiliar boy. You must be Shui Meow Meow. I am young Fei from Behi Kindergarten. We had a brief encounter during recess. Countless individuals have crossed paths with her. Yet this mere hint fails to jog her memory of who he might be. It matters not if she does not remember me. I am here to assist you in moving the chairs. Upon uttering these words, he mimicked a gentleman from a television drama, placing his hand upon his waist, smiling gracefully, and bowing with an air of comical absurdity. However, concerning my chair, as she began to speak, she noticed Qing behind him, rapidly blinking in a gesture urging her not to reveal the ruse. The unspoken understanding between childhood friends quickly illuminated her understanding of Qing's intentions, prompting a mischievous smile to curve her lips as she seamlessly continued the conversation. If you wish to move, then by all means, do so. Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. First come, first served. Qing, you shall envy me. Suppressing laughter was no simple feat at that moment. Qing exerted tremendous willpower to maintain his composure. The two girls, not particularly skilled at this, deliberately lagged behind, feigning delightful conversation while openly bursting into laughter. Ha. Surely the goddess has been moved to tears by my tireless efforts. With this thought, it felt as though the chair in her hands had lightened, and the labored breaths transformed into the necessary trials one must endure before a knight rescues a princess. Thank you, my young friend. After working so hard, you still help me move the chair. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Mere moments after placing the chair down, and under his watchful gaze, Qing boldly seated himself upon it. You cannot sit on Meow Meow's chair. The boy stammered in exasperation. This was my chair to begin with. What is the problem? I refuse to believe it. I knew it. Just watch. As he spoke, Qing flipped the chair over, revealing the engraved initials on the backrest, unmistakably reading Qing. It was as if his soul had been siphoned away, the sparkle in young Fei's eyes extinguished. But Meow Meow understands my good intentions. Yes, that's right. It's the thought that counts. With this self-soothing sentiment, young Fei gazed at Shui Meow Meow, hoping for the answer she longed to hear. Instead, she only caught snippets of conversation between Shui Meow Meow and a classmate. Are you joking? How could I possibly be happy about you secretly helping me move my chair? It's utterly revolting. If I hadn't caught you, who knows what you would have done? Such sentiments were all too common, like stealing someone else's eraser, discarding notebooks, or textbooks. These ridiculous acts were numerous in the experiences of Shui Meow Meow, the class monitor. One must harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against the schemes of others. Chapter 70. The guerrilla warfare at the sports meet. It seems that on days devoid of classes, this group of young children can revel in carefree laughter for an entire day, whether intentional or not. They coincidentally smuggled numerous contraband items into the school to alleviate their boredom. After all, most had not registered for any events, which meant they would be languishing in their seats for 2 consecutive days. How dreadfully dull that would be. Thus, a scene reminiscent of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique talents, unfolded. The items included, but were not limited to, playing cards and martial arts novels. Some even brought leftover fireworks from the new year into the school. There was nothing they could not procure. The school was well aware of their students' little schemes, so the headmaster arranged for the deputy principal to patrol every hour or so. However, they turned a blind eye, unless they happened to encounter an exceptionally strict teacher. In essence, play is permissible, but it must not be overtly conspicuous. It was during these moments that the cohesion of their class was put to the test. There would invariably be 1 or 2 well-informed individuals who would alert everyone to hide and engage in guerrilla tactics just before the teachers were about to pass by their classroom. Yet, if one were caught, there would be no recourse but to submit obediently, perhaps to reunite 6 years later upon graduation, hopefully. As the teachers gathered to listen to the deputy principal's speech, the children in the formation began to unleash their spirits, engaging in lively discussions about their various amusements hidden within their backpacks. For instance, Xuemiaomiu was a daring little rascal. At that moment, she was brandishing a renowned brand MP3 player, drawing a chorus of excited gasps from those around her. Meow meow, it plays music, right? I want to listen to Jay Chou's nunchucks. Woohoo! It was now mid-October 2001, and with the release of Jay Chou's second album, Fantasy, in September, it seemed to herald the birth of a new king in the Chinese music scene. Having scarcely paid attention to the entertainment industry, Su Qing was taken aback to hear such a familiar name. What, is he famous now? Of course. I've already downloaded it. Here you go, but please don't lose it. Perhaps influenced by her upbringing and affluence, Xue Miao Miao spoke with a clear, yet naive generosity. Wholly unconcerned about the potential loss of her precious gadget, her eyes gleaming with a primal desire for ostentation. Since Pei Xining and Xue Miao Miao often appeared together among the girls, it was inevitable that she would be included in the conversation. However, the little girl felt somewhat awkward, as her social circle was too narrow, leaving her oblivious to the myriad intricacies surrounding the sports meet. The teachers surely never said we could read miscellaneous books or snack during the sports meet logically. This was a serious breach of discipline. Yet, Xue Miao Miao, the class monitor, brazenly broke the rules. Today, she hadn't even carried her backpack, arriving light and ready with only her necessary equipment for the competition. Clearly, she was wholeheartedly preparing for the badminton event. This left her unable to engage in the conversation, standing awkwardly in place. My gaze instinctively drifted towards Su Qing, who was surrounded by a group of boys, engaged in lively chatter. At that moment, someone approached him, boasting, "How about that, Lauda? Am I not clever?" I could tell at a glance that young Fei Fei is trouble. With a camaraderie akin to long-lost brothers, they exchanged conspiratorial laughter, sealing a dark deal amidst their banter. Pei Xining was bewildered, realizing that the class leader's authority could be wielded in such a manner. She felt a profound shock. Xining, don't just stand there. Did you bring anything fun? Hey, what did you bring today? I must tell you, we have playing cards over here. Do you want to? The implication was clear. Their words resonated with a similar tone, yet while Pei Xining pondered how to respond, Su Qing blurted out, "I didn't bring anything." "Eh? Are you joking?" She scrutinized him as if he were a peculiar creature, her eyes questioning his honesty. "Lauda, you have such a large bag on your chair." "Don't deceive us. Why would I lie to you?" he retorted, lifting his badminton bag and offering it to the young boy for inspection. As the zipper slowly opened, the bag's contents began to reveal themselves, the most eye-catching being the badminton racket displayed prominently at the front. "Oh my goodness," the boy exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, eagerly inquiring if he could take a closer look at the racket. Su Qing readily agreed. "Wow, this is incredibly stylish. It looks far superior to the ones we use in school." The iron-aluminum alloy rackets provided by the school paled in comparison to Su Qing's branded carbon fiber racket. Just don't even try to compare. Bathed in the morning sunlight, the racket's sheen glimmered, and its surface felt textured to the touch. The young boy, unfamiliar with badminton, didn't know how to grip or swing the racket, so he tucked the head under his arm, pretending it was a gun, while imagining the shaft and handle as the body and silencer. "Baya, bayubiubiu," he mimicked, perfectly embodying Su Qing's stereotype of elementary school students. This scene sparked an idea in Pei Xining, illuminating her with inspiration. So this is how one can do it. Without a second thought, she followed suit, showcasing her own badminton racket to the crowd. However, it was evident that it lacked the same appeal as Su Qing's, leaving her somewhat disheartened. As the boys and girls grew, their thought processes diverged, and their interests became increasingly disparate. Perhaps it was also due to Su Miaomiao's impressive presence that Pei Xining's racket appeared less striking in comparison. With her head hanging low, Pei Xining lamented yet another day of social failure. At this moment, the MP3 player held by Shui Miaomiao had been taken by the other girls for their amusement and examination, naturally diverting their attention away from her. Noticing Pei Xining's subtle dejection, which was in part a result of her own actions, Shui Miaomiao pondered how she might offer some comfort. This task was typically the domain of Su Qing, and only upon taking her turn did she realize the considerable effort it entailed. Xining, don't listen to them. Your badminton skills are truly impressive. Today, you must secure the championship for our rocket class. Initially believing her words would suffice, she was taken aback when Pei Xining's mood plummeted further after hearing them. An oppressive atmosphere seemed to envelop the surroundings, casting a shadow over the moment. Shui Miaomiao's comment struck a nerve with Pei Xining, repeatedly intensifying the pressure. The very mention of the word champion became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, ultimately overwhelming Pei Xining's already fragile state of mind. Her bent posture finally succumbed, and seated on a chair, Pei Xining closed her eyes, her expression unexpectedly serene, resembling a sage preparing for transcendence. This tranquility persisted until just before the match commenced. Even during the speeches from school authorities, she remained in a dazed state, absorbing not a single word. It appeared that whether she listened or not made little difference, as the remarks were merely tiresome cliches, akin to the foul and lengthy wrappings of an elderly woman's bound feet. The badminton tournament was notably unique, as it was one of the few competitions mandated to occur within the school gymnasium, thus it was scheduled to take place first. Xining, if you don't open your eyes soon, Su Qing will run off with Shui Miaomiao. What? Neglecting to wipe away the drool at the corner of her mouth, Pei Xining instinctively focused her gaze on the empty space directly in front of her to her right. There was no one, not a single soul. Su Qing and Shui Miaomiao had vanished without a trace. The pain was excruciating. Not this. I knew this trick would surely rouse Xining. What do you think, Su Qing? I understand her better, don't I? I concede defeat to you. A familiar voice resonated from behind, revealing the very two individuals she had been searching for. Oh, you two scared me. It's all your fault for being so lifeless. You didn't respond to anything. As she spoke, Su Qing secured a name card emblazoned with the characters Pei Xining onto the back of her shirt with a paperclip. Fool, I've got it all set for you. Let us go. Our match is about to start. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Her gaze darted nervously away from Shui Miaomiao, fearing the repetition of words like champion and first place, yet she remained anxious, fidgeting with her legs and unwilling to follow Su Qing. I need to use the restroom. It's high time you hurried, otherwise, we'll be late. I'll take you there first. With a firm grip, she dragged the little girl, who was intent on prolonging the moment, towards the gymnasium. Shui Miaomiao appeared to be quite at ease, bouncing along cheerfully. Miaomiao, are you joining the competition? Silly, I'm here to cheer you on. Pei Xining wanted to suggest that perhaps it would be best if Miaomiao reconsidered, yet she felt reluctant to decline such a sincere gesture. Resolutely, she decided to employ the technique she had used during the Children's Day performance, envisioning Shui Miaomiao as a cabbage. Chapter 71. Repaying Su Qing. The gymnasium of the experimental primary school remained closed on ordinary days, accessible solely to physical education teachers and students attending club activities. For Shui Miaomiao, it was a refreshing experience. As a girl disinterested in sports, this was her inaugural entry into such a grand athletic venue, brimming with curiosity about everything around her. Following the directional signs, she arrived at the badminton courts located on the third floor, which comprised 8 courts. At that moment, the courts had been divided into 2 sections, with first-grade boys and girls already commencing their registration. To ensure fairness, the sports events were organized by gender and grade level. Among the various categories, the boys' singles badminton competition for first graders likely boasted the fewest participants, with only 8 boys registering. Anticipating this scenario, Su Qing had no intention of holding back, for he believed that showcasing his true prowess was the only genuine way to honor his opponents. However, the other young competitors held a different perspective. In their understanding, wasn't badminton a sport that relied on hitting the shuttlecock high and skillfully, allowing opponents the chance to return it? What did it mean to execute a smash or a drop shot? The very first serve from Su Qing left the young boys in awe, and when it came time for him to serve, he was still recovering from the shock. In a flustered response, his return was both high and close. Such an opportunity warranted a decisive smash. The shuttlecock was propelled by Su Qing with tremendous speed, slicing through the air near the face of the opposing boy. Was it an illusion? He could have sworn he heard the sound of the wind. The young boy dropped to the ground, his expression shifting from bewilderment to fear. Was this badminton or a lethal version of tennis? Surely, this was a jest. The description fell short in terms of combat power. This unnamed boy could only be likened to an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire of a formidable force on the streets of Shinjuku. With a weak backhand and an underwhelming forehand, Su Qing's serve proved insurmountable for the novice. The boy's movements were sluggish, his reactions delayed. And not a single action appeared competent. What was he doing on the same court as me? I don't understand. The teacher promised me a little red flower, so I came. Once in university, that little red flower would transform into academic credits, a tried and true scheme. Thus, in a swift succession of 12 minutes and 59 seconds, Su Qing advanced through the ranks, the top 8, the final 4, and then the championship match, achieving a seamless victory and claiming his first gold medal, a chocolate medal. His rapid advancement was attributed to the fact that he only played 2 matches. And by the time of the finals, his opponent had already succumbed to fear, forfeiting the match under the pretense of a stomachache. In the end, he broke a sweat only once as the eager Shui Miao approached him, towel in hand, and clumsily wiped his face. This was the essence of "since I'm here, I might as well help," a rationale Su Qing found impossible to decline. In comparison to the male group, where Su Qing effortlessly dominated, the female team faced a myriad of formidable opponents. Pei Sinung had to commence her journey from the round of 64, contending against 2 or 3 competitors who evidently possessed a solid foundation in their skills. However, according to Su Qing's assessment, should Pei Sinung unleash her full potential, her chances of victory would still hover around a mere 99%. Truly, it was a relentless series of arduous battles. The principal challenge did not lie with the rivals, but rather within Pei Sinung herself. The timid girl struggled to release her movements, resulting in several misplays and net faults. Although she maintained a significant lead, Su Qing watched with concern, his anxiety mounting. Su Qing, sipping water while observing Pei Sinung's match, felt a gentle poke in his arm. Turning to investigate, he discovered a little girl gazing at him with wide, sparkling eyes, intrigued by the chocolate medal adorning his neck. Nonchalantly, Su Qing removed it and handed it to her. She examined it from all angles, her curiosity insatiable. Ultimately, a certain unnamed child, driven by the desire to experience the taste of a sports event gold medal, devoured more than half of it in one go. "Shui Miao, return my medal." "Alas, I've already eaten it," she exclaimed, sticking out her small tongue, smeared with chocolate, in a cheeky manner. "Fine. I shall wait until you win medals in high jump and long jump to repay me." Despite her intention to forget the incident, Su Qing's mention of it reignited unpleasant memories, prompting Shui Miao to sulk and lightly pound her fist against Su Qing's chest. "If you bring this up again, I will." She pondered for a moment, realizing she had no real threats to wield against him. "If I keep talking about this, I won't be friends with you anymore." All right. I won't mention it again. Just ensure you don't make such mistakes in the future." "Whoa. Invincible brother Qing, please help me think of a solution. I feel like I'm doomed. Is there truly no hope?" Words unspoken, simply await the competition. Feigning an air of mystique, Su Qing managed to slightly intimidate her. Could it be he truly had a plan? Unlike exams, where one might cheat, sports demanded the fruits of consistent training and perseverance. At least, Shui Miao could not conceive of any method to instantaneously enhance her athletic prowess. Could it be Su Qing was bribing the scoring teacher on her behalf? Given Su Qing's mischievous disposition, the notion became increasingly plausible. Almost compelled to express her gratitude, Shui Miao contemplated bowing to him, declaring, "If I succeed today, I shall repay this kindness in my next life as a humble servant." Why as a servant? Isn't that how it goes in dramas? The two exchanged bewildered glances, evidently oblivious to the core of each other's words. Chapter 72, Pei Sinung. No one understands gold medals better than I do. The terror of one's own failures pales in comparison to the heart-wrenching ache of a friend's success. In this moment, Shui Miao profoundly grasped this truth. Engaged in casual conversation just moments before, the two had momentarily overlooked Pei Sinung's competition, granting the young girl a sense of relaxation. This allowed her to perform at about 50% of her usual capacity, effortlessly overcoming her opponent. Following this, Su Qing was set to take the stage, and after a brief farewell to Shui Miao, he hurried towards Pei Sinung. Thus, Shui Miao Miao found herself alone in the resting area, her gaze fixed intently on Pei Sining and Su Qing, who had both claimed victory and ascended a rather perfunctory podium to receive encouragement and remarks from a certain physical education teacher. An overwhelming sense of envy surged within Shui Miao Miao. Feeling her body grow somewhat stiff, she seemingly absent-mindedly stretched her slender legs, lowering her gaze to scrutinize her athletic shorts down to her newly purchased sneakers. This was the first time she recognized her own shortcomings. But I am utterly incapable of achieving anything on my own. In an ironic twist of fate, Pei Sining appeared radiant, standing side by side with Su Qing for a commemorative photograph, while she could only observe from the shadows of the lounge, peering at others' brilliance. Oh, this was not the outcome she had envisioned. Of course, this perception was merely a filtered view from Shui Miao Miao, rendering the scene before her deceptively warm and inviting. The reality, however, was quite different. Pei Sining, having just endured several consecutive matches, was utterly exhausted, yet there was no time to rest. Lost in thought, she stood on the podium, hardly paying attention to the self-indulgent remarks of the teacher. It was not until a particular keyword emerged that the dormant girl was jolted back to consciousness. In a moment, you will be called to the stage to deliver a speech to the entire school. The sudden shock caused Pei Sining's legs to weaken, nearly toppling her from the modest 20-centimeter-high podium. But fortunately, Su Qing was by her side, safeguarding her. Yet, this was of little consequence now. No one had informed her of this additional requirement. Was there really to be a second round? In her mind, the challenge of delivering a speech to the entire school seemed far more daunting than winning a badminton match. Truly an undue burden. Brother Qing, you've led me astray. Had I known, I would have refrained from aiming for first place. Her body trembled slightly, and her speech became somewhat stammering. Su Qing tilted his head in curiosity. Was this already a customary practice at the school sports meet? The host would announce, student from class XX has won first place in XX event, followed by some cliché remarks, and then invite the winners to share profound insights. Although, in truth, hardly anyone paid much attention to it. Despite having offered such reassurances for quite some time, Pei Sining continued to cast a lingering, resentful gaze at Su Qing, doubting whether this entire scenario had been orchestrated by him. After this, with nothing further to do, they prepared to regroup and return to their class assembly to rest. Especially Pei Sining, under the dual exhaustion of body and mind, could scarcely walk without Su Miao Miao's assistance, struggling to rise from the soft couch in the resting area. During the sports meet, some quick-witted vendors would sell icy drinks at the playground railings, typically charging about 50 cents more than usual, yet customers continued to flock to them. Unable to withstand Pei Sining's lingering gaze, Su Qing awkwardly stepped forward to attend to their business, allowing the two young girls to conspire loudly in the deserted tree-lined path. Miao Miao, I'll give you my medal if you speak on stage for me, okay? Such a proposal, uttered by anyone else, would sound like a vain boast, but when spoken by Pei Sining, it bore a remarkable credibility. This was the most in-character moment. Is this for real? In an instant, her eyes widened, revealing an unmistakable glint of desire, her throat involuntarily swallowing hard. It was as though a devil whispered in Su Miao Miao's mind, urging her to agree. After all, Miao Miao, she adored being the center of attention. She nearly acquiesced. But fortunately, her virtuous nature triumphed over temptation, preserving her wavering integrity. Phew, I almost became the bad girl. If Su Qing found out, he would surely despise me. I can't do this. Putting on a facade of righteousness, Su Miao Miao firmly declined and even chastised Pei Sining in return. In that moment, she had severed ties with the self that had hesitated mere seconds before, as if the person struggling with indecision was a stranger. Ahem, while your suggestion is undeniably tempting, I, Su Miao Miao, excel at saying no to such things. Sining, your idea is misguided. Upon hearing this response, Pei Sining felt a genuine sense of disappointment. The only seemingly viable plan had ultimately collapsed. The little girl, drained of all energy, returned to her seat, much like she had earlier that morning, continuing to lie there in a state of despair. She dared not open her eyes, hoping it was merely a figment of her imagination. I must still be dreaming, right? Haha. She even attempted to deceive herself, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not awaken from this so-called dream, helplessly resigning herself to the tragic reality. Meanwhile, as a battlefield reporter, Su Miao Miao also informed her homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, of the rocket class's impending double victory, with the first-grade gold medal ranking assured, allowing for an early celebration with champagne. This information was, of course, overheard by nearby classmates, and thus it spread like wildfire, gradually transforming into a distorted tale. Ultimately, it evolved into Su Qing winning both the men's and women's badminton championships. Pei Sining challenging the physical education teacher in a closely contested match, proclaiming, "I will lead the rocket class to crush all other first-grade classes. No one understands victory better than I." Rumors can indeed be frightening. Why had it twisted into such a form? When Su Qing returned, he sensed something was amiss. As a group of boys gazed at his chest with fervent intensity, as if attempting to see through his uniform, they resembled a throng of infatuated admirers. "Oh, what kind of gaze is that? It's utterly disgusting." With a hint of annoyance, I lightly tapped a familiar classmate on the head with a plastic water bottle. Yet their curiosity remained unabated as they urged Su Qing to stop pretending and reveal the 2 medals for their admiration. 2 medals? Where did that notion come from? There is only one, and I have already devoured the gold medal chocolate. Here, you can begrudgingly take a look at the ribbon and the foil wrapper instead. Initially, the boys were quite excited, until Su Qing tossed them something resembling kitchen scraps, and not a single one dared to catch it as it plummeted to the ground. "Hey, are you all showing such disrespect for my hard work? You tell me this lump is the championship medal?" Su Qing nodded earnestly, forcing them to confront the harsh reality. Someone, in disdain, poked the heap of refuse with a small twig they had found. This is not what the intel suggested. Intel? Huh. Don't underestimate our boys' network of information. What on earth is going on? It was until they couldn't contain their curiosity and explained the situation to Su Qing that he, exasperated, dispersed the group of idle children surrounding him. "Can't you use your brains? How could I possibly register for the girls' competition? Moreover, how could a school-level competition award a genuine gold medal? It appears their so-called intelligence network is not as reliable as they believed." Meanwhile, it seemed that Pei Sining was in an even worse predicament, as the rumors surrounding her persona had completely unraveled. Could such words truly escape Pei Sining's lips? And the assertion that no one understands XXX better than I do this reminded Su Qing of an old acquaintance, a certain comrade Chuan Jiangwo, who played the accordion, swaying and dodging bullets. At this moment, the socially anxious Pei Sining was encircled by a group of girls, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they praised her statements as powerful and cool. However, their ultimate focus was singular. Could their elite class truly secure first place? Struggling with social interactions, Pei Sining had turned into a deer caught in headlights, yet they were actually complimenting her. "So cool, so impressive, hee. I'm not that great. I see that first place is within easy reach." A few simple praises could easily flatter Pei Sining into a state of bliss, as if she would agree to anything. Her mind evidently clouded. Observing her relish in the adulation, Su Qing could only smile helplessly and refrain from intervening. After all, she had finally earned a first place. Let her savor the moment. Conversely, Shui Miao, who usually stayed by her side, had vanished, and it was uncertain where she had gone to play. Perhaps I would look for her later. Feeling the time was right, Su Qing stealthily approached Pei Sining from behind. Retrieving a chilled bottle of sparkling mineral water from his bag, he blinked at the surrounding individuals, signaling them to cooperate with his plan. The girls exchanged knowing smiles and playfully formed an okay gesture, yet in her state of self-satisfaction, Pei Sining failed to notice anything amiss. "Hey, Sining, your water has arrived." Surprised, not by the unexpected turn of events as one might anticipate, she instinctively turned her face away from the cool sensation. Turning back with a dazed expression to discover Su Qing, her face instantly brightened with joy. "Su Qing, isn't it super cool and handsome that I secured first place?" "Of course it is." As Su Qing took the water, he affectionately ruffled Pei Sining's hair with his free hand, the familiar touch as delightful as ever. The little girl's dimples were particularly charming when she smiled. In her heart, 100 praises from strangers could not compare to a single word of affirmation from Su Qing. She was as joyful as a little puppy, swaying with delight. It wasn't until the arrival of Teacher Lu that Pei Sining fell back into a state of gloom. "Sining, Su Qing, please prepare yourselves. It will soon be your turn to speak on stage. I have prepared the speech for you. Just follow along." Chapter 73, The Oral Liquid of Brain Gold. "You are well, I am well. The high jump event is set to commence in half an hour. Su Qing, do you have any idea where Shui Miao has gone?" Unable to find the little girl's figure, Teacher Lu instinctively turned to Su Qing for answers, curious about how he perceived their relationship. "Ah, never mind. Take this numbered card and the paperclip. I'll leave this matter in your capable hands. A mere shirker? If I truly entrusted this task to someone else, you would surely be displeased." With a profound and enigmatic silhouette, he waved goodbye to the stationary Su Qing, who realized he had underestimated the other party's insight. Sining has left, and our speech has already been delayed by 10 minutes. If we don't hurry, they will surely grow impatient. Just 5 more minutes. Only 5 more minutes. I am far too anxious right now. It is akin to the unconscious words spoken when awakened from a deep slumber by parents, promising to sleep for just 5 more minutes, yet the truth often reveals an endless slumber. Thus, Qing did not believe a single word she uttered. Let us go. Let us go. If you don't move, I will head there alone. You wouldn't want to be the one to speak alone on stage afterward, would you? Woo-woo. You're such a meanie. Like a sulking little bride, she was forcibly pulled to her feet by Qing, who led her toward the podium, following closely behind. Pei Si-ning clutched a small piece of paper, silently rehearsing her lines, hoping she wouldn't stutter when it was her turn to speak. As they passed by the political education building, Qing seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure through the gaps of the trees in the flower bed. He promptly covered Pei Si-ning's mouth and stealthily approached. Unsure of Qing's peculiar antics, the little girl protested with muffled sounds but was silenced by his sternness. Unable to resist his authoritative demeanor, Pei Si-ning could only express her dissatisfaction through nonviolent resistance. All right, since you have covered my mouth, I shall lick your palm. How disgusting that will be. Feeling the dampness on his hand and noticing her mischievous glances, Qing was at a loss for words, wondering if she was truly a child. It appeared she indeed was. He finally released his grip on her mouth, signaling her to be quiet, and pointed towards a concealed position across the flower bed for her to observe closely. Is that Miao Miao? The figure over there was none other than Shui Miao Miao, who only remembered to seek help when in dire straits. Embarrassed, she dared not practice in front of the crowd. Thus she had come here alone without informing either Qing or Pei Si-ning. Initially, before the kindergarten's relocation, although Shui Miao Miao lacked athletic prowess, she had diligently participated in playful activities under Qing's guidance. However, everything changed thereafter, abruptly transitioning to a new living environment, losing the familiar companionship of friends, compounded by the flourishing period of her mother's business. During that time, Shui Miao Miao lived in solitude. Despite the company of a nanny and an aunt, they were ultimately not peers, and many of her topics were beyond their comprehension. Subsequently, her behavior escalated, unaware of how to forge genuine friendships. She resorted to using money to win people's favor. This approach seemed effective, as she amassed a superficial circle of friends who accepted her treats. Nevertheless, she continued to be ridiculed for her slow pace, frequent tumbles, and tendency to cry, perpetually lingering at the periphery of the children's social group in her neighborhood. This encapsulates the fundamental reason why Shui Miao Miao was unwilling to engage in physical exercise and felt a profound sense of embarrassment when it came to moving in front of others. She reminisced about the techniques Qing had taught her a few days prior, swaying her arms and half-squatting, channeling power through her legs. Furrowing her brow, she calculated her performance based on a brick measuring 25 centimeters, only to find her score hovered around 1 meter and 20 centimeters, despite every step being executed correctly. Brother Qing, what should we do? Should we go over and greet her? Of course we should. Miao Miao has been somewhat spoiled, with a strong sense of pride. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up in this predicament after following us to practice the other day. Well, I don't want to see Miao Miao sad. Brother Qing, do you have any way to help her? Oh, how considerate. I always thought you two were merely superficial friends, teased Pei Si-ning, eliciting a slight blush from her. Having spent considerable time with Qing, she had grown accustomed to his spontaneous quips and naturally discerned the teasing undertones. What a strange thing to say. Miao Miao and I have always been the second best friends in the world. And who might be the very best? That's hard to guess. Brother Qing, if you continue like this, I might just have to punch you. After exchanging playful banter, Pei Si-ning no longer appeared as anxious as she had moments before. They no longer hesitated and boldly approached Shui Miao Miao, who was fervently practicing her standing long jump. The young girl had entered a state of complete immersion, only noticing the two shadows behind her when they cast their presence upon her, halting her preparation for the jump and returning to reality. Like a kitten defending its territory, she fluffed up her fur and turned to face them, striking a pose reminiscent of Ultraman's radiant stance. The comical display elicited laughter from Pei Si-ning, who nestled behind Qing, her shoulders shaking with suppressed giggles. Ahem. She coughed twice, quickly concealing her hands behind her back, her fingers awkwardly entangled. Regardless of posture, when did you start watching us? Probably when you first arrived. Wah. What? You actually followed me. Qing's words held sway over her, causing her to instinctively retreat a step, casting a disdainful glance at him as if scrutinizing a criminal in waiting. Just joking. We arrived about 5 minutes ago. Ah, so that's how it is. Just as she exhaled a sigh of relief, a realization struck her. Hadn't they witnessed everything? In a fit of exasperation, she rushed over and kicked Su Qing's calf, which he barely felt, while the young girl crouched down, hugging her own legs. Hiss, are your bones made of iron? That hurt. Is it my fault then? As I approached the little girl squatting on the ground, tears glistening in her eyes, I crouched down to meet her gaze. Gently brushing aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead, I smiled and locked eyes with Shui Miao Miao. My dear kind-hearted girl, do you not realize your mistake? I inquired. Well, are you intending to mock me? If so, feel free. After all, the strong often belittle the weak. I adopted a demeanor of enduring humiliation. Yet it was evident that I was far from accepting. No, no, no. I shall ask once more. Miao Miao, do you acknowledge your wrongdoings? At that moment, Shui Miao Miao perceived Su Qing as a demon. Her mouth opened and closed repeatedly, the simple admission of her fault proving to be an arduous task. I was wrong. Sob, 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 I was wrong. I promise I shall never be lazy again. Su Qing, please save me. Finally allowing her emotions to flow. The little girl leapt into my embrace, weeping uncontrollably. I am here to assist you. See, take this and drink it before the competition. What is this? She asked, perplexed. Brain Gold Calming and Brain-Enhancing Liquid. Brain Gold Calming and Brain-Enhancing Liquid. True. X10 function. 1. Induces a flow state in a short time, unleashing maximum focus. 2. Permanently enhances memory. 1. Permanently enhances intelligence. 1. One-time use. 3. Improves physical coordination. 3. Muscle explosiveness. 5. For 1 day. I also handed a bottle to Pei Sinning, suggesting she treat it as a sweet beverage. Hesitant, she clutched the shimmering golden vial, unsure of how to proceed, believing it might be an extraordinarily precious item. She chose not to open it, stating she would wait for Shui Miao Miao to do so before drinking together. One could only wonder what thoughts were swirling in Pei Sining's little mind. Did they truly need to clink vials before consuming a liquid supplement? Su Qing, my mother says these health products are all scams. She hesitated. Just give it a try. That's all it takes. With a heart full of doubt, the little girl cried in my arms for quite some time, while the identification tag was entrusted to Pei Sinning, who was asked to help Miao Miao put it on. Meanwhile, the announcer seated at the podium was nervously twitching her lips, aimlessly scribbling with her pen on the paper. Where is everyone? She muttered in frustration. Chapter 74. We are champions. Hey, why has the broadcast been so silent for such a long time? Not even a song playing? Heh. You all sound as if you were genuinely listening. Never mind the trivialities. Come over here and behold something extraordinary. With that, the young boy mysteriously adjusted his trousers and then produced a thick stack of cards from his pocket, revealing the most popular trading card game of the moment, Game Emperor. The vibrant illustrations of various monsters and characters on the cards drew an enthusiastic crowd of onlookers, all expressing their excitement with exclamations of awe. They eagerly gathered around, each yearning to experience the exhilarating moment akin to the protagonist in an animated series declaring, "It's my turn, draw a card." After all, who among us has not fantasized about being the hero of a cartoon during childhood? What elementary schoolboy could resist such temptation? Even college students find it hard to resist. Shuh, I'm trying to think. You are interrupting my studies. Nearby, Yang Feifei furrowed his brow deeply, wearing a sullen expression ever since he faced humiliation that morning. As the class monitor, he seemed somewhat aloof from his peers. Even on a day of merriment like the sports meet, he maintained his dignity, never partaking in the games among classmates. Instead, he sat outdoors under the glaring sun, clutching a mathematics workbook, pretending to write, yet barely turning a page. In reality, the problems flowed in one ear and out the other, as his mind replayed his earlier missteps, filling him with regret. Damn, if only I had acted differently then, I could have struck a blow to Su Qing's ego. If I had just, he thought, growing increasingly frustrated, and the more he contemplated, the angrier he became, scolding himself for being so foolishly tongue-tied before Su Qing. But it matters not. The pencil in his grasp creaked ominously, and a smile hinting at impending revenge spread across his face. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. Yang Feifei had already gathered intelligence. Su Qing was also signed up for the 300-meter sprint. Moreover, there was even better news. Su Qing would compete in the 50-meter and 100-meter sprints prior to the main event, a significant drain on his stamina. With such favorable conditions, how could he possibly lose? Merely contemplating this filled Yang Feifei with glee, akin to uncorking champagne in celebration. as he took a hearty gulp from a bottle of Coca-Cola he had purchased from the convenience store. Ah, refreshing. It seemed as if everything was aligning favorably. Sizzling. Ahem, dear classmates, esteemed teachers, greetings to you all. Lost in his daydreams, young Yang Feifei was suddenly jolted awake by a familiar voice. Even though the distortion through the loudspeaker altered the tone, he instantly recognized the speaker. It was his lifelong rival, at least in his own mind, Su Qing. Even Xue Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback by the indistinct voice, yet he discerned it in an instant. If this did not qualify as true love, then... Shortly thereafter, Su Qing completed a series of utterly unremarkable pleasantries and quietly stepped aside, allowing Pei Sinong, who was visibly trembling, to take her place. Biting her lip in silence. Due to the slight height difference between the two, the microphone was positioned at the little girl's nose level. Furthermore, Pei Sinong spoke in a barely audible tone, which fortunately prevented her incoherent ramblings from echoing throughout the entire campus. Let me adjust the microphone for you. Thank you. Brother Qing. The microphone on the podium was notoriously unreliable, and, by a stroke of misfortune, her words were inadvertently captured, leading Su Qing to hear his own voice blaring through the loudspeaker. How embarrassing. Once everything was set right, Pei Sinong, with Su Qing's encouragement, managed to stammer through her speech, afterward exhaling deeply, akin to a prisoner relieved to be released after serving their sentence, her expression reflecting a newfound sense of freedom. It's finally over. Brother Qing, let us go. I cannot bear to stay here for another second. Hey, your microphone is still on. The announcer, watching the scene unfold with a beaming smile, found it impossible to suppress her amusement. It was simply too sweet, reminiscent of readers indulging in romantic tales from contemporary novels. Yet, in the next moment, reality crashed back down as she prepared to resume her monotonous duties, her heart weighed down by a sense of futility. Why? Did fate not grant me a childhood sweetheart? The words erupted from her in a fit of frustration, as if she had forgotten the very nature of her surroundings. Naturally, this utterance was faithfully recorded by the microphone, resonating across every corner of the campus. Realizing she had caused a significant blunder, the girl hurriedly stifled her laughter, shutting down the campus broadcast in a desperate attempt to rectify her mistake, as if this could somehow mend her error. Brother Qing, is that older sister all right? She should be fine. She might just lose her job. Oh no, does that mean we did something wrong? I suppose the announcer was rather inept. As she listened to the abruptly cut-off broadcast, Pei Sinong's face flushed with embarrassment. She clutched Su Qing's sleeve, trailing behind him toward the long jump competition area, intent on cheering for Xue Miao Miao. The announcer was merely a fleeting acquaintance, and after a brief moment of concern, she quickly set her mind on Xue Miao Miao, who was about to compete. Brother Qing, is Miao Miao's competition really going to be all right? Is that potion you gave me reliable? She thought of the mysterious vial Su Qing had gifted her, which she now held snugly in her pocket, warmed by her body heat. Upon retrieving the diminutive glass vial and elevating it high, the sun's radiant beams penetrated the vessel, illuminating the slowly flowing liquid within. In truth, Su Qing was not entirely certain, for the brain gold had only recently been bestowed upon him as a system reward, as Xue Miao Miao served as his inaugural test subject. The true efficacy of the concoction would only be revealed during the official competition, leaving them to hope that it indeed possessed the remarkable qualities described by the system. Upon reaching the synthetic turf of the playground, the duo scanned their surroundings in search of Xue Miao Miao's location. Since long jump required no conspicuous equipment, locating her proved somewhat challenging. Brother Qing, over there. Let us hurry. As they hastened towards the long jump event, they found it already surrounded by a throng of spectators. Several teachers tasked with recording scores stared in astonishment, while a majority were merely a group of elementary students cheering and clapping in excitement. 1 meter and 45 centimeters. This is already the maximum score for male students in the standing long jump. My, how astonishing these slender young girls are. Xue Miao Miao, equally incredulous, stood frozen at the measurement mark, fearing that her achievement might be nullified, utterly unable to believe that such a score was within her reach. This had become her personal best since training commenced, and after a surge of euphoria, she felt something was amiss. Beyond the fantastical elements of sudden awakening and system enhancements, the only plausible explanation lay in the brain gold oral solution that Su Qing had provided her. Could it be this deceptive concoction truly works? At this moment, Xue Miao Miao gazed at Su Qing and Pei Xining, who were applauding her from the sidelines, nearly moved to tears as she rushed over to embrace them. We are champions. While the heartwarming scene brought a smile to the sports teacher's face, he could not resist dousing her exuberance with a dose of reality. This is merely the quarterfinals. To secure the championship, you must triumph twice more, my dear. Do not worry. Based on your jump, no one can surpass you. Though reassured, Shui Miao Miao still felt uncertain about maintaining such performance in the future, reaching into Su Qing's pants pocket. I want more. That mysterious little potion you gave me. I need it again. Upon hearing this, several competing elementary students erupted in chatter, accusing Shui Miao Miao of cheating by consuming performance-enhancing drugs, demanding the annulment of her score. It was perplexing where they had even learned the term performance-enhancing drugs. Surely, it was unnecessary at a mere elementary sports meet. However, the teacher, concerned about potential repercussions, casually inquired, "Little one, could you tell me what you consumed?" "Brain gold oral solution, teacher. Look." As he spoke, Su Qing adopted an innocent demeanor befitting an unsuspecting elementary student, dutifully handing the empty glass vial to the teacher. Dear child, such health supplements are often deceitful. You should promptly advise your family to refrain from purchasing them. Teacher, this was given to us by relatives during the new year. We didn't purchase it. That's good. That's good. Subsequently, this affable physical education teacher explained to everyone, providing a definitive conclusion on the matter as an adult. Even though the girls harbored some dissatisfaction, they dared not question Shui Miao Miao's achievements any longer. Su Qing. After a brief intermission following the competition, Shui Miao Miao sipped water to replenish her energy while secretly whispering to Su Qing, "This brain tonic is truly effective. Do you know where to buy it? I'll ask my mother to get a few boxes for you." Raising an eyebrow, Su Qing was at a loss for words. Hoping this young girl wouldn't genuinely fall for health product scams, promptly delivering a light smack to her head. Silly girl, if this were truly effective, wouldn't Huaxia have already mass-produced superheroes? But, do not belittle yourself. You have always been remarkable, just never serious about it. Wow, Su Qing. You think so too? Su Qing was initially concerned that this hastily concocted excuse would not convince Shui Miao Miao, at least leading to some skepticism, yet to his surprise, she accepted the explanation with ease. The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and Shui Miao Miao felt invigorated. After my competition, Su Qing, I challenge you. Let me think. Badminton it is. With a newfound pride, Shui Miao Miao held her head high, looking down her nose at Su Qing, feeling quite impressive at that moment. Challenging Su Qing? She ought to realize who the true challenger is. After all, she is the Water King, while Su Qing is but a trivial opponent. Only Pei Sinning, observing Su Qing's seemingly cheerful yet menacing expression, thought to herself, Miao Miao is in for trouble. Every time Su Qing displays such a mischievous demeanor, Miao Miao ends up in a predicament. Meanwhile, the young girl also pondered with curiosity, does this miraculous potion truly possess such power? It has allowed the athletic underachiever Shui Miao Miao to suddenly rise to the first place in the sports meet. Furthermore, a crucial question arose. Little brother Qing, why didn't you give me the potion before my competition, but instead waited until just before Shui Miao Miao's turn? Do you perhaps prefer Miao Miao over me? While contemplating how to impart a painful lesson to Shui Miao Miao, the soul-stirring question from Pei Xin interrupted him. Faced with the jealous young girl, Su Qing could only kindly clarify the situation. However, Pei Sinning remained sulky, indicating that no mere KFC meal could appease her. Today, Su Qing found himself deeply entangled in a predicament from which he could not extricate himself. Chapter 75. The goddess Yang Fei and Su Qing's mate as anticipated. Shui Miao Miao emerged victorious in the long jump competition, while the high jump was strategically forfeited. However, this achievement surpassed initial expectations, and when she received her award, her smile resembled the iconic Nike logo, unable to be contained. Adorned with a ribbon and medal, she posed for photographs, playfully requesting the female teacher in charge to capture more images with her friends. The teacher, unable to resist Shui Miao Miao's endearing antics, readily agreed. In the commemorative photograph, Shui Miao Miao stood proudly atop the podium, her stature clearly dominating her companions, a testament to her spirited nature. With a piece of chocolate shaped like a gold medal in her mouth, she draped her arms over Su Qing and Pei Xining's shoulders, exuding an aura reminiscent of an Olympic champion. Now it's my turn to indulge in your chocolate medal, Su Qing declared, playfully assuming the guise of a big bad wolf. Eyeing the medal with a gluttonous gaze, yearning to savor it immediately. In response, Shui Miao Miao showcased her dual standards, shielding the medal from Su Qing's sight, as if fearing he might snatch it away at any moment. Woo woo woo, I still need to show it to my mother. She would never believe I could win the championship. Next time, for sure, dear brother Qing, I implore you. Feigning disdain, Shui Miao Miao gently pushed the little girl away, fully aware that Su Qing had spared her medal, and with a beaming smile, she exclaimed, "You are the best." Su Qing's kindness remained unreciprocated. To express their gratitude, the two girls resolved to support him at the running competition. The 50 and 100-meter races were brief, yet exhausting. As others gasped for breath at the finish line, they turned to witness an endearing scene. "Brother Qing, are you thirsty? Here, have some water. Oh dear. You must be so sweaty. Look, I brought a handkerchief. Let me help you wipe that off." The two girls fussed over him, offering water and wiping his brow, eliciting envy from those around them. Why were they not afforded such treatment? What distinguished them from Su Qing? Was it merely his handsome appearance, which was only slightly more admirable than that of the readers of this tale? Was it his athletic prowess, merely a product of being a three-time champion? Or perhaps his academic excellence, having secured the top spot upon enrollment? Well, they had exhausted their justifications with nothing further to add. Young Fei, who had been warming up nearby, nearly ground her molars to dust upon witnessing Shui Miao Miao tending to Su Qing. Truly, she was his goddess, and Su Qing's maid. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. I shall ascend step by step like the protagonist of Cursed Sky. With such resolute declarations, Yang Feifei's anger surged to its zenith, determined to outshine Su Qing in the 300-meter race, proving to Shui Miao Miao who the true champion of the elementary school was. The devoted admirer remains oblivious to what truly captivates Shui Miao Miao. In the first-grade boys group, as they gather for the 300-meter sprint competition, a teacher, astonished, gazes at Su Qing, whose forehead glistens with only a delicate sheen of perspiration. According to the records, he has already secured 3 championship titles. This is a promising year for Huaxia sports. Chapter 76. Reduced to a reviled wretch, the first long-distance runner, Yang Feifei, is determined to slay the gods before your very eyes. Standing at the starting line, his heart raced like a revved-up engine, and the mounting pressure in his mind sent his adrenaline skyrocketing, igniting an intense fervor within him. As this was the final event of the morning, the surrounding area was teeming with classmates who had gathered to cheer him on, yet the most captivating sight was undoubtedly Su Qing's cheerleading squad. Simply the presence of Shui Miao Miao there was enough for him to feel victorious, not to mention Pei Sinning, who quietly prayed for him in her heart, embodying the strength that comes from bonds. With a smile and a wave, Su Qing signaled for them to remain calm, exuding an air of confidence. Observing this scene, Yang Feifei's small eyes scanned his surroundings, searching for classmates to rally his spirits, but found none. Those bastards aren't still playing cards, are they? Just for a fleeting moment, he lost focus, quickly redirecting his attention to the teacher blowing the whistle, fearing he might miss the start. He had staked everything on this event. He absolutely could not afford to lose. Ready, hush? Just as the teacher uttered the word ready, someone had already bolted from the line, none other than the unscrupulous Yang Feifei, who was determined to win at any cost. This was a classic strategy: seize the advantage by jumping the gun. Damn it, how could someone disregard fair play? In this informal school athletic meet, such trivialities went unpunished. Moreover, the start of a long-distance run was not as crucial as that of a sprint, so the teacher chose not to intervene. Consequently, most participants, caught off guard, followed Yang Feifei's lead. The scramble created a minor chaos, with a few individuals tumbling to the ground, wailing at the starting line. Su Qing remained unaffected by the commotion. 300 meters was hardly a challenge for his stamina, and he maintained his own pace. With a steady breath, he contrasted sharply with several children who were gasping for air after just 100 meters, gradually leaping from the last position to second place. Before him stood only the unsteady figure of Yang Feifei. Leveraging his head start, Yang Feifei chose to accelerate, claiming the lead at the cost of significant energy expenditure. Hearing the footfalls behind him drawing ever closer sent his heart racing. He felt a churning in his stomach, as if bubbles were about to surface. Oh no, it was that bottle of cola. The beverage he had guzzled earlier became a harbinger of distress, and Yang Feifei's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Despite his discomfort, he refused to surrender easily, clutching his aching abdomen while maintaining a slow jog. For the finish line was now within sight. This provided Su Qing with the perfect opportunity to surge past him. Why was it him again? Witnessing Su Qing's graceful strides and the barely glistening sweat on his forehead, all that remained was the sight of his back and the dust kicked up by his feet. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and as he stumbled, he ultimately fell into the abyss of the night just before dawn. This was a physical collapse. As he neared the finish line, Su Qing's pace gradually slowed, affording him the leisure to glance back at his competitors. To his surprise, the closest rival was still a considerable distance away, prompting an overwhelming sense of solitude from his elevated position. Crossing the white line. Before he could even inquire about his results, Cao Yang playfully ruffled his hair, leaving it in disarray. The one who tousled the head would ultimately find his own head playfully tousled in return. You think you're so impressive, huh? Did you know you were just shy of breaking the school record? Look back. I dare you to look back, and I'll knock your head askew. Cao Yang teased, his words laced with a hint of disappointment. The two shared a bond akin to that of mentor and friend, allowing for such familiar banter. Even the curse words exchanged were without malice, for Cao Yang knew Su Qing could be even more colorful in his expressions. I'm just being modest, all right? Breaking the school record is no big deal, Su Qing replied nonchalantly, the double entendre in his words evident. Hey now, a compliment, and your tail is already wagging high. You're asking for a lesson. As the two men continued their playful conversation, in an instant, Su Qing found himself enveloped by two little girls who rushed over, forming what could only be described as the legendary lowly armor. The earlier antics of hydration and towel drying were unavoidable, even though he hardly broke a sweat or felt thirsty. In fact, the constant hydration led to an unexpected urge to relieve himself. Cao Yang watched the scene unfold, rendered speechless. His mouth metaphorically stuffed with the dog food of envy. He waved goodbye to the trio of children, opting to record the performances of others instead, preferring to avoid the sight. At 25 or 26, he had yet to find a girlfriend, while Su Qing, despite his youth, exuded an aura reminiscent of a charming heartthrob. He chuckled to himself, thinking about the future dilemma of choosing between two women. Surely, Su Qing wouldn't be greedy enough to want both. It seemed improbable, indeed. Meanwhile, Yang Feifei struggled to reach the finish line, but as competitors surged past him one after another, his morale crumbled utterly. Unable to suppress the wave of nausea, he succumbed to his discomfort, losing control in a chaotic display. Runners around him deliberately veered wide to avoid him, and for a moment, he truly felt like the protagonist of Cursed Sky, the once disparaged genius now reduced to a figure of scorn. In the end, he secured a mere sixth-place consolation prize, denied even the chance to step onto the podium. Watching Su Qing, radiant and adorned with 3 gold medals, and the adoring gaze of Shui Miao upon him, Yang Feifei resigned himself to defeat. Dejected, he returned to his class's formation, took his seat, only to discover that the practice book he had brought that morning had vanished without a trace. No way. Who could be so unscrupulous as to steal homework? Class leader, we borrowed your notebook to use as a dueling pad, and it's truly delightful. Would you care to join us for a round? It wasn't stolen. There was a hint of disappointment in his voice. What? No, cough. What did you say? His face flushed slightly, and he coughed to mask the momentary vulnerability. Following his gaze, I noticed the math workbook, a testament to his diligent studies, carelessly placed on the filthy grass, with 2 colorful cards laid on top. The 2 little boys, with fingers splayed, attempted to maximize the surface area exposed to the air, and then with a resounding slap, a powerful gust of air flipped the cards, and one of them gleefully proclaimed, I win, as he gathered all the cards on the ground. Wait, are you playing Game Emperor? How is it different from what's on the television? TSK, you must be rather uninformed. The field was rife with an assortment of pirated cards boasting outrageous statistics, and the game rules were too obscure for the impatient boys, who quickly devised a new way to play. This was card slapping. Dismissing his earlier disappointment, Yang Feifei feigned reluctance as he joined the boys in their game. The once sacred workbook had now become the boys' dueling platform, and even its owner seemed indifferent, watching others enjoy themselves. Wasn't this a form of emotional betrayal? Following this incident, Yang Feifei, somewhat resigned, underwent a subtle transformation. His hostility towards Su Qing and his pursuit of Shui Miao became less urgent. Perhaps slacking off would be a more fitting description. Freed from many inconsequential distractions, he found himself cherishing those around him more. At least on this day, he had finally bonded with the boys in his class. Was this a form of growth as well? Until after school, when the 3 of them hopped into Mrs. Tai's little car, ready to head home. Shui Miao, who had been cheerfully showcasing her newly acquired gold medal, rummaged through her backpack and realized something was amiss. Where is my MP3? She even emptied the entire contents of her bag in search, yet still found nothing, thoroughly checking her shirt and pants pockets as well. Could it be that they didn't return it to you? How could that be? I told them to return it to my backpack after we were done playing. Su Qing was speechless. She was far too naive. Aside from her academic prowess, this young lady seemed easily deceived in matters of social relationships. It felt as if a mere compliment would compel her to acquiesce to anything. If the future continued in this vein, Su Qing mused he could easily manipulate her into bearing him 8 children. Do you remember who borrowed it from you? At that moment, Mrs. Tai, who was driving, pointedly addressed the crux of the issue, further exacerbating Shui Miao Miao's anxiety. Several people, The car fell into silence as everyone exchanged glances, Su Qing regarding her with the eyes of an onlooker observing folly, causing Shui Miao Miao to feel increasingly uncomfortable until she lowered her head, unable to meet anyone's gaze, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. Who could possibly know that there would be malevolent individuals among the crowd? Chapter 77. It was you who corrupted my husband. Time flies like an arrow, and the days following the sports meet seemed to pass with extraordinary swiftness. If one were to inquire about any significant recent events, it would undoubtedly be the World Cup. Fans, including Su's father, rejoiced with exuberance, and even certain officials at a press conference declared that the national team's goal was to achieve a victory, to earn a point, and to score a goal. This seemed remarkably attainable, even inviting Su's father's ridicule, lack of ambition. However, Su Qing, well aware of the match's outcome, remarked, "Father is still too naive." Ultimately, none of these aspirations were fulfilled, when the national team, bearing a record of 0 points and 0 goals, lost the match. Countless households across the nation shattered their television sets in despair. As a pseudo-fan, Su Qing was indifferent to the triumph or defeat. As long as he could profit from this tournament, his objective would be achieved. That small lottery ticket, which could alter the family's fate, would turn the tides in their lives, becoming a catalyst in Su's father's business endeavors. Little Qing, is it really appropriate for us to sneak off with Shui Miao Miao like this? Unfortunately, the unfortunate Shui Miao Miao missed this gathering due to her commitment to various tutoring sessions. Seizing the opportunity of being unsupervised while playing downstairs, Su Qing discreetly took Pei Sinning to the large supermarket adjacent to their community to procure some snacks. This was merely a cleverly disguised pretext. The true intention was to visit the nearby lottery shop to purchase a ticket. Fortunately, at this time, regulations were lax, and with the excuse that his father had asked him to assist, the somewhat intimidating shopkeeper raised no suspicions. Little Qing, Miao Miao has told me that this thing called lottery is a particularly bad behavior, and you must not err. Upon entering the shop, the little girl was instantly startled. It was nothing like what Su Qing had described. Moreover, in Pei Sining's rigid perception, a lottery shop resembled a den of iniquity, where few virtuous individuals ventured, and the sight of the fearsome clerk only reinforced her fears. Indeed, this is no place for decent people. I shall protect you, little Qing. Without a moment's hesitation, she exerted all her strength to drag Su Qing towards the exit. Fearing that she might stumble and fall, Su Qing obediently followed her out of the store. The middle-aged shopkeeper had never encountered such an amusing pair before and leaned over the counter, intrigued, observing the animated debate between the two just beyond the translucent curtain. Sinning. It is the uninformed who are truly misled, and I shall not falter in this endeavor. Yet, the more he insisted, the deeper Pei Sining's suspicions grew, her grip on Su Qing's sleeve tightening ever so slightly. Little Qing, you must be deceived. I must tell Annie about this when I return home. Sinning, are you trying to do away with me? When firmness failed, Su Qing decided to employ a softer approach. A mere imploring glance was enough to sway the little girl. No, absolutely not. I cannot allow little Qing to make the same mistake again. But he did plead with me. Perhaps, just this once? Next time, I shall never allow him to do such a thing again, absolutely. The young girl, feeling wronged, followed Su Qing closely, persistently requesting that this matter be a one-time occurrence. She resembled a disheartened little wife, as if she were the one who had erred. Upon re-entering the shop, Su Qing finally had the opportunity to observe the multitude of people present, perhaps due to the national football team's advancement to the final 32 in the World Cup. This particular tournament had garnered unprecedented attention, significantly influencing lottery sales. Seizing this favorable wind, the Guojiao Sports Lottery introduced various options, beyond the commonly played win-loss score predictions. Many were engaging in betting on the last 16 or the quarterfinals. Armed with the accurate list of the final 4 provided by the system, Su Qing felt quite confident. In fact, there was potential for greater profit, such as predicting the quarterfinals and even the last 16 based on these 4 teams. But Su Qing understood the principle of moderation. Thus, he decided to merely place a bet on the final 4. Intending to wager on Brazil for a modest profit in the final, estimating around 20,000 would suffice. Are you sure you remembered correctly, little one? Your father actually let you bet on such an improbable team reaching the Final Four? This seems somewhat fantastical. A small South Korean team was considerably weaker than the giants of Europe. The shopkeeper couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, that's correct. Once sold, all sales are final. As Su Qing handed over a crisp banknote, he received a stack of printed slips in return, thus settling the matter. Pei Sinning sighed deeply and glared at the shopkeeper like an irate kitten, increasingly convinced he was of dubious character. On the way home, Su Qing persistently pleaded with Pei Sinning not to divulge this matter to her parents. Once the plan was successful, dividing the money was out of the question, at most. He would satisfy her within reasonable limits. After a brief moment of contemplation, Pei Sinning agreed without hesitation and immediately invoked the wish fulfillment coupon. Then I hope that Brother Qing will never engage with the lottery again. Su Qing was momentarily stunned, not expecting such an altruistic request. All right, Sinning. I promise you. He gently ruffled the girl's hair, realizing that this matter genuinely worried him, as if he feared Su Qing might become entangled in a world of vice. Upon returning home, Su's mother inevitably inquired about their outing, and Su Qing felt a cold sweat break out. We went to buy, oh no. Su Qing was bracing himself for a reprimand. No. We had rainbow candies. The little girl mischievously blinked at Su Qing, clearly enjoying teasing him. Moments later, Su's father returned home, laden with bags of goodies, prompting Su Qing to curiously inspect what delicious treats his father had brought. However, he noticed a small piece of paper in his father's hand that seemed familiar. Dad, what's this? Lottery tickets. What, are you interested? Here, take a look. Having spoken, he handed a stack of at least 10 tickets to Su Qing, which could only be considered a mere trifle in the context of Su's father's pocket money, serving rather as a form of amusement. Upon the first glance, he was startled to discover the ticket that had the potential to alter their family's fate, the one for the top 8. However, something seemed amiss. It bore the emblem of the Huaxia team. Could this be the butterfly effect at play? My dear son, let me tell you this year. The national football team is bound to reach at least the top 8. This is a little tidbit I gleaned from an old acquaintance at the internet CAF. Su Qing awkwardly smiled, and it was only when Pei Sinning approached that he found an opportunity to extricate himself. When the little girl caught sight of the lottery tickets in their hands, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she pointed her finger at the duo. So, it turned out that it was Uncle who had led the mischievous little Qing Gidge astray. Chapter 78. I am Qin Shi Huang in the blink of an eye. 5 years have passed, and they find themselves at the end of their final summer vacation in elementary school. A year from now, they will face the entrance examination for junior high school. The once dormant study group plan has recently been revived, with occasional gatherings at Su Qing's home for study sessions. However, as far as Su Qing knows, the 3 of them have yet to touch their homework, which remains pristine and untouched, as they have been engrossed in play. At this stage of elementary school, girls generally mature faster than boys. The 2 little girls, like a pair of determined competitors, have nearly caught up to Su Qing's height, though they still fall slightly short. Particularly, Shui Miao seems to have an obsession, insisting on measuring their heights back-to-back each time they meet. Eager to compare themselves with Su Qing in every possible way. Yet, the outcome is always the same. Following her defeat, Su Qing playfully retaliates. This has become a common spectacle within their small trio, and Pei Sinning has grown accustomed to it. Aside from this, it seems that nothing else of note has occurred. Becoming young pioneers? It is a rite of passage for every elementary student. After the initial excitement wore off, the 2 girls found tying their scarves excessively cumbersome, constantly pestering Su Qing for assistance. They were utterly lazy, yet they took no shame in it, justifying their behavior by claiming that it was the responsibility of the study group leader to care for the members. Facing a thick leather-bound notebook, Su Qing sat at his desk, lost in thought about what interesting events to write. His diary entries had been sporadic, seemingly contradicting the pact made with the 2 girls in 3rd grade to share everything and record daily events, culminating in a diary exchange upon graduation. With the deadline approaching, Su Qing hurriedly sought to remedy this, employing his literary skills to fill several pages and prove he had not been negligent. After all, who in their right mind would write a diary? Su Qing certainly had not cultivated such a habit. Who would truly pour their heart into a diary? And then there was this matter. Over the years, Shui Miao had made quite a few new friends, most of whom were superficial acquaintances. However, there was one genuine friend, Sun Ningning. Despite her unremarkable appearance, often hiding her features beneath thick bangs, she appeared quite unassuming. Yet, once one got to know her, it became evident that she was a talkative and straightforward individual, which seemed to resonate well with Shui Miao. Their bond quickly deepened, even sparking a hint of jealousy in Pei Sinian, who feared that Shui Miao would distance herself due to this new friendship. Such is the unique plight of elementary school children, quite endearing, indeed. Recording this in his diary would allow Shui Miao to understand her friend's thoughts, serving as one of the purposes of writing it. With a smile reminiscent of a doting aunt, he penned his reflections. The illuminated computer unexpectedly emitted a sound reminiscent of a knocking at the door, signaling that a friend had come online. Unsurprisingly, several messages followed shortly thereafter. Qing first organized his thoughts in his mind to conclude the final segment of his diary, and only then did he leisurely prepare to respond to the QQ messages. One might say, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear," for the sender of the message was none other than Shui Miao, who had forgotten her past affection in favor of a new love. "Water King, are you there? People's entrepreneur. If there is something to report, I shall. If not, I shall take my leave. Water King." Middle finger. Strangely, upon seeing this gesture, Qing felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling the story of how their friendship had formed over a similar exchange. "Water King, today is QQ's founder Tony Ma's birthday. Forward this message to your 10 most active friends, and tomorrow your account will automatically be upgraded to a sun level." Unintentionally, Qing let out a snort of laughter. What a historically rich ruse this was. He never anticipated that such an obviously false scam would begin to circulate, and that Shui Miao would genuinely believe it. Since the introduction of QQ levels, they had become a tool for many internet users to compare status. Even Pei Sinian had succumbed to this trend, pleading with Qing to assist her in boosting her QQ level. It appeared that Shui Miao could not escape this social phenomenon either. Before seeing this message, she likely had no idea who Tony Ma was. Yet, upon seeing the potential for an upgrade, she mindlessly forwarded it. Suddenly, Qing was struck with a mischievous impulse to tease Shui Miao. Remembering the absurd promotional material from a later era, he crafted a playful response, subtly centered around 4 words, "VMe 50. Water King, are you truly Qin Shi Huang? And if I give you 50 yuan for a point card, will you unlock the key to the tomb of the Qin Emperor in Xi'an? Water King, but I am just a child. I cannot travel such a distance. People's entrepreneur, are you a fool? I am deceiving you. Water King, fool, I am deceiving you as well. People's entrepreneur." His lips twitching, Qing seriously suspected that she was merely pretending to be obstinate, though he had no proof. However, this time, he was indeed mistaken. In a villa community a few kilometers from his home, the young Shui Miao, still typing with a single finger, wore a knowing smile. How could someone as clever and astute as her possibly believe in such lowly schemes? Akin to the absurd advertisements plastered on streetlight poles, it was merely an excuse to engage him in conversation. Engaging in idle chatter with the bored Shui Miao. Time seemed to pass swiftly, even if their topics were hardly riveting. When Qing sent a message and received no reply for an extended period, he surmised that Shui Miao had likely been reprimanded by her mother for spending too much time on the computer. "Water King, Wu, Qing, I can't chat anymore. Save me. School is starting soon, and my mother said she would check my homework. What should I do? I'm in a panic. People's entrepreneur. One night, one lamp. One miracle. Water King." After a considerable amount of time, Qing noticed that Shui Miao had ceased her typing, and feeling somewhat fatigued, he prepared to log off. However, just then, the chat box flickered once more. "I am Shui Miao. Do you happen to know where my homework is hidden? Have I really written none of my summer assignments?" Qing couldn't help but chuckle at this blatant attempt at fishing for information. He would bet his last dollar that the person chatting with him was undoubtedly the lady herself, and Shui Miao was likely beside her, trembling in anticipation as she fervently wished Qing would not expose her predicament. Despite the temptation to betray her, Qing, in a moment of camaraderie, decided to shield Shui Miao instead. "How could that be? Didn't you complete your assignments during the study session at my house? Have you lost your memory?" Soon after, Shui Miao logged off, and Qing, feeling magnanimous, resolved to close his computer and retire to bed. His modest bedroom felt even more cramped with a piano occupying the most prominent position, obstructing part of the walkway. The sight of it sent a pang of discomfort through him, reminiscent of the pain he felt when his parents had reprimanded him for purchasing World Cup lottery tickets. Although he had won a prize, his parents were far more concerned about his act of gambling, resulting in a culinary punishment of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. That year, his father, disillusioned with the national football team, had not watched a single match since. He often lamented, how could there be a fourth-place team like that? After completing his evening routine, Qing blissfully lay in bed, entirely unconcerned about his summer assignments, and drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Shui Miao's secret was ultimately uncovered. The lady discovered 3 untouched volumes of Happy Summer hidden beneath the bed, her smile betraying a sense of reproach as she demanded an explanation. Thus, the tearful girl embarked on a harrowing journey of all-nighters to complete her assignments, vowing to never again indulge in procrastination. Chapter 79. Yang Feifei desires to be Su Qing's dog. On this particular afternoon, a group of young children tugged at Su Qing, expressing their desire to take him on a journey into adulthood. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the precociousness of these children and their outlandish words. In a bid to preserve the innocent souls of the nation's flowers, he resolved to put himself in jeopardy to thwart their nefarious plans, leading into a well-known street lined with internet cafes and eateries near the school. Before him stood 3 young boys at the entrance of the White Whale Internet CAF, each pulling out their coins and small change. After a brief calculation, smiles of triumph crept onto their faces. Rest assured, today you shall indulge fully. My little brothers have everything arranged for you, they declared. With a reluctant smile, Su Qing took the lead, stepping confidently into the CAF, prompting exclamations of awe from the onlookers behind him. Wow, it seems like Lauda knows what he is doing. Just follow my lead, he reassured them. Contrary to their expectations of checking in at the front desk to pay, Su Qing merely nodded at the cashier and headed towards a private room, leaving the 3 boys awkwardly hesitating at the entrance. What are you dawdling for? Come inside. But we haven't paid yet. We can't access the premium internet, and the private rooms are quite expensive. We don't have that much money. Fear not, the lobby can be quite smoky. The private room offers a better environment. And I possess a membership card. Impressive. Their faces lit up with glee. Young children like them were often vulnerable to the antics of local ruffians in the CAF lobby. Although the White Whale Internet CAF boasted an excellent environment, the ingrained prejudices of the heart loomed large. Once inside the private room, the trio marveled at the pristine, ash-free table, the unblemished mouse, and the responsive keyboard, nearly brought to tears by the experience. You have no idea how difficult it is to find an intact spacebar in the midst of the Dance Revolution craze. To repay Lauda's kindness, we are left with no choice but to silence. You little rascals, refrain from misusing such cryptic phrases. Time, as it often does, slipped away swiftly. After accompanying them through a few rounds of kart racing, Su Qing opted to log off, prioritizing a response to Shui Miao's QQ message. The moment Su Qing withdrew, the 3 boys visibly relaxed. This person is terrifying. Not only is he academically gifted, but his gaming prowess is equally formidable. Initially, they had assumed that someone so studious had little experience with computers, which was why they had invited him to indulge at the White Whale. Little did they know he was a regular patron, complete with a membership card. After enduring a crushing defeat in 3 consecutive games, their spirits were almost shattered, contemplating a retreat from the authoritative realm of kart racing to embrace the world of Dance Revolution. However, upon glimpsing Su Qing's account adorned with luxurious dance attire, they fell silent once more. In truth, Su Qing engages in this game purely to accompany 2 young girls. The impressions left by the game Jinwu Tuan on him are rather negative, particularly known for its associations with the Shamate subculture and the Zong AI family. He harbors concerns that the 2 little girls may struggle to discern right from wrong, potentially falling prey to the evils of the internet. Imagine the once innocent little girls suddenly sporting green hair and faces adorned with spikes reminiscent of pain. The curiosity is indeed piqued. They had agreed to log in together, yet upon Su Qing's entrance, he was immediately greeted with a party invitation from her, likely anticipating his arrival. This young girl seems to possess a rather deep-seated addiction to the internet, and her gaming skills leave much to be desired. One can infer her limited proficiency given that she still needs to glance at the keyboard to type. Children, flee. Uncle Hat is coming. Not only does he manage the cash register and timekeeping, but the Internet CAF manager must also engage in the role of informant. At this juncture, the Internet in Huaxia is growing wildly, and the regulatory environment for Internet CAFs oscillates between leniency and strictness. Most proprietors opt to take on additional risks for the sake of profit. Naturally, Su Qing's father cannot afford to forego income, otherwise, he would be deemed a fool. However, he is striving to cultivate a safe and comfortable environment. employing security personnel through his connections and heeding Su Qing as advised to designate smoking and non-smoking areas within the CAF. Yet, the urgency of the moment eclipses such concerns. As the three children swiftly abandon their computers, racing towards the back door of the CAF. One of them, noticing Su Qing still helping them to log off, displays a sense of camaraderie by returning to urge him to flee. You must be out of your mind. If you get caught, your parents will have to come and fetch you. But they haven't logged off yet. Log off? Nonsense. This boy truly fails to comprehend Su Qing. Despite his usual cleverness, he cannot distinguish urgency in this matter. It isn't your computer, and you want to be footing the bill for the wasted electricity. Come on. Let us run. Ah, but you must acknowledge, this is indeed my computer. You go ahead. I shall stay behind to cover your escape. Wah, what? Class monitor. Are you truly this noble? It was as if a scene of parting life and death unfolded before him, and he nearly succumbed to tears. I will ensure that Depang and Xiaopeng remember you, my good brother, for a lifetime. With that, he dashed away without a backward glance, a single tear cascading down his cheek, expressing his heartfelt emotions. Su Qing, unhurriedly peering around the corner to assess the situation in the hall, observed that numerous young children had indeed been apprehended during this surprise inspection. Those of his age stood in a row, resembling condemned prisoners, their heads bowed in despair. We'll take turns calling your parents to come pick you up. Otherwise, you shall not be permitted to leave. Thus, Su Qing nonchalantly strolled out, crossing to the restroom at the far end of the corridor, a maneuver that left a hat-wearing uncle and two assistants utterly dumbfounded. Xiaoli. Once he finishes in the restroom, bring him to me at once. He is truly leading a wayward life. Among the apprehended crowd, there was a figure quite familiar to everyone, young Feifei, in his notorious incarnation. Following the card duel in the game Empire, he developed an interest in various games. Initially, under the guidance of a few close friends from his class, he began with the Little Tyrant game console, progressed to the arcade games in the gaming city, and eventually resorted to clandestinely visiting internet CAFs. Who would have thought he would be so unfortunate as to be caught on his third visit? Just moments ago, he was contemplating how to explain his predicament to his parents, but upon spotting Su Qing, who was also about to be apprehended, his spirits lifted considerably. It's always said that I only compare myself with the bad, never the good. Now the top student of the entire school is here at the internet CAF. I'm curious to see what excuses my parents will concoct to reprimand me. Had Su Qing been privy to his thoughts, she would likely have burst into laughter. Silly boy, does your parents need a reason to discipline you? At that moment, the internet CAF manager stepped forward to clarify the situation to the few stern-looking men in hats, saying, there has been a misunderstanding. This young man is the beloved son of our CAF's esteemed owner. He is merely here waiting for our General Su to finish school. A simple misunderstanding. As he spoke, the manager offered a cigarette to the men, graciously providing an escape route from the misunderstanding. However, young Feifei's smile froze on his face. Is this true? Su Qing's family is actually in business, and they own the largest chain of internet CAFs in the whole city. Incredible! It is no exaggeration to say he had long since surpassed the age of being infatuated with young girls. Gaming was the true romance for a man. He could only lament his past foolishness, seduced by the beauty of Shui Miao Miao, serving as her devoted admirer for years to no avail. Had he pursued Su Qing instead, he could have had a buddy whose family owned an internet CAF. Just imagine, it would be utterly delightful, not needing to pay for internet access anymore. Now, all he felt was regret, and more regret. Had he known the Su family was in the internet CAF business, he wouldn't have wasted his time pursuing Miao Miao. Chapter 80. Knowing that you are still with me today, Miao Miao won't be upset, right? During the 6 years since entering elementary school, Su Qing's life has been almost entirely consumed by the piano, badminton, daily long-distance running, and 2 little childhood friends. 3 of these pursuits arise from his personal interests, while only long-distance running is a strict self-imposed requirement. Having shed the bad habit of excessive sleepiness from his early years and now reaching a critical stage of physical development, Su Qing harbors a modest goal for his physical strength, to withstand a direct blow from one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. He truly cannot forget about the grand competition. This claim is, of course, a jest. The genuine aim is quite simple, to strengthen his body and maintain a cheerful disposition. In a land where bladed combat reigns and firearms are scarce, Su Qing feels that being able to confront 5 or 6 armed assailants head-on would suffice to avoid misfortune in unforeseen circumstances. As for the steroid-enhanced physiques that are currently in vogue abroad, he finds no admiration for such forms. Nor does he wish to become the subject of tragic news circulating within the bodybuilding community. That would indeed be laughable. He fears the disdain of the two little girls, which would be akin to picking sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. Though these days are exhausting, this sense of fulfillment and satisfaction starkly contrasts with the drudgery of his past life as a corporate drone, making him feel remarkably carefree. For him, this has become an idyllic life he could only dream of. Today, as usual, Su Qing met Pei Si Ning at the gym for their badminton interest class. Many former classmates have come and gone, yet the two have persevered. They have participated in numerous competitions over the years, securing several awards, and their efforts have finally borne fruit. As favored students, their teachers sometimes refrains from micromanaging them, allowing them a space to practice freely, knowing that the two children will hold themselves to high standards and not slack off. After 2 hours, they found themselves utterly exhausted, slumped on the sofas in the resting area. The physical exertion from several singles matches had been substantial. Being able to quietly replenish their energy while engaging in conversation has become one of the established rituals following their matches. Just as Su Qing prepared to take a sip of water, he noticed the assistant teacher from the interest class approaching. They were well acquainted, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she had watched Su Qing and Pei Si Ning grow up. Si Ning, Su Qing, are you really not going to continue signing up for training next month? Having just won the district championship in the youth category, your futures are bright. If you become student athletes, you might even gain extra points in the college entrance examination, she remarked. Amidst the comings and goings of various faces over the past 6 years, only Su Qing and Pei Si Ning remained familiar figures. Now that they too were about to depart, there was an undeniable sense of reluctance. Whether motivated by professional performance or personal feelings regarding the children's futures, he was loath to let them go. Faced with the teacher's pleading gaze, Pei Si Ning opted for a tactical sip of water, deftly diverting the conversation back to Su Qing, as she was not particularly skilled at refusing others. Having grown accustomed to this mundane routine, Su Qing swiftly transformed into Pei Si Ning's spokesperson, elucidating the situation to the teacher. I apologize, teacher, but we are about to transition into junior high and will be attending school in the city. The distance is rather considerable, so we have decided not to continue our enrollment. Ah, indeed. Upon reflection, it seems. Sigh, both of you are truly talented. Do not give up. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he departed, leaving the space once again to the two solitary figures. Affected by the somewhat melancholic atmosphere, Pei Si Ning felt a twinge of sorrow, evidently reminded of other recent occurrences. Sigh, Brother Qing. Do you think once we enter junior high and are no longer in the same class, we will grow distant? Fool, of course we will. Throughout this entire month of summer vacation, Pei Si Ning had been troubled by this thought, hoping to hear some words of comfort, only to be doused with cold water by Su Qing's blunt response. Tears began to well in her eyes. After all, Su Qing's charm with the girls was undeniable. She recalled how many little girls sought him out for individual photos during their graduation shoot in the advanced class. This inevitably led Pei Si Ning to harbor an ominous premonition that, unbound by her and Miao Miao's supervision, Brother Qing would undoubtedly establish a harem at his new school. No, please, not that. Yet, it was clear that her fears were unfounded. There were also plenty of boys and even many teachers in the photos with Su Qing, all of whom the little girls selectively ignored. Have your family decided if you will be boarding or renting a place to commute? Probably boarding. As she pondered Su Qing's question, the little girl, who had been sobbing moments before, gradually ceased her tears. Although her family had yet to discuss this matter with her, the little girl, possessing some understanding of her family's circumstances, could already infer the outcome. In truth, Su Qing had contemplated assisting Si Ning's family in improving their situation. For instance, he had tentatively introduced her to the concept of a street vendor economy, highlighting that the profits could be significantly greater than anticipated, albeit with more effort required. Pei Si Ning had mentioned this to her family, only to be dismissed with patronizing remarks about what children could possibly understand. Su Qing felt somewhat helpless, believing he had done his utmost. After all, he couldn't simply hand over money. That wouldn't be a solution. My mother said she would rent a 3-bedroom apartment for me. Why don't you come live with me? In that moment, overwhelmed by the audacity of this radical suggestion, the little girl found her mind blank, her body slumping onto the sofa in disbelief. Could this be the legendary, whatever it is? Having been in the 6th grade and frequently online, she had grasped a modicum of understanding. At the very least, she knew that children do not simply come into being through innocent kisses. Her excitement clearly indicated that she had misinterpreted the situation. He was 100% certain that the thoughts occupying her mind revolved around a topic that was utterly off-limits at that moment. Qing hastily pressed the chilled bottle of mineral water against her face, forcibly rousing Pei Xining from her daydreams. Fool, what I meant to say is that my cousin, who is preparing for the college entrance examination, will be staying with us, and my mother will occasionally come over to cook and supervise us. Where did your mind wander off to? Clearly, it was her fault for leaving her words half-spoken, which had led to Pei Xining's unnecessary excitement. As she spoke, her voice was barely audible, akin to a whisper, and even with Qing's full attention, he struggled to comprehend her words. What did you say? I wasn't thinking of anything, haha. But what about you, Brother Qing? Xining knows nothing at all. She scratched her head, her eyes avoiding Qing's gaze. A clear display of her guilt. This dissonance between her words and her heart indeed bore a strong resemblance to the mischief she had learned from him. While one might argue she hadn't matured, Pei Xining was undeniably different from the timid girl who once trailed behind him, too shy to utter a word. Yet, if one claimed she had grown, her myriad of little quirks and habits remained unchanged, leaving one both amused and exasperated. Feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, the young girl quickly devised a strategy. Brother Qing, you're going to participate in the piano competition with Miao Miao tomorrow, yet here you are playing badminton with me. Miao Miao won't be upset, will she? Her lighthearted banter left Qing feeling exasperated. If he weren't so disinclined to move, he would have ensured the girl faced some playful retribution, perhaps by tousling her hair into a messy nest. Nevertheless, Pei Xining's tactic proved successful, as the conversation indeed shifted towards the piano competition. However, a thought struck him. Wait, did I just assist Miao Miao? In truth, he was rather carefree. Most individuals aspiring to pursue piano professionally would shy away from high-impact sports like basketball or badminton that could potentially lead to hand injuries. Yet, buoyed by the formidable support of the system and his inherent resilience and recovery, Qing dared to be audacious. Remarkably, he had never suffered any injuries thus far. He had engaged with the piano for 7 years, with the first 2 spent in a more leisurely, half-hearted manner, his serious study only spanning 5 years. Both art and sports heavily rely on innate talent. In competitions among individuals of roughly equal skill levels, talent often plays a decisive role. This is akin to the epiphanies described in novels, moments of breakthrough, or bursts of inspiration. Moreover, during routine practice, the efficacy of training was markedly amplified. Qing could grasp concepts after just 1 or 2 repetitions, while others would struggle through 10, 20, or even 50 attempts to achieve a semblance of proficiency. Among all he knew, only Shui Miao Miao could manage to keep up with him, albeit clumsily. Qing consistently advanced at a pace unfathomable to the average person. Most couldn't even catch a glimpse of his progress, epitomizing the chasm between genius and the ordinary. Regarding this matter, here, this is for you. These are official tickets provided for family members. If you have time, I hope your uncle and aunt can accompany you to watch the match between Miao Miao and me. As I received the 3 exquisitely printed admission tickets, I couldn't help but caress their smooth surface. However, Pei Xining's heart was filled with complexity and turmoil. I will do my best. Chapter 81. Before the piano competition, this marked the first occasion in both his lifetimes that Qing donned a suit and tie, his feet encased in a pair of impeccably polished leather shoes, which rendered his every step rather uncomfortable. He repeatedly scrutinized himself in the large floor-length mirror of the cloakroom, growing increasingly convinced that he resembled a refined scoundrel, exuding an air of flamboyance. Brother Qing, are you not yet dressed? Before he could respond, a corner of the curtain was lifted, revealing an adorable little head peeking in, clearly astonished by the wall adorned with an array of garments and shoes. Despite her features still bearing the innocence of youth, her long, lustrous black hair cascaded past her shoulders, strikingly capturing Qing's attention. Without any technological embellishments, she resembled a lotus flower just beginning to unveil itself in the summer, sparking boundless imagination regarding how beautifully she would blossom in the future. Well, you can't just barge in like that. I'm changing. But you're already dressed. Pei Xining boldly stepped inside, meticulously assessing Qing's attire from head to toe, seemingly intent on engraving this moment into her memory. Indeed, one's appearance can greatly influence perception today. Brother Qing looks exceptionally dashing in his suit. What brings you to my house so early? Well, I'm here to watch your competition. My parents are quite busy, so I decided to hitch a ride with you. As he gazed at the seemingly innocent little girl, who wore a subtle smile, Su Qing found it difficult to muster a laugh. Are you playing cards again? Yes, you know how it is. The two exchanged a rare moment of silence. Unusually, the girl's gaze remained steadfast, leaving Su Qing somewhat perplexed by her thoughts. Why is it so quiet? The voice of Su's mother resonated from outside. And moments later, she too swept aside the curtain and entered, leaving Su Qing speechless. Could you not consider a man as privacy for once? He harbored a deep suspicion that Pei Xining's habit of entering his room unannounced was encouraged by his mother. Such a small child, yet you call yourself a man. How shameless. Why are you taking so long? Look, you haven't even tied your tie yet. Do you know how to? Tying a tie was far more challenging than securing a neckerchief. After observing twice, the little girl attempted to assist Su Qing in fastening it. But her lack of dexterity nearly resulted in a deadly knot that could choke him. Gasping for breath, Su Qing found himself half-kneeling on the floor, claiming to have seen his grandmother on the other side of the bridge waving at him. This exaggerated performance left the little girl utterly embarrassed, prompting her to cling to Su's mother while pointing at Su Qing, exclaiming, "Auntie, look at Su Qing, he is teasing me again." This masterful display was a skill he had honed since childhood. He felt justified in considering himself an aspiring actor. However, in no time, Su Qing faced the consequences of his theatrics as his mother delivered a swift reprimand to his rear. "Get moving. If you don't dress properly, you'll be late." In the household, Su Qing found himself utterly powerless against the tyrannical authority of his mother, compelled to obediently rise to his feet as she fussed over him, adjusting this and smoothing that. Today was a day for television. Looking disheveled would certainly bring shame upon the family. It was imperative to maintain a composed demeanor and present oneself well, yet the motivation behind Su Qing's efforts was negligible as the memory of his last life, where his boss employed similar tactics to manipulate his employees, lingered in his mind. As he sat in the vehicle en route to the venue, Su Qing stifled a yawn. Being a grand music competition, it was only fitting that the three classical instruments, piano, violin, and classical guitar, would take center stage. Among them, the piano, renowned as the king of music, rightfully led the proceedings, ensuring that the performances for the junior, youth, and professional categories commenced first. This arrangement afforded Su Qing an advantage, allowing him to conclude his participation early and return home sooner. The competition was broadcasted live, albeit only on a local channel. Eager to showcase his child, Su's father insisted that all televisions in nearby internet cafes be tuned to the Tianjin music competition. Thus, a comical scene unfolded as a group of internet-addicted youths, utterly disinterested in classical music, mingled the melodies with their raucous banter, creating a stark contrast. The entrants and the audience took separate paths. Su Qing headed towards the backstage resting area, while Pei Xinyin, reluctantly bidding him farewell, joined his parents in the concert hall. Inside, an air of tranquility enveloped the space, as those fortunate enough to attend a concert in 2007 possessed a certain refinement. Upon entering, Pei Xinyin adhered strictly to Su's mother's instruction to remain silent, her gaze fixed intently on the stage, eagerly anticipating Su Qing's performance. She also looked forward to the performance of Xuemiao. In the backstage area, the youth group's resting room housed fewer than 30 contestants, all under the age of 18. Most were high school students, likely familiar with one another, gathering in jovial conversation. A handful of noticeably younger middle school students sat quietly on benches, their evident nervousness suggesting a lack of competition experience. Among them, a few elementary school children resembled playful huskies amidst a pack of wolves, animatedly discussing Ultraman Tiga, which brought a smile to Su Qing's face. Choosing not to join the elementary students, as their topic was beyond his interest, Su Qing opted instead to sit among the middle schoolers, silently resting. His rapid physical development and mature attire rendered him unremarkable among them. Beside him sat a girl slightly shorter than he, her disposition suggesting she was not one for idle chatter. Yet, in an effort to alleviate her own anxiety about the competition, she turned to him, seeking distraction. "Are you nervous?" she inquired. "I'm not, thank you," he replied. The girl suddenly turned crimson, her shyness around boys at school overshadowed by her fervent dedication to her studies and piano. After mustering the courage to strike up a conversation with a handsome lad, her brief moment of bravery seemed to condemn her to a lifetime of introversion. Feeling as though she might collapse, she let out a silly laugh, leaning against the wall, her gaze vacantly fixed on the floor. Ah, this floor is indeed a floor, and this door is certainly a door. Was that person someone she recognized? To her surprise, after making a significant blunder, he initiated a conversation with her. Instantly revitalized, the girl hurriedly explained, No, no, no. I wanted to ask your name, which school you attend. If you're nervous, what piece you'll perform, and do you like chicken strips? A barrage of inquiries left Su Qing feeling somewhat embarrassed, thinking to himself, goodness, is this an interrogation? Nevertheless, he managed to maintain a smile while responding to her questions one by one. You're in elementary school? Surely this is a mistake? The girl couldn't help but raise her voice in surprise, attracting curious glances from those around them. In truth, there are divisions within the youth categories. Logically, Su Qing should be competing in Group B with other elementary students. However, upon inquiry, he discovered he was registered for Group A, which is for those aged 13 and above. This was considered an advanced competition, yet the event's officials permitted such entries, as exemplified by several nearby elementary students also competing in Group A. Perhaps I wasn't clear. I've already graduated and will be attending the prestigious No. 1 high school in the city this fall. Oh, then we shall be schoolmates. In that case, little brother, you must call me senior. Let us get acquainted. My name is Sun Xiaoning. With that, she extended her hand, intending to engage in a polite handshake. However, at that moment, someone else swiftly interjected. Just as Su Qing was about to offer his hand, a delicate, fair-skinned hand reached out first, clasping Sun Xiaoning's. Hello, senior. I'm a friend of Xiaoqing and also your junior. I look forward to your guidance. Upon catching sight of this scene from a distance, Shui Miao Miao decisively rushed over. Now slightly breathless. After releasing her hand, Shui Miao Miao positioned herself protectively in front of Su Qing, casting a wary glare at Sun Xiaoning. She felt she could not afford to relax for even a moment. There were far too many women in this world eyeing her precious Su Qing. Arriving just 5 minutes late, she realized they nearly shook hands. What might have transpired if she had been 10 minutes late was a thought she dared not entertain. Chapter 82. The Morality of Su Qing. Seemingly oblivious to Shui Miao Miao's reluctance, she yearned to swiftly conclude the conversation and enjoy a moment of solitude with Su Qing, to praise his attire of the day and share amusing anecdotes from their recent lives. However, Sun Xiaoning continued her incessant chatter, compelling the trio to engage in an awkward exchange, lacking genuine connection. In truth, she was unaware of the content of her words. Her mind rendered blank by the anxious atmosphere, mechanically adhering to the script of conversation, taking deep breaths and envisioning the audience as mere vegetables would alleviate her nerves. This strategy had proven effective for a friend. Was it? She decided to give it a try. Su Qing, viewing the entire scenario as a mere game, felt little urgency. He understood that as long as he showcased his usual capabilities, even a slight shortfall would not matter. The award was but a trifling prize within reach. After all, this was merely a music competition for the youth category, and one ought not to harbor excessive expectations regarding its intensity. Thus, he possessed the leisure and patience to attend to the psychological state of this newly acquired